Lin Xiao, a jobless shut-in from the 21st century, spends his days sucking on lollipops and browsing the web for work. One day, just like any other, he accidentally clicked on a pop-up ad on a sketchy website. Then, as if it were all planned, it dragged him into a new interface. It didn't matter how desperately he screamed. Nothing worked. This place is Earth in the year 2696. Star Glory Academy. On Earth in the year 2696, alien creatures invaded, launching a devastating attack on the planet. The newly formed Federation finally used nuclear weapons to wipe out the alien creatures, but the invaders left behind the global X virus. This led to mutations across the Earth, and terrifying demonic beasts began to run rampant. The human survivors evolved, opening up the path of cultivation for martial artists. From then on, Earth's martial artists were hailed as kings. Lin Xiao, having just arrived, was still in a daze, completely clueless about what was happening. You won't want to miss this. Suddenly, he gets the crap beaten out of him by his so-called friend, Marcus, an entry-level martial artist from Class 29 of the Star Glory Academy. The current owner of this body had no talent for cultivation, so he was constantly treated like trash by his peers, ordered around like a servant. Delivering meals, washing clothes, he had to do all their daily chores for them. Beaten black and blue, his body throbbing with pain, Lin Xiao finally started to realize the situation he was in. Did he really get transported to another world? He couldn't help but think, what the hell? Is anyone else's transmigration this unlucky? I got totally screwed. A flood of the original owner's memories rushed into his mind, a stream of insults and verbal abuse. The nonstop beatings were relentless. It was a hard life. It all led to the original owner's twisted mindset, making him lose the will to live and seeing only one way out. And as a result, the current Lin Xiao is here to take the beating for him and deal with this chaotic mess. By now, he had calmed down. No matter what, the word surrender wasn't in his vocabulary. So even if he was beaten until all his ribs were broken, he refused to submit to these low-life bullies who preyed on the weak. This is a crucial piece of information. But the more defiant he was, the harder the beating got. Enraged, the bully, Victor, charged like a wild beast, preparing to finish him off with one palm strike. However, it's too bad for this punk, because the guy in this body is no longer the old Lin Xiao, but Lin Xiao with the main character's halo. There's no way he's getting bullied anymore. Just in the nick of time, as he was hanging by a thread, the damn system that dragged him to this world finally appeared. It didn't really give a reason. It announced that the host's anger test was complete. Do you wish to use the stored-up power strike? With no time to hesitate, Lin Xiao immediately agreed to use it right then and there. And just like that, boom, the two fists collided. Victor's hand felt like it shattered into 100 pieces, making him scream in agony. It felt like his soul was about to fly out of his body. His panicked lackeys hurriedly carried their boss to the school's medical bay for surgery. After that attack, Lin Xiao wasn't in great shape either, but at least he was a little more conscious than the other guy. Once the system was done, another notification popped up, informing him that he'd earned a lottery draw chance. Even though his whole body ached, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. He quickly pressed the spin button, hoping for a decent prize. Oh yeah, his time had come. 10,000 Alliance credits, straight into his pocket. After the draw, our hero had to drag his battered body to the infirmary to get his wounds treated. The female doctor seemed very familiar with him when she saw him. Was he a regular here or something? She gave him a quick once-over, then told him to strip naked and lie on the table, which made our boy's little bird a bit panicked. However, a few minutes later, she got down to business. As requested, Lin Xiao used the recovery fluid, which cost 9,800 Alliance credits. Soon, he slipped into unconsciousness. His injuries were assessed, with a predicted recovery time of 5 hours. As he drifted off, our hero clenched his fist, thinking about the body's original owner. This guy's life was nothing like he imagined. He must have been constantly bullied and beaten. But from now on, I won't take crap from anyone. In 5 hours, Glory Academy, The head teacher was announcing a plan to go to the A20 practical combat zone, with 20 spots available. He scanned the class, noticed someone was missing, and asked about Victor's whereabouts. After a student told him that Victor's bones were broken by Lin Xiao and that he was in surgery in Area C, the teacher was utterly shocked. Even the other students couldn't believe what they were hearing. How could he be crippled by a nobody? Right at that moment, Lin Xiao walked in from outside, looking cooler than ever. He declared confidently, "Sir, can I go?" The students below started buzzing like a broken market. Is that Lin Xiao? Why does he seem so different from before? Yeah, it's like he's a completely different person. Am I seeing things? Hearing our hero's request, the teacher tried to dissuade him. Lin Xiao, don't be rash. The A20 zone is quite dangerous. You should wait until you've reached the entry-level martial artist stage before considering it. One of Marcus's lackeys from below chimed in with a sneer. He thought our boy would be scared, but to his surprise, Lin Xiao challenged him to a duel on the condition that if he won, he'd get to join the training session. According to the system's analysis, this guy was Sean, an entry-level martial artist. His strength was nothing special, even a bit weaker than Marcus. As long as our hero was careful, dodged his attacks, and waited for his anger value to max out, he could use the stored-up power strike to take him down directly. With that calculated plan, Lin Xiao arranged to meet Sean at the martial arts arena after class to settle the score. A few hours later, at the arena, news that the trash of Class 29 had challenged an entry-level martial artist spread like wildfire. Countless people showed up, eager for some drama. Before stepping into the ring, a few friends tried to persuade him to reconsider, but he walked on with complete confidence, even replying firmly, "Don't worry, I've been wanting to beat this guy up for a while now." The moment he saw Lin Xiao, Sean rushed forward to attack, spewing nonsense as he fought. "A piece of trash like you dares to be so arrogant? Let me teach you some manners." Our hero continuously dodged the blows. His wounds had all healed, but a single punch still sent pain through his body. Ignoring the crowd's cheers to fight back, he dodged left and right, never counterattacking, sticking firmly to his plan. The teacher, watching from the side, noticed that even though he was just dodging, he didn't look pathetic at all. He had never seen such a determined look in the boy's eyes before. Never mind. Finally, the moment arrived. The anger value for the stored-up power strike reached 100%. All the humiliation he had endured for so long was about to explode. Sean unleashed his final, decisive move, charging at his prey like a bull. At that moment, Lin Xiao was ready, using one hand to block the enemy. After that critical blow, there was only one outcome. A blood-curdling scream from Sean echoed through the arena. Blood splattered across the floor, stunning everyone. Every single witness was in shock. Our hero looked down on him with arrogant confidence and sneered, "Defeated by trash. Doesn't that make you the trash of all trash?" Seeing the situation turning ugly, the teacher had someone quickly take him for medical treatment to avoid disrupting the practical combat training in the A20 zone. The teacher didn't forget to praise Lin Xiao. "You've really made people see you in a new light." By defeating one of the strongest students in the class, our hero smoothly secured a spot in the practical training. The A20 zone is located north of the city. It's contaminated by nuclear radiation and overrun by a mutant virus, filled with zombies and mutated giant beasts, making it extremely dangerous. But with great risk comes great opportunity. Many parts of the mutated beasts are highly sought-after materials, and the beast cores in their brains are a special type of crystallized energy that can help martial artists cultivate, making them incredibly valuable. This time, the Academy provided everyone with a uniform and a combat knife to deal with the common zombies and mutated beasts. To heighten the tension of the game, the teacher gave a dramatic warning before they set out. This is different from previous training sessions. You must conquer your inner fear when facing zombies and beasts. Last year, several students were paralyzed by fear and ended up getting swarmed and eaten alive. Only real combat can truly test your abilities and forge your minds to become stronger. Therefore, after the scare tactics, the teacher explained the rules. There are 20 of you in total, form groups of 4. You can group up freely, but do not go deep into the A20 zone. The strength of the mutated beasts and zombies in there is beyond what you can handle. Whether you live or die is up to you. Move out. Some people looked nervous and scared, but our hero was different. In his eyes, those things were just precious experience points for leveling up. Soon enough, the students split off with their groups and entered the A20 zone. Remember to subscribe to the channel for the latest updates. Lin Xiao found himself face-to-face with a Tier 1 zombie. With sharp, virus-infected teeth, its combat power was 380, a full 100 points higher than our heroes. But whether it was higher or lower, what he needed were experience points. He didn't care. He just had to charge in first. With a single, easy slice of his knife, he split the monster's head in two, successfully reaching level 2. While our hero was celebrating, another horde of zombies came flying at him. Who knows what you can do against a whole horde? Before he could react, he turned to see them all get sliced to pieces by a guy named Zhang Yi. Lin Xiao could only watch in frustration as his experience points were stolen by someone else. The group continued deeper inside. Before them stood a Tier 1 zombie leader. It moved incredibly fast, had sharp claws, and could summon other Tier 1 zombies. Its overall combat power was... The most confident member of the group rushed forward. But with its speed, he couldn't do a thing. He could only lie there waiting to die. But thankfully, a teammate stepped in to save him. Our hero quickly rushed over, shouting a warning. That's a zombie leader. You have to kill it in one hit, or it will summon more Tier 1 zombies, and then we'll be in big trouble. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel. Of course, Zhang Yi wasn't listening. Taking orders from a loser while fighting a monster was just too humiliating. He tried to slash it with his knife, as usual, but it didn't seem to work. The zombie dodged deftly. It then let out a piercing shriek, calling its minions for help. Just as predicted, the once peaceful area was now swarming with the living dead. The purple-haired guy and Zhang Yi were so scared they nearly wet their pants and scrambled to get away. The fat guy also urged Lin Xiao to get out of there quickly, but the sight of all those experience points had clouded his judgment. If he killed all of them, he could level up several times. So he decided to risk it all and charge forward. Seeing his friend act as if possessed, so different from the Lin Xiao he used to know, the fat guy, Leo, didn't hesitate and started attacking as well. The two fought with bloodlust, cutting down one monster after another. There was no stopping them. While he was too focused, our hero was ambushed by the zombie leader. A fatal mistake. See you next time. In this critical moment, our hero quickly allocated all his points in the system. Instantly increasing his power, he used a spinning sweep, hitting the zombie with a 360-degree attack. He directly defeated the enemy, smoothly leveling up to level 6 and unlocking the system's gene lock. According to some books Lin Xiao had read, a large part of the human genome remains unused. The so-called gene lock is the most basic potential within the body. Legend has it that if you unlock the gene lock to its highest level, you can become a godlike existence. How about that? So, with the curiosity of a young man, Lin Xiao immediately tried to unlock the first gene lock to see how strong he could become. Thanks, everyone, but it was a huge disappointment. A bright red notification popped up. Warning, warning, level 15 not yet reached. Lin Xiao felt dejected. What the hell is this? Isn't it just level 15? All I have to do is kill monsters and level up. I'll reach the unlock condition soon enough. Just you wait, I'll be back for revenge. See the next episode. After dealing with all the zombies, the fat guy approached his friend with a suspicious look and asked, Lin Xiao, "Are you still the Lin Xiao I know? A moment ago, you suddenly became incredibly strong. You took care of the zombie leader all by yourself." Our hero couldn't just say, "Of course not. I was unlucky enough to be transported to this dump." So he just put on a brave face and told his friend, "I'm fine, man." And so, the two continued deeper into the area, waiting. It wasn't long before they reached the forbidden zone the teacher had warned them about. He seemed disappointed that they hadn't spotted a single zombie along the way. He didn't even have a small chance to get some experience points. He was about to recklessly venture inside to check it out when his friend suddenly started trembling and pointed behind him. A snake. There's a giant python by that tree. Lin Xiao instinctively turned around. Before him wasn't just a snake, but a colossal, Tier 3 color-changing python. Our hero's face turned pale, completely drained of blood. He immediately turned tail and ran for his life. As he ran, he yelled in frustration, "Damn it, why is it chasing me? Go after the fat guy." The fat guy, now out of breath, finally looked back in terror and thought, "Oh no, that bastard. When did my friend run so deep into the abandoned area?" Lin Xiao ran and ran until he finally lost the python. But he couldn't let his guard down. It could change color to blend with its surroundings, so it was better to be cautious. As he scanned his surroundings, looking for a way out, an arrow was suddenly pressed against his head from behind, along with a stern warning, "Don't move." "What are you doing sneaking around here?" Our hero's heart was pounding. He was seriously screwed. These people were an adventurer squad that hunted zombies and mutated beasts for materials and beast cores. They were all official martial artists, impossible for him to handle. But he still had to put on a bright smile, as if nothing was wrong, and give a short, concise answer. "Hey guys, I'm just passing through." Seeing his uniform, they immediately recognized him as a student from Stargory Academy. One of them stepped forward, grabbed his combat knife, and threatened, "Leave the knife, and you can get lost." Lin Xiao heard this and pleaded, "Bro, without a combat knife in a place this dangerous, you're basically telling me to go die, aren't you? Then die for me right now." Just as he finished his tough guy act, he was attacked by the same python from before. In an instant, with a single bite, he was swallowed whole. The adventurer squad members started to panic. Their leader tried to calm them down. "Brothers, don't panic. This is a Tier 3 evolved beast. Its beast core and skin will definitely sell for millions." So he could only stand by and watch the situation unfold. He thought to himself, just a bunch of Tier 1 martial artists picking a fight with a Tier 3 evolved beast. People who die for money are all fools. I might as well stay here and find a chance to get my combat knife back. The python was under constant attack. It went into a frenzy, thrashing around wildly, leaving some of the men in pieces. Finally, after a long struggle, the adventurers managed to take down the beast. But it was unclear who would be left to enjoy the spoils. The leader stood proudly and ordered our hero to skin the python and get the beast core for him, or else. But he never expected that this was the moment for our boy to shine. "Oh, I'll carve it out all right, but it's going to be my loot." Hearing this, the guy charged forward in a rage. Remember to subscribe for more new videos. But what can a weakened body, barely able to stand, even do? Right at that moment, a second later, he was sent to meet his ancestors in the most peaceful way possible by our hero. Just like that, he leveled up to level 7 and got another lottery draw chance. Additionally, Lin Xiao collected a bunch of loot from the python's core and the hunter's backpacks. This place was too dangerous to stay long, so our hero quickly packed up and left. However, no matter which way he went, he was still lost in the danger zone. Just as he was wondering which direction to go, birds scattered in the sky. Something powerful was approaching. He turned his head to see a Tier 4 evolved lightning leopard, whose features and combat power were unanalyzable, staring right at him. Our hero was about to bolt, but one surprise followed another. What now? Chasing the leopard was a cool-looking blonde girl named Luna, a Tier 4 martial artist. And so, a fierce battle between the human and the beast erupted, and it was terrifying. Like the heavens and earth were shaking. The leopard took a hit and was slammed to the ground. Just when it seemed the fight was over, it turned out the beast was only playing dead. The moment the girl approached, it sprang up and attacked. It landed a fatal blow, sending her flying into a mountain wall, her fate unknown. Lin Xiao, who had witnessed everything from the side, felt something was off. It didn't seem like it was playing dead, more like it was temporarily dead. What's going on? So he tiptoed over, intending to land another blow, become the one to finish off the big boss, get the Tier 4 Beast Core, and become filthy rich. With that in mind, our hero approached the vulnerable area with a savage grin. Basically, before he could even make a move, another one appeared behind him. A moment of greed had blinded our hero, making him forget that lightning leopards often hunt for food in pairs, one male and one female. And so, with no time to think, Lin Xiu quickly tucked his tail and ran, crying out for help. "Lightning leopard sister-in-law, I'm not the one who killed your husband. Run." He ran and ran, but somehow ended up at a dead end. A deep cliff was right in front of him, and the leopard was closing in. With no other choice, he decided he'd rather be smashed to bits than be electrocuted to death, with his skin crispy and his meat fragrant, becoming its dinner. This is something you need to know. So he just closed his eyes and took a leap of faith. Nothing to remember. He didn't know if it was luck or not, but right at the bottom of the cliff was a lake. Along with some logs that cushioned the impact, our hero managed to survive. Even more surprisingly, the blonde girl from before had also fallen down here. And following the classic trope, our hero would of course save her and take good care of her. Carrying the young lady in his arms, Lin Xiu thought to himself, how can there be such a beautiful girl? She's probably only 17 or 18, but she's already a Tier 4 martial artist. She must be a genius disciple from some major family. Just then, his starving stomach started growling loudly. Yes, luckily, there was some delicious fish in the lake. What could be better? So, our hero got to work, starting a fire, drying his clothes, and grilling the fish until it was fragrant, then feasting on it with delight. He had just taken a bite when the blonde girl woke up at the start and pointed her sword straight at his face. "Why are you dressed like that? What did you do to me?" Lin Xiu froze for 5 seconds, then frantically tried to explain. "What did I do? What did I do? I pulled you out of the water. If it weren't for me, you would have already drowned." After our hero's talk no jutsu, plus a bonus fragrant grilled fish, the girl finally calmed down and began to introduce herself. "My name is Luna. Tell me, what do you want? I don't like being indebted to others. Name your price, and I'll give it to you. Then we'll be even. Otherwise, I'll deal with you myself." He had never seen someone treat their savior so coldly. Our hero smiled brightly and said he wanted to become as powerful as she was. Luna felt like she had made a mistake. It might still be possible to back out. She'd have a better chance of getting him gold and jewels, but with his poor aptitude, that was a long shot. That night, Lin Xiu sat huddled in a corner, letting the girl rest, smiling. He cheerfully opened the system to use his lottery draw. As he spun, our hero silently prayed he would get some kind of weapon. But the wheels slowly came to a stop, pointing at 1,000 alliance credits. That was definitely not what he wanted. But luckily, thanks to a gust of wind, the needle moved just a little further, and the system immediately announced, "Congratulations, host! You have won the 100 Birds Cry." Lin Xiu was as happy as a flower blooming in spring. He had even gotten a martial skill card, a card that can only be created by martial artists above Tier 6. They are categorized by level: bronze, silver, gold, and diamond. The higher the level, the greater the power. Holding the card in his hand, he couldn't stop his excitement, screaming internally. This is a growth-type martial artist card. This type of card is even more precious than a diamond card because it evolves with the cultivator's growth. What luck! Luna, in the back, was woken up by our hero's goofy laughter. With hearing sharper than a dog's, she noticed a sound. It was only then that our hero started to pay attention. Could it be the adventurer group he had just encountered? That couldn't be right. He quickly told Luna to run, but due to her injuries, she couldn't move. Our hero had no choice but to volunteer to carry her on his back to freedom. He even pretended he was running away because he was concerned for her safety. Not long after the two of them left, an adventurer squad arrived. Based on the scene, they deduced that the pair couldn't have gone far. If they found them, they wouldn't show any mercy. So, they decided to set up a perimeter to investigate. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu was carrying Luna on his back, feeling heavier with every step. According to her explanation, it was because of the sword on her back, not because she was fat. But he didn't seem to believe her. While they were busy arguing, someone blocked their path ahead. But, looking closely, it was a Tier 2 Crimson Flame snake, with a strange habit of being active at night and venomous fangs. Its total combat power was up to 670 points. Luna knew she couldn't fight, so she gave her sword to our hero to deal with the python. It was just as she said, it was really heavy. He could barely lift it with 2 hands. And so, one person who couldn't move teamed up with a complete noob. Can you really call him a noob? Could the two of them really handle this snake quickly and efficiently? Lin Xiao confidently pointed his index finger at it with a challenging tone. Come on, bite me, bite me. Not only will I kill you, I'll take your beast core and sell it for money. Aren't you angry? But what the hell? Even with its head chopped off, the snake still lunged forward and bit our hero's hand like crazy, scaring the crap out of him. What a dream, already acting like a cat in heat, with hearts in his eyes and drool coming out of his mouth. Nothing suspicious at all. He couldn't control his body and pounced on her, pinning her to the ground. No matter how much Luna threatened him, it was no use. Our hero had completely lost control and moved in to kiss her passionately. At that moment, just as his hands were about to wander, she quickly bit him, which thankfully brought the situation under control. All right, she kicked him towards the nearby waterhole to soak himself and calm down. Of course, as he ran off covering his mouth, he didn't forget to apologize to her. Fortunately, after soaking in the cold water, he returned to normal. However, his mind was still thinking about those soft, fragrant lips. He probably wouldn't be able to sleep. While our hero was relaxing, Luna, on the other hand, was in big trouble. The adventurer squad from before had found her. They approached with lustful expressions. Excellent. Young but weak. The girl couldn't do anything and was easily captured by them. Luckily for her, just as they were about to make their move, Lin Xiao, our hero, confidently acted like a god, pointing at each of them. Zhang Liang, Tier 2 martial artist, skilled with a saber. Total combat power, 1540. Li Heng, Tier 1 martial artist, skilled with a sword. Brava, faced with someone they couldn't identify, who could accurately state their information and combat power without a scanner, they felt a bit intimidated. They got a little scared and quickly ran off. Even Luna was surprised by his special ability. The two of them then quickly packed up and left. If they waited for them to realize what had happened, it would be a huge problem if they came chasing after them. And they were right. After running for a bit, they realized they had been tricked. The furious leader ordered his men to guard the outskirts carefully. He wanted to capture them both alive and flay them to vent his anger. Lin Xiao wasn't stupid. His head wasn't just for show. He knew they would have people blocking the exit, so he decided to stay in the Forbidden Zone. It wouldn't be too late to wait a few days for Luna's strength to recover before leaving. The next day, our hero woke up in a panic from a daze, looking at the situation in front of him. He was holding the girl, sleeping soundly, but felt a little uneasy. Not wanting to get castrated right here, he could only pretend nothing happened and gently wake her up. As soon as she opened her eyes, Luna calmly said she smelled an evolved beast and was getting ready to go out and fight. Her sense of smell was so good a dog would have to call her master. She added that she hadn't fully recovered yet and needed 2 more days, so she would lend him her sword to fight. Lin Xiao seemed scared. The weakest evolved beasts here were at least Tier 2. At his current level, he would just be food for them. However, she said something that shut him up completely, not daring to utter another word. With your strength, if you don't find strong enemies to fight, how will you improve? Don't worry, I won't let you die for now. And so, in the following days, under the command of Luna, a young and talented woman who knew the habits and attack patterns of the evolved beasts, our hero managed to level up to 9 and could now handle 2 Tier 3 evolved beasts at the same time. He had collected countless beast cores and wanted to share them with her, but she flatly refused. By now, she had also fully recovered, so there was no reason to stay in this place any longer. The two had to say their goodbyes and go their separate ways, even though he didn't really want to. It wasn't because he missed her or anything, but because that group might still be waiting in ambush. If he got caught, he'd be a goner. But Luna didn't care about that. What she wanted was to find the lightning leopard and face it again. Before leaving, she didn't forget to remind the kid, "Next time we meet, if your strength hasn't surpassed mine, I'll deal with you." Hearing this, Lin Xiu broke out in a cold sweat and called after her, "Nanny? What do you mean by that? Are you trying to repay kindness with enmity?" "Right. Where are you from anyway?" After that question, all he heard was Luna's voice echoing back, the sacred domain. She had already vanished. A few hours after the two went their separate ways, our hero finally found his way to the outer edge of the Forbidden Zone. However, the moment he set foot there, before he could even look around, he was ambushed by that same group. No surprise there. Luckily, it was just one guy. If he could take him down quickly before his buddies showed up, he might have a chance to escape. Lin Xiu used his sword to parry the blows, but the difference in strength was too great, giving him no opportunity to counterattack. The opponent rushed forward like an arrow, roaring confidently, "This move, let's see if I can't pierce your heart." Our hero put all his strength into blocking. It seemed like he was about to fail when, just in time, the system's power strike was fully charged. With no time to think, our hero immediately unleashed the power strike. He channeled it all into his leg and kicked straight for his opponent's crotch. Thinking it was a trivial trick, the guy tried to block it with his hand. But the result was a broken bone and shattered family jewels. He could only clutch his little brother in agony. Perfect. However, our hero was a very kind person. A quick end was lying on the ground and asked, "Kid, you dare to kill my man?" Our hero replied honestly, "You expect me to just stand here and let this guy kill me?" Furious at being played for a fool, the leader ordered his men to attack. He didn't care if it was 2 against 1 or 5 against 1, as long as he got his revenge. Lin Xiu was cornered. 4 Tier 1 martial artists and 1 Tier 2 martial artist. He basically had no chance of winning. He had no choice but to try out his newly acquired skill. Rage mode was activated. In an instant, his speed and physique increased significantly. In a flash, our hero vanished from the martial artist's sight, hiding in a safe place. However, this skill only lasts for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, he will fall into a state of exhaustion. At that point, he took him out cleanly and snatched the weapon from his hands. At that moment, now confident, our hero casually swung the spear just once. Combined with the wildly buff hunterbird's cry, it wasn't long before a few of them were sent into an eternal slumber. However, the stronger the move, the more stamina it consumes. Plus, being surrounded and attacked by 3 others took a lot of time. Applying the principle of to catch a thief, first catch the leader, he aimed straight for him. "We will remember you guys." The leader also realized that the secret technique our hero was using likely had a short duration and side effects. So all they had to do was surround him and prevent his escape, and he would eventually have to surrender. But before they could celebrate, his rage meter was full. Lin Xiu had no choice but to use it right away. Along with the hunterbird's cry, he charged like a god, preparing to skewer the leader. However, they say when you're unlucky, you're always unlucky. At the crucial moment, something went wrong. The spear couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered into pieces. Thank you for watching. And then the side effects of rage kicked in. Now, our hero didn't even have the strength to pull out his knife to fight. It was really bad timing. "What's his name?" The leader laughed like a madman, raising his knife to finish off his opponent. But it seems the tables were turned again. This game wasn't over yet. From behind, a palm strike shot out along with a threatening voice. Just a song. Just a small squad of Tier 200 martial artists dares to lay a hand on a student of Starboy Academy? Who gave you the guts? It turned out to be the doctor, the beautiful Dr. Aqua, a Tier 4 martial artist. Thanks to her timely arrival, our hero's life was saved. Lin Xiu was quite surprised to see her, not expecting a doctor to be so powerful. It's almost time. After some small talk and teasing, our hero took off his pants for her to treat his wounds. Then Dr. Aqua seriously helped him get out of there. At the assembly point, the teacher was doing a roll call one by one along with checking the loot the students had gathered. He looked left, right, east, and west, but still noticed someone was missing. He asked the fat guy, Leo, and learned that his slacker student had accidentally run into the forbidden zone. Thank you all for following. The other group members heard this and started jeering. Trash is trash. Running into the forbidden zone, he's probably been eaten by zombies by now, or swallowed whole by an evolved beast. Leo, seeing his friend being insulted, got angry and was about to punch the guy. All right, the teacher stepped in and told them to wait a little longer, but they still wanted to make trouble. They argued that it was better to go back, as there was a 548% chance he was already dead. However, right after that sentence, reality slapped him in the face. A familiar voice rang out. Who's cursing me to death? That's right, it was none other than Lin Xiao, returning safely, looking cool and striding confidently. Leo was overjoyed to see his friend, while Sean and the others continued to sneer. Lin Xiao, have you been hiding all these days? You probably couldn't even handle a single evolved beast, right? Our hero just pretended to be weak and asked back, Oh, it seems you guys have killed quite a few evolved beasts, huh? Hearing this, they put on a smug look and answered proudly, Of course. Zhang Yi here took down 8 Tier 1 evolved beasts. The people around also chimed in with praise, making the class president's head swell with pride. He thought he was so cool. But then, our hero turned his backpack upside down and poured out a huge pile of beast cores. It's another movie, and there were even 3 Tier 3 beast cores, which shocked everyone. Zhang Yi, not willing to accept it, accused our hero of cheating. Remember to subscribe to the channel for more updates. But as soon as he said it, the teacher shut him down. Then why don't you cheat for me to see? A single Tier 3 beast core is worth at least 400 to 500,000. Which of you can pull out over $1 million to buy 3 of them just to cheat? The results of this practical combat are beyond my expectations. Let's go back to the hotel and rest first. Since you aren't official martial artists yet, you can't sell the beast cores on the Martial Arts Alliance website. But the hotel owner buys them, you can sell to him. Let's go. This news made the young guys as happy as if it were Christmas. All they could see were dollar signs flying around. The hotel owner bought beast cores like scrap metal. 1,000 Alliance credits for a Tier 1, 500,000 for a Tier 3. Adding it all up, Lin Xiao had nearly 2 million. What a haul! He was about to be rich. After waiting in line forever, it was finally his turn. The owner's eyes lit up like stars looking at the pile of loot, urging Lin Xiao to quickly give him his Alliance card number so he could transfer the money. Just as the transaction was going smoothly, someone interrupted. They arrogantly cut in line, took out 10 Tier 2 beast cores, gave them to the owner, and then started mocking Class 29. According to the system's eye, one was Sun Chun, a quasi-martial artist ranked 108th on the Academy's combat power leaderboard, and the other was Li Yuan, an entry-level martial artist. These two seemed to be itching for a fight, mocking the entire class, and then picking on Lin Xiao. They say you don't cry until you see the coffin, and lucky for them, our hero was standing right there. He didn't care who they were. First, he had to talk some trash to provoke them. I'm a loser you were talking about. What's up? You wanted to see me that badly. You guys cut in line, and then you open your mouths and hurt people's feelings. Apologize to me now, or I'll let you taste what it's like to be taken down by a loser. Watch out. Furious, Sun Chun charged forward, intending to teach him a lesson with a single punch. But to his surprise, Lin Xiao blocked the blow with just one hand, causing him immense pain. The opponent switched from his fist to his foot, but it was still useless. And he even took a knockout punch straight to the face, blood flying everywhere. Done. Completely enraged, Sun Chun flew into a rage. Using fire, he unleashed his full power and attacked. But our hero used his old trick of dodging everything, which only made him even more furious. The classmates watching couldn't stop cheering. Zhang Yi felt a bit ashamed, not expecting Lin Xiao to become so strong in just 3 days. But the students from the elite class weren't pushovers either. After playing cat and mouse for a while, tired of chasing, Sun Chun gathered his strength for a final, decisive blow. Lin Xiao used one hand to block, the other to parry. Imagine. It seemed like he was being overpowered, but just a second later, our hero turned the tables. The system had just maxed out his power strike and suggested using it. However, with his current ability, our hero was confident he could beat his opponent barehanded to make an example of him. And so 1, 2, 3, spin and spin. Sun Chen's arm was twisted around, the bones inside shattering into pieces, his limb bent like modeling clay. The elite class was horrified. They wanted to rush forward to get justice, but they were all intimidated by Lin Xiao's power. As they were arguing back and forth, the hotel owner interrupted. Student Lin Xiao, the money for the 3-tier 3B scores has been sent to your account. Please check it. The news that the trash from Class 29 had taken down a Tier 3 evolved beast shocked them even more. They couldn't believe a loser could be so strong. Our hero, of course, he intended to beat them all to get into the top 100A to the leaderboard. But no matter how much he provoked them, they didn't dare to step forward. Just then, the two teachers from both classes walked in, interrupting the proceedings. The elite class student quickly tattled about how a Class 29 student had broken Sun Chen's arm. Luckily, the Class 29 teacher was fair and just demanding a detailed account of the incident, so Lin Xiao wasn't falsely accused. But the teacher still had to pretend to be strict and make the kid apologize, even though internally he was very pleased, silently praising him. Well done. Let those arrogant elite class students, who don't even respect regular teachers, learn some manners. Lin Xiao had no choice but to pretend to apologize. Student son, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have been so rough just now. But don't worry, I'll pay for your medical bills. After all, a little money like this is nothing to me now. Something's not right here. Is this kid really apologizing? The physical damage wasn't high, but the humiliation was immense, making the surrounding students struggle to hold back their laughter. Before being taken for treatment, Sun Chen looked back with a challenging expression, vowing to fight Lin Xiao in the final exam match. After the elite class left, the teacher didn't let his students rest, rounding up Class 29 for a combat power test to see if they had leveled up after the practical training. One by one, they were tested. Zhang Yi had reached the level of a quasi-martial artist with a total combat power of 675, surprising everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching, and see you again. According to the ranks, a combat power of 300 to 600 is an entry-level martial artist, 600 to 800 is a quasi-martial artist, and 800, 1500 is a Tier 1 martial artist. Becoming such a strong official martial artist is because of the martial artist cultivation technique. In the universe, there are many energies beneficial to humans called source. Martial artists absorb this source energy from the air through cultivation techniques, strengthening cell vitality, muscles, and even bones, thereby strengthening the body. Most of the class members have been tested, with only Lin Xiao left. Once again, even though some had seen him break Sun Chen's arm, they still looked down on him and jeered as he walked up. However, he still couldn't say that he broke Sun Chen's arm. However, just a few seconds later, the information screen slapped them in the face, shutting them up completely, not daring to utter another word. Lin Xiao, quasi-martial artist, total combat power 676, even higher than Zhang Yi. That evening, Teacher Luo called the two young men in privately to discuss their future development paths. Since they were both quasi-martial artists, they needed to consider choosing a suitable weapon for themselves. According to the teacher, the hides of evolved beasts above Tier 3 are completely mutated. Bullets, and even laser emitters, can't penetrate them. But through human effort, they finally obtained special metals from other planets. Then, from it, they forged new weapons that could harm evolved beasts. Therefore, choosing a suitable set of martial skills to complement the corresponding weapon is the only way for a martial artist to unleash their true strength. After hearing the explanation, Lin Xiao quickly raised his hand and said he had thought it through and chosen the spear as his weapon. Our hero even brought up the world's top 10 martial artist rankings to compare. There was still a missing spear user, so he would become that person. After saying that, our hero dashed off without letting the teacher get another word in. Basic spear arts. He had the cultivation technique skill card. All that was missing was a spear. But since he wasn't an official martial artist yet, he couldn't shop on the Martial Arts Alliance website. Our hero had no choice but to go to the school's Divine Arms Pavilion to try his luck. This place seemed to be rarely visited. Seeing a customer, the shop owner warmly welcomed him, introducing all the spears he had. But no matter which one Lin Xiu picked up, he was dissatisfied, complaining, "Too light, way too light. Don't you have anything better, old man?" Annoyed, the old man pulled out a 65-kilogram spear. It had been gathering dust in a corner since it was forged, as no one had bought it, and began his introduction. It's made from the mother stone of Cosmic Star, or not only is it heavy, but its sharpness and durability are incomparable to ordinary weapons made from Cosmic Star, or it's called the Silver Soul. Holding the spear in his hand, our hero felt that this was truly the weapon born for him. However, the price was quite steep, coming in at 1.2 million. Hearing the price, his heart instantly froze. He had just managed to sell over 2 million worth of beast cores. A single spear would cost him more than half of that money. Cultivation really is a money pit. But knowing that, he had no other choice. Our hero could only painfully take out his wallet and pay up. Becoming a martial artist, he could finally use cultivation techniques. Every second on Earth, various energies exist, which martial artists call source. But ordinary people can't sense it, only with a little awakening. Only martial artists can sense and absorb it to cultivate their bodies. After just a little cultivation, he was curious to see if there were any changes. So our hero pulled out the system to check. As he was looking intently, a notification suddenly popped up. Lottery draw chance has been updated. Do you wish to proceed? So what? It turned out that besides rewards, there was also a monthly lottery draw. And today just happened to be midnight on August 1st. As Lin Xiu spun, he prayed that the prize wouldn't be another weapon, or he would lose big time. But what the hell? Our hero ended up getting a rapid growth training set. Following the system's suggestion, he immediately used the kit. But for some reason, it was unusually heavy. The entire outfit weighed a total of 130 kilograms. Annoyed, he tried to take it off, but since the rapid growth wasn't complete, he only heard a beeping warning sound. Right now, removal is prohibited. It is recommended that the host adapt tonight, otherwise you will miss school tomorrow. Additionally, upon completing the rapid growth progress, he could receive 25 potential points. Hearing about potential points, Lin Xiu's eyes sparkled like stars in the sky. It's just carrying it, right? I can do it. After a whole night, our hero could finally barely stand up and walk about 19 laps, but his progress was still poor, only reaching 1,000 out of 10,000. As he was dragging his exhausted body to get some rest, suddenly, someone hit him from behind, sending him sprawling to the ground. Furious, our hero turned around to yell. But who he saw was his beautiful neighbor, a childhood friend he'd known since they were kids, Sophie. So he let it go and grinned sheepishly. The girl was about to take her college entrance exams, so her teacher was taking a few kids to visit the school and see which one they liked. Our hero deluded himself into thinking Sophie wanted to get into Stargory Academy because he was there. As the two were chatting away, one of her fans came out of nowhere to mock him. "Sophie, is this the Lin Xiu who used to live next to you? I heard that the biggest piece of trash at Stargory Academy is also named Lin Xiu. Could they be the same person?" Seeing her big brother being ridiculed, the girl was about to step up and fight the guy. But he ignored her and only targeted Lin Xiu, intending to humiliate him. However, it was too bad for him that the Lin Xiu of today was different from the Lin Xiu of the past. He wasn't afraid of anyone now. "If you want to get beaten up that badly, I'll grant your wish." Even though he was carrying over 100 kilograms and was exhausted, dealing with a little punk like this was no problem. What now? And so, Tang Ping confidently charged forward, continuously attacking our hero. If you can see this, please subscribe to your channel. Normally, our hero could definitely dodge it, but right now, it was basically impossible. However, he quickly turned the tables, grabbing his opponent's hand and squeezing. Then he delivered a kick from below straight to the face. It sent him flying 3 meters away, clutching his hand and crying in pain. Just when he thought it was over, out of nowhere, he called for his older brother, Tang Chun, a quasi-martial artist. With a total combat power of 752, and sucker punched our hero from behind. That's it. Please remember to subscribe to our channel to support us. Caught by surprise, he couldn't dodge in time and took a palm strike from this ugly face guy. Furious on behalf of his little brother, he treated Lin Xiao like a punching bag. After seeing her big brother get beaten to a pulp, she stepped in to stop it. But this guy showed no respect for women, ignoring her and throwing a powerful punch. Luckily, Lin Xiao reacted in time and pushed Sophie aside. Otherwise, she would have been a goner too. But as a result, our hero had to take the full force of that blow and was left lying on the ground. Tang Chen still wasn't satisfied. The strong bullying the weak. He wanted to turn our hero into a cripple. Just then, the Class 29 teacher ran over from a distance to stop him. However, Tang Chun pretended not to hear anything and continued his attack. The situation was getting more and more serious. At this critical moment, fortunately, Teacher Luo arrived in time and ended the fight with one palm strike. Despite the clear truth before them, Tang Chun still tried to argue that it was because our hero had hit his little brother first, so he was just retaliating. The teacher, of course, knew the full story and said that the school would handle it. Before leaving, Lin Xiao challenged him to a duel in 3 days, despite the teacher and Sophie trying to stop him. And so, the news that the loser wanted to fight Tang Chun, who was on the top 100 list, quickly spread and became the school's hot topic. Everyone thought our hero would just be beaten to death. But our boy seemed very confident, heading to the infirmary to treat his wounds. There, the beautiful Dr. Aqua used some kind of medicine that quickly healed his broken arm. As she explained, it was a healing medicine from the Xiao family that could rapidly regenerate bones and muscles, and was very expensive on the market. Dr. Aqua also reminded the kid it was best not to offend the Tang family because their influence was huge. But since they had already come knocking on his door, fighting back was the natural thing to do. Seeing Lin Xiao's determination, she didn't try to stop him anymore, and instead gave him a rather big surprise. It was a bronze-tier martial skill card, Shattering Fist, a very expensive martial art card. When practiced, it could generate shockwaves that made the air explode, making it the most brutal fist technique in close combat. But if the body isn't strong enough, it can break the user's arm, leading to fractured bones and damaged muscles, so no one practices it. However, to help a person, you help them all the way. To help our hero cultivate quickly, Dr. Aqua also gave him a bottle of healing medicine, so even if his bones and muscles were injured, it wouldn't be a problem. With his new martial skill, Lin Xiao trained day and night without rest. However, at his current level, he could only inflict external injuries on his opponent. Also, thanks to his life-risking training, our hero had leveled up to 11. But the progress of the rapid growth system was still not enough. He could only unleash about 80% of his power. Finally, the day of his duel with Tang Chun arrived. Not only was Tang Chun being mocked, but Teacher Luo in the stand was also being looked down upon by the teacher of Class 253. Even so, the teacher still had great faith in his student and didn't waver in the slightest. The match officially began. With his usual arrogance, Tang Chun charged forward, carrying his massive sword. As soon as he started, he immediately closed in with his blood-seeking thrust, a move so fast that before the enemy could react, their throat would be pierced. Fortunately, our hero managed to block it with his spear, but still got slightly injured. With a change of pace, with sword chi in his hand, the opponent attacked continuously. With just a few blows, he sent Lin Xiao flying. The supporters below the stage were extremely worried. Luckily, he was still conscious and stood up to reassure everyone. Just then, the system announced that the rapid growth progress had reached 100%. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 25 potential points. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao added all the points to increase his level and also removed the heavy weights from his body. He stood tall and coolly declared, "That was just a warm-up. The real fight starts now." Tang Chun was furious at being played. He lunged forward as if he wanted to eat our hero alive. But now was the time for our hero to show his stuff. His speed and strength increased as if he had become a different person. He swung his spear in the air, combining it with a power strike and a 100-bird's cry, then thrust straight at his opponent to take him down. Please subscribe to the channel to support your channel. Unwilling to be defeated by a loser, Tang Chun pulled out a vial of some drug from his pocket. Like a growth hormone, he chugged it all down in one go. His body then transformed abnormally, becoming a giant with bulging muscles. Unexpectedly, to defeat Lin Xiao, this guy used Alba, a drug developed to enhance physical strength for a short period. However, because it forcibly absorbs source energy to enhance the body, it will break the user's tendons and muscles. In mild cases, their cultivation level drops sharply. In severe cases, they become a cripple. Because he had used a forbidden drug, Teacher Luo wanted to stop the match. But the teacher of class 253 acted as if it were normal, casually saying that the school didn't forbid it. Furthermore, the head of the Tang family, Tang Mubai, was also present at this match. He was one of the shareholders of Star Glory Academy, so the school definitely had to give him face. Therefore, the match continued, and Lin Xiao was getting beaten so badly his whole body went numb. He was cowering on the fighting stage. However, it ain't over till it's over. Our hero quickly wiped the blood from his mouth. Then he stood up, activated his rage skill, combined it with the shattering fist, and charged. The two clashed. Even though Tang Chun had used a forbidden drug, our hero was not at a disadvantage. It's a defensive set. A fatal blow was launched. So bright. The attack directly hit the opponent's internal organs, crippling one of his arms. Tang Chun still refused to give up, charging with his knife, wanting to finish off the kid. But with the main character's halo, Lin Xiao easily dodged. Just as he was about to return the favor, the head of the Tang family, Tang Mubai, intervened. And just like that, his precious son's life was saved before he vanished from the stage. Tang Mubai gave our hero a loving look and left him with a parting message. Kid of this martial arts tournament was Lin Xiao of class 29 defeated Tang Chun from the Academy's top 100 list. The next day, while our hero was recovering in the infirmary, Teacher Luo knocked on the door urgently. After seeing the kid, he said he had good news and bad news, and asked what you wanted to hear first. Lin Xiao, looking sleepy, wanted to hear the bad news first. After all, it's better to get the shock over with, and then be comforted than to be happy first and suffer later. According to Teacher Luo, the Academy had decided to punish him. Before the teacher could finish, our hero yelled, "Nanny? Punishment? On what grounds are you punishing me?" The teacher calmly sat down and explained it all to his clueless student. The Tang family is one of the Academy's shareholders. This time, Tang Ping's arm was broken, and Tang Chun was nearly killed. To those high and mighty people, this is a huge humiliation. Because Tang Chun used a forbidden drug in the match, the Tang family could only make an issue out of the duel itself. We will continue to investigate. They also intentionally added the fact that Tang Ping was just a high school student to pressure the Academy into punishing you by sending you to the Bright Point Outpost for training. The good news was that he had been promoted to the top 100 list. The reward was a silver tier spear martial skill card, Torrential Rain Pear Blossom. Teacher Luo also said that this was a martial skill created by the Great Spear Grandmaster, Bali Ruan. It could unleash 100 thrusts in a second, but very few people had truly mastered it. Holding the card, Lin Xiao was as happy as could be, thinking about the time he could also unleash 100 thrusts, and he couldn't stop smiling. Our hero promised he would train hard not to disappoint his teacher and would definitely return alive. Since the combat suit the Academy provided last time was torn to shreds, our hero had to spend money to buy a new one. While he was happily shopping, someone ambushed him. Luckily, he reacted quickly and managed to dodge. Looking at their appearance, They were all Tier 1 martial artists, probably here to give him some experience points. Even though he saw them, they didn't see him. Even though they were in the city, these guys still dared to make a move. But with their strength, they were just punching bags for him. In no time, the first one's head flew off, and he lay motionless on the ground. A quasi-martial artist being able to take down a Tier 1 martial artist, and so quickly, made the rest of the group a bit panicked. However, they still fearlessly rushed forward to their deaths, becoming experience points for Lin Xiao. The remaining two saw the situation was bad and quickly fled. They ran for their lives, not daring to look back even once. Watching them run away, our hero immediately guessed that they were sent by the Tang family to deal with him. Why was this discovered? Lin Xiao's guess was pretty accurate. After running back to report, the two guys got another beating from the lady of the Tang family. Tang Mubai, however, was completely unaware of this. As soon as he found out, he immediately disciplined his wife and sent people to quickly clean up the bodies to avoid being investigated by the Federation. Then, she gave her name. Even so, his wife still thought she did the right thing, hating Lin Xiao for causing her son to be sent to the path of death for training. After her husband told her he had pressured the academy to punish our hero by sending him to the Bright Point outpost on a kill mission, which was an outpost with a 70% mortality rate, she finally shut up and stopped nagging. A few days later, Lin Xiao, carrying a ton of luggage, joined the army as his punishment dictated. First off, Officer Tan Chong, a Tier 2 martial artist, gathered everyone for roll call. Right off the bat, he threatened them, "Everyone, give me 120% of your attention. I hope all of you can survive this mission." A few people saw that Lin Xiao was a high school student and not yet an official martial artist, and started teasing him. "Hey, little buddy, did you grab the wrong script? Are you on the wrong set?" The officer saw this and told them to shut up. But the guy wouldn't let it go, managing to get a few more words in. It wasn't until he was punished with push-ups that he finally understood the saying, "Silence is golden." Tan Chong reminded Lin Xiao that even though he was a student, once he joined the mission, he was just like them and could die at any moment. 15 minutes later, the group of 40 set out. In the training bay of the transport plane, everyone was training hard, strengthening their power. While Lin Xiao was meditating, a young man named Li Yi, who was also a former student of Star Glory Academy, approached him. He seemed decent enough, asking him why he had to come to this place. Our hero sighed and said it was because the school had screwed him over. Just then, the guy named Jin Hai, who had mocked our hero earlier, walked over. He acted like a senior bullying a junior, demanding to see what was inside the box Lin Xiao was carrying. But since he already disliked the guy, he obviously didn't want him to touch it. He replied coldly, "Didn't your elders teach you not to touch other people's things?" Curiosity killed the cat. Haven't you heard that saying? Well, even after being warned, he ignored it and snatched the box. He pulled so hard he stumbled and fell backward. Lin Xiao kicked it once, and the spear flew neatly into his hand. The tip of the spear was pointed straight at his neck as he provoked him. So this is a so-called Tier 1 martial artist. Nothing more than this. Jin Hai, furious, clutched his neck and asked, "Kid, what did you just say? What about now?" Our hero confidently replied, enunciating every word, "I said, you're trash." Jin Hai, completely insulted, rushed forward, but too bad for him before he could do anything. He took a punch to the face, and his front teeth went flying. Unwilling to accept it, he quickly got up, ready to attack. "Thank you, everyone." But just then, Officer Tan Chong walked over and stopped them. He thought he'd be defended, but instead, he got chewed out even more by the officer. A martial artist defeated by a high school student who isn't even an official martial artist yet. You don't feel ashamed enough? If you have so much energy for such pointless things, you might as well think about how you're going to survive at the Bright Point base. After a long flight, the team finally arrived at the Bright Point base. Before heading to the central area with 3 other instructors to fight high-threat evolved beasts, Tan Chong instructed everyone to divide into 4 squads of 10, led by a squad leader, and enter the Bright Point base from the south gate. But the situation was like this. But somehow, Lin Xiao and Jin Hai ended up in the same squad. And even more special, their squad leader was a very charismatic girl named Violet. The 10 of them were responsible for eliminating the evolved beasts and zombies in the small town near the Brightpoint base. The high-level evolved beasts were all deep inside the town. The outskirts only had a few small Tier 2 critters. Jin Hai excitedly charged forward first, but because he was too careless, he didn't react in time and was almost bitten. Luckily, Lin Xiao was there to help. The experience value from these Tier 2 zombies was not to be underestimated. Our hero, in a blood rage, single-handedly took out the entire horde, to the astonishment of his teammates. However, the situation became more tense when the zombie leader roared, summoning other zombies. They were like a Mongol horde. No matter how many you cut down, they just kept coming, wave after wave. Move it. Squad leader Violet ordered everyone not to panic and to shoot from a distance while they still could. Lin Xiao took out countless zombies, accumulating a good amount of experience points. Our hero put all his system points together, now reaching level 12, with a combat power of 800, earning the title of Tier 1 martial artist. However, the rage power could only be used 3 times a day, with an 8-hour cooldown, and he couldn't seem to upgrade it. The zombies were getting closer, and everyone started fighting in close combat. They all looked panicked. Only our hero was smiling brightly, his eyes filled with nothing but experience points. The number of enemies kept growing. They couldn't let themselves be surrounded. Violet ordered everyone to retreat into the abandoned building next to them for temporary shelter. Because the zombies were hot on their heels, someone had to stay behind to hold them off so they could close the roll-up door. Now, only Lin Xiao and Violet were left outside. As the squad leader, she couldn't abandon her teammate and run, so she told our hero to go inside first. But he pushed her in instead and replied coolly, "Sorry, sis. I'm not in the habit of letting girls help me." He made it sound so noble, but he was actually just afraid of losing experience points, so he was just putting on a show. It's not often you find such a good opportunity, so he couldn't miss it. After a long fight, Lin Xiao finally dashed into the building. Everyone quickly closed the aluminum door, but it didn't seem very sturdy, so they had no choice but to head upstairs. Li was quite surprised to see the corpse in front of him and the messy scene, exclaiming, "Could there be mutated spiders?" As soon as he finished speaking, something fell onto his back. Luckily, Jin Hai reacted quickly and killed it. Look back, and it really was a mutated spider. This guy must have either not brushed his teeth this morning or stepped in dog poop. It seemed like they had walked right into their nest. Now, spiders were swarming all around. Violet quickly ordered everyone to the 3rd floor, but it wasn't very feasible. These mutated arthropods were everywhere. In this desperate situation, Lin Xiao noticed the building had 4 floors. The next staircase probably led to the roof, so he urged everyone to hold on, and they'd figure it out from there. Luckily, no one had died yet. Now they could finally breathe calmly. Once the situation stabilized a bit, the squad leader allowed everyone to rest and replenish their energy, because if the zombies on the 1st floor didn't see them, they would eventually leave. Lin Xiao observed the situation below for a while and noticed something strange. At the same time, it was the appearance of Tier 2 Fong hounds, with large heads, agile movements, a keen sense of smell, sharp teeth, a tendency to live in packs, and a total combat power of 712. Even more peculiar was that the Fong hounds and the zombies were fighting each other. This situation was quite unexpected, but it was a good opportunity for the team to get out of here. Violet quickly had everyone gear up to go downstairs and break through the encirclement first. After regrouping on the outskirts, they would continue the mission. Following her orders, everyone took out a few zombies and escaped. But just when they thought it was easy, before they could even run, they were unfortunately spotted by the Fong hounds. Fortunately, they were weak, so it only took a few hits to wipe them all out. However, they say that bad luck often comes all at once. Just as they finished off the minions, their leader appeared, a massive Tier 3 Fong hound. With a speed far greater than the previous ones, it flew at them to attack. Everyone quickly fought back, but seemed futile because its hide was quite tough. Before long, a few people had become the one-armed swordsmen from the Return of the Condor Heroes, with severed arms and blood everywhere. Furious, Violet used her Crimson Flame Slash, sending a strike towards the beast. However, her attack couldn't reach the enemy, and she was almost bitten herself. Luckily, Lin Xiao stopped it in time. Then, our hero used a power strike, channeling it into his glutes. He flexed his butt muscles and pushed it back with a powerful blow, sending it flying several meters. He thought he had won, but he hadn't received a notification from the system yet, so he had to wait and see. Indeed, the beast wasn't dead and had become even more ferocious, its entire body covered in a raging aura. It looked even bigger than before. It just let out a roar, followed by a massive explosion. Even though everyone had taken cover, they were all still seriously injured. It didn't stop there. The Fong Hound continued to charge as if it wanted to tear everyone to shreds. Though injured, Lin Xiao still managed to drag himself up. He twirled his spear a few times. Combined with the 100 Birds Cry, he launched an attack with terrifying power towards the enemy, followed by a massive explosion. He was also thrown quite a distance by the blast. But luckily, he had finished off this lead dog. However, the situation was still not resolved. One problem after another. A roar echoed, and a Tier 2 zombie leader appeared. It was the one that had called the zombies to surround and attack them earlier. Even more surprisingly, this leader directly dug out the Fong Hound's beast core and swallowed it whole. Everyone was utterly bewildered. Could zombies also use beast cores to evolve? From a systems analysis, our hero saw that it was indeed evolving into a Tier 3 leader. Lin Xiao charged forward alone, telling everyone to hold off the minions while he dealt with the leader. If it completed its evolution, they would likely all be wiped out. So, alone with his staff, he charged straight at that monstrous thing. However, its skin was even tougher than the Fong Hound's. Even when combining a power strike with the 100 Birds Cry, it had no effect. In this desperate moment, our hero suddenly remembered he was a Tier 1 martial artist now. He could probably quickly grasp the martial skill on the card teacher Luo gave him. So, ignoring the danger, our hero pulled it out and started studying it intensely. It seems heaven doesn't forsake a determined man, but our hero's determination was something else. He managed to grasp quite a bit. He could unleash 3 spears at once with Torrential Rain Pear Blossom. After trying again and again, he managed to get it up to 4. The other team members were amazed to see him not only learning a martial skill during combat, but also grasping it at an incredible speed. Jean Hai couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Maybe it's because he's that crazy that his strength is so terrifying at such a young age. Violet didn't see it as anything special. To keep everyone's morale up, she boosted their fighting spirit. Brothers, we can't let a high school student outshine us. Forward! As for Lin Xiao, even after repeatedly using the torrential rain technique, the most he could manage was 5 spears. But hey, something is better than nothing, right? He'd have to make do. However, the leader had now fully evolved, so basic attacks had almost no effect on it. If he didn't deal with it quickly, more and more zombies would arrive, and it would become even more troublesome. With no other choice, our hero had to resort to his ultimate move, the rage version of the torrential rain technique. His skill suddenly increased dramatically. It felt as if he and the spear had become one, unleashing a move with immense power. He successfully finished off the enemy perfectly, and at the same time, successfully leveled up to 13. With his current ability, our hero was confident he could wipe out the entire horde with a single breath. Finally, after a long period of struggling, crawling, and fighting with all their might, everyone had cleanly dealt with the zombies. They were all extremely grateful to Lin Xiao for taking down that leader. Violet curiously asked if the sudden surge in his strength was due to some kind of doping. Our hero was a bit surprised by this, waving his hands and assuring her it was just his martial skill. She then asked why, after his strength increased, he could only use 1 spear, but before, the same martial skill had such an astonishing increase in power. Her question left him at a loss for words, because he honestly didn't know the reason himself. It just felt like he and the spear had merged into one at that moment. Violet guessed that he might have comprehended essence. It's when the cultivation of a martial skill and comprehension reach a certain level, allowing one to unleash the skill's strongest power. Even the lowest bronze-tier martial skill, if its essence is comprehended, can erupt with power comparable to a silver-tier skill. However, essence is not so easily comprehended. It requires the martial artist to have a profound understanding and also a bit of luck. It's said that out of 1,000 people who cultivate a martial skill to its peak, you can count the number who comprehend its essence on one hand. After hearing his sister's explanation, Lin Xiao felt it was all too easy. If that's the case, couldn't he unleash the power of a gold-tier martial skill? After the two siblings finished chatting, Violet had everyone pack up and return to the building to rest for the night. For the first time in his life, he tasted the meat of a Tier 3 Fong hound. Lin Xiao couldn't stop eating and praising it. As everyone sat around together, our hero asked about the sacred domain. According to her knowledge, the squad leader explained that it was the Sacred Domain Academy, one of the 5 great academies, the academy of the most powerful martial artists. Every martial artist in it is on par with the geniuses of other academies. The minimum admission requirement for the Sacred Domain is a high level in Tier 2 martial arts. With such high requirements, it's quite difficult for ordinary people to achieve. However, our hero secretly thought about the day he could reach a high-tier martial artist level and stand before that little girl Luna to show off. The next day, the team continued deep into the A20 zone to carry out their mission of eliminating zombies and evolved beasts in the central region. Li suddenly pointed towards the tall buildings above. This is not the patient's fault, where something was crawling around. According to the system, these were Tier 2 crawlers with extremely fast speed, excellent climbing ability, and sharp claws. Anyone bitten would be infected with a virus and turn into a crawler zombie. Jinhai saw them and thought they were as slow as snails, so he raised his gun and fired, without giving anyone a chance to stop him. However, contrary to his thoughts, these things dodged the fatal shot in an instant. Feeling that something was strange, they now began to analyze the situation. Perhaps they were intentionally luring their prey, pretending to be weak to catch a tiger. The shot just now had agitated these crawlers. They charged from all directions to attack. With astonishing speed, one person in the group was bitten before they could even react. The situation was critical. Lin Xiao suggested retreating to a more open area to avoid being ambushed from above. Following Violet's order, everyone quickly supported each other and ran towards the park. They were surrounded, and now there was no other choice but to fight for their lives. Finally, after a life-or-death struggle, exhausted, they managed to finish off the crawler zombies without any more casualties. Just as they had a moment to catch their breath and take a sip of water, Lin Xiao was suddenly ambushed. Luckily, he reacted in time to dodge. The assassin then appeared directly. He was shadowless, a Tier 3 warrior skilled with daggers, evasion techniques, and so on. Our hero pointed his sword threateningly and demanded to know who he was. But the guy just sneered, "A dead man doesn't need to know my name." Violet, seeing someone dare to attack a Federation soldier, stepped forward to demand an explanation. However, this guy didn't give a damn about the Federation and attacked directly. He sent her flying quite a distance. Seeing their squad leader attacked, everyone else charged forward in anger. Lin Xiao knew this guy was here for him. He didn't want his teammates to get involved, so he deliberately pretended to run away to lead him elsewhere. He ran until he finally found a suitable place to face his enemy head-on. The ambusher quickly caught up, acting all high and mighty. "Kid, let's see you run now." "Haunting? Who said I wanted to run? I was just looking for a place with no one to bother us, so I can butcher you. Arrogant little brat. I'll chop you into 8 pieces. Did the Tang family send you to kill me?" "Hee hee. So what if they did, and so what if they didn't? You're about to die. You still want to go to the Tang family for revenge." "You're right. I do have that in mind. But first, I have to deal with you. And so, after a pointless verbal spar, the two young men charged at each other to fight. Lin Xiu's speed was so fast, it surprised his opponent. He thought to himself, this kid's sudden burst of killing intent and fighting spirit just now made me hesitate. His dodging is so strange. Could it be a rare movement skill? This feeling is not good at all. He continued to charge forward, attacking while dodging the spear thrust from Lin Xiu. Then he leaped into the air like he was flying. He unleashed countless blade flashes, similar to our hero's torrential rain technique. However, some of these blade flashes were real, some were fake. Not all of them were killing blows. Our hero watched his opponents move with an excited and admiring expression. He responded enthusiastically, "Let me open your eyes and show you what a real killing blow is." The two were evenly matched. The opponent said he had carefully observed these moves when he was dealing with the zombies. So for him now, it was no big deal. The one spear to four spears technique was useless. He confidently closed in, using two daggers in his hands to successfully restrain Lin Xiu. I win." But our hero just smirked deviously and replied, "Not so fast." Only then did he look down at his chest and realize, oh no, he had been hit at some point. This is impossible. I clearly dodged all four spears. So how is this happening? I can't believe it. Lin Xiu, afraid the kid would die without knowing why, sat down and explained it all. It turned out he had long since noticed someone was following him. So during the fight, he only used four spears to create a surprise for his opponent now. He said that, but in reality, when someone got close, the system would immediately display their stats. He couldn't help but see it. It wasn't that he had eyes in the back of his head or superhuman observation skills. Just as he learned the reason, he collapsed to the ground, becoming experience points for our hero, helping him successfully level up to 14. But Lin Xiu's condition wasn't great either, although leveling up restored his stamina and health points. The wounds from the two daggers were still bleeding profusely. Just in time, his teammates were running from a distance to help. Seeing them, our hero felt a bit happy that he hadn't been abandoned. Then he passed out in relief. When he woke up, it was the middle of the night, and everyone had taken him to a safe place to recover. Seeing that he was okay, everyone could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Li Yi and Jin Hai informed him that the Shadowless he had killed was one of the assassins of Starglory City. He would definitely get a big reward for this when he returned. However, both of Lin Xiu's arms were injured. Although he had applied medicine, it would still take some time for him to move them normally, so the squad leader decided to stay here for another day to rest and recover before continuing. A month later, the team finally eliminated all the zombies and beasts and could escape from this hellhole. This time, thanks to Lin Xiu, the mission was a complete success. Everyone saw him as a brother who had gone through life and death with them. Even Jin Hai, who had been prejudiced against him at first, had done a complete 360 and now saw him as a blood brother. Just as they were celebrating, someone blocked their path ahead. A group of people appeared out of nowhere with incredibly arrogant expressions, acting all high and mighty, and started taunting them. "So you're Federation soldiers, huh? Hee, looks like you got a decent haul. Need us to help you carry your loot." Violet looked at them with disgust and retorted coldly, "If you know we're Federation soldiers and you still dare to mess with us, who gave you the guts?" Lin Xiu observed from the side for a moment. He warned her that among this group, there was a Tier 3 martial artist, and she needed to be careful. As soon as our hero finished speaking, that person charged forward. He pointed his blade at him and declared loudly, "I only need this kid." Violet suddenly realized he was the lone wolf, Zhu Xiaoyu, who had once massacred an entire platoon. She had always hated him because her comrades had all died because of him. This time, meeting him, she was determined to kill him. Just as the squad leader was about to make her move, our hero stopped her, saying to leave this guy to him. Before fighting, he even had time to ask him if he was on the same team as the Shadowless guy he had killed. "Do you know him?" But when he heard that name, he seemed to get triggered and charged forward in a frenzy. "Don't let me in with that idiot." Even though we're both tier 3, our strengths are worlds apart. Indeed, what Zhu Xiaoyu said was quite true. The power and force from his giant sword were definitely stronger than Lin Xiao's silver soul. This guy was probably someone to be feared. While our hero was fighting, his teammates weren't idle either. Following Violet's orders, everyone charged into battle to deal with the cowards first, then support him later. However, it seemed that this time, our hero had met a formidable opponent. It was more like trying to break a rock with an egg. Zhu Xiaoyu directly showed our hero what a real martial skill was. He swung his blade with such immense power that our hero couldn't block it at all. Fortunately, he activated Rage in time, only getting a few scratches and his clothes torn to shreds, instead of being sliced in half. Seeing his opponent still standing, he continued to charge. The fight became more and more intense. Lin Xiao was completely overwhelmed. Zhu Xiaoyu laughed savagely and unleashed his first slash. It caused a piece of our hero's silver soul, which was made from cosmic ore, to shatter. A truly powerful technique. Facing the formidable enemy in front of him, our hero had no choice but to use his final move. After a month of continuous combat, he had successfully developed his 100 Birds Cry to a power comparable to a silver-tier martial skill. If fused with the torrential rain, it would create a devastatingly powerful combo. However, even though it was considered the strongest thing he currently had, Zhu Xiaoyu could still block it, and it didn't even seem to hurt him at all. He used his third slash, intending to end the battle, to finish off Lin Xiao quickly and painlessly. The blow was too powerful. In our hero's mind, all he could think of was death. But just then, a strange feeling appeared. Was it a hallucination before death, or was it because he used rage? His body's attributes all increased, allowing him to merge with the spear. With no time to think, Lin Xiao unleashed his decisive move to show him what a real torrential rain was. Zhu Xiaoyu was hit with a hole punched right through his chest and collapsed to the ground. He only had time to wonder if that move was essence or not. After Lin Xiao finished off the enemy, his strength also increased by 1 level. But his body couldn't take it anymore, and he passed out. The next day, when our hero woke up, everything had been taken care of. The mission was over, and they were on a spaceship heading back. Violet had been taking care of him very attentively, watching over his condition day and night without sleep. She took out a card for him with 3 million credits inside, the reward for eliminating Shadowless. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up at the sight of money, and he thanked his big sister profusely. But she acted a bit pouty and complained, "I helped you so much, running around everywhere, not just to get a thank you from you." "You idiot." Our hero awkwardly rubbed his head and asked how she wanted him to thank her. Hitting the nail on the head, Violet slowly approached our hero and whispered gently, "How about you repay me with your body?" Hearing this, our hero was shocked and could only make up the excuse that he was still a student and didn't want to get into a relationship so early. Then he asked what day it was to change the subject, but it just so happened to be the 20th, the day of his final exams. If he didn't get back soon, he would miss it. Seeing the kid in a hurry, his big sister just waved her hand tiredly. "It's only 4 a.m. now. We'll be back in Starglory City in 2 hours. You don't need to worry." Before everyone left the base, the officer conducted a roll call and presented awards to the survivors. Lin Xiao looked at the soldiers receiving medals with envy, because each medal had a unique code and the recipients would receive many privileges. Even the police wouldn't dare to mess with them. When it was our hero's turn, the officer came forward to praise his achievements and even awarded him the prestigious medal representing his valor. Lin Xiao was quite surprised to receive such a great reward, but it would be a waste not to take it, so he accepted it. Oh, at the academy, the final exams had officially begun. Everyone was cheering loudly at the intense showdowns between the students. Teacher Luo waited and waited, but saw no sign of Lin Xiao and was extremely worried. Why hasn't this kid shown up yet? He's already missed the written exam. If he doesn't arrive in time now, he'll be expelled from school. By my calculations, the Federation soldiers should have been back yesterday, right? Could he have died? No, he will definitely come back alive. Leo, standing next to him, also asked excitedly, Teacher Luo, where did Lin Xiu go for his training? It's been a month, and he's still not back. A question with no answer. The teacher and student could only wait in silence. On the fighting stage below, Tang Chun, after returning from the path of death, a place known for a 1 in 10 survival rate, had his strength increased significantly. He easily defeated his opponent, Lei Liang, who was ranked 98th on the combat power list. Next up was the match between Lin Xiu and Chen Xiao. The teacher called our hero's name repeatedly, like a ferryman, but there was still no response. After shouting 3 times, the teacher had to resort to a 10-second countdown. If he still didn't appear, he would be considered to have forfeited. As soon as he finished speaking, our hero jumped out of nowhere. No need for a countdown. Teacher, I'm here. Everyone was quite surprised to see him. Some were happy, some were skeptical of his strength, but Tang Chun was filled with hatred. Lin Xiu, he didn't die at the Bright Point outpost after all. But that's good. This time, I'll definitely kill him myself. On the martial arts stage, our hero was once again looked down upon by his opponent. But it seemed he was used to it, so he didn't get angry at all and just raised his finger in a challenging gesture. Your ranking on the school's combat list is only in the hundreds, right? That level is nothing in my eyes. Enraged, as soon as the start signal was given, Chen Xiao rushed forward. Having just returned from a hellish place, dealing with someone this weak, he didn't even bother to pull out his weapon and just use his bare hands to block the blows. A kick was thrown, and his opponent fell with a rather painful thud. In a rage, he got back up and continued to fight. But the result was still being continuously overpowered. Not willing to be defeated by a loser, Chen Xiao pulled out his ultimate technique to fight back. He had let his opponent run his mouth for too long. Now it was time for him to show some of his own power. Our hero used an explosive punch filled with his full power strike, directly knocking out Chen Xiao in an instant. He lay sprawling on the ground, while he himself hadn't spent any effort at all. The match ended so quickly that Teacher Luo and Leo didn't even have time to blink, their mouths agape in astonishment. The fat guy joyfully welcomed his friend back, hugging him and patting his head like he was his own dog. While waiting for the next round, Lin Xiu opened his system to check his stats. It turned out that besides reaching level 15, he had also earned a lottery draw chance and a new skill, Disguise. This skill allowed him to hide his strength and become an ordinary person. Unless the opponent was 2 or more levels higher than him, they wouldn't be able to see through it. That's crazy. It's like the system has watched too many martial arts movies to come up with this. More importantly, our hero now met the conditions to unlock his first gene lock. But this came with too many risks: a 10% chance of death, a 20% chance of a coma, and a 30% chance of an unpredictable situation occurring. Forget it. It's basically a 50-50 gamble. What a scam. I'll just leave it for now and add the 15 potential points to my strength. Just then, the loudspeaker announced, inviting our hero to Martial Arts Arena 13 for his next match. The head of instruction of Star Glory Academy, in Part 2, Zhang Lin, had been observing for a while. He was both angry and worried that Lin Xiu had managed to complete the mission at the Bright Point outpost and return alive, and even stronger. He didn't know how to explain it to the Tang family. After thinking for a while, an idea sparked in his head. I just need to match him against the strongest opponent and have him killed on the stage, and it'll be over. And so, the random draw for the final match, which everyone considered a matter of fate, was tampered with. Lin Xiu was just hoping he wouldn't have to face someone in the top 10 of the combat power list. He'd be grateful for that much. But as soon as the words left his mouth, bad luck struck. 2 large lines on the announcement board caught his eye. Number 1024 Lin Xiu versus number 8 Yi Galin, and number 1023 Zhang Yi versus number 208 Tang Chun. It was like a bolt from the blue. This was just crazy. Zhang Yi was completely shocked. He couldn't believe his first match was against Tang Chun. He'd probably have to go pray for some good luck. As for his own opponent, he had heard that he was a third-year student, ranked 4th on the combat power list. who frequently trained in dangerous areas where various types of zombies and evolved monsters coexisted, and had rich combat experience and extremely cruel methods. Seeing that his two favorite students had such strong opponents this time, Teacher Luo could do nothing but offer encouragement and comfort, reminding the two to be careful. Among the high-level teachers, a person called Mr. Yi appeared. Judging by the way he was addressed, he seemed to be highly respected. The principal, upon seeing him, hurriedly welcomed him and had someone bring out the resumes of the outstanding students for him to review. But Mr. Yi said to wait. He wanted to watch this final match first. On the martial arts stage were Zhang Yi and Tang Chen. Knowing his opponent was from Class 29, the arrogant, blonde-haired guy with a face like a pile of crap immediately put on a challenging and arrogant expression. You don't need to surrender, because with me here, everyone from Class 29 will die. Zhang Yi didn't say much. He ignored his taunts and attacked directly. But the difference in strength was too great. The moment he made his move, he was controlled by his opponent. The cruel Tang Chen squeezed our hero's hand tightly, twisting it backward as if he wanted to eat him alive. It didn't stop there. Crippling his arm wasn't enough. He also intended to break Zhang Yi's leg. Seeing the situation turning bad, Lin Xiao ignored the rules and flew up from below to stop him. Tang Chen, if you have a problem, aim it at me. Don't hurt my friend. The two were like fire and water, ready to tear each other apart. The referee finally came out of nowhere and spoke up. Which class are you from, student? Don't you know you're not allowed to interfere during a match? Our hero looked at him, completely fed up, and angrily retorted, You're a teacher, and you want to see a student get beaten to death on the stage? Left speechless, the teacher had no choice but to end the match, declare the winner, and have the doctors quickly provide treatment. And what do you know, the doctor was the beautiful Dr. Aqua. After so many days apart, he had the chance to meet her again in this awkward situation. But when she saw him, she just had to tease the kid until his face turned red. Zhang Yi lay on the stretcher, tears of pain streaming down his face, unwilling to accept that he couldn't even block a single move. He reminded Lin Xiao to be careful when facing that vicious guy. To reassure his friend, he didn't forget to comfort him and promised he would definitely get revenge for him. Next up was Lin Xiao's turn on the stage, facing Yi Gulin. At just 18 years old, he was already a Tier 2 warrior with a total combat power of 1847, not much different from a Tier 3 warrior. He was truly worthy of being the 4th-ranked genius in the Academy's combat power list, known as the Tiger of Star Glory. The moment the referee signaled to start, Yi Gulin made his move. The massive hammer slammed down on the platform. Even though it was made of special stone with hardness comparable to steel, a single blow left a significant hole. Luckily, Lin Xiao dodged in time, or he would have shared the same fate as the stone platform. He looked at the smaller hero and praised him with a contemptuous look. Pretty fast, kid. But don't worry. No matter how fast you are, I'll still smash your head in. It won't hurt a bit. Yi Gulin had just slammed his hammer down once, and the fighting stage, made of special stone with hardness comparable to steel, was immediately dented with a large hole. Lin Xiao's anti-fans in the stands were chattering nonstop, thinking our hero was dead meat this time, that there was no way he could stand up to such a strong opponent. Dr. Aqua and Leo couldn't listen anymore and angrily shouted at him to shut up and watch carefully that the winner wasn't decided yet. But this guy arrogantly asserted that Lin Xiao would lose, and if he won, he would eat the fighting stage. The beautiful doctor just smiled contemptuously and promised to wait for his live stream of eating dirt. With the power of the Warhammer, Yi Gulin almost had the upper hand, continuously attacking. Lin Xiao wanted to use his rage, but it didn't seem beneficial. It wasn't feasible because the cooldown time for this skill was too long. He had to save it for the end as a trump card. And so, after that, our hero used the torrential rain pear blossom when his opponent wasn't paying attention. When he managed to land a blow. Although he was stabbed once, it was almost enough. Thank you for watching, and see you again. Gulin used his weight to crush the other guy. Furious, he gathered his strength. He poured it all into his next attack. The energy fluctuation caused by the war hammer suppressed our hero. He couldn't move, but it's okay. He can still fight well. If he can't dodge, he'll just fight. Combining the 100 Birds Cry and the torrential rain pear blossom, our hero counterattacked. It even surprised the judges. This kid was actually allowed to do that. No joke. Hey, it ain't over till the fat lady sings. Just as he blocked this blow, he was immediately hit by another one from Yigulin. His special technique card was unleashed just like that. Dr. Aqua and Teacher Luo above were all worried. They yelled at the kid to jump off the stage, or he would be smashed to bits. But it was too late. Lin Xiao had taken the full force of that attack. Yigulin arrogantly thought our hero was dead, gone to the great beyond. But, as I said, he has plot armor. How could a main character die so easily? It's just that he was forced, right? He couldn't activate his rage skill. He had taken a beating. Now it's time to fight back. Lin Tu suddenly got stronger unexpectedly, like an axe meeting the wind. And just like that, he went up. In no time, he had blocked and defeated the high-level opponent. This was the first time Yigulin had known defeat. And what? He was unwilling to be humiliated. He reached for his devious sword. He pulled out a bomb and threw it at Lin Xiao. An unexpected situation. I could only push my friend down a little further. I rushed out without a second thought. Luckily, at that moment, Mr. Yi from the stands flew down like a bolt. Using a high-level application of source energy, Circle, he blocked the attack, saving our hero's life. This is a skill that only warriors of Tier 6 and above possess. It allows them to release source energy from their body, forming a circle that blocks all attacks. After saving Lin Xiao, Mr. Yi encouraged him to keep trying and praised him for his great potential. He also didn't forget to reprimand Yigulin. It's good for young people to want to win, but this kind of unscrupulous method, this immoral act of trying to kill a fellow student, is too much. The principal, seeing this, also hurried over to assess the situation. But as soon as he saw him, Mr. Yi chewed him out. Is this the outstanding student you recommended to me? The principal, completely embarrassed, could only bow and apologize, promising to deal with this vicious act strictly. Seeing the teacher cowering like a dog, Lin Xiao was extremely curious about this Mr. Ye's background and asked his teacher. However, Teacher Luo didn't know who he was either. He only guessed that he might be someone from one of the 5 major academies who had come to the school for an inspection. Due to the recent incident, the competition was temporarily suspended. Our hero was able to return to his dorm to rest, to recover and recharge for the afternoon's continued battle. Our hero excitedly opened the system to claim his lottery draw prize for reaching level 15, along with this month's bonus draw. With 2 spins in hand, Lin Xiao prayed to the heavens for a big prize. But too bad for our hero, a poor sucker. He ended up with a silver-colored saber skill card that was completely useless. However, this system always surprises its owner. It suddenly sent a notification, detecting that the host has many spare skill cards. You can use any 3 skill cards of the same rank to forge a single skill card of the same rank. Well, it's better than nothing. Lin Xiao used his last lottery draw, hoping to hit the jackpot this time. But bad luck is bad luck. It was just more bad luck. When he opened the gift box, it was just a pile of other skill cards. But none of them were outstanding. An idea sparked in our hero's head. He just happened to have 3 silver cards. Why not try out the system's new function and forge them into one? And so, sacrificing the old for the new, Lin Xiao now had a new skill card in his hand, Judgment. It sounded pretty cool. It seemed quite powerful, so he decided to learn it immediately. Judgment can reflect the skill from an enemy's attack back at them. The power of the skill is determined by the strength of the skill being reflected. It consumes a lot of the user's energy and has strict timing requirements for reflection. If the opponent's rank is too high, it cannot be reflected. With his new skill, our hero was as happy as if he had just escaped being single forever. That afternoon, the competition resumed. Lin Xiao's opponent this time was Fei Fei, a student with the body of an adult. While our hero was still scratching his head, wondering how he was going to fight. The girl, with her sharp, cold eyes like this, along with her bracelet, had cut, restrained him, kissed him on the cheek, and then forfeited. To the surprise of all the witnesses, Lin Xiao was stunned for a few seconds. He didn't understand what had just happened. Where is this? Who am I? Why did she suddenly kiss me? The beautiful Dr. Aqua was seething with jealousy. She silently cursed the girl, calling her a vixen, daring to seduce her dear Lin Xiao. But then, why did she run away? She pulled the kid back and stole his first kiss on the lips, which once again left our hero stunned and panicked. Being kissed twice in one day, it's hard to say if Lin Xiao was lucky or unlucky, because as the old saying goes, getting involved with girls is a sweet death. Continuing the competition was the round of 15, but because it was one-on-one duels, one person would be left out. So there will be a 2 versus 1 match. They say what you fear is what will come to you. And since he was the center of attention, he was immediately placed in this god-awful match. Our hero's opponents were Zheng Tao, ranked 10th, and Zhu Jin, ranked 12th. And these two were very good friends, so it was likely they would team up. So this time, our hero was in for a world of hurt. Lin Xiao racked his brain, but still couldn't figure out how to deal with his opponents. But time was limited, so he had to drag himself onto the stage first and figure it out later. It was just as the teacher had said. These two really did team up to fight. They had studied him beforehand. His 100 birds cry, and used it to do everything necessary. A skill that countered his attack. He even knew about torrential rain. Then he could only deal with one person using the same method. So their attacks were perfectly synchronized. They just kept attacking relentlessly, showing off their strongest moves. The most vicious, as if they wanted to take their opponent's life immediately. But these two unfortunate souls didn't know that Lin Xiao had just learned a brand new trump card, and they just foolishly charged forward like moths to a flame. The climax is always at the end. It was only then that our hero began to counterattack, combining his newly learned judgment skill with his old skills into one palm strike, sending his opponents flying, making them like bouncing balls, lying flat on the ground, unable to even move. The final result. The referee announced Lin Xiao as the winner. 2 against 1 became 1 against 2. A truly spectacular comeback. Watching Lin Xiao on the stage, the head of instruction of Star Glory Academy, Zhang Lin, was so furious he didn't know where to vent and could only grit his teeth. Just then, Tang Chen approached and suggested he arrange the next match, the next top 12, so that he and that guy would be in the same group. He wanted to make his enemy taste the same suffering he had endured on the path of death. And so, the top 12 match officially began. The first match was Lin Xiao versus Tang Chen. Since our hero had defeated Tang Chen before, but since both of their strengths have been upgraded, it's hard to predict the outcome of this match. Besides, Tang Chen seems to have increased his strength to that of a Tier 2 warrior. Tang Chen's little brother also came to cheer for his brother, boasting, "You want to defeat my brother? Dream on." This time, Lin Xiao will definitely die a horrible death. The fat guy saw the kid and couldn't help but tease him. "Oh, I didn't expect this little brat to come too. Came to see how your brother gets beaten by Lin Xiao." This made the kid so angry he was speechless and could only watch in silent fury. On the fighting stage, the two young men, after a while of trash-talking, challenging each other to taste pain, began to charge at each other, ready to give the world a super epic combat showdown. Tang Chen held the blood lure weapon in his hand, a killer sword that cost nearly 100 million, made from a red blood star. Eagerly attacking, he swung a powerful blow as if wanting this sword to taste his habit. It was truly magical. It didn't stop there. Tang Chen directly used his hand this time. He delivered a shattering ice fist that sent our hero flying several meters. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Continuously at a disadvantage, Lin Xiao still struggled on. He couldn't use rage, so he could only resort to the 100 birds cry. But what the hell, even this skill? This defensive set was also nullified by him. After that, there were countless beatings being dished out from Tang Chen's side, and he took every single one. Not a single miss. Even with his overwhelming power, it couldn't help our hero to change the situation. The long spear also shattered, making him much stronger. No chance to counterattack. Our hero became a punching bag for his opponent to vent his anger. It was as if he had been holding it all in for a long time, and now finally had a chance to let it all out. Teacher Luo and Leo were worried. Worried for Lin Xiu's life. They kept shouting for him to surrender, or he would be beaten to death. But being used to taking beatings since he was a kid, this was nothing. Our hero still struggled and shouted, "No, Lin Xiu will not lose." However, the more he talked, the more he got beaten. Tang Chun, like a hungry tiger, was about to send his opponent to meet his ancestors, to sit on the altar and eat naked chicken. Luckily, the referee stopped him in time. Otherwise, our hero would have been. His family would have had to bring a coffin to carry him away. Lin Xiu was seriously injured. He no longer had the strength to stand up, his body gradually slipping into a coma. In his dream, he saw the system send a request to unlock the Tier 1 gene lock with a 10% mortality rate, 20 to 30% coma rate, and a chance of unpredictable situations. With the thought that he must win this match, that he must defeat, he immediately agreed to unlock the gene. But surprisingly, there were no side effects. He should have just done it from the beginning. Lin Xiu successfully unlocked the Tier 2 gene lock. His strength, physique, and speed attributes increased rapidly. His whole body felt like it had been buffed to the highest level. In addition, he even got 3 lottery draw chances and became a Tier 2 warrior. He really had all the luck in the world. On the martial arts stage, the referee was announcing the winner. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Xiu's body behind him began to stir, and he stood up nonchalantly. This scared the hell out of everyone, as if they had seen a real-life ghost. An impossible event. Even Mr. Yi found this kid interesting. He didn't use any forbidden drugs, but could suddenly become stronger. A few months ago, he was a weak loser, but now he could fight with a physical constitution close to a Tier 3 martial artist. It was truly unbelievable. It felt like every cell in his body was overflowing with explosive power. Lin Xiu immediately charged forward, not giving his opponent time to understand what was happening. Tang Chun used his hand to block the blow, but it seems he underestimated his opponent and had to bear the consequence of his arm being broken off, revealing its true nature as a robotic arm. This scarred-faced guy actually got angry and started complaining. "It's all because of you that I became this half-human, half-machine monster. To improve my cultivation, I went to the path of death to train, but I was crippled by the monsters there. I had to accept this half-human, half-machine modification to survive. Although this modification makes my cultivation level equivalent to a Tier 3 martial artist, this is my limit. I can never level up again in this lifetime. It's all thanks to you. Go to hell." As he spoke, Tang Chun charged forward, with bloodshot eyes and the intention to finish off his opponent, to avenge his ruined reputation. What a person with limited decency but boundless schemes. However, he was still too young and naive, not knowing that our hero had also just gone through a hellish, near-death experience. Lin Xiu quickly turned the tables. He showed him that talk is cheap, actions speak louder. 1 kick, 2 punches, 3 knockouts, and then countless other strikes were unleashed. A spectacular attack that sent his opponent flying into the air and then crashing back down, knocking him out. The referee saw the young master was in critical condition. He thought to himself, "If I don't stop this, I'm definitely going to get an earful." So he quickly ran over to announce the end of the match and declared Lin Xiu the winner. The result of our hero defeating Tang Chun twice on the martial arts stage surprised everyone. The kid, Tang Ping, seeing his brother defeated, had to admit that Lin Xiu was really strong. While everyone thought Tang Chun had been unconscious for a while and didn't pay attention, suddenly he woke up. He pulled out a pre-prepared syringe from his pocket and rushed towards our hero from behind. "Lin Xiu, Doc, this is a special gift I brought back for you from the path of death. AMZ poison. Just one dose can turn you into a zombie. Ha ha ha. He still tried to stab his opponent with the needle, ignoring the referee's shouts to stop and that the match was already over. However, at this point, anger had completely consumed him, and he couldn't think of anything else. His face twisted with rage, and he kept muttering, "Haha, I want you to become a zombie, become a monster." Faced with his opponent's madness, Lin Xiao just smiled faintly and whispered, "You're forcing my hand." And the needle slowly turned back. It stabbed directly into his throat. Tang Chun didn't even have time to utter a final word. His body had already mutated, sprouting thorns and truly becoming a zombie. Lin Xiao didn't think twice. If it's a monster, then death is the natural course. Our hero quickly used his knife to send him on his final journey. With that slash, all that could be seen was blood splattering all over the stage and the desperate cries of Tang Ping, along with a furious shout, "Give me back my son's life," followed by an attack from the head of the Tang family, Tang Mubai. He ignored though, saving our hero's life once again. Faced with the opponent's strength as a Tier 6 martial artist, Tang Mubai had to back down and bow his head slightly. "Sir, Lin Xiao killed my son, Tang Chun. I must take him to the police station. I hope you won't stand in my way." Faced with his unreasonable justification, Mr. Yi replied bluntly, "But I saw Lin Xiao kill a mutated zombie for the safety of Starglory Academy. Is it a crime to deal with zombies in Starglory City?" Tang Mubai didn't argue further and had his men take his son's body away. However, he seemed to have too little regard for the rules. Does having money make him think he can do whatever he wants? Mr. Yi spoke up again to stop them. To prevent the spread of the virus before the police confirm, the body of a person who turned into a zombie cannot be found, and it's not allowed to be disposed of arbitrarily, right? This time, Tang Mubai could only remain silent. The whole scene was arranged by the principal. At the same time, at the Federation Army's dormitory, everyone was praising Lin Xiao's achievements. "He's really strong. He just came back and already killed the young master of the Tang family." However, despite the praise, they all knew that with the Tang family's power, Lin Xiao would definitely be in big trouble after this. Just as the young men were worrying, their female commander walked in and announced, "I just received news. A mutated zombie appeared at Starglory Academy. The higher-ups have ordered us to go investigate tomorrow morning. This is great news. I'm going to handcuff our hero and take him away." But Lin Xiao wasn't stupid. He confidently said he had a 1-star medal and no one had the right to arrest him. If they wanted to arrest him, the Federation Army would have to come and get him. Hearing about the medal, they thought he was lying. They got even angrier and pointed straight at his face and shamelessly insulted him. Just then, from outside, army tanks rolled right up to the door. Violet stepped out coolly and warned them sternly. "How dare you lay a hand on a Federation martial artist with a 1-star medal? Take them all away." Zhang Lin felt like he had been slapped in the face. He was panicked and didn't understand what was happening. Despite trying to explain, in the end, the whole group of them were chained up and dragged away in an instant. After not seeing each other for a long time, Li Yi and Jin Hai came down to check on their little brother repeatedly, leaving our hero unable to keep up with their questions. But the fun didn't last long. Teacher Luo came running out of nowhere with news that the kid had been punished by the school. Because of the pressure from the Tang family, they just made a decision, he said, handing the notice to Lin Xiao. Our hero was like, "What the hell? What kind of punishment? This picture is so realistic. It must be photoshopped." The teacher continued to explain, "The Zhang family claims that you knew the syringe contained poison, but still intentionally injected it into Tang Chun, causing him to mutate. Although it wasn't intentional murder, it was a malicious act of harming someone, leading to Tang Chen's direct death. Therefore, the school has decided to expel you." As Lin Xiao listened to the announcement, he was furious, cursing under his breath, "These damn bastards." Although he was very sorry, the teacher still had to explain it clearly to the kid and apologize because his own power was limited and he couldn't prevent this. In addition, Teacher Luo promised to use his connections to help him transfer schools, not wanting to cause trouble for others. Lin Xiu immediately thanked him and flatly refused the offer because it's very difficult for an expelled student to get into another school. Violet, who had been observing the situation from the side, spoke up. "It's fine. If not here, then somewhere else. The instructor sent us here this time to officially invite you to join the Federation Army." Lin Xiu felt that what she said made sense. If he couldn't finish high school, he couldn't go to college. In that case, he might as well join the Federation of Martial Artists and kill zombies with his brothers. Heaven never closes all doors. Opportunity is always open to those who know how to seize it. Not just one opportunity, but several right in front of him. Just then, Mr. Yi approached from a distance, competing for a spot with Violet's group. He said that Lin Xiu could come to their academy to study. As he spoke, he pulled out an invitation letter and handed it to him. After reading the paper, our hero screamed like a pig being slaughtered, "The Sacred Domain Academy." The young men standing nearby heard this and echoed, "What? The Sacred Domain Academy?" Mr. Yi didn't disappoint the kids and confirmed, "That's right, it's the Sacred Domain Academy. I'm a teacher in charge of special admissions for the Sacred Domain Academy. Every year at this time, the academies search for talented students and offer special admission spots. I have been observing you for a while, Lin Xiu. With your talent, you are perfectly qualified for admission to the Sacred Domain Academy." Lin Xiu was a bit bewildered. Could an expelled student like him really have a chance to get into the academy? Seeing the kid's hesitation, Mr. Yi tried to persuade him further, emphasizing that he just needed to report on September 1st. After hearing the teacher's firm answer, Lin Xiu finally believed it was real, and Teacher Luo suggested he bring a few friends along. The more, the merrier, but who he'd be merry with was a mystery. As for Lin Xiu, it was like falling into a spider's den, surrounded by demons. In front of him were Dr. Aqua's assets, behind him were Sophie, and in front was Violet. He really couldn't breathe. Has anyone ever been this scared of girls? Faced with the lady's offer to take him to Heihai, our hero refused in a heartbeat, with the excuse that he could improve his cultivation on the way. A few days later, Lin Xiu set out alone to the border region of Starglory City, his only luggage a newly bought long gun, as his silver soul had been shattered to pieces during the fight with Tang Chun. Our hero told himself that once he got his martial artist qualification certificate, he would immediately log into the Alliance website and buy the strongest weapon to use. As he was lost in thought, he felt the presence of a martial artist nearby. So he had to stay quiet and observe, to see who was coming to give him experience points. Just as he turned around to throw a left punch, the guy behind him was sent flying several meters. It turned out to be a few stray dogs from the Tang family, sent to get revenge. But these guys were too weak. It only took a few flicks of his finger, basic moves, and he had already taken care of the whole group. Lin Xiu carried his spear. As he finished speaking, Tang Mubai made his move. He still insisted on getting revenge for his son, facing an opponent several times stronger than himself. Lin Xiu was not afraid at all and remained very defiant. "Old man, if you're worried Tang Chun is too lonely, I don't mind sending you down to join him." And so the two sides clashed. Against Lin Xiu's defense, the old man realized his strength. He was no ordinary person. He thrust his spear 5 times in an instant. Each thrust contained successfully. His weapon was also discarded, shattered into pieces. Just then his rage, you guys see, had cooled down. Our hero flexed his glutes, flexed his butt muscles, and unleashed strike that made the old man freeze. He couldn't even react in time. It was only then that Tang Mubai felt fear. He trembled and begged, No, you can't kill me. I'm the head of the Tang family. If you kill me, the Tang family will not let you go." But the Lin Xiu of today was different from the Lin Xiu of the past. He wasn't afraid of anyone. It was hard enough to get a chance for revenge, and now that his prey was right in front of him, it would be a waste not to take it. Our hero replied coldly, "The Tang family? I've never cared much about them. Do you know why I had to leave Starglory City? Because I received an admission notice from the Sacred Domain Academy. I am now a student of the academy." The future me is not someone that a lowly family like yours can ever hope to reach. Go to hell. After saying that, our hero swung his sword, sending him to join his son. He had been talking tough all this time, but after dealing with Tang Mu Bai, Lin Xiao finally dared to relax and take a breath. If he hadn't used rage, he probably would have been the one to die. Although he had finished off the old man, his own physical condition wasn't much better. He had to find a place to rest and recover. Our hero looked at the system panel and comforted himself. Just a little more, and if my combat power breaks through 2,000, I can become a Tier 3 martial artist. He happened to have accumulated 4 lottery draws, so why hesitate? He might as well spend them all now. But the system seemed to like creating surprises this time, as everything was a question mark. It even announced that if he spun today, he would have a chance to get more prizes to further pique his curiosity money. Continuing to try his luck, our hero received a weapon and spun immediately. What the hell? He won a growth stage prize. Last time, he had to carry a 100 kilogram suit, and he was a bit scared, but the allure of gold and silver was blinding. Greed took over because of the potential points, so he still bit the bullet and agreed to risk it. After resting and relaxing, Lin Xiao continued his journey. Along the way, he accidentally saved a young man named Lei Liang, who was being chased by a Tier 2 evolved beast. Learning that our hero was also going to Heihai City to take the martial artist exam. And so, to repay the favor, he invited him to go with him and introduced him to his team. But there's a catch. Lei Liang's group on the way had also picked up a new member. Beautiful, yes, standing beside him, wasn't surprised and whispered to our hero. The first time she met us, she said the same thing, asking if we were willing to be her disciples. Lin Xiao was like, Nanny? What's wrong with this girl? Is she crazy? Not wanting to argue and waste time, he just said one sentence and walked away. Sorry, I'm not looking for Lolita as a master. On the way, the group came across an area full of human bones. Based on his judgment, our hero realized this was the work of Tier 2 man-eating crows, a species of man-eating evolved bird that lives in flocks. The bald guy in the group was surprised by Min's explanation. He didn't believe it and even argued that it could have been a giant beast that ate people. But as soon as he finished speaking, with the speed of a rocket and the eyes of an owl, they charged. Our hero quickly used his gloves. He had just obtained to block them, but it seemed their numbers were increasing, making it quite difficult. Bai Li Haoling, excited, praised him from the side. Your skills are really impressive. You're becoming more and more suitable to be my disciple. Lin Xiao was getting a headache from hearing this over and over. Disciple this, disciple that, little lady. If you want a disciple, show me your strength first. Oh boy. And just like that, the girl charged forward alone to show off her skills, proving herself worthy of being a true master. And so in just a blink of an eye, with 2 swords in her hands and her powerful killing intent, the girl had dealt with the entire flock of birds, the man-eaters, which left the young men, with her gaping in astonishment. He even asked the bald guy where Hao Ling bought the saber she was using. Can you give me the address? The girl said that you couldn't buy this even with money because it was made by her mother. After praising the saber, the 2 young men then praised her parents for creating such a powerful weapon. Lin Xiao, observing from the side, silently cursed the 2 idiots. It wasn't because of the saber, but because of Bai Li Haoling's strength that she could easily slice those monsters in half. Another guy was curious about where all the beast cores from the man-eating birds had gone. He was about to look for them, but couldn't find any. Hearing this, Hao Ling took out a pouch from her pocket. She pointed at it and said, "It's in here," then handed it to Lin Xiao, asking if he wanted it. It can be considered a meeting gift from a master to her disciple. Our hero's mind was completely blown. How could she do that? Killing monsters while collecting their beast cores at the same time. And what's more, without being noticed. And is this girl crazy? Does she want people to see her as a master that badly? A dozen Tier 2 beast cores. Selling them would fetch a lot of money. And she's just giving them away? It was tempting, but still embarrassing. Even when faced with money and fame, He couldn't sell himself so cheaply. Lin Xiao looked at Hao Ling and flatly refused. I don't need it. I haven't agreed to be your disciple. Rejected again, it was like 1,000 knives stabbing her heart. Hao Ling pouted and looked at the pile of beast core shells, completely drained of power, and couldn't help but cry in regret. That night, for convenience, the team the girl if she was from Starglory City. When suddenly Hao Ling felt dizzy. Her whole body lost all its strength, and she collapsed instantly. I'm a Tier 2 martial artist. I just don't have the money to take the exam yet. The more Lei Liang heard, the dizzier he felt. His body could no longer hold him up. What kind of mess had he gotten himself into? The wolf continued to attack. Our hero used his gloves to fight back, but with the weight on his body, he couldn't unleash his full strength and could only meekly call out to Hao Ling. If you don't come over here and help, I'll die right in front of you. The girl, who had been pretending to be lying on the ground without moving, finally got up when her name was called. The group of Lei Liang, seeing the Lolita girl get up nonchalantly, truly lost all hope. Nothing could surprise them anymore. A chill ran down their spines. Unwillingly, they opened their mouths to question her. Why are you okay too? Could it be that you're also a Tier 2 martial artist who doesn't have the money to take the exam yet? Hao Ling dusted off her clothes, not wanting to disappoint them, and replied, Looks like you guys misunderstood. I didn't come to Heihai City to take the martial artist qualification exam, but to be an examiner. After she finished speaking, not only did the thugs fall over, but even Lin Xiao was shocked. Even the red-eyed wolf howled in surprise. And so, with just a few basic slashes, Hao Ling simultaneously distributed her source energy to create songs. 2 sabers and 2 legs, increasing her own speed, along with the power of the 2 sabers. She cut off the wolf's tail, then its neck in an instant. After dealing with the wolf, the girl cast a sharp gaze, looking at the thugs, preparing to settle things with them. Now, they were trembling all over, breaking out in a cold sweat. They kept begging, Big sis, we just want money. We don't kill people. Please spare us. That's right, Big sis, we won't do it again. We'll be good people from now on. Faced with those pitiful pleas, the girl showed no mercy, directly swinging her saber, and then blood splattered everywhere. Lei Liang lay motionless, without a twitch. Truly, karma spares no one. Just moments ago, he was arrogantly calling her lowly this and lowly that, and now he's sitting on the altar watching the chickens, seeing his comrades sent to his final resting place in an instant. The remaining 2 felt a sharp pain in their hearts, tears streaming down their faces. Applying the law of self-preservation, they opened their mouths to cry and beg pitifully. Big sis, please spare my life. I don't want to die. I will definitely turn over a new leaf. Become a good person again. Hao Ling found his crying too annoying and waved her hand dismissively. Get the hell out of here, you're so loud. She lectured them for a while, saying it was because that bastard had repaid kindness with enmity. My disciple saved him, but he intentionally led the wolf to harm my disciple, so I had to finish him off. I didn't want to get my hands dirty. Now you guys scram, and don't let me see you on this path again. Spared, they quickly tucked their tails and ran, not daring to utter another word. This time, their ancestors must have really been watching over them. They'll probably have to be vegetarian and chant sutras for a month. I looked at the dead kid in front of me and felt it was a real shame. Seeing this, Hao Ling started lecturing again. Those who kill will sooner or later be killed. You are a martial artist. You shouldn't be too merciful. But big sis, you misunderstood. Our hero was upset about the lost experience points, not about the kid's life. After settling the matter, only the 2 of them were left. Hao Ling stretched and told the kid to talk about their business. Lin Xiao put on a flirtatious expression and whispered, Our business? What business do we have? A lone man and a lone woman. You want to talk to me about love? It was a cold romance. A young man who had been single for almost 20 years tried to flirt with a girl, and the result was getting slapped silly. After beating her disciple to her heart's content, Hao Ling curiously asked about the cultivation suppression technique he was using. because she felt that Lin Xiao's true strength was more than that. Our hero, scared from the beating, could only whisper and change the subject, saying that his strength was what it was, and there was nothing suppressing it. Seeing that the kid didn't want to reveal it, she didn't press further and suggested that if he had any questions, she would answer them. Hitting the right spot, our hero immediately leaned in and asked a series of questions. Are you a Tier 3 martial artist? Are you really an examiner in Heihai City? How old are you? Hao Ling seemed annoyed by the kid's many questions, but still tried to answer all of them. I'm a Tier 3 martial artist. I am indeed an examiner in Heihai City, but don't expect me to give you special treatment during the martial artist qualification exam. Also, a girl's age is a secret. You shouldn't ask. But if you become my disciple, I will teach you everything on the way to Heihai City. When you get there, you will definitely be able to obtain the martial artist qualification smoothly. Lin Xiao was already a Tier 2 martial artist, so he wasn't worried about not getting the qualification. So, of course, he refused to be her disciple. After trying to persuade him again and again without success, Hao Ling angrily demanded a duel. Our hero used his super cool gloves, along with the shattering fist, to unleash a palm strike. Hao Ling, with her sharp, cold eyes, directly blocked it with her bare hands, thinking that with the system's power, I could be able to show off properly. But before he could even react, he was sent flying several dozen meters. Ashamed, he was speechless, looking at the girl who looked younger than him. He didn't kill him. He'll learn her techniques and then figure things out. Lin Xiao was now completely convinced and sheepishly uttered the two words, Master. Having subdued the kid, Hao Ling was so happy. Strong method of source energy. The cultivation technique that our hero would definitely not be at a disadvantage. And so, to make the kid forget his humiliation, she quickly changed the muscles and strained so hard he almost popped a blood vessel. His face was pale, and he was panting like a dog, but he still looked handsome. He could only cover a fifth of the weapon. Holding the saber in his hand, he couldn't help but feel that this method was really difficult. Hao Ling, observing from the side, also added, this thing is not easy to learn. Even a Tier 3 martial artist would find it difficult to evenly cover a weapon with source energy. The girl thought to herself, this kid managed to do this on his first try. He really is a talent. If not once, then twice. If not twice, then 3 times. Lin Xiao was determined to practice. He would practice until he got it right. But somehow, he practiced until he fell into a deep sleep like he was dead. He woke up to find the Lolita girl squatting over him, with a suggestive look in her eyes, about to do something. Oh God, I'm still a student. So, out of self-preservation, he curled up in a corner and screamed in terror. What do you want to do? I'm not that kind of person. Hao Ling, being misunderstood, was furious and punched our hero a few times, making his head spin. It turned out she was just curious about the heavy suit he was wearing and wanted to touch it to see what it was like. She had no intentions towards someone like him. After clearing up the misunderstanding and shedding his pervert status, Hao Ling quickly switched back into teacher mode and began the first day of training. The goal she set was to run to the distant mountain before sunset. Lin Xiao, exhausted, wearing his heavy suit, looked at the girl strangely. That mountain, according to the map, is about 100 kilometers from here. Running that far? Are you trying to kill me? But before our hero could even react, the girl had already dashed off, leaving him to just scream behind her. However, this time, Lin Xiao didn't seem to have it so easy. He had to rely on his own strength without any boosts. Behind him was a flock of man-eating birds. Tier 2 man-eating crows chasing him hot on his heels. Even so, Hao Ling still made our hero run. He couldn't stop. He had to run while killing them. The girl ordered him that within 10 kilometers. The next meter, he had to try to deal with them. This is a test of speed, accuracy, and reaction. You need to locate the beast core, slice it out accurately, and take it. Lin, too, panting heavily as if he was about to break, angrily asked his respected master, running while killing man-eating birds, and I have to accurately slice the part containing their beast core and take it out? How is that possible? After our hero's question, there was no response. The girl answered, but only really. Two sabers were drawn and slashed out. A whole flock of man-eating crows' heads had rolled, severed from their necks, and the beast cores were all neatly in Hao Ling's hand. He was slapped in the face with a painful blow. He was furious and slashed repeatedly, in a chaotic frenzy. Finally, after running and running, coughing up blood, he had covered 50 kilometers. So tired he couldn't breathe, our hero asked his master for a few minutes' rest to regain his strength. Even though she was his master, she still had some compassion and agreed to a 10-minute break. Our hero felt something was off and asked the girl why. Out of the two of them, the man-eating birds were only targeting him. The girl's face was as cold as ice as she bluntly admitted that she had smeared something on his clothes while he was asleep to attract them. Hearing this, he was stunned. He angrily cursed. "Hanzi, I really had a strange smell on me and didn't realize it." Hao Ling felt very proud of her achievement. She ignored her disciple. Then she held a knife to his neck and threatened that the 10 minutes were up. He had to continue running without another break. Our hero was furious but could do nothing. It had only been 2 minutes, and she called it 10. He thought to himself, "When I get stronger, I'll get my revenge." To be continued. At this time, the system also announced that the speed-up mission progress had reached 6,021 out of 50,000. Looking at this progress, Lin Xiu felt that the mission would definitely be completed before reaching H2. Although this Lolita's method was a bit despicable, but it really was useful. His speed, accuracy, and reaction time were constantly improving, and he could now easily extract the beast core as quickly as possible. Finally, with relentless effort, voluntarily on a mandatory basis, we have been able to find a better life. The two of them had reached the destination. Exhausted, he sat down on the ground and complained, "Damn it. Finally finished running. My whole body is heavy. I was killing while running, and you made me run over 100 kilometers. But Hao Ling felt no sympathy at all and directly dismissed the kid's efforts. "You can't handle this already? I had to run over 1,000 kilometers back then. There's a pile of rubble ahead. Let's spend the night there." Just then, an arrow suddenly flew out of nowhere, aimed straight at Lin Xiu's head, catching our hero off guard. Fortunately, his master reacted in time and saved his life. Following the arrow, two figures hiding behind emerged. It seems Hao Ling already knew who they were and questioned them. You guys have been following us since 5 a.m. You finally couldn't hold back and wanted to make a move." The long-haired guy actually replied boldly, "Hee, so we were discovered. I was planning to take care of this kid when he was at his most tired, with one move, then focus on dealing with you." Lin Xiu, standing beside them, was extremely nervous, silently thanking Bai Li Hao Ling for saving him. Otherwise, he would have been a goner. He used his system's eye to observe and found that both of them were Tier 4 martial artists. Their strength was immense, and on his side, only the Lodi girl was Tier 4. He didn't know how to handle this. And according to her, there were the Yin-Yang brothers, Luo Yin and Luo Yang, who often ambushed and killed martial artists in the mountains near Star Glory City to rob them. Not only that, but these two were also among those wanted by the Federation with a bounty on their heads. Their heads were worth up to 50 million Alliance credits. But it wasn't our hero's turn to worry yet. The girl had already charged forward with her sword. She confidently told the kid, "Disciple, open your eyes wide and watch. Watch how I use my source energy." Fired a series of arrows with considerable power. However, Hao Ling didn't feel a bit scared. She used a defensive martial skill to block them. Even in a hail of bullets, she was unharmed. Lin Xiu, watching from behind, felt that something was wrong. Could this girl be a Tier 6 martial artist? It said that some high-level martial artists who cultivate to a certain level, if I stab them one more time, will I get experience points? And so, he did as he said. He raised his sword as if he were a pervert with a strange fetish. But he waited and waited. He waited and waited for a long time, but the system still showed no sign of adding points. Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly received a notification that he had killed a Tier 4 martial artist. You have been awarded 3 million experience points, and you have successfully leveled up by 1, gaining 16 potential points. What a bargain. Sitting back and reaping the rewards, the fisherman benefits. What could be better? Hao Ling, seeing her disciple laughing like a madman, was extremely worried. Could it be that he had run so much his brain was damaged? Lin Xiao, as cunning as a fox, scratched his head and whispered, "Next time we encounter a high-level martial artist like this, you don't have to kill him. Just beat him until he's half dead, then I'll finish him off with one blow." How about that? Hearing this, Hao Ling was like, "I'm spoiling you too much, aren't I?" She flatly replied, "Dream on, Wolfie. No way. You want to make some pocket money? Go kill them yourself. I just happened to run into a few criminals with bounties from the Alliance government and took care of them to earn some pocket money. You want to fight me for this little bit of money?" Lin Xiao was somehow misunderstood for his noble reputation. "Sorry, honey, money isn't everything, because in this world, there's also gold and diamonds. What I need is experience points, which are more precious than money." While our hero was silently cursing, the dam system sent another notification. "Warning, warning, a system bug has been detected and is being repaired. Bug fixed successfully. Host dealt less than 40% damage to the high-level martial artist, so the experience reward will be divided proportionally. Level reduced to 15, potential points retracted." Lin Xiao was so angry he couldn't help but curse out loud. "What the hell? It's not my fault. On what grounds are you taking it all back?" 5 seconds later, probably realizing it was being cursed at, the system sent another notification. "Host has discovered a bug. Host is now rewarded with 3 lottery draws, and level 16 is retained." The system still had some conscience after all. He thought his happiness was gone for good. Hao Ling, standing beside him, felt that Lin Xiao's mental state was not normal. She touched his forehead to see if he really had a fever. Only after confirming that her disciple was not sick did she feel relieved and ordered him to continue running, to get to Heihai City as soon as possible. That night, the two of them worked together intimately, building a fire and grilling meat to rest at the edge of the forest. It was still the same ugly, disgusting eating style of the Lolita girl who was gobbling down her food without a care in the world, which made Lin Xiao have to tell the girl to eat slowly or she would choke to death, and the kids would laugh at her. But in response to our hero's kindness, Hao Ling ate even faster, as if someone was going to steal her delicious food. She ate while telling our hero to eat quickly so they could continue their training. "We'll reach Heihai City tomorrow. What if you don't get your martial artist certificate?" Hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately fell backward, his mouth stammering in protest. "No way. Still have to train? I'm already a Tier 2 martial artist. How could I not get the certificate? Unless... I remember now. You said you were an examiner. You wouldn't intentionally fail me, would you?" As soon as our hero finished speaking, Hao Ling suddenly stood up with a strange expression, as if she had just finished playing and then punched our hero straight into a tree. Suddenly getting hit, our hero clutched his stomach and meekly questioned her. "Why did you suddenly hit me? Are you trying to kill me?" But the girl didn't answer and just asked him back. "Wait, you seriously can't tell your defense has gotten stronger?" It was only then that our hero, Lin Kai, realized it was true. Her attack power was immense. Logically, he should have been seriously hurt, but all he felt was a slight ache in his muscles. Seeing her disciple was still clueless, Anya Ling began to explain. "Your primal energy is currently very weak, but the amount of it in your body is growing. Once it envelopes your entire body, your defense will become much stronger. All right, today's special training is taking a beating." Before Lin, Kai could even process what was happening. He took a palm straight to the face. What followed was a terrifying series of beatdowns from the tiny little girl. By the next morning, our hero's not-so-handsome face was swollen up like a balloon. Anya Ling, feeling a pang of guilt, promised to compensate him properly. Hearing compensation, Lin Kai's eyes lit up brighter than the stars. He whispered, "What kind of compensation? Don't tell me you're going to pay me back with your body." "But yeah, right? He's such a greenhorn. always finding ways to provoke this little she-devil and asking for a beating. To compensate for the damages, Anya Ling gave him a head start, then forced Lin Kai to run to Black Sea City before dusk. If she caught up to him, he was guaranteed another savage beating, with the motivation of running for his life. The two of them soon left, and reached Black Sea City far earlier than expected. First, Anya Ling took Lin Kai into a store. Please subscribe to the channel for more new videos. This place had countless different types of products like skill cards, beast cores, weapons, and even combat suits. Seeing a customer arrive, the shopkeeper greeted them with a wide smile. She showed them one item after another. After browsing for a while, Anya Ling decided to pick out a few skill cards for her disciple to train with. But after looking around, all she saw were silver rank cards. What she wanted was a diamond rank skill card. The shopkeeper awkwardly explained that there wasn't a single card of that type in all of Black Sea City. A few thugs who came to shop overheard them and decided to butt in with their taunts. Yeah, you could tell they're just country bumpkins fresh off the mountain. A diamond skill card? What even is that? I've lived this long and never seen one. That's right. Without being a level 6 warrior, even if you had a diamond skill card, you couldn't do anything with it. That's a treasure that protects an entire clan. Since there were no diamond cards, Anya Ling told Lin Kai to just pick whatever he liked. However, since our hero used a spear, he couldn't find anything suitable. She was quite surprised. She'd seen him carrying a knife all day, but he actually used a spear. She curiously asked him where his spear was. Lin Kai didn't hide it and frankly told her it was damaged during a fight back in Astral City. He planned to buy a new one on the Warrior Alliance website after getting his warrior certification. That made sense. She then pointed at a pile of cards on the counter. She pointed to the skill cards in front of them and told the manager to wrap them all up, then gave them all to Lin Kai. Think of it as a welcome gift from a master to her disciple. Looking at the dozen cards in his hand, our hero felt it was way too much, and besides, they weren't as good as the ones he had before. Anya Ling had just picked them randomly, so she told him to just take them for now. If they weren't suitable, he could sell them whenever he wanted. She then added that none of the weapons here were probably good enough for them. Once he officially got his warrior certification, she would prepare a huge gift for him. Staring at the back of the girl they had just called a country bumpkin, the thugs from before were crying in regret. She just gave away over 2 million Alliance coins like it was nothing. Is she inhumanly rich? I wonder if she needs another disciple. I want a beautiful, rich master like that too. As night fell, since they were in the city, the two didn't have to spend the night in the forest. Anya Ling generously spent several $100,000 to rent 2 luxury hotel rooms for them to rest. Leeching off a beautiful girl, Lin Kai couldn't help but wonder about her background. Could she really be an old granny who reverted to her youth? A classic case of an old cow grazing on young grass? Thinking too much gives me a headache. First things first, I'll learn these 3 fist and foot skill cards. As for the other common skill cards, they were just extra gifts anyway. I'll fuse them later. While he was training intensely, someone knocked on the door. The young man was thrilled, thinking the little Lolita was looking for him to do some physical training. He excitedly went to open the door. But it wasn't a girl, it was room service, bringing a late-night snack. But there was something strange about this food. They were all just experience points. They were men sent by the Tang family, here to avenge Tang Mubai. With the move he had just learned, our hero easily sent one of them to meet his maker, a reunion with his ancestors. The other injured guy wasn't a pushover either. He furiously cursed the intel department for sending faulty information, which led to him getting his butt kicked so badly. Can't leave a job half done. Lin Kai turned to finish off the remaining guy. He didn't give him time to wonder why. Why aren't you using a spear like the report said? Instead, he directly gave him a move that punched a smoking hole, a rather large one, his buddy in logging off from planet Earth. After dealing with him, Lin Kai had to admire his own camouflage skill. It was so effective that it made the enemy underestimate him, allowing for an easy victory. Just then, Anya Ling, who had been leisurely sipping tea and watching the show from the back, spoke up with praise. Dealt with them that quickly, huh? As expected of my disciple. You were able to wrap your weak points with primal energy, preventing the blade from piercing through. It seems the training these past few days has been quite fruitful for you. After finding out she had arrived the moment he was being attacked, Lin Kai furiously yelled, pointing at her and letting loose a torrent of complaints. What kind of master are you? You saw two guys trying to kill your disciple, and you just sat there watching the show like you didn't care. Blah, blah, blah. Ignoring the boys' angry shouting, Anya Ling calmly finished her tea, saying she didn't intervene because she had faith in her disciple. She then told them to pack up so they could change rooms. As for these bodies, someone would come to clean them up. The next day, the two of them, hands full, headed to the warrior qualification test site together. According to the announcement, the test would begin at 9:30. Warriors who had registered were asked to step aside to have their exam cards checked, then proceed to the north courtyard for the combat power test. Anya Ling instructed the boy to queue up obediently while she went to the examiner's room to register. But as soon as she left, Lin Kai ran into trouble. It was like jumping out of the frying pan and into the fire. A big, burly brute aggressively pushed his way forward, forcing others to get out of his way so he could be first. Rumor has it he was Bai Bai Bing, already a warrior, but because he specialized in picking fights, his qualification was revoked every year, forcing him to retake the test. And as usual, it was his unlucky day to run into our hero, who feared no one. A big head with a pea-sized brain. The fat guy puffed out his chest and shouted in a less than melodious voice, "Hey kid, are you deaf?" I said move it. Seeing he was about to get physical, Lin Kai stopped him. "What's with all the pushing? Get in line properly." Still not seeing the writing on the wall, he glared, his face scrunching up as he retorted, "Why do I have to run into clueless brats like you every year? Looks like my qualification is getting revoked again this year. But whatever, I love roughing up idiots like you. Get the hell out of my way." The crowd around them started whispering when they saw our hero confronting the big guy, thinking he was asking for death. But the words had barely left their mouths when they had to eat them immediately because the one asking for death wasn't our hero, but Bai Bai Bing, who was now in agony, clutching his arm and screaming on the ground. Under our hero's ice-cold gaze, they could only force a nervous laugh. They waved their hands to show they were a high-quality, civilized crowd who wouldn't resort to pushing and shoving like that immoral brute. After a while, it was finally time for the combat power test. The warriors participating in the assessment all had a combat power of around 800, just barely reaching the first order level. I used my camouflage skill to hide my true power. Luckily, the machine didn't detect it. My combat power was just under 1,500. Any higher, and I would have been a second-order warrior. A second-order warrior still running. To get a warrior certification would be the laughingstock of the world. The next test was the strength test. The examiner for this section was none other than the little Lolita, Anya Ling. Our hero was shocked to see the little girl. At first, he thought she was joking, but it turned out to be real. Anya Ling requested everyone to line up properly and began to explain the rules. A single punch must reach 1,000 kilograms to be considered a pass. The big-headed, pea-brain guys seemed to not believe the little girl was the examiner. They laughed like crazy and jeered. "Stop kidding around. A little Lolita who hasn't even hit puberty is an examiner? I bet you can't even punch 100 kilograms yourself." The others standing by chimed in. "That's right. What is the Warrior Alliance thinking? Why'll a little kid be an examiner? At this age, she probably hasn't even reached the first-order warrior level. Hey, little Lolita, I've got some candy over here for you." Without another word, Anya Ling directly showed them what manners were. A single, gentle punch maxed out the machine at 9,999 kilograms. It left them all slack-jawed in astonishment, unable to utter another word. However, there was still someone in the back who didn't believe it and came up to try. But his strength only reached 895 kilograms. Not even enough to pass the first round. This guy actually thought the examiner had tampered with the machine. He angrily rushed forward, intending to strike her. Anya Ling didn't let him get close, just gently parrying and then twisting back the opponent's arm in a matter of seconds. Then, with an ice-cold gaze, she warned, "You have 30 seconds. Get the hell out of my sight, or you'll be lying here permanently." He was scared witless, his face drained of all color, pale as a ghost. He clutched his arm in pain, running and apologizing profusely. The others, after witnessing her one-of-kind arm-breaking display, chose to believe that silence is golden, not daring to even breathe too loudly. They became unusually obedient. After a while, it was finally Lin Kai's turn to be tested. Seeing her obedient disciple, Anya Ling's face lit up with joy. Because the kid still doubted her, the little girl said. She revealed that she was a 3-star member of the Warrior Alliance, often invited to preside over various exams and combat activities. Hearing this, the kid was even more flabbergasted. What the hell kind of monster was this girl? The Warrior Alliance has 5 member ranks. 5-star members are basically the top brass of the Alliance. 4-star members are the leading warriors of various nations or have made great contributions. As for 3-star members, they're already incredibly skilled, with formidable strength at the very least. It was unbelievable, truly surreal. Lin Kai was hit with one surprise after another, making him question reality. What kind of monster was she really? He definitely shouldn't mess with her. After getting all his questions answered by the little lady, our hero quickly stepped up to test his strength. With just a light punch, the result on the screen already showed 1,999 kilograms. The crowd below couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Whoa, a light punch from him is equal to the 3 of us combined. Didn't you hear? That young man seems to be the disciple of that amazing Lolita examiner. No wonder he's like that. They're both so young. Is that some special requirement of their school? At this point, Lin Kai just wanted to jump in and clarify that she wasn't his damn master. And as for his school, he'd only known her for a few days. Looking at the result on the screen, Anya Ling was a bit miffed, disappointed in her disciple for always hiding his strength. She urged him to quickly go to the 100-meter dash and the 50 kilometers endurance test, not forgetting to remind him not to embarrass her. And so, after several rounds of tests, Lin Kai successfully became a part of the Warrior Alliance. The instructor handed the card to our hero and explained thoroughly. This is your warrior card. The number is printed on the back, and the initial password is the last 6 digits of your ID card. With this card, you can log into the Warrior Alliance network on your phone and computer, check information, buy and sell weapons, or accept various missions. Just as our hero was holding the card, overjoyed and excited, Anya Ling appeared out of nowhere like a lingering spirit and dragged him outside. As they walked, she said, "My duty as an examiner here is finished. I just received a new mission from the Alliance, so I have to go back. I won't be training with you anymore." Hearing these words, Lin Kai was ecstatic, silently thanking the heavens that he was finally free from the old hag. However, to show some sincerity, he still had to open his mouth and say a few words to make her stay. "Master." "No, miss, can you please not go? Continue training with me. Please don't go, bye-bye." With such a sarcastic attitude and not a shred of sincerity, our hero got another beating from the little girl. After the scuffle, Anya Ling took out a chest and handed it to him. As promised before, as long as he got his warrior certification, she would give him a big gift. And this was what she brought him. It was a long spear she had just tricked out of the person in charge of the Warrior Alliance branch in Black Sea City. She looked very proud of her achievement and boasted confidently. Although covering your weapon with primal energy can be very effective, having a high-grade weapon will greatly boost your combat power. This long spear is called the Black Mang. It's a spear left behind by the Spear Grandmaster, Bailey Rui. Lin Kai touched, felt, and admired the sparkling, high-end weapon in front of him to his heart's content. He then turned to his master with a look of pure shock. After a few seconds of processing, he finally snapped out of it and shouted, "Grandmaster Bailey Rui, don't tell me the person in charge of the Warrior Alliance branch in Black Sea City is him." I get it. You're Bailey Rui's daughter. he gave it to the person in charge, and you just demanded it back. Hearing his wild speculation, she felt he should be a novelist instead. And daughter? Was she really that old? He was just asking for a beating. Anya Ling angrily punched him and yelled for him to try out the spear right then and there. Our hero gathered all his strength. Straining every muscle, he finally managed to lift the spear out of the chest. He grimaced and asked her how much this thing weighed. After hearing her nonchalant answer that it was 500 caddies and the only long spear in the world made from dark meteorite, Lin Kai was speechless, stunned for a few seconds before recovering. Dark meteorite was the thing that fell to Earth 100 years ago, destroying an entire city. Luckily, that place was full of zombies and mutated animals, so there were no human casualties. After the meteorite fell, a large black rock was found in its crater. Some people brought that rock back, and using sophisticated tools, they crafted 12 different weapons. Although these weapons weren't the sharpest, their hardness was world-class, and each one was priceless. Holding this priceless weapon in his hands, our hero was moved to tears. He couldn't believe she was giving it to him and asked again, as if afraid she would take it back the moment he let go. After giving her disciple the gift, Anya Ling quickly said her goodbye, just sitting around waiting for handouts, and dragged his heavy body to the train station. But unfortunately for him, the train to the road of death had already departed. Because that place was so dangerous, very few people went there. With insufficient operating funds, the schedule, which used to be 3 trips a day, was changed to 1 trip a day. Well, what's done is done. He had no choice but to begrudgingly buy a ticket for early the next morning. Lin Kai wandered around, looking for a place to rest, planning to return to the Warrior Hotel he stayed at last time. Although it was a bit expensive, it was very comfortable. Just then, he noticed someone was following him, probably sent by the Divine Flower Temple. Without hesitation, our hero applied the 36 stratagem: run for your life, fleeing like the wind. However, it seemed they were prepared and had people waiting. Men surrounded him from all sides, blocking every corner, and then confidently revealed themselves. Just in time, the system sent a mission notification. The rapid growth mission has been completed. Lin Kai calmly took off his disguise. Remember to subscribe to the channel to support us. Without hesitation, he faced off against the 3 men in front of him. They handed to him and rushed up to demand justice. They confidently attacked with their knives all at once, and then became punching bags for our hero to vent his stress on. The remaining guys watched their friends get logged out of the world in real time. In just a few minutes, they started to feel the fear. Panicked, they exclaimed, This is the strength of a second-order warrior? It's terrifying. How can he be so strong? If I hadn't upgraded my defensive skill, that bounty and the orders from their guild meant they couldn't disobey. They had to charge forward and continue the fight. Lin Kai was surrounded by enemies. He used a move and just grunted. He smirked. Is that all you got? Bring it on. The multiple Fong Zhuns charged forward with ferocious expressions, shouting, Die. Lin Kai's eyes were full of confidence. Clones are my specialty, buddy. The 2 sides clashed in a fierce battle. Lin Kai easily found the real Fong Zhun among the clones and mocked him. Hello there, big brother Fong Zhun. Fong Zhun couldn't believe it, his face trembling with fear. Ew. How could you break my gold rank skill, the 1000 illusion slash? Impossible. How did you find my real position among so many clones? And how do you know my name? Lin Kai clenched his fist and replied, Because I'm a cheater. After saying that, he unleashed his ultimate move, Tiger Strength Fist, Violent Force Punch. A punch landed squarely in Fong Zhun's stomach. Fong Zhun was completely unable to resist this blow. With a fierce look, he screamed, Damn you. Even if I die, I'm taking a piece of you with me. Fong Zhun unleashed his power, and a purple orb appeared on his chest. Watching the man in front of him trying to self-destruct, Lin Kai sighed in annoyance. Seriously? Self-destruction again? Come on, can't you guys get some new ideas? Fong Zhun's eyes bulged, red veins popping out. My style! Fong Zhun used all his strength, and the purple orb shattered. It sent Lin Kai flying backward. Lin Kai's back slammed against the wall. Covered in wounds, Lin Kai painfully thought to himself, "Damn it. If I hadn't learned how to use primal energy to cover my whole body and increase my defense from that convenient master, I would have definitely been blown to bits. Instantly mobilizing my primal energy to cover my body has left me feeling so weak now." Suddenly, a few footsteps approached. That was dangerous. Good thing we hid. "Thanks, guys." And Jihei looked at the heavily injured Lin Kai, who was clutching one wounded arm. And Jihei sneered, "Even though Boss Fong Zhun's self-destruction didn't kill you, looking at your current state, you probably can't even lift a fist." And Jihei walked forward arrogantly. "But don't worry, we'll slice you up piece by piece to avenge Boss Fong Zhun. Let's go." Lin Kai smirked. "How do you know my fist can't get up? What man says he can't get it up?" Lin Kai's eyes blazed with fury, lightning crackling around him. Activating Berserk. The underlings shouted in surprise. "Oh, what is this?" One panicked. "My God, this guy's suddenly back on his feet." Another teammate's eyes were also filled with shock. Just a moment ago, he looked so weak. How did he suddenly become so manly? "What is this?" Lin Kai's blurred figure shot towards them. They were beaten senseless, only able to scream, "Mommy, Daddy, don't come over here." The system notifications rang out continuously. Experience +1, experience +1, experience +1. Back in the real world, night had fallen in the luxurious skyscraper. Lin Kai's face was haggard. He clicked the mouse, looking at the computer screen, his body trembling as he sighed. Using the Berserk skill feels great for a moment, but after the high comes the crash. Right now, I feel like I can't even hold a mouse steady. Lin Kai quickly searched online. I have to set out for the road of death tomorrow. Better look up some information first. Suddenly, a notification popped up on the screen. Viewing this article requires an alliance coin fee. Continue or cancel. Lin Kai clicked continue. Lin Kai yelled in frustration. What the heck? Even this crappy website charges money? And it's 10,000 alliance coins. But he thought for a moment and compromised, transferring the money with his phone. Whatever. I still have several million alliance coins. Spending 10,000 to browse some needed info isn't a loss. The screen displayed images of evolved beasts. Around the road of death, there are only black rocks. Not a blade of grass grows, looking extremely eerie. Third order evolved beast, rockworm, usually hides under the rocks, has a paralyzing toxin. After one bite, a third order warrior will be partially paralyzed. Fourth order evolved beast, giant crow. Its body is massive, often using its 2 pairs of wings to cover its body, making it look no different from the black rocks. It's extremely fierce and will attack humans on sight. Lin Kai exclaimed in surprise. Holy crap, the road of death has so many different types of evolved beasts, from tiny insects to massive giants. More images of evolved beasts appeared. Fifth order evolved beast, thunder ape, possesses a powerful lightning attribute. Fifth order evolved beast, thunder ape. Fifth order evolved beast, demon rooster, specializes in attacking with circular weapons. Lin Kai's jaw dropped as he shouted, "Holy hell, there are even fifth order evolved beasts." Just looking at the pictures, I can feel their powerful and mysterious aura. He clicked the close button on the website and sighed. Whatever, I'll just wing it. Time to hit the road. Lin Kai laughed expectantly. Hee, I wonder how much the black mang spear my convenient master gave me is worth. To his surprise, the screen showed 2 cross swords. Black mang twin blades, forged from dark iron meteorite. Auction starting price up to 1 billion. Lin Kai was shocked. 1 billion alliance coins. Lin Kai remembered what Anya Ling had said. And this is just the starting bid at auction. Lin Kai looked at the screen seriously. I never thought that convenient master was so rich to give me such a huge gift. Could it be she's really taken a liking to me? Want to make me so grateful I'll repay her with my body. Over in her own place, on the train, passengers were walking back and forth. Lin Kai was focused on his phone. A smile spread across his face as he saw the system notification. Host, Lin Kai, level, 16 strength, 320, constitution, 107.20, speed, 80, composite combat power, 1935 to 1980, title. Third Order Warrior, plus 20 points to constitution attribute, rage accumulation 0/100, skills, eye of analysis, berserk, camouflage. Suddenly, a message arrived. Lin Kai was excited. Hey, I just bought a new phone yesterday and sent my number to a few friends. Someone's already calling me. It's Teacher Luo. Lin Kai answered the phone. Hello, Teacher Luo. On the other end, Teacher Luo asked, Lin Kai, where are you? Lin Kai replied, Hello, Teacher Luo. I'm on a train to the road of death right now. What's up? Teacher Luo had a serious expression. Have you checked the Hunter Network? I saw you have a bounty on your head. Lin Kai furrowed his brow, confused, and asked his teacher, The Hunter Network? Teacher Luo replied, Yes, it's a website specializing in assassination bounties. Who created it? Where its servers are located, no one knows. Moreover, the website's technology is so advanced that even the best hackers can't penetrate it. The federal government can't do anything about it. You need to be more careful now. I think a lot of people will be coming to cause you trouble. Lin Kai replied, Yes, I know. I'll be careful. As he searched on his phone, he wondered who posted the bounty? The Divine Flower Temple. On the bounty page, bounty, Lin Kai, Second Order Warrior, excels in spear, fist, and foot techniques, weapon, spear, 10 million Alliance coins. Lin Kai read it and felt insulted. What the hell? I'm only worth 10 million Alliance coins? A Second Order Warrior. Hee, this is actually good. Lin Kai thought, high-level warriors won't even glance at this paltry sum. Only low-level warriors will be interested. And now that I'm a Third Order Warrior, I can just wait for these greedy fools to deliver themselves as experience points. Suddenly, the train shook violently, causing the cup of water on the table to tremble. Lin Kai's body shook as well. He wondered, why is a high-tech train shaking? Lin Kai leaned over to look down the corridor, hearing a commotion behind the door. What's going on out there? Why is it so noisy? Suddenly, someone kicked the train car door open. He flew in and punched Lin Kai, who blocked the blow while shouting, Who are you? Lin Kai threw a punch back at him. The man quickly ducked, dodging the blow. Lin Kai swiftly kicked him in the stomach. Lin Kai made the man collapse in pain, clutching his stomach, spitting water, his body trembling as he cried out. Lin Kai looked down the other end of the corridor and saw several more of his accomplices approaching with menacing auras. Lin Kai suspected, are they trying to rob the train? The two sides clashed, and a chaotic battle broke out. Lin Kai assessed the situation. The train's space is narrow. Large weapons are basically useless, so they're all at a disadvantage. Suddenly, a plane flew towards them from outside. Only then did Lin Kai realize, exclaiming, These guys came prepared. Suddenly, the guy who was just knocked down launched a sneak attack from behind Lin Kai. Lin Kai noticed, quickly turned around, and grabbed his hand. Lin Kai held onto his arm and unleashed the Scorching Claw hand technique. The man's hand burst into flames. The attacker screamed in pain, but he couldn't pull his hand away. Lin Kai's powerful fist flew towards his face. Lin Kai sent this guy flying into the wall with a single kick. The man collapsed to the ground, dust flying around him. Lin Kai glanced behind him. In the next car, a man had grabbed a passenger and was about to kill him. If you don't have money, then die. At that moment, Lin Kai swiftly rushed over and unleashed his violent burst punch, landing a solid hit on the opponent's face. That was the first time in a struggle. Lin Kai asked the passenger who had just been bullied, Are you okay? The passenger, sweating and trembling, said, I'm fine, thank you. Lin Kai crossed his arms and observed the situation. Who are these guys? The passenger said, The Black Tiger Bandit crew. They specialize in robbery. I can't believe they dared to rob a train this time. The Alliance Army in Black Sea City must have received the information by now. The Black Tiger Bandits continued to charge forward. The passenger continued, We just need to hold them off until the Alliance Army arrives. Then we'll be fine. Brother, stand behind me, let me go first. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Kai had already dashed forward. The passenger only had time to say, "Be careful." Lin Kai kicked two opponents before they could react. The passenger's jaw dropped. Holy hell, are all young people this strong nowadays? Suddenly, more new fighter jets appeared in the sky, chasing the train. Suddenly, the Black Tiger bandits shouted, "The Alliance army is here. Everyone retreat! Retreat!" The Black Tigers kept shouting, charging straight ahead. The planes were hit by bombs, erupting in smoke and flames before crashing to the ground. The passenger joyfully shouted, "Great! The Alliance army arrived in time." Seeing Lin Kai chasing after the train robbers, he asked, "Hey, where are you going?" Lin Kai shouted as he ran, "My experience points, don't run." Lin Kai chased after the Black Tiger bandits, looking at them like they were gold. Experience points, experience points. Lin Kai grabbed the robbers with glowing eyes while they screamed miserably. The Alliance army boarded the train, guns raised, shouting, "Alliance army! Everyone freeze! Hands up, don't move!" The passenger shouted, "Don't shoot! We're passengers!" Then that passenger pointed towards Lin Kai and smiled brightly. "But you guys are too late. The robbers in this car have already been taken care of by that strong brother over there." The Alliance soldiers pointed their guns at the two and said, "Please show your train tickets. Get on the vehicle." Only after Lin Kai showed his passenger card did the man believe him. You really are a passenger." The female attendant stepped forward and apologized. "We're sorry to have frightened our passengers. The Black Tiger bandits tried to rob the train, but they have been dealt with by the Alliance army. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. The company will send compensation to all passengers." The passenger retorted, "So what about the warriors who died because of your negligence?" The female Alliance soldier bowed sincerely. "The company will send compensation to their families. Please rest assured." Suddenly, Lin Kai spoke up, "If you choose to go to the road of death, you must be prepared to die at any moment. That's what I think is suspicious." The passenger asked in surprise, "Young man, are you heading to the road of death?" "My name is Tianji, also from the road of death. Can we cooperate? Look out for each other." Lin Kai turned around and introduced himself. "My name is Lin Kai. What do you have to offer in a partnership?" Tianji scratched his head and recounted, 3 years ago, I went to the road of death with an adventure team. I'm familiar with the first half of the journey. If I'm there, you can avoid many hidden dangers. This is probably your first time to the road of death, right? The road of death has many paths from the very beginning, all leading to death and difficult to navigate without a guide. Lin Kai thought for a moment and agreed. In that case, we can cooperate. Why are you going to the road of death? Same as the others, to kill evolved beasts for money. Tianji said, I'm on the road of death to find a type of plant, but there might be powerful evolved beasts in that area. I was thinking, if possible, I'd like to ask for your help. Lin Kai went to open the door and said, We can consider it. Come find me when we arrive at the station. Outside, under a gray sky, a few scattered houses dotted the desert. Tianji said, This place is the starting point of the road of death, the only inhabited place, Blackstone Town. The two of them walked and talked, carrying their weapons. Let's go. Suddenly, a large hand reached out. A stranger appeared. Hold it. The road of death isn't a place for a snot-nosed kid like you. One wrong move here, and you're dead. How about you hand over everything valuable you have, and Big Bro here will protect you. Lin Kai smirked and said, Is this a shakedown? He thought to himself, Great, someone's already here to deliver experience points this quickly. Suddenly, a beast charged towards the two of them. Shouts erupted. Ah, that's a second-order evolved beast. The beast charged straight at the man. The beast opened its mouth, revealing long, sharp teeth. One bite, and the thug from before was sent to meet his maker. Lin Kai stood with his arms crossed, mocking. One wrong move, and you're dead, huh? Turns out you were talking about yourself. Suddenly, the beast turned its head. Its mouth was still stained with red as it growled at Lin Kai. Lin Kai snorted. What are you looking at? Tianji shouted. Be careful. The beast was charging towards Lin Kai at an incredible speed. Lin Kai calmly said, You beast, you think I'm weaker than that guy? As he spoke, he unleashed his violent burst fist. A single punch to the beast's head sent it staggering. In just one hit, Lin Kai had killed the beast on the spot. Tianji's jaw dropped in astonishment, looking at the huge beast lying dead on the ground. Lin Kai asked with confusion, "Why did an evolved beast suddenly appear?" Tianji rushed over. "It's like that here. Sometimes evolved beasts get over the wall and run into the small town. The people in town are used to it." Lin Kai asked in surprise. "Evolved beasts can run in at any time, and people still dare to live in this small town?" He stood up and told Tianji, "Let's go." Tianji replied, "All right." The people around were discussing. A warrior who had witnessed it spoke up. "That guy's aura is only that of first-order warrior. How could he kill a second-order evolved beast with one punch? He looks so young. Could he be from the Sacred Academy at the very end of the road of death?" His teammate agreed. Every year, many talented young people are admitted to the Sacred Academy and pass through the road of death to get there." The woman in their team smiled and said, "I didn't expect such a powerful kid. I want to team up with him." An old man sitting in a hut sighed with disdain. "I really don't understand young people these days, fighting over things and throwing their lives away." The bald man in the warrior team turned around angrily and shouted, "Old man, what did you just say? Are you cursing us? I'm asking you, what kind of evolved beasts are around this road of death?" The old man, putting a cigarette to his lips, calmly said, "Evolved beasts. There are too many types. This old man's memory is not good. I can't remember clearly." Not getting a satisfactory answer, the bald man strode forward and knocked the cigarette out of the old man's hand. "I'm talking to you. Don't mess with me. Over here." Lin Kai's group turned to look at the situation. Tianji said, "Those guys are asking for death. That old man is not as easy to mess with as he looks." Lin Kai thought to himself, "He's actually a fourth-order warrior. I can't believe a resident of a small town is so strong. But it's also strange. If they didn't have such strength, they would have been eaten by the evolved beasts that run into the village long ago." Over here, the old man slowly picked up his cigarette without a word. The bald man got even angrier, raising his foot to kick the old man. "How dare you ignore me? You're asking to die." Suddenly, Lin Kai appeared from behind and kicked him in the back. "You're a grown man. Don't you know how to respect your elders and care for the young?" The bald man turned around and shouted, "Kid, are you looking for trouble?" Lin Kai smiled and held up two fingers. "Aren't you the ones looking for trouble? You have two choices. Either you leave on your own, or I'll send you to the other side." Those warriors were so angry they were speechless. Those warriors left, not forgetting to leave a threat. They turned and walked away. "We're leaving. You little brat, you just watch your back." Lin Kai worriedly asked the old man, "Old man, are you okay?" The old man replied, "I'm fine. Thank you, young man." At this moment, Lin Kai smiled and turned to leave, saying, "As long as you're okay, that's good. We'll be going now. Goodbye, old man." Suddenly, the old man called Lin Kai back. "Young man, wait." He took a drag from his cigarette and blew out smoke. The old man spoke in a gentle tone. "These days, there aren't many young people who respect their elders like you. This old man can't bear to see a young man like you die so soon. After you go forward 500 meters, remember to take the detour. There's a swarm of them ahead." Lin Kai smiled. "All right, thank you, old man." Tianji thought to himself, did this guy see through the old man's strength from the start? He intentionally made a move just now. What a cunning guy. Ahead of them were beasts crawling on the mountains. A large black shadow with two sharp those who came before. Let me find them. Behind the two of them, two other people were rushing towards them. It was the group Lin Kai had scolded earlier for being disrespectful to the old man. The woman in their group had tattered clothes and messy hair. She looked at Lin Kai and Tianji and shouted, "Hey, you two knew there were evolved beasts on that path, right? Why didn't you tell us?" Now, Lin Kai put one hand on his hip, his expression not very welcoming. "You're nothing to me. Why should I care if you live or die? You don't know." The girl was speechless, her eyebrows furrowed. "You," Tianji called out from the other side. Found it. This way. That group stood there silently, watching Lin Kai and Tianji walk away. They didn't know what to do next. The girl said to her teammate, "Let's follow them. They seem very familiar with this area." Her messy-haired teammate agreed. Among the towering stone pillars, Lin Kai used both hands to grip the large stones. Stepping into another place, Lin Kai followed behind Tianji. "It's really lucky we have you. Without you, we would never have been able to get out so easily." Tianji smiled. "You're too kind. It's thanks to the traces left by those who came before." In front of the two was a lush forest with a deep green color. Lin Kai wondered, "The forest ahead is—" Tianji explained, "That's the Azure Forest. The name comes from the fact that all the trees there are blue, but it's teeming with evolved beasts. We need to be careful." Lin Kai sensed a sound behind them. It was the group from before. "No problem for me." Lin Kai used the technique, 100 Crows Adore the Phoenix, and with a swing of his spear, flames erupted. A powerful wave of fire crashed down on the black locusts, burning them to a crisp. The system continuously announced, "Killed second-order black locust, received 5,000 experience points." Lin Kai continued to attack the black locusts with his spear, feeling exhilarated. Although the experience points aren't much, the sheer number makes up for it. The burnt black locusts rained down to the ground. The system kept ringing, ding, "Killed second-order black locust, received 5,000 experience points." In an instant, Lin Kai had cleared out the entire swarm of black locusts. Lin Kai landed on his knees, looking majestic. A swarm of black locusts lay charred and scattered on the ground. Lin Kai held a cloth bag, his eyes filled with satisfaction. "A little effort, and I've got over 100 second-order beast cores. No wonder they say the road of death is a place to make money." But dealing with tens of thousands of black locusts just now wasn't easy. Those people all had their jaws on the floor. Tianji could only smile, thinking to himself, "This kid casually wiped out over 100 black locusts. He's too good. Maybe this time, I can definitely get that plant." Lin Kai walked forward with his spear. "Let's go. We still don't know what monsters are waiting for us ahead." Tianji, from behind, raised an arm and enthusiastically shouted to continue. In the middle of the gloomy forest, the branches were all covered in a dreary green. Lin Kai asked, "Is the thing you're looking for in this azure forest?" Tianji replied, "No, we still have to go through the blue forest to get to the Black Salt Lake." At this moment, Lin Kai and Tianji were resting by a tree trunk. Lin Kai, looking at his phone screen, spoke up. "According to the post on the Warrior Alliance website, if we continue forward, there will probably be a lot of evolved beasts." Tianji agreed. "That's right. And for some reason, these evolved beasts seem to be affected by the soil. Their skin is green, so they can easily hide in the forest. We have to be extremely careful." Lin Kai and Tianji rested by the tree trunk. Lin Kai scrolled through his phone, and missions appeared. 1. Collect soil from the Azure Forest. Reward 10 million Alliance coins. 2. Obtain the skin of the Azure Variant Snake. Reward 120 million Alliance coins. 3. Collect salt crystals. Reward 5 million Alliance coins. 4. Before he could read the fourth one, Lin Kai stopped and asked, "What are salt crystals? Why is the reward so high?" Tianji, sitting beside him, explained, "Salt crystals. I remember this thing is at the bottom of the Black Salt Lake. Every few decades, this type of crystal forms at the bottom of the lake. It's extremely rare. That's what it is." Lin Kai's eyes lit up with excitement. He asked, "Your destination is also Black Salt Lake, right?" Perfect. Let's try our luck. I'll accept this mission first." Lin Kai suddenly sensed something. A murderous aura. A beam of light energy shot towards where Tianji and Lin Kai were sitting. The two of them quickly dodged. Lin Kai warned, "Be careful, there's an assassin." More beams of light appeared, continuously attacking them. Lin Kai shouted, "Run." Lin Kai looked up at the high branches. "I've found you." Lin Kai leaped up, kicked off the tree trunk, and swiftly ran up to the top of the tree. Lin Kai had discovered the person who had launched the attacks. The man was terrified, his face dark as he saw Lin Kai suddenly appear. Lin Kai thrust his spear through the man's head. Blood gushed out. Ding! Killed second-order warrior. Received 1,500 experience points. Lin Kai smiled. Looks like there's more than one. Come and become experience points for me. Another beam of energy shot towards Tianji. Tianji ran to dodge. Damn it, it's the Black Tiger bandit crew. Is this also their territory? Tianji took the weapon from his back. He swung his spear, and a brilliant light erupted. A member of the Black Tiger crew was hit by Tianji's blow and sent flying. He shouted, "Flowing light slash." That person was knocked to the ground, smoke rising from the earth. At the same time, a shout came from behind Tianji. Tianji knew, so he used a move to attack him. Tianji was breathing heavily, sweat dripping down his face, panting, flowing, light. Tianji's eyes were filled with admiration for the person behind him, Lin Kai. Tianji was extremely shocked. That kid is a monster. I've only dealt with one, and he's already cleaned up the other 67. Lin Kai walked over and asked, "Is the Black Tiger bandit crew based in this area?" Tianji tilted his head and replied, "I'm not sure either. However, there are many warriors with ulterior motives in the Azure Forest, those who specialize in attacking other warriors and robbing them." Lin Kai wondered again. Which way should we go now? The colors and types of trees here all look the same. It's hard to tell the direction. Tianji, he confidently took out his treasure, a locator. "Don't worry, I have this." Lin Kai was curious. A compass. Tianji held out the locator, which had dots on the screen. "No, the magnetic field in this place is messed up. A compass won't work. This will point in the direction of the strongest magnetic field." Tianji pointed. "The deeper we go into the Azure Forest, the stronger the magnetic field will be. As long as we have this, we won't be afraid of getting lost." This way. The trees were a gloomy color, and there was a mist all around. Lin Kai sensed it. "There seems to be a high-order evolved beast over there." Tianji replied, "Let's go check it out." The two of them walked on the brown earth. Lin Kai observed as he walked, "The ground is a bit wet. It just rained here." Tianji replied, "Yeah, it rains sometimes on the road of death, but only in small areas." Lin Kai's expression was serious. Ahead of them was a black shadow, like a giant worm crawling on the ground. It was the third-order evolved beast, the Tyrant Dragon Leech. Characteristics: a rare species existing in the Azure Forest, body size about 50 centimeters. Occasionally, there is a mutated species with a body size up to 1 m, slow movement, and a voice like a cow's moo. Both Lin Kai and Tianji turned pale. Tianji exclaimed in terror, "Oh my god!" Lin Kai asked, "Got any salt?" Lin Kai thought, "I heard leeches are afraid of salt. I wonder if this thing in front of me is afraid of it too." Tianji took out a salt shaker, but there was only a little bit left at the bottom. Yes, but very little. Lin Kai opened the salt shaker. With a mischievous look, he threw all the salt onto the leech. The salt grains stuck to the leech's body. The leech opened its mouth wide and screamed. Both Lin Kai and Tianji were stunned, their jaws dropping wide enough to swallow the earth. The giant leech had a huge, round mouth lined with circular rows of teeth. The leech attacked Lin Kai, but Lin Kai dodged, and the leech crashed head-on into the large tree behind him. The leech's mouth was covered in a green substance. That substance sprayed onto the tree trunk. The large tree trunk was severed and fell. The leech was now furious. The leech's body moved. The giant leech quickly charged to attack Lin Kai. Lin Kai swung his spear, which burst into flames as he unleashed his technique. A wave of fire shot out and slammed into the leech's body. Lin Kai stabbed the leech. The system displayed third-order evolved beast, tire movement, and a voice like a cow's moo. Lin Kai looked at the man and the beast in front of him and warned, "Don't say I didn't warn you. If you take one more step, you might not have a leg left." Alright, please subscribe to the channel for more information. Wang Er pointed a finger at Lin Kai. In all my years, this is the first time I've been threatened by my prey. Kid, you've got guts. I'll give you a quick death later. Wang Er held his blade and confidently walked forward. But Wang Er had no idea about the evolved beast right in front of him. As Wang Er stepped forward, he was snatched up by the leech. Wang Er was terrified. Tyrant Dragon Leech. The leech bit down on one of Wang Er's legs. A piece of his pants was torn and green fluid gushed out. Wang Er swung his hand, hitting the leech and cursing, "Die, you beast!" Lin Kai wondered, so that's it? Is it over? Suddenly, a mass of small larvae appeared on the ground, emitting a green gas. The system announced, Third Order Evolved Beast, Larvae. Characteristics, larvae of the Tyrant Dragon Leech, fast-moving, only a dry skeleton of Wang Er was left, his eyes nothing but deep, black sockets. Seeing this, Tianji quickly said, "Lin Kai, let's run." Lin Kai raised a hand to his forehead, peering, and thought to himself, "These leeches may be small, but they're still third-order evolved beasts. That's a ton of experience points." Lin Kai didn't listen to Tianji. His eyes lit up with greed, and he laughed excitedly. "Experience points, here I come." Lin Kai aimed one spear, Violent Rain, straight at the leech larvae. Lin Kai added another move, Pear Blossom, thrusting his spear to attack the small leeches. Remember to like and subscribe to the Gamigo channel so you don't miss any exciting videos. The leeches were sent flying. The system announced continuously, "Ding, killed Tyrant Dragon Leech, Larva. Received 1,500 experience points. Ding, killed Tyrant Dragon Leech, Larva. Received 1,500 experience points." Lin Kai laughed heartily. "I never thought these tiny little leeches would give so much experience." Lin Kai relentlessly unleashed barrages of electric attacks, sending the leeches flying and dying continuously. And Lin Kai swung his staff for a final brilliant blow. The leeches flew out, and dust billowed. The system also announced continuously, "Ding, killed Tyrant Dragon Leech, Larva. Received 1,500 experience points. Ding, killed Tyrant Dragon Leech, Larva. Received 1,500 experience points." The leech larvae were attacked, convulsed, and died. Finally, as the smoke cleared, the leeches lay scattered on the ground, while Lin Kai stood still with his sword, ending the glorious battle. Tianji looked at the dead leeches at his feet in astonishment. Less than a minute, and he's completely wiped out the little leeches. The leeches were torn to pieces, scattered across the ground. But Lin Kai was surprised, frowning. "Damn, it's not dead yet." When did? Then the giant leech reappeared in front of Lin Kai. It opened its mouth wide and lunged. "Time to go." Lin Kai unleashed his power, sending out a burst of flames. Burn! A burst of fire shot straight towards the giant leech. Lin Kai glanced back at the big leech and the small leeches. Lin Kai rushed forward and shouted, "100 crows adore the phoenix. Let's go." Lin Kai swung his spear, radiating powerful fire energy as he attacked. Still trying to run? Lin Kai relentlessly thrust his spear forward with great force. Lin Kai held his spear, its tip on the ground, in a stance ready to unleash his energy. Fierce flames erupted from the ground. The leech was being incinerated, its mouth wide open as it screamed. The system displayed, "Ding, killed 4th Order Tyrant Dragon Leech. Received 1,888,888 experience points. Congratulations, host, for successfully leveling up. Current level is 17. The leech was cut in half. A red beast core also fell out from the leech's body. Lin Kai walked on the ground, littered with the corpses of the small leeches. Awesome. So many experience points, and a 4th Order beast core can sell for over 1 million. The leech's skin is also a good material. Lin Kai looked up information on his phone with boundless joy in his eyes. Holy crap. The mission to collect the skin of the Tyrant Dragon Leech on the Warrior Alliance website. The reward is actually 10 million. I'm rich. Lin Kai laughed with delight. The system notification displayed a panel. Host. Lin Kai. Level. 17. Strength. 320-337. Constitution. 107 plus 20. Speed. 80. Composite combat power. 2102-2220. Title. Third Order Warrior. Plus 20 points to Constitution attribute. Rage accumulation 0/100. Skills. Eye of Analysis, Berserk Camouflage. Lin Kai looked at his level panel and thought, I've leveled up to 17 and got 17 accumulation points. Lin Kai said system, put it all into strength. See you in the next videos. Lin Kai stood at a distance, waving and calling out to Tianji. Let's go. Tianji replied, Yeah, Black Salt Lake is right ahead. At Black Salt Lake, the forest was still as gloomy as ever, accompanied by a vast, cold-colored lake. Lin Kai asked, This is Black Salt Lake? Tianji looked ahead and replied, Yes, Black Salt Lake. Lin Kai reached out and touched the water. This lake water is bone-chillingly cold. It's a bit strange. Suddenly, Tianji knelt on the ground. Lin Kai was surprised and confused. Big brother Tian, what are you doing? Tianji took out a picture from his phone with a sincere look in his eyes. Lin Kai, I beg for your help. The plant I told you about before is the black salt ginseng, and it grows at the bottom of Black Salt Lake. Tears streamed down Tianji's face, his eyes filled with sorrow. He explained, My daughter is infected with a virus. She has a terminal illness, and her immune system is gradually weakening. With this condition, even a slight cold breeze could take her life. Lin Kai looked at Tianji and the picture on his phone. Tianji continued, For years, I've run everywhere, asking around, and only recently learned that the black salt ginseng at the bottom of Black Salt Lake can cure my daughter's illness. Tianji placed both hands on the ground and bowed his head. Lin Kai, there must be a powerful evolved beast at the bottom of the lake, but its strength probably doesn't exceed the Fourth Order. I've seen your skills along the way. If it's you, getting that plant from the bottom of the lake should be no problem. I beg you to help me. Lin Kai was silent, his gaze fixed on Tianji. Lin Kai knelt down, getting closer to Tianji, and smiled. Big brother Tian, if it weren't for you on this journey, I wouldn't have been able to get here so easily. Besides, I also accepted the mission to get the salt crystals, so I have to go down to the bottom of this lake anyway, even if you hadn't asked. Tianji took out a set of gear and smiled brightly. Thank you, Lin Kai. Don't worry, I won't let you do this for nothing. These goggles are for you. They have a miniature spotlight on them, which can help you see clearly underwater. Tianji reminded Lin Kai. But Lin Kai, salt crystals aren't always there. You have to be lucky to find them. Lin Kai put on the goggles. Whether they're there or not, it was the giant-clawed white fish, a Fourth Order evolved beast. Lin Kai's light shone directly on the giant-clawed white fish's face. Lin Kai's body was still covered in his energy armor, his mouth sealed shut to keep water out. Lin Kai struggled to look at the giant-clawed white fish. Lin Kai grimaced as the giant-clawed white fish charged at him. Lin Kai watched the giant-clawed white fish's movements, feeling uneasy. Damn it, it's too fast. I can't dodge. Currently, the water's surface was still calm. But underwater, Lin Kai was unleashing his power to attack the giant-clawed white fish, activating Berserk. Lin Kai kicked straight at the two giant claws of the giant-clawed white fish. This giant-clawed white fish turned to look at Lin Kai with a ferocious gaze. Lin Kai unleashed his strength, a powerful punch straight at the white fish. The white fish thrashed about, enduring the punch that went straight through its head from Lin Kai. A loud explosion rang out, seemingly blowing the giant-clawed white fish into 100 pieces. Lin Kai thought to himself, the violent burst fist is hindered by the lake water. Its full power can't be unleashed. I don't know if that fish is dead yet. The system hasn't notified me of its death. Suddenly, Lin Kai noticed something. Around the pile of bones, something was glowing. Lin Kai joyfully exclaimed, Hey, that's the salt crystal, right? Lin Kai shone his light to the side. And there's the black salt ginseng, too. Lin Kai happily dived down deeper. Great! I found a black salt ginseng too. But suddenly, the giant clawed white fish charged straight at Lin Kai from behind, attacking him. It wasn't dead yet. Lin Kai was caught off guard by this sudden attack. But the violent burst fist, however, had no effect on it. Lin Kai charged straight forward and punched the giant clawed white fish hard in the eye. But the fish was completely unharmed. It swam around Lin Kai as if looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Suddenly, it raised its large claw, intending to grab Lin Kai. The claw shot forward at an incredible speed. Lin Kai dodged the claw. Damn it, the power of the violent burst fist is too weak in the water. It's basically no threat to it. Plus, I couldn't bring my weapon down here. Once the berserk timer runs out, I'm dead for sure in the water. Lin Kai quickly swam straight up to the surface. I have to get ashore first and then think of a plan. The giant white fish followed Lin Kai with a ferocious gaze. It swam straight towards Lin Kai, its two large mouths full of sharp teeth ready to swallow him. Lin Kai tried to swim even faster. This fish is still chasing me. Lin Kai tried to swim up as fast as he could. Suddenly, the giant clawed white fish had moved ahead, blocking Lin Kai's escape route. Damn! The giant white fish used its large claw to clamp down on Lin Kai, but only managed to grab the clothes he was wearing. Lin Kai smirked. Took the bait. How do you like my cicada sheds its shell trick? My combat suit costs several 100,000 alliance to the giant clawed white fish. The screen displayed a notification. Killed the 4th Order Evolved Beast, giant clawed white fish. Received 350,000 experience points. The giant clawed white fish's eyes rolled back. It lost all signs of life, unable to withstand Lin Kai's fatal blow. This is what we need to remember. Tianji hurriedly ran over, calling out, Lin Kai. Tianji asked with concern, Are you okay? Lin Kai said, I found the salt crystals. Immediately refused. A gold rank movement skill? That's too valuable. I can't accept it. Tianji tried to explain. The value of the black salt ginseng is no less than that of a gold rank movement skill. To me, it's life-saving medicine. Lin Kai, you should keep this gold rank movement skill. At this point, Lin Kai couldn't refuse the gift. All right, since Brother Tian insists, I'll accept it. Are you heading back now? Tianji replied, Yes, I need to hurry back and give the black salt ginseng to the doctor to save my daughter's life. Lin Kai quickly asked, Brother Tian, if I continue forward, where does it lead? Tianji replied, For the next 50 kilometers, it's all within the Azure Forest range. I'm not sure either. 3 years ago, my adventure team and I only reached the edge of the Azure Forest before we were driven back by a powerful evolved beast. After saying that, Tianji waved goodbye to Lin Kai. Lin Kai, let's part ways here. We'll meet again if fate allows. Lin Kai happily replied, We'll meet again if fate allows. As night fell, Lin Kai was roasting the meat of the giant clawed white fish and praised, I never thought the meat of this strange fish would be so delicious. Lin Kai took a large bite of meat and said, Stepping on snow without a trace. This movement technique sounds badass. I can feel my body becoming as light as a swallow. This movement technique is really powerful. Suddenly, a huge bolt of lightning appeared in the sky. Lin Kai was startled. What the hell is with this weather? My clothes have only been drying for half a day. Lin Kai quickly ducked into a nearby cave, munching on fish meat while watching the rain. It's raining like this, I'll just take shelter for now. Suddenly, from afar, a girl ran over in a panic, shouting, Help! Help me! There's a high-level evolved beast over there. Help me! This girl was Wang Xiaohua, a 3rd Order warrior. Lin Kai quickly stood up to help Wang Xiaohua. Get up first, before Xiaohua could say thank you. Lin Kai launched a kick towards Wang Xiaohua. Lin Kai delivered a powerful kick towards Wang Xiaohua. Wang Xiaohua was slightly stunned but quickly dodged Lin Kai's attack. Wang Xiaohua stood behind Lin Kai and asked, Why did you suddenly attack me? Lin Kai looked at the girl behind him with narrowed eyes. Wang Xiaohua, 3rd Order warrior. You're also a hunter in the Azure Forest, aren't you? Your performance is very clumsy, and you can't completely hide the murderous aura on you. Xiaohua was shocked. He actually knows my name. Under the rain, Xiaohua smiled, putting one hand behind her back. But it doesn't matter. A prey with a C+ difficulty rating on the Hunter Network. A little chicken like you can be crushed with a flick of my wrist. Xiaohua raised a hand as a signal. Move out. From within the forest, other figures emerged, charging forward. Those men charged forward to attack Lin Kai. One of them, holding a sword fiercely, shouted, "Time to die." The man swung his sword straight at Lin Kai, but with his excellent agility, Lin Kai easily dodged. Lin Kai lowered his body, his sharp eyes observing. Lin Kai swung his spear in a counterattack. Violent rain pear blossom. The man's eyes widened in terror. What? Goodbye. In an instant, the man was sent flying with a scream. The system announced, ding, killed second-order warrior, received 16,000 experience points. The remaining men refused to give up, targeting Lin Kai and charging forward. Kill him. Time to die. Each man used a different technique. One thrust his hand forward. Profound 5-linked cannon. Another man also unleashed a technique. Wind ball fist. The last one used his move. Corpse-seeking bone. Ow! Lin Kai gripped his spear tightly, continuously unleashing his move. Annihilation. Lin Kai unleashed a finishing move. Violent rain pear blossom. The spear multiplied, stabbing into those men. Continuous screams were heard. The system displayed, ding, killed second-order warrior, received 16,000 experience points. Xiaohua witnessed the scene before her in disbelief. Why? You clearly only have the strength of a first-order warrior, yet you can so easily handle those second-order warriors. Xiaohua's eyes were dangerous, smiling with interest. But this makes it more exciting. Xiaohua laughed heartily, unleashing a terrifying power. Taking the head of a strong opponent excites me to no end. Xiaohua was standing at a distance, but she quickly vanished. Xiaohua appeared in front of Lin Kai in a flash. Lin Kai used a spear to block her attack, assessing inwardly. So fast. It's a movement skill. Xiaohua's agile moves were aimed at Lin Kai. Lin Kai also quickly dodged those attacks. Lin Kai swung his spear to counterattack. Xiaohua, with an extremely powerful weapon in her hand, smiled and assessed. Tiske. Not bad at all. This is what we need to remember. Xiaohua continued to unleash her move. Hell Cage Kill. A powerful blow was unleashed, and a giant snake seemed to materialize, charging forward fiercely. Lin Kai looked up at the giant snake in the air and dodged its attack. Lin Kai smiled and wiped his chin. Faster they bounced back. They won't stop until they cut you into pieces. Astonishment. Ow, how is this possible? Your speed and strength suddenly skyrocketed. Amidst the smoke of the explosion, Xiaohua screamed loudly. The system announced again, ding. Killed third-order warrior. Received 300,000 experience points. After that, in the middle of a vast desert with dense forests and a large lake on the other side, Lin Kai had emerged and was walking on the sand, looking like he was about to die of thirst. Lin Kai walked, drenched in sweat, with a large piece of wood on his back. His tongue was hanging out, and he was holding a water bottle, looking like he was about to die. Oh my God, this place is so weird. On one side, it's raining cats and dogs with a dense forest, and on the other, it's a dry, scorching desert. Lin Kai took a sip of water. It's so hot and dry. Without a water source, I'd probably get dehydrated soon. Luckily, I brought a drink that can keep me hydrated all day. As his foot stepped on the sand, it suddenly sank. A notification sounded. Lin Kai was terrified. Holy crap, am I in quicksand? In front of Lin Kai was a mound of sand that was rising and falling. Lin Kai's eyes widened in shock. What the hell? Another evolved beast appeared. It was the Iron Scorpion, a fourth-order evolved beast that lived in the desert, was very light and good at hiding in the sand to deliver fatal blows to people. The massive Iron Scorpion appeared in front of Lin Kai. Kai chuckled. Is that all? It's over already? You're not worthy of that body. A loud laugh came from behind. Lin Kai looked kill it. Another person touched the body of the Iron Scorpion and sneered. Humph. I overestimated him. A mere first-order warrior. How could he handle an Iron Scorpion? He must have just stumbled upon it by chance, right? Thinking he got a great deal. Lin Kai held his spear with a challenging aura. This is my prey. The other guy didn't believe him. You say it is, but is it? The one who spoke was Chun Kuan. Chun Kuan pointed and laughed. Let's go. Let's dig out the beast core of this Iron Scorpion first. And take its fangs too. Those are top-grade materials for crafting weapons. But a girl and her teammate appeared. The tan-skinned girl frowned, crossing her arms. Chun Kuan, he already said it's his prey. Don't cause trouble. Chun Kuan and his teammate paid her no mind and even sneered. Stupid woman. Whose side are you on anyway? Don't tell me you've fallen for the kid, just because he's good-looking. The girl got angry. What did you say? Say that again, if you dare. I've had enough of you. Her teammate held her back. Zhang Dan, forget it. Just let them be. Lin Kai found the conversation annoying. Are these people fighting amongst themselves? And what does my being handsome have to do with anything? Chun Kuan clicked his tongue while his teammate added fuel to the fire. It must be true, but these two hadn't realized that the Iron Scorpion behind them was slowly getting up. The girl on Zhang Dan's team, Lei Lei, shouted, Ah, the giant bug isn't dead yet. Get out of the way. Chun Kuan tilted his head back. In an instant, the Iron Scorpion had crushed Chun Kuan. His teammate screamed, Chun Kuan. Zhang Dan's group shouted, Quick, fall back. Fall back. Only Lin Kai glanced at the Iron Scorpion, feeling extremely annoyed. Damn creature, you dare to swallow my experience points. Chun Kuan's teammate, Du Chung, faced Lin Kai. You did it on purpose. You clearly knew it wasn't dead. Why didn't you say anything? Lin Kai just replied nonchalantly. I did say it. I said it was my prey. Chun Kuan's teammate angrily brandished his sword and charged at Lin Kai. You bastard, go to hell. Lin Kai coldly swung his spear and slashed at him. You already know this is the road of death. Then be prepared to die at any moment. The system announced, killed a third-stage warrior, received 300,000 experience points. Zhang Dan and his teammates' eyes were filled with shock. Lin Kai looked at the man lying on the ground, then tilted his head and asked, You guys seem to be on the same team as these two. Aren't you going to do anything? Zhang Dan replied frankly, You misunderstood. We're not a team. We just happened to meet and decided to travel together for a while. As for this kind of person, if you didn't take action, I wouldn't have been able to resist dealing with them myself. Lei Lei anxiously exclaimed, Big brother, at the Iron Scorpion. The Iron Scorpion was engulfed in flames and collapsed, writhing in agony. Lei Lei's eyes widened in amazement. What kind of skill is that? That person's strength is too terrifying. Zhang Dan added, I've never seen that kind of skill either. The Iron Scorpion, his technique just now destroyed it from the inside out. The Iron Scorpion opened its mouth wide, screaming violently, flames erupting from within. The system announced, These fangs, hey, it looks like that guy has left. Lin Kai had already walked away, his figure disappearing into the distance, his feet treading on the sand. Lin Kai's foot sank again. He quickly jumped into the air, shouting, Don't tell me I've run into another giant worm. Lin Kai held his spear, ready for battle, looking at the spot where his foot had just sunk. Amidst the red sand, smoke billowed up. Lin Kai was suddenly pulled underground, his expression paling as he screamed nonstop. Finally, Lin Kai landed somewhere underground. Lin Kai got up, rubbing his head and groaning. Ouch! I think I fell into a cave. Lin Kai looked at the strange place before him, wondering, Where is this? It looks like a secret passage. Lin Kai reached out and touched the wall. Could this be a relic left over from the war between humans and alien invaders in the last century? I heard that many places on the road of death are relics from the Great War of the last century. Lin Kai touched the light in the center of the pattern on the wall, the strange indentations. Could it be some kind of mechanism? Deep within the secret passage, red eyes were staring at Lin Kai, here unleashing his power. But it was no use. The blows Lin Kai unleashed, the beams of power, took down the golden rats. The system announced, killed third order evolved beast golden rat, received 180,000 experience points. Lin Kai attacked continuously, and the system also continuously here. Who is it? Zhang Dan was shocked. Hey, it's you. Lin Kai was also surprised. It's you guys. Lin Kai asked, was that swarm of golden rats startled by you guys? How did you end up here? Zhang Dan chuckled and explained, we were walking in the desert, and suddenly the sand gave way, and we fell down here. The golden rats. It seems we startled a swarm of evolved beasts just now. Zhang Dan smiled cheerfully. We really have a connection. Let's get to know each other. My name is Zhang Dan. This girl is Lei Lei. The big guy standing next to her is her boyfriend, Jiang Li. The skinny guy's name is Pang Yu. Zhang Dan's teammate warmly greeted Lin Kai. Hello. Lin Kai also smiled and introduced himself. My name is Lin Kai. If we all fell down here together, let's go together. Lin Kai walked with Zhang Dan's group. Zhang Dan asked, what kind of secret passage is this? Why is there no passage? Lin Kai, walking beside him, replied, there's probably a ruin left over from 2554 here. Zhang Dan was surprised. 2054? That was over 100 years ago. How do you know? Lin Kai pointed behind him and explained, I saw the date carved on the wall just now. Lin Kai remembered the carving on the wall when he first entered. Do you guys find the indentations on the wall very familiar? Zhang Dan didn't understand. Familiar? Lin Kai suddenly had a realization. Lin Kai took out a beast core. Zhang Dan looked at the beast core. Which evolved beast core is this? Lin Kai replied, third order golden rat. The one you guys startled. The evolved beast ran ahead. I ran into them and killed a few. Lin Kai held the red beast core in his hand. When I encountered the golden rats, I was very curious why this type of evolved beast was here. It wasn't until I killed them and took out their beast cores that I suddenly felt the golden rats were the key to this secret passage. Lin Kai placed the beast core into the central shape of the carving from before. The beast core fit perfectly and lit up. The door opened. Lin Kai said, as expected, my guess was right. Zhang Dan was amazed. Wow, it really opened. They stepped through the door. Lin Kai, walking alongside, provided some knowledge. People in the last century used beast cores from evolved beasts as a new energy source. At that time, people not only used beast cores to enhance their own strength, but also used them in many other places. It seems this place also uses beast cores as fuel. Before Lin Kai's group was a messy pile of ruins. What the hell are these things? Zhang Dan observed, and this terrifying thing still hasn't completely disappeared. Suddenly, black vines appeared under his feet. It wrapped tightly around his leg. Pang Yu, help me. Help me. Help me. Pang Yu, hang on. What is this thing? Let me go. Pang Yu. Then it pulled Pang Yu down. Pang Yu. Lin Kai's group couldn't react in time. Pang Yu desperately pleaded for help. Help me. The vines were very dangerous. Pang Yu reached out his hand for help. Help me. Then it dragged Pang Yu deep inside, leaving only his hopeless cries for help. Help me. Zhang Dan charged forward. Pang Yu, hang on. Damn it. That vine wrapped around Pang Yu's entire body, hanging him upside down in the air. A gasp of astonishment was heard. Wow, what is this thing? Pang Yu angrily said, vines, looking terrifying. His teammate was stunned. Well, what's going on? Lin Kai realized it. Damn it, that's the AMS virus. The monster's body just now had the AMS virus. Lin Kai's group quickly fled. Powerful. Warriors infected with this virus immediately turned into zombies of the same level. Looking at Pang Yu's deformed, zombie-like appearance, Lin Kai came up with a plan. Furthermore, even if their heads are cut off, their bodies can still continue to move. If they bite you, you'll be infected with the AMS virus instantly. Lin Kai swung his staff, unleashing his power. The only way to deal with them is to cut them in half, completely disabling them. One of Lin Kai's knees was bent on the ground. The vines coiled into a large spiral. It shot out a powerful vine to attack Lin Kai, but Lin Kai quickly dodged. Lin Kai's eyes widened in shock as the vine successfully wrapped around his body. More and more vines appeared, writhing and twisting. Lin Kai looked at them. This thing is definitely not a vine, but some kind of unknown evolved beast, and its body contains the AMS virus. Lin Kai reminded Zhang Dan's group. The vine started spinning in a spiral. The system announced, Level 3 mutant, possesses the explosive power of an evolved beast, has no senses, relentlessly pursues enemies. The mutant screamed and charged straight at Lin Kai. Lin Kai said, Zhang Dan, you guys go first. I'll follow. The power has increased a lot. Lin Kai's hands were filled with power as he held the spear. Lin Kai swung his spear, sending the mutant flying. The system displayed, ding, ding, killed level 3 mutant, received 589,127 experience points. Lin Kai's expression was overjoyed. I can't believe I got over 500,000 experience points. Awesome. Looking at the group of mutants in front of him, Lin Kai got into a ready stance, ecstatic. They're all mine. Lin Kai charged forward. The mutants were all ferocious, opening their mouths wide to attack Lin Kai. Lin Kai assessed, these mutants have thick, tough skin, and they don't know pain, which makes them hard to deal with, but at least they give a lot of experience points. At this point, Lin Kai was easily dispatching the mutants. He thought to himself, the passages here are narrow, so it's not easy to get surrounded. This is a great opportunity to deal with many of them and reap the experience. The mutants fell to the ground one after another. Zhang Dan's teammate was very surprised. The system announced, ding ding, killed level 3 mutant, received 599,128 experience. Lei Lei's eyes were filled with admiration. This big brother is so strong. But then, Lin Kai was hit back by the mutants. Lei Lei's face fell. Ugh, I just praised him for 3 seconds. Zhang Dan, from a distance, worriedly rushed over. Brother Lin, watch out. Zhang Dan saved Lin Kai from the mutant's attack with a fan. The mutant made a sound. Lin Kai, from behind, swung his spear and stabbed the mutant. Lin Kai's eyes were cold. The system kept ringing. Ding ding. Killed level 3 mutant. Received 577,771 experience. Congratulations, host, for successfully leveling up. Current level, 18. Ding. Received 18 potential points. Lin Kai's power panel appeared. Host, Lin Kai level, 18. Strength, 337.349. Constitution, 107.20. Speed, 80. Composite combat power, 2200 to 2350. Title, Third Order Warrior. Rage accumulation 0/100. Skills, Eye of Analysis, Berserk, Camouflage. Lin Kai looked at his hand and smiled to himself. Great, I've leveled up again. System, add 18 potential points, 12 to Strength, 6 to Constitution. Lin Kai joyfully leaped into the air, attacking the mutant. I feel like my power has increased a lot. The Black Mang feels even lighter. The system rang again. Ding. Killed level 3 mutant. Received 599,000 experience. Zhang Dan couldn't believe his eyes. What's wrong with this guy? It's like he's on steroids. The more he fights, the stronger he gets. Lin Kai stood before the mutants, fighting eagerly. A sound echoed from within. Lei Lei wondered, this is... Lin Kai spoke up. The explosion came from the other end of the passage, and there was a roar. It must be a giant, evolved beast. The mutants all tilted their heads back and screamed, below. The mutants all fled. Zhang Dan didn't understand. They all ran away. Lin Kai guessed. It seems something is summoning them. A monster that can command these third... Lei Lei put a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Sure. Everyone be quiet. I think I hear fighting. Thank you. All 4 of them eavesdropped, cupping their hands to their ears. Lin Kai heard sounds through the crack in the door. Zhang Dan looked at the door in front of him. Other warriors have also broken in. Is the exit behind this door? Jiang Li crossed his arms and said, the sound is coming from the gap behind the door. All 4 of them pushed the door with all their might. Lin Kai was the one who suggested it. Let's end, and I got lost in here, but some warriors came here specifically to hunt. The exit is deep in the main hall, but there's a level 6 green vine demon beast blocking it. There's no way through. The four members of Lin Kai's group looked like their house was on fire. Shocked, they spoke one after another. Jiangli said, "What?" Lin Kai continued, "A level 6 demon beast." Qin Feng recounted, "The 6th rank 6 vine demon beast is a giant creature, 10 meters long, shaped like a sea demon. Its whole body is covered in long, green, vine-like tentacles. The tentacles are extremely tough and can easily pierce through steel plates." Zhang Dan was shocked. "There's a 5th order warrior named Lu Chong leading the charge. We can definitely kill that evolved beast. Besides, that evolved beast is blocking the exit. If we don't kill it, we can only wait here to die. Let's go." Lin Kai spoke up. "Even so, we're facing a 6th order evolved beast. Attacking recklessly like this isn't very wise." Lin Kai thought to himself, "There's something not right about that group of people. They all seem to be in a frenzy." Qin Feng excitedly invited Lin Kai's group. "Instead of waiting here to die, why don't we kill that 6 vine demon beast? The 6th order beast core in its body is a heavenly price." Qin Feng looked at the fighting warriors excited. Besides, Lu Chong still has 2 of the latest L2 bombs. This bomb must have injured the 6th vine demon beast. The bomb was thrown, exploding in a cloud of smoke and fire. The vines writhed and appeared again, looking at their master unleashing them. A shout was heard. "The 6th vine demon beast is out. Everyone be careful. It's indeed injured. Big Brother Lu's bombs are really powerful. The 6th vine demon beast is out." Lin Kai guessed. The vines in the laboratory were indeed from this monster. It can extend its tentacles to such a far place. In other words, the entire underground ruin is under its control. Lu Chong spoke up. "Everyone, the 6th vine demon beast has appeared. We'll split into 2 groups. Some will hold off the mutants, while the rest of you will join me in taking down the 6th vine demon beast." The warriors enthusiastically killed the tentacles of the 6th vine demon beast. The warriors shouted and charged into battle, but was no use. Those people coordinated well with the mutants. Lin Kai stopped Zhang Dan's group. "Everyone, be careful. These mutants are all being controlled by the 6th vine demon beast." Lin Kai observed intently. "Why am I so eager to fight right now? This feeling is so strange." The mutant suddenly saw something. It ferociously advanced towards Lin Kai. Lin Kai stabbed his spear through the mutant's back. Zhang Dan also used his sword to slash the mutant. Lin Kai kept rash. "Haven't you noticed something different about yourselves?" Zhang Dan asked innocently. "Different how?" Lin Kai explained. "Ever since we entered the main hall, we've become inexplicably excited. All the warriors in this hall, except for Lu Chong, are in a state of excitement. If I'm not mistaken, there must be something wrong with the bomb Lu Chong threw. The bomb might contain adrenaline gas." Looking at the warriors eagerly fighting the 6th vine demon beast, Lin Kai continued to explain, "This gas stimulates human adrenaline. Although it can enhance combat effectiveness in the short term, it is harmful to the human body. That's why these warriors are desperately attacking the 6th vine demon beast. That Lu Chong is using everyone as cannon fodder." Zhang Dan understood the situation and said angrily, "Damn it, that bastard. He's actually using us as cannon fodder." Lin Kai continued, "Moreover, he's using the 6th vine demon beast to wear down our numbers." The zombies kept attacking, and the warriors screamed, "Quick, stop!" Zhang Dan and his teammates witnessed this. "How could it turn out like this? Good thing we didn't charge over there just now. The mutants, Brother Lin, what should we do now? Should we try to snatch it?" Lin Kai smiled. "Of course we have to snatch it. That bastard doesn't deserve to have that beast core." Lu Chong smiled wickedly. "It's mine. Don't even think about taking it from me." While Lu Chong was laughing gleefully, claiming ownership, Lin Kai was charging towards him from behind. Lin Kai's eyes were sharp as he swung his spear to attack the gleefully laughing Lu Chong. Lu Chong also noticed. "Kid, you dare to fight me for it?" Lu Chong also quickly counterattacked Lin Kai. Lin Kai sneered, "You put stimulants in a bomb to make everyone hear your cannon fodder. so you could reap the benefits. You're a truly despicable person. The remaining warriors were shocked. What? They questioned. Liu Chang, what's going on? The warriors who knew the truth were all furious. Damn it, this despicable villain. Kill him. That beast core is ours. The warriors ferociously charged to attack Liu Chang. Kill, kill, kill. Liu Chang's eyes glowed, and he swung his weapon fiercely. You reckless brat, go to hell. Lin Kai's eyes were calm as he assessed the situation. I'm a third order. My judgment skill definitely can't withstand a fifth order warrior's attack. Luckily, he just killed the six-vine demon beast, so he must have used up a lot of primal energy. His strength isn't as great as it was. Liu Chang unleashed a move to attack Lin Kai. The two beams of power clashed, but then Liu Chang was sent flying back. Then another explosion erupted. The warriors charged at Liu Chang, cursing nonstop. You bastard! We'll take your life while you're weak. D. The warriors were furious. How dare you use us as cannon fodder? Kill him! Kill him! The warriors charged forward, slashing at Liu Chang. Liu Chang also fought back with all his might. The warriors looked at Lin Kai and shouted, Kid, get out of the way. The beast core is mine. You're trying to steal our beast core, you could die too. Lin Kai threw a palm strike towards them. The six-vine demon beast on the ground twitched. Lin Kai sensed the movement. Looking at the tentacles of the six-vine demon beast on the ground, Lin Kai said, This six-vine demon beast isn't dead yet. Lin Kai's eyes gleamed mischievously. Great, I've got another one. Lin Kai unleashed his power to kill the six-vine demon beast. The system display, ding, killed the sixth-rank six-vine demon beast, received 8,888,888 experience points. The six-vine demon beast lay motionless on the ground from the final attack. Lin Kai's eyes were filled with disappointment. A sixth-order evolved beast and only over 1,000,000 experience points? That's too stingy. Lin Kai approached the six-vine demon beast, understanding in his heart. No, it's probably because my damage to the six-vine demon beast was less than 40%, so I only received 1/10 of the experience points. Liu Chang ran over from behind. You brat, stop right there. That's mine. Lin Kai stood up, ready to attack. Liu Chang unleashed his move, threatening, Go to hell. Liu Chang swung his weapon to attack Lin Kai. Lin Kai used his spear as a shield to block. The clash of weapons created sparks of light. Watching Liu Chang aggressively trying to kill him, Lin Kai calculated in his mind. As expected, a fifth-order warrior is not something I can handle. At this rate, I'll lose soon. I have to think of a way to escape. Lin Kai smirked. Then let's try this move. Lin Kai attacked with his spear. Liu Chang dodged, but couldn't help but be shocked. What the hell? How did this brat suddenly become so strong? Isn't he just a low-level warrior? Lin Kai smiled. A fifth-order warrior is just this, huh? Received 12,000,000 experience points. Lin Kai, amidst the thick smoke, cheered, while the system announced, Congratulations to the host for successfully leveling up, current level 19. Congratulations to the host for receiving 19 potential points. Lin Kai, with difficulty, grimaced and touched his head. Ouch, I feel like all my bones are about to break. If I hadn't gone to that armory earlier and even got a bomb, I would have had no way to deal with that fifth-order warrior. Let's go. Lin Kai looked at his personal power panel. Host. Lin Kai looked at them. Looks like only a few of us are left. Lin Kai sat down to rest with Zhang Dan's team. Lin Kai said, Let's treat our wounds first. We'll rest a bit and then set off. Lin Kai held a water bottle, tilting his head to look at the shattered remains of the six-vine demon beast on the other side. There should be a lot of useful materials on the body of the six-vine demon beast. There should also be something useful on the bodies of these warriors. After an hour, Lin Kai asked Zhang Dan's team, Are you all done? Let's go. Lei eagerly raised her hand. Let's go. Let's go. The whole group walked away from this place. Lin Kai wondered, If we go straight ahead, I wonder if we can get out of the ruins? Qin Feng, with one arm bandaged, spoke up. Probably. Before, my group and I were running around in chaos in the ruins, and we ended up here. Besides this place, all the other paths are dead ends. Lin Kai didn't expect it. Damn, another iron gate like this? Can't they design something with a bit more style? Zhang Dan, Lin Kai, Jiang Li, and Lei Lei worked together to push open the iron gate. Lin Kai encouraged them, "Come on, let's open this iron gate together." While Qin Feng stood by, unable to help due to his injured arm. Lin Kai managed to open the door, his eyes wide with astonishment. This place is a kitchen. Inside, there were many machines. Lin Kai also knew a control room. Zhang Dan looked at the machines inside and asked Qin Feng, "I remember you studied a lot about technology before. Can you start this control panel?" Qin Feng replied, "These are older model control panels. I'm not familiar with them. Besides, we first need to figure out how to start this machine." Lin Kai thought, "This underground ruin must use beast cores as its power source. So, let's find some equipment that can hold beast cores." Lin Kai saw a power box and reached out to open it. This is probably just a power box, right? Inside the power box were small square slots, as if something needed to be installed. Lin Kai installed the beast core, and it fit perfectly. He kept putting in one beast core after another. Finally, Lin Kai lost his temper. "Damn it, why does it need so many?" Lin Kai kept putting in one after another, and finally, there were only two left to finish. The power box was finally filled with beast cores, but 3 dots ran across the screen. Silence, no movement. Lin Kai was not happy. He angrily slammed the power box, not forgetting to curse. "It ate 20 of my beast cores, and there's still no reaction." The power source was asking for a beating. It needed a hit to start. The beast cores also lit up and connected to each other. Looking at the activated power source, Lin Kai was speechless. "It's on now." It really was asking for a beating. Zhang Dan on the other side saw that Lin Kai had found the solution and was happy. "Brother Lin, you found the power source?" Lin Kai sadly recounted, "I found the power box. It took 20 beast cores to start this control room." Qin Feng became enthusiastic. "I know. This place is a teleportation center. We can finally get out." Lin Kai asked with hopeful eyes, "You know how to use it?" Qin Feng was full of confidence. It probably won't be a problem." Qin Feng reached out to start it, pulling the control lever. A beam of light appeared in the center of the room. Qin Feng smiled smugly. "All right, I really am a genius." Looking at the light in the center, Qin Feng explained, "This teleportation platform can take us to the surface." Qin Feng and Lin Kai's group ran to the light platform. But the beast cores probably won't last long. Everyone quickly Feng cried out in pain, "Ow, ow." Qin Feng core quickly hid the other beast core behind its back, pretending it hadn't done anything. Lin Kai was confused. "What did I just see? This 6th order beast core can actually feel shy and scared? It really has become sentient." Lin Kai picked up the 6th order beast core and interrogated it. "What the hell are you? Could it be you're an evolved beast that secretly snuck into my bag and ate my 6th order beast core?" Lin Kai's eyes blazed with anger. "Damn it, I'm going to kill you. Cut you open and take back my beast core." The 6th order beast core panicked, waving its hands to signal, "No, don't do that." Lin Kai smiled. "As expected, you can understand what I'm saying." Lin Kai took a picture of the 6th order beast core to look up what it was online. Lin Kai also found out, "I can't find anything on it. Could it be an alien creature that looks like a beast core?" Lin Kai touched the body of the 6th order beast core, which made it. "The journey is boring anyway. I'll just keep you as a pet. I'll call you Rollo." A few days later, Lin Kai stabbed an evolved beast with his spear. The system announced, "Ding, killed a 3rd order desert red scorpion, received 150,000 experience points." Rollo quickly ran to the evolved beast and took out its beast core. Rollo gave the beast core to Lin Kai. Lin Kai smiled. "You've helped me collect quite a few beast cores. This one is your reward." Watching Rollo happily eat the beast core, Lin Kai thought to himself, "This little guy looks cute, but he's incredibly fast when I kill evolved beasts. He can even dig out the beast cores for me, which saves me a lot of trouble. Plus, he seems to really love eating beast cores." Under a clear blue sky, ahead were rows of green trees with a lake in the middle. Lin Kai excitedly called out, Rollo, look, it's an oasis. The clear blue water was bubbling with pure bubbles. Lin Kai tilted his head back, water splashing on him, his expression one of pure bliss and comfort. Both Lin Kai and Rollo felt as fresh as flowers. Lin Kai laughed heartily. This is the life. Suddenly, Lin Kai sensed someone attacking. A blade was getting close to him. Lin Kai quickly counterattacked to block it. Who? But who? As the attacker's skill was too strong, they sent Lin Kai and Rollo flying. Lin Kai thought to himself, that sword move is really sharp. This is an expert. But Lin Kai was stunned. Don't attack. Looking at the girl who appeared in front of him. It's you. It's you. Luo Yu was also shocked. It's you. It's you. Luo Yu suddenly dropped her sword and collapsed. Lin Kai quickly caught her. Hey. Luo Yu. Lin Kai's eyes were filled with worry. Are you okay? Lin Kai looked at his hand covered in red. Blood, you're injured. Lin Kai quickly took down his luggage. I have medicine here. Let me apply it for you. Hello. Luo Yu's back had a huge gash, blood spreading all over it. Her body was trembling. Luo Yu firmly resisted. Hey, let me go. But Lin Kai was very serious. You tell me to let go, so I have to let go? I'm not letting go. You gonna bite me? I'm using my most precious recovery medicine on you. Lin Kai coaxed as he applied the medicine for Luo Yu. The water dripped down, soaking into the wound on Luo Yu's back. Lin Kai asked, Who injured you? Before he could hear the answer, Luo Yu had closed her eyes and fallen asleep. Lin Kai draped his jacket over her, thinking, before, my level wasn't high enough, so I couldn't see her level. I never thought she'd be a fourth-order warrior, and her combat power is much higher than other warriors of the same level. Luo Yu is now a fourth-order warrior. Luo Yu's eyes fluttered open as she asked, What are you doing here? Lin Kai crossed his arms, looking mysterious. Guess right, and you'll get a reward. But Luo Yu wasn't interested in Lin Kai's games. She turned away dismissively. If you want to talk, then talk. I'm not interested. Lin Kai could only complain in his mind. This girl is really boring. Lin Kai got straight to the point. Actually, I'm here for the Sacred Academy. I was selected by the Sacred Academy. Luo Yu remembered her conversation with Lin Kai back then. Lin Kai had asked Luo Yu, By the way, where are you from? Luo Yu had flown away, leaving only 2 words, Sacred City. So now, Luo Yu sat up abruptly, very surprised. You were really selected by the Sacred Academy? Lin Kai replied nonchalantly, Yes, but don't get any funny ideas. I didn't come to Sacred City for you. Luo Yu couldn't be bothered. She lay down and turned away. You think you can run? Another man holding a spear shouted, Stay right there. The spear flew towards them. The spear flew over Lin Kai and Luo Yu's heads. Lin Kai kept running at full speed. The spear landed right in front of the 2 of them. Then the other people caught up to Lin Kai and Luo Yu. Those black tigers were ferocious. Let's see where you can run. Lin Kai looked at the newcomers. These guys are all at the peak of the third-order warrior stage. Then he looked at the girl on his back and thought, Luo Yu was surrounded by these people, yet she could kill over 100 of their guild members and then leave. Her strength is truly terrifying. The leader stroked his goatee. Little sister, don't waste your energy. You can't escape. But Luo Yu's eyes were ice cold. You will all die. The leader spoke up. Little sister, you were hit by my attack earlier, and now you're heavily injured. You think we're still afraid of you? The man chuckled. Although I don't know where you found this weakling, his amateurish performance is not even worth looking at. Lin Kai's expression was grim. He was speechless. That leader licked his lips, his eyes full of cunning. Come to Big Brother here, and let me slowly love you. Luo Yu said to Lin Kai, Put me down. Lin Kai chuckled from behind. Looks like I'm being underestimated. Let's do this. The leader shouted, Brothers. He pointed his spear towards Lin Kai and Luo Yu. Kill the man, keep the woman. It's a pity to kill such a beauty. We'll all enjoy her later. Then they laughed loudly, a sinister and malicious laugh. Luo Yu didn't know what to do. Lin Kai calmly looked at those men. One of them charged forward to attack Lin Kai. Die, you little brat. That person raised his sword, threatening die. A powerful beam of light was unleashed. He held his spear. He charged at Luo Yu. Luo Yu glanced at him, but Lin Kai's spear tip blocked it in time. Lin Kai blocked for Luo Yu. Are you okay? Luo Yu, back to back with Lin Kai, asked, I'm fine. Can you handle it? Lin Kai couldn't be serious. How can a man say he can't handle it? The two separated to fight. Lin Kai was excited. Let's make this quick. Lin Kai fought with the other men. The man with the spear from before smiled and charged forward excitedly. You little brat. Yu widened in shock. Idiot. Lin Kai delivered a series of kicks to the man's stomach, sending him flying. Lin Kai charged straight forward with his spear. Someone like you is not worthy of using it. Another man quickly flew over to block. Meanwhile, on the other side, the leader was looking exhausted. Damn it, this woman is terrifying. His subordinate still attacked with excitement. Luo Yu's eyes were still as cold as ever. Luo Yu dodged the attack, and now charged forward to counterattack. The subordinate was terrified. With one slash from Luo Yu, the man's body was cut in half. Lin Kai shouted, watch your back. The big boss from behind was attacking Luo Yu. Lin Kai was indignant. Hey, that's not how you fight. It's not good to get your pretty face scratched. Luo Yu was indifferent. Shut up and mind your own business. Don't let someone else cut you in half. Over there, Lin Kai was fighting two other guys. Lin Kai was also having a hard time with them. One of them punched, and Lin Kai was able to dodge. Lin Kai wiped his chin and assessed. These three coordinate very well. Their weapons are both short and long, which makes it really hard to fight against. The man with the spear flew over. You brat, it's time. He multiplied his staffs and sent them flying straight at Lin Kai. He roared fiercely, go report to the underworld. Lin Kai's eyes widened in shock. The spear attacks shot straight at him. Lin Kai looked at the men surrounding him and cursed inwardly. Damn it, there's no way out. Lin Kai looked from one to another, trying to think of a way. The only way is to activate Berserk. Lin Kai's whole body glowed as he shouted, Berserk! The spear-wielding man was terrified and surprised. What's going on? His aura suddenly intensified. Lin Kai's body glowed as he charged forward. Come on! Lin Kai unleashed his technique, Violent Rain Pear Blossom. Lin Kai's spears also multiplied and shot straight forward. The spear-wielding man couldn't believe it. What? The spears pierced straight through the man. The system rang out, ding. Killed a third-stage warrior. Received 302,300 experience points. The remaining men were shocked. Damn it. How did this kid suddenly get so strong? Stop holding back. Use your strongest skill. One of them also unleashed his technique, Crimson Lotus. He swung two swords full of light power, shouting, Raging Fire. Lin Kai's eyes didn't even flinch. Flame skills? I know them too. Lin Kai also unleashed a similar, but more terrifying beam of light. White Phoenix adoring the Phoenix. A large, blazing phoenix appeared. The man was terrified. Holy hell! Then he was finally consumed by the flames. The system rang again. Ding! Killed a third-order warrior. Received 306,500 experience points. Another man also used a technique, Mountain-Splitting Violent Burst. He unleashed his attacks. But Lin Kai had already spun his spear to form a shield. Lin Kai swung his sword powerfully. The man's eyes were filled with terror. Lin Kai pierced through his body with his spear. The system displayed, ding, killed a third-stage warrior. Received 301,110 experience points. Lin Kai was satisfied. All taken care of. On the other side, the leader was fighting Luo Yu. The leader chuckled. Little beauty, you're putting up a good fight. But once my buddies finish off that weakling, you won't be able to fight back. Lin Kai appeared from above. The leader looked up. Lin Kai struck down at the leader, who quickly dodged. Lin Kai stood in front of Luo Yu. Old man, open your damn eyes and look carefully. Where are your buddies? The leader was furious. Damn, those three useless bums. The leader, enraged, unleashed his power. I'll risk my life to fight you too. The leader's eyes were sharp. The The leader flew into the air to attack, crushing 10,000 armies. Lin Kai smiled. I also specialize in saving you with one hand. Now I'm giving it back to you. We won't die together. One holding a blade, one holding a spear, they charged straight forward to attack. The two weapons clashed, but the leader was at a disadvantage. Lin Kai had managed to stab him. The system rang out, killed a third-order warrior, received 301,110 experience points. After finishing the battle, Lin Kai slung the wooden log over his shoulder, holding his spear in one hand, and walked away. Tomorrow, he sat down next to Luo Yu, panting, and asked, "Are you okay?" Luo Yu hugged her body. "I'm fine." Lin Kai handed her a bottle of medicine. "Here, drink this." "Don't worry, I haven't drunk from this bottle." Luo Yu drank the medicine. "I never thought your strength would increase so quickly." Lin Kai boasted, "Hee, that's because this handsome guy, am an extraordinary genius with outstanding talent." Luo Yu stood up. Lin Kai was shocked. "Oh, where are you going?" Luo Yu replied, "Sacred City." Lin Kai said, "Oh, you're going to Sacred City too. Let's go." Lin Kai picked up his luggage and stood up. "Great. Hey, wait for me. Because I helped you just now, my strength is seriously depleted. Let's rest a bit before we go." Luo Yu didn't even bother to listen and just kept walking. Lin Kai hurriedly chased after her. "Hey, wait for me. Don't walk so fast. Are you trying to kill me with exhaustion?" In the forest, the leaves were lush green, and there were even geckos. Lin Kai observed, "Finally, I'm seeing a somewhat normal forest." Lin Kai followed behind, not forgetting to admire the scenery. "Looks like we're about to reach the Sacred Academy." Suddenly, a voice said, "Hee, we won't let you guys get to the Sacred Academy so easily." Lin Kai and Luo Yu both turned their heads to look at the source of the sound. Over there, Zhang Dan was arguing with another team. "Kong Hao Tian, what do you mean by this?" Kong Hao Tian had a cunning look on his face. "I heard that the Sacred Academy will have a test for new students. To ensure that our brothers can pass smoothly, isn't it better to deal with the competition beforehand?" Zhang Dan understood his words. "So you want to kill us?" Hao Tian shamelessly argued. "We're all classmates. Kill is too harsh. I just hope you guys know when to back down." Qin Feng was furious. "Back down? Don't you know how dangerous this road has been? What's the difference between going back and you just killing us?" Luo Yu, watching from a distance, asked Lin Kai, "You know them?" Lin Kai and Luo Yu walked over. Lin Kai waved his hand in greeting. "I didn't expect it to be so lively here." Zhang Dan's eyes lit up with joy. "It's big brother Lin Kai." Lin Kai looked at Hao Tian. "Brother, I'm also a new student at the Sacred Academy. Should I go back too?" Zhang Dan was surprised. "Big brother Lin Kai, you're really a new student at the Sacred Academy too?" Zhang Dan sighed. "We're new students too. But the difference between this new student and that new student..." Hao Tian looked at the newly appeared Lin Kai and immediately put on a disgusting tone. "Little brother, you're pretty smart, huh? The beauty next to you is pretty hot too." "Thanks." Hao Tian reached out to touch Luo Yu's face, leaving. After saying that, Hao Tian and his gang left. Zhang Dan excitedly thanked Lin Kai. "Big brother, that guy's name is Kong Hao Tian. He's a strong warrior from another academy in our city. He's just very arrogant. If it weren't for you two, we really wouldn't know what to do. Welcome to this video." Zhang Dan also scratched his head and smiled at Luo Yu. "Thanks to this young lady too." Lin Kai waved his hand. "It's nothing, we're all on the same side." Lin Kai asked Luo Yu, "If we continue straight ahead, is that the end of the road of death?" Luo Yu replied, "Yes." Zhang Dan touched his head. Big brother Lin Kai, can we go with you too? Is that okay?" Lin Kai agreed. "Sure, it's good to have people to coordinate with on the road." Zhang Dan was happy. "Thank you, big brother Lin Kai." There was a group of other warriors sitting around a fire, chatting idly. Lin Kai, chewing on a piece of meat, looked at the group and asked, "That group of people seems to be heading to the Sacred Academy too. There are quite a lot of them." Lin Kai asked, "Do you guys have a rough idea of how many new students enter the Sacred Academy each year?" Zhang Dan thought for a moment. "I don't know about that, but our academy including Pang Yu, had 5 people selected. Besides that, there are also 5 people with Kong Hao Tian. Lin Kai was surprised. So, your city selected 10 new students? My Starfall City only had me. It seems Starfall City is still a small city. Zhang Dan chuckled. What's the use of having many people? For example, there are 5 of us, but we're not as good as Big Brother Lin Kai. I heard that this year, there's someone from the Sky Academy. Only 18 years old and already a 5th Order warrior. Luo Yu spoke up. That guy's name is Zha Kai Xing, from the same academy as me. Sorry. The 8 members of Zhang Dan's team were shocked. Zhang Dan asked, You two know each other? You're also a student of that academy. Lei Lei's eyes were full of admiration. Sis, you're so amazing. That's the most prestigious academy in Sky City. Ordinary people can't even get into Sky City. Being praised, Luo Yu's cheeks turned red. She shyly remained silent, not forgetting to show a bit of coldness. The blue sky, the leaves rustling gently in the wind. A group of warriors was standing on a tall cliff. Lin Kai was amazed. I never thought there would be over 1,000 new students. The lowest of these people is at least an early-stage 3rd Order warrior, and most of them are around 17 to 18 years old. Zhang Dan replied. But the end of the road of death is a cliff. Where is the Sacred Academy? Lin Kai guessed. Maybe there's a mechanism. We guessed wrong. A large airship appeared. It was the airship. The airship landed on the cliff. Sima Chung appeared and introduced himself. Everyone be quiet. I am Sima Chung, a first-year teacher of the Sacred Academy, in charge of welcoming everyone to the academy. Ma Chung announced. However, there's one thing I need to tell everyone. As you have seen, the Sacred Academy is not at the end of the road of death. The reason for this requirement is to let the road of death weed out the weak. The warriors were furious. Damn it, I fought through life and death, shed blood and tears, all for your meaningless lies. Another agreed. That's right. Damn you, pay for my brother's lives. Ma Cheng's eyes were sharp. The Sacred Academy does not accept trash. The weak must be eliminated. Those guys didn't understand the situation and charged straight at Ma Cheng. You're the trash. I'm not doing this anymore. Kill this bastard. Avenge my dead brothers. In that instant, the man fell to his knees and died on the spot. The other guys were horrified. What? Ma Cheng raised his hand, and a super special team with guns appeared. Hu Cheng ordered, move out. Those people raised their guns and fired. The arrogant guys from before were all shot and screamed. Ma Cheng was calm in the face of the dead bodies. This is the fate of those who do not follow the rules. Ma Cheng continued. Next, please take out your admission notices. Lin Kai and the others took out their admission notices. Ma Cheng instructed, tear off the film on the back of the admission notice. Then Ma Cheng instructed further, stick the admission notice on yourselves. Ma Cheng smiled. The final trial mission is to get food. Lin Kai had a hunch. Could it be? Ma Cheng shouted. You need to get the admission notices of 3 people to be qualified to board the airship. Just as Lin Kai suspected, it was indeed like that. Ma Cheng shouted, the trial begins. Ma Cheng smiled mischievously. Good luck, everyone. A warrior stood his hand towards Luo Yu, teasing, come on, little sister. Yes. Suddenly, a group of people were sent flying. The other warriors were also terrified. Luo Yu was cold, but as strong and proud as a rose under the bright sunlight. The other warriors frowned. If you look, Luo Yu handed a stack of admission notices to Lin Kai. For you. But Lin Kai refused. I don't need it. Then Luo Yu gave them to Lei Lei. Take them. Lei Lei's eyes lit up. Thank you, sis. Over here, Zhang Dan was fighting. A warrior kicked Zhang Dan. Give it here. Zhang Dan was furious. Damn it. You're always fighting. Lei Lei ran over to Zhang Dan, who had fallen to the ground. Zhang Dan, look, it's enough for 3 people. Zhang Dan looked at the stack of admission notices in Lei Lei's hand and asked, this, where did you get it? Lei Lei replied, Sister Luo, you gave it to me just now. Zhang Dan wiped his face with his hand. I don't need it. Give it to Qin Feng and Jiang Li. I'll get it myself. Lei Lei sighed. Hao Tian and his gang appeared. Hee, looks like you guys have a lot. Hao Tian charged forward to attack. Handed over obediently. Luo Yu replied, I'm waiting for a friend. On this side, Lei Lei was attacked by Hao Tian, causing the admission notices to fall out. No, on the other side of the big lake, Lei Lei, Lin Kai charged forward from behind. White Phoenix adoring the Phoenix. Hao Tian looked at Lin Kai's powerful flame and was shocked. Holy hell! In an instant, the admission notices of Hao Tian's group were all stolen. It was Lin Kai who had gotten them by using the technique stepping on snow without a trace. Lin Kai handed the admission notices to Zhang Dan's group. Take them, add Luo Yu's, and it should be enough for everyone. Zhang Dan said, even the admission notice that was stolen from me has been recovered. Thank you, big brother Lin Kai. Hao Tian's group refused to give up. Damn it, acting cool in front of girl feels pretty good. Huh? You'll pay for this. Brothers, kill them and take back the admission notices. Lin Kai narrowed his eyes. I've had my eye on you guys since yesterday in the forest. One of them used the technique Purple God Sword, while Lin Kai used his technique Violent Rain Pear Blossom. The other guy hadn't even finished his sentence before he was stabbed by Lin Kai and even got mocked. So slow. The system announced, ding, killed a third-order warrior, received 350,000 experience points. Hao Tian was not happy. He was actually killed with a single slash. This kid's skill is terrifying. Another one also charged forward. Big brother, leave this kid to me. True sun piercing thrust. Lin Kai gently caught the other guy's weapon. With this little strength, you want to use a sword? Lin Kai took out his spear. Now look at my spear. The man was shocked. Damn, you can even catch my sword? Lin Kai coldly stabbed through his throat and killed him with disdain. Idiot. Ding. Killed a third-order warrior. Received 350,000 experience points. Lin Kai delivered a powerful blow, sending the spear in his opponent's hand flying. The opponent cried out in shock. When Kong Hao Tian saw this, his expression became extremely grave. Everyone attacked together. With that, he and two others charged forward, using their respective skills and techniques, which made the weapon seem to be imbued with a sharp and powerful aura. Lin Kai lowered his head slightly. His eyes narrowed with a contemptuous expression. Trash. No matter how much of it there is, it's all the same. Obviously, Lin Kai don't need the papers anymore. Spare me. But before he could finish, Lin Kai had already hit him and his gang with a clean sweep, myriad spears piercing strike. They were sent flying, scattered. Lin Kai spun his spear, calmly standing before the successive pillars of smoke from the explosions. The system notifications rang out in unison. Ding. Killed a third-stage warrior. Received 360,000 experience points. Ding. Killed a third-stage warrior. Received 371,000 experience points. Ding. Killed a third-stage warrior. Received 399,900 experience points. After witnessing Lin Kai's series of simple, quick, and decisive moves, everyone watching was stunned. A guy with hair like a green mossy nest shouted, "That guy's too terrifying." He easily killed those 5 people. Another person behind him couldn't help but tremble and sweat, saying, "He's a ruthless person. Can't be provoked, can't be provoked." His voice filled with fear and anguish. Zhang Dan and Lei Lei approached him, carrying their great swords on their backs. Zhang Dan said, "Big brother Lin Kai, thank you." Lei Lei also happily called him Big brother Lin Kai. Besides them, the sturdy man with a stone axe also approached amicably and said, "Thank you, brother." Receiving so many thanks made Lin Kai feel a bit embarrassed. He said politely, "It's nothing. We're all on the same side." Test and officially qualifying to study at the Sacred Academy. Sima Cheng's face was beaming with joy. He spread his hands and said, "From now on, we are classmates. The rules of the Sacred Academy forbid attacking classmates." Lei Lei's voice was cold. "Just now you made us kill each other, and now you're acting like a good guy." Zhang Dan was dissatisfied but said nothing, his brow furrowed. Lin Kai also disliked this kind of behavior, clicking his tongue a few times. Tu Ma Chung, whether he heard the resentful or dissatisfied words or not, continued cheerfully. The journey to the Sacred Academy is still about 3 hours. Everyone can rest comfortably on the airship. There wasn't a single window on the airship. It seemed they didn't want us to know the specific location of the Sacred Academy. Lin Kai looked left and right, then at the girl in front of him. He asked, Luo Yu, do you know anything about the Sacred Academy? Luo Yu, hearing her name, gave him a glance. She said she didn't know anything. She crossed her arms and walked past him, saying, on the surface, the 4 major academies in the north and south are the top academies in the country. But in reality, this mysterious Sacred Academy is the true top academy. The faculty, scientific research strength, and warriors here are all top-notch. Thinking about the warriors with extraordinary powers and the academy's vast scientific research, Luo Yu continued, it could be compared to the strongest academies in the world. From their attitude towards new students, you can see. Lin Kai closed his eyes and chuckled. The geniuses from ordinary academies are treated like trash here, easily disposed of. To eliminate so many at once. I wonder if the warriors whose admission notices were stolen can even make it back alive. That's another problem. Recalling the scene of everyone killing each other over a piece of paper, Lin Kai's tone couldn't hide a sense of sorrow and helplessness. And just like that, 3 hours passed quickly. The massive airship was slowly approaching a floating island in the sky, along with a magnificent and enormous structure. The airship landed on an empty plot of land. Sima Chung looked at the students, his expression seemingly benevolent as he announced, Everyone, we've arrived. All right. In front of the majestic academy gate, Sima Chung proudly said to the group of students, Welcome to the Sacred Academy. Suddenly, a high-pitched cry echoed across the sky. A large, pitch-black bird flew out from within the academy. A terrified person screamed, Ninth Order Flame Blackbird. Lin Kai also stared up with wide eyes. At this moment, Lin Kai could finally see its colors, no longer a pitch-black silhouette due to the lack of light. Now, the blackbird seemed to be engulfed in a flame that would never extinguish. Sima Chung looked at it and explained, This evolved beast is a companion of the Sacred Academy. Everyone don't worry. Lin Kai's face was shocked, a hint of fear in his eyes as he thought to himself. Ninth Order Flame Blackbird. A haired professor with a kind face stood there. Welcome new students from the south. Please line up and stand in front of this machine for scan. A person stepped forward. The cube emitted a beam of light that scanned him from head to toe. After the scan was completed, the platform immediately dispensed a card with the school's logo and the number 6 from slot. The professor held up a similar card in his hand and began to introduce it. He smiled and said, This card is your pass at the Sacred Academy, and it's also a point card. Alliance coins cannot be used in the Sacred Academy, and only points earned in the school can be used to purchase items. You will be given 500 points each month, so use them wisely. The first student stared blankly at the card in his hand. Behind him, another student raised his hand and spoke. Sir, you said we are new students from the south. Does that mean there are new students from other places too? The professor handed the card to the person in charge and replied with a smile. That's right. There are also new students from the north. They have a total of 641 people. Their trial took place in the extremely cold land of the north. They passed the trial before you all. You will meet them very soon. A while later, everyone had their own pass card in hand. Lin Kai looked at the card in his hand, lost in thought. He looked at Luo Yu and asked curiously, Luo Yu, do you know what the number on the back of the card represents? Luo Yu turned her head to look at him. She said. She showed him her card, which had the number 1, a complete contrast to his number 10. Luo Yu's voice was indifferent as she said, Class. Oh, so you're in Class 1, and I'm in Class 10. Lin Kai scratched his cheek with his index finger, thinking to himself, because of my camouflage skill, it scanned and placed me in Class 10. Luo Yu's strength is formidable, so she was assigned to Class 1. Sima Chung raised his arm, his face beaming as he shouted, New students who have received their cards, please come to me. The number on the back of the card is the class you have been assigned to. Soon, the teacher of each class will come to lead you. Before he could even take a step, Zhang Dan's group had already found him. Zhang Dan said, "So this number represents our class." "Big brother Lin Kai, what class are you in?" Lin Kai held up his card, his eyes indifferent as he replied, "I'm in class 10. Jiang Li, Qin Feng, Lei Lei, and Zhang Dan, after hearing his answer, were all so excited their eyes widened. Zhang Dan said happily, "Really? That's great, big brother Lin Kai. We're classmates." Lei Lei, beside him, added, "Big brother Lin Kai, Zhang Dan, Jiang Li, Qin Feng were all in class 10. Lin Kai was also surprised. He lowered his voice. What a coincidence! Seeing them talking so happily that they forgot everything else. Luo Yu stood by, crossing her arms and staring at them without a word. Then Sima Chung gestured towards the newly opened door. A group of teachers walked out. He said, "They are your teachers. Please follow the number on the teacher's hand." A teacher stepped forward with a number displayed on their bracelet. Sima Cheng's voice continued, "Please follow your teacher." Lin Kai turned to look at the girl beside him, sighed softly, and said, "Looks like we have to part ways here." But Luo Yu said a sentence that made no sense to him. "The academy isn't big." Watching her figure get further and further away, approaching her class's lead teacher, Lin Kai pondered with curiosity, guessing in his heart. The academy isn't big. Does the proud girl mean the academy isn't big, so we can still meet? Or the academy isn't big, so she wants me to have time to find her? However, before he could finish his thought, Zhang Dan had already taken a few steps and turned back to call him. "Big brother Lin Kai, let's go, too." Lin Kai snapped out of his thoughts and quickly walked over, saying, "All right, I'm coming." He stepped towards the professor leading his class. The man with long black hair tied in a ponytail that hung over his chest had a watch displaying the number 10. The teacher smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Nan Jinghui. From today onwards, I will be your teacher." As the man spoke, the system panel also displayed information. However, aside from the other party's name, all the subsequent information, from characteristics to strategic summary, was displayed with question marks, indicating that it could not be grasped. "All right, I have the information." A thought flashed through Lin Kai's mind. My eye of analysis can't even analyze his strength. Lin Kai's expression turned serious as he silently concluded, "This person is very strong." In front of the Class 10 teaching building, which was estimated to be dozens of stories high, Nan Jinghui introduced, "This building belongs to our Class 10. Looking into the classroom with its beautiful and tidy interior, the teacher continued, "As long as you insert your card into the device on the desk, you can be assigned to a desk. The daily learning content, besides basic theoretical knowledge." Teacher Nan Jinghui led the students through the gym and continued, "There are also simulation exercises, practical mechanical activities, special training for warriors, and so on." Finally, back in the classroom, Nan Jinghui stood at the podium and smiled. "From now on, our class will elect a class president who will be responsible for assisting the class. Does anyone want to volunteer?" Opposite him, Lin Kai raised his hand and asked, "Teacher Nan, what are the benefits of being the class president?" Nan Jinghui replied, "The class president needs to hold the key to the training room on the 3rd floor and manage the equipment inside. However, it's also convenient for that person to practice at any time. The school will give an additional 500 points each month as a reward." The students were all shocked and excited when they heard this. "Wow, you actually get 500 more points than other students every month, and you can use the training room at any time. The benefits are too good." Nan Jinghui said in a calm tone, "Students, please take your seats." Everyone scrambled to find a seat, and Lin Kai also quickly found a spot. Nan Jinghui stood at the podium and quickly operated the teacher's desk. An orange electronic screen appeared. He said, "It seems no one has a candidate in mind, so let's vote. The person with the most votes will be the class president of Class 10. In front of Lin Kai, a system panel appeared, listing all the names of the students in Class 10. Such great benefits. Of course, I have to choose myself," Lin Kai thought as he touched his name on the system panel. Another student who wanted to compete also felt very excited, saying, "With such good benefits, I'll vote for myself." Another student sitting next to him agreed, "That's right, of course we can't let others get the advantage. All right, let's start searching." After a few seconds, teacher Nan Jingwei spoke up. The results are in. Lin Kai, with 5 votes, has become the class president of Class 10. On the system panel, all the data was displayed. Besides most people voting for themselves, and thus having only 1 vote, and Zhang Dan's group of 4 voting for Lin Kai, and thus having 0 votes, there were 2 others who received votes. Fei Fei with 3 votes, and Lin Xiaoqia with 2 votes. But some people were dissatisfied. A sturdy-looking student angrily pointed at Lin Kai and shouted, "No way. They know each other. It's not fair. Not fair." A couple of other voices also chimed in. The person sitting next to that student also slammed his hand on the table and snapped, "That's right, teacher Nan. It's not fair." Nan Zhenghui closed his eyes and asked nonchalantly, "How do you think it would be fair?" Li Ping immediately flexed his well-defined muscles and said confidently, "A fight." As the class president of Class 10, his strength must be the strongest among us. Another voice immediately chimed in. That's right. Strength must be number 1. Teacher Nan Jinghui agreed very readily. All right, but a fight would be a bit rushed for time. Let's use this to decide the winner. After he spoke, he pressed a button on the teacher's desk. The strength measuring device. Whoever has the strongest punch wins. A humanoid machine rose from the floor in front of them. The teacher's voice was steady as he asked, "What do you think?" Everyone shouted in unison, "Okay." Li Ping stepped forward, his hair color changing from blue to light brown. Full of confidence, he pointed at himself and said, "Teacher Nan, let me go first. Watch this." He curled his lips into a smirk, his face exuding arrogance. Li Ping channeled his strength into his elbow and shoulder. Then he began. He gathered his strength and lunged forward, punching the strength testing machine with a loud thud. The force measurement screen on the machine's chest immediately jumped up to display 9,800 kilograms. The students below immediately erupted, praising and admiring him, making a huge commotion. He actually hit 9,822 kilograms. My God, I couldn't hit that even if I died trying. As expected of Li Ping, he's amazing. One person gave a thumbs up. However, contrary to the explosion of emotions from the students, Lin Kai was not very moved, and there was even a bit of boredom in him. Hey, you guys know, this is probably one of the lessons we don't like, but maybe it's one of the lessons we do like. Nan Jinghui looked at the number on the measuring machine and didn't hold back his smile, squinting as he praised. Not bad strength. Li Ping turned to walk down, and when he met Lin Kai, he couldn't help but sneer. He showed off his biceps and said, "Lin Kai, you want to be class president? You're still far from it." Lin Kai grunted, and as he walked, he replied, "I'm definitely going to be the class president." He walked up to the strength measuring machine, pointed at it, and asked, "Teacher Nan, I want to ask something. If I break this, will I have to pay for it?" Teacher Nan Jinghui gave him an answer. "No need. Just use your full strength." Li Ping laughed arrogantly with the students behind him. He laughed loudly. "You foolish brat. You're actually worried you can break this thing with 1 punch. How arrogant." Lin Kai stretched his right arm and stepped in front of the strength measuring machine. In an instant, he smirked arrogantly, channeled all his strength into his right arm, and unleashed a punch with his tiger fist killing strike. Now what? With a loud bang, Lin Kai's fist collided with the strength measuring machine, creating a powerful shockwave. Nan Jinghui was shocked, watching the fragments of the strength measuring machine fly out. Li Ping was so terrified his jaw dropped, and he screamed, "He really broke it. Is he even human?" Teacher Nan Jinghui looked at Lin Kai's knowing smile, but he was still shocked. This guy secretly used a martial skill. But even with a martial skill, the strength measuring device shouldn't be so easily broken. The teacher paused for a moment and then concluded, "This kid's strength really can't be underestimated." Zhang Dan, below, laughed heartily. "I knew it. Big brother Lin Kai is definitely number one. Lin Kai smiled, his handsome face glowing. Now, then, Teacher Nan Zhenghui's steady voice rang out. If no one has any objections, the class president of Class 10 will be Lin Kai. Also, just by scanning your card with your phone, you can access the school network. If there's nothing else, that's all for today. We'll meet in class tomorrow at 6. Zhang Dan, sitting below, suddenly remembered something and quickly raised his hand to ask, "Wait, Teacher Nan, I want to ask, where are our dorms?" Nan Zhenghui replied cheerfully, "The Sacred Academy does not provide accommodation. Students must use points as rent to choose a room they like. You can go to the housing registration office to find a place you like and rent it." The group of students was so shocked their eyes bulged. They all shouted in unison, "Huh? We have to rent it ourselves." The teacher's smile was undisguised as he quickly said, "That's right. Class dismissed." The front of the housing registration office was bustling with people. Lin Kai's group stood in the main hall, observing the projected images and discussing comfortably. Normal apartment, 50 square meters, monthly rent is 50 points. Villa with a training room, fully furnished, monthly rent 500 points. On the screen, a spacious and beautiful house was projected with a note, "Monthly rent for Bamboo Villa is 500 points." Lele looked at the house with delight, her eyes filled with fascination. "If I'm going to live somewhere, it has to be the best. This Bamboo Villa is not bad." But Lin Kai quickly spoke up, shattering her dream. He spread his hands, squinted, and listed the expenses. "The monthly rent is 500 points. After spending all your points, what will you eat? The school cafeteria, breakfast is 5 points, lunch and dinner are 10 points. After a month, 500 points isn't even enough for food alone." Lin Kai pointed at the projection screen and said with his eyes closed, "Therefore, only an idiot would spend 500 points to live in such a high-end place." However, before he could realize it, a hand suddenly appeared behind his head. With a crisp sound, Lin Kai choked on his water in pain. He clutched the lump on his head and turned around, stammering in shock. Who hit me?" Luo Yu, who had just appeared, asked coldly. "Who did you call an idiot?" Lin Kai was immediately shocked, trembling as he pointed at her, and said, "You didn't really spend 500 points to rent that villa, did you?" Luo Yu ignored his question and asked back, "Have you chosen place to live yet?" Lin Kai replied with wide eyes, "Not yet." "Why?" Luo Yu held out her hand and continued, "Give me your card." Lin Kai handed her the card, breaking out in a cold sweat as he quietly asked Luo Yu, who was standing at the transaction counter, Hey, what are you doing with my card?" Luo Yu said, "The villa I rented has 2 floors. You transfer 250 points to me. You'll stay on the first floor, and I'll stay on the second." Seeing the screen requiring a fingerprint confirmation, Luo Yu called Lin Kai over. "Confirm your fingerprint." Lin Kai placed his index finger on the confirmation screen and said with a sly smile, "In that case, can we be considered to be living together?" Before he could finish, Luo Yu's aura suddenly turned gloomy. She crossed her arms, frowned, and warned, "Say one more word, and I'll kill you." Lin Kai was startled and immediately became meek. A short while later, at the bright yellow villa, Lin Kai sat with his legs crossed on the living room sofa, letting Rollo run around the house. He smiled comfortably and said, Hee, a villa really is different. These points weren't wasted. Let's see the content on the Academy's website. Map, shopping center, combat power ranking. Oh, there are also point missions." He suddenly sat up. On the system screen, a series of point missions were displayed. Point mission, sparring partner, getting beat up, 1 hour a day, 150 points each time. Cleaning the girls' restroom, half an hour a day, 100 points each time. Playing Glory of the Dead, 5 hours a day, 250 points each time. Getting a good evaluation, half an hour a day, 120 points each time. Lin Kai looked at the missions, dumbfounded, and couldn't help but say, "What kind of missions are these?" Then Lin Kai noticed something, and his expression became excited. "Hey, there's an exchange counter. You can exchange items for points." Remembering the things he had encountered, Lin Kai felt lucky. "Great. I got quite a few materials from Evolved Beasts on the way, he said, his eyes reflecting the glowing screen, very moved. Lin Kai put on his backpack and went to the exchange station. Inside, many upperclassmen were chatting idly. A third year seemed to have some problem, covering his mouth and whispering closely into another's ear. Some people noticed. At this moment, many gossiping voices suddenly rose up, attacking him. Look, that's a new student from this year. He hasn't even gotten his uniform yet. TSK, he looks so stupid. This year's new students are really nothing special. Huh? What's this kid doing here? What good things could a new student have to exchange? The noise was loud, but Lin Kai paid it no mind. He calmly walked up to the teacher working at the exchange station and asked, "Hello, sir. I'd like to exchange some things." The white-haired professor didn't mean anything by it. He was just curious. He stroked his beard and asked directly, "You haven't even received your uniform yet. What do you have to exchange?" Items sold here can only be exchanged for accumulation points, not alliance currency. Lin Kai naturally understood. He replied, "Yes, I know that." He took out a piece of skin from a fourth-order tyrant dragon leech. He continued, "Sir, how many points can I get for this?" The professor's eyes widened in disbelief. He held the skin with both hands and assessed it. A rare evolved beast, the skin of a fourth-stage tyrant dragon leech, can be exchanged for 10,000 accumulation points. A fourth-year student standing by, eavesdropping, nearly had his jaw drop. Holy hell, he actually has the skin of a fourth-stage tyrant dragon leech. The student behind him, frowning and squinting, said, "He probably got it on the road of death. This kid's luck is insane." 10,000 accumulated points, not bad. He then took out another piece, a block of ice that radiated a colorful light, and continued, "Also, there's this. Let's go." The old professor pushed up his glasses, observed it seriously, and said, "Salt crystals, this is something you can find but not force. I'll give you 100,000 accumulation points for it." Next, the chatter grew lively again. It's actually a salt crystal, and he managed to get so many at once. And they're in such good condition. This rookie must have stepped in some serious dog poop luck. This guy's rich now. 100,000 accumulation points. How many missions would you have to do to earn that much? Ignoring the many voices in his ear, Lin Kai continued to smile and brought out the last item, saying, "Sir, I have a little more here. Please take a look for me." The old teacher was so shocked he stammered, This is a sixth-order evolved beast, the hide of a six-vine demon beast. Oh my god, how'd you get this? Did you kill a sixth-order evolved beast? I'm not hearing things, am I? A sixth-order evolved beast. Everyone there was shocked, their jaws on the floor. A fourth-year female student spoke up, followed by another student. Her voice was a little timid. What's this new student's background? Could he be a genius from some big family with many trump cards, which is why he could handle a sixth-order evolved beast? However, there were still arrogant people who looked down on him, saying, that kid doesn't look like a young master from a big family. He must have picked up the items." But someone behind him said, "The skin of a fourth-order tyrant dragon leech, salt crystals, the hide of a sixth-order six-vine demon beast. Why don't you go pick some up too?" The professor took Lin Kai's card, inserted it into the point transfer machine, and said, "The hide of a sixth-order six-vine demon beast is very valuable, but your quantity is not much, so I'll give you 500,000 accumulation points, plus the previous two, for a total of 610,000 accumulation points. Is that okay?" "All right, thank you," Lin Kai said, but he had other ideas. "I also want to ask, can I exchange for a skill card?" The professor raised his finger and shook it in refusal, explaining, "Skill cards, weapons, combat suits. The Sacred Academy already produces a lot of these, so we don't exchange for them." "All right. Also, I want to use my accumulated points to exchange for a 6th-level Beast Core. Can't I get even a little bit more?" Lin Kai's face showed clear disappointment. He thought to himself, "Before coming here, I used the systems for accumulated draws and got a diamond-level skill card for knife skills. I thought I could exchange it. If I exchanged a diamond-level skill card, I could get at least 1,000,000 accumulated points, right?" The professor placed the item in his palm and said, "A 6th-level Beast Core 80,000 accumulation points per piece. I've deducted it from your accumulation points. Lin Kai card has a transfer function. Lin Kai innocently took out his pass card and said with wide eyes, "Oh, it actually has this function." Then he immediately praised, very good, very good." Lin Kai had appeared behind them, calmly and slowly taking a step. Zhongdao Daxiang snapped his head around to look at him, shock and fear filling his eyes. He stammered, "This is a movement skill?" Lin Kai gave him a glance. He cracked his knuckles and asked with a grin, "Senior, how is your junior's skill? Tell me." After speaking, Lin Kai immediately jumped up. He flew towards one of the three, delivering a series of kicks straight to his face, making the man scream in agony. Then he flew to the other side, using his scorching claw hand to crush his opponent at the fastest speed. Zhongdao had ever watched his followers fall one by one without. Lin Kai took the full force of this blow, crying out once. He slid back a long way, wiping the corner of his mouth. Zhongdao Daxiang sneered and said, "You brat, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. You forced me to make a move. Before, it was 10,000 accumulation points. Now, hand over all your accumulation points, or I'll have you lying in the infirmary for a month." Lin Kai frowned at him, holding his jaw and saying, "You guys should be glad you're in the Sacred Academy. If we were outside..." Zhongdao Daxiang's eyes were cold as he looked at him and interrupted, "Outside? What would happen? You three would have become my experience points long ago." Lin Kai snapped. He channeled his spiritual energy into his right hand, and his entire fist quickly glowed with a blue flame. Violent burst fist. A mere first-year new student. You dare to clash fists with me? Watch me cripple your hand, he boasted loudly, once again activating the great serpent fist. A giant python seemed to wrap around his arm. Boom! The two fists clashed directly, creating a huge shockwave that ravaged the surrounding scenery. Zhongdao Daxiang let out a long, miserable scream. His flesh, or even his entire arm, seemed to be twisted together. He looked at his arm in horror. His companions quickly gathered around. "Zhongdao Kun, your arm." The other one judged, "It's broken." His voice also more panicked, but he seemed unable to hear them. Zhongdao Daxiang clutched his arm and roared, "It hurts so much. Quick, get me to the infirmary." But how could Lin Kai let him go so easily? He walked up to them with a dark face and said coldly, "Did I say you could leave? You started this fight with me, and now you want to run?" Zhongdao Daxiang gritted his teeth and hissed, "You!" Lin Kai, on the contrary, smiled warmly. He held up one finger and said, 10,000 accumulation points from each of you, and this matter is over." The long-haired guy supporting him exclaimed in shock, 10,000 accumulation points. Do you know how many missions you have to do to get that? Zhongdao Daxiang directly stiffened his neck. "No way. You." Lin Kai leaned his face close to his, smiling sinisterly, his tone as dark as the underworld. "You're not giving it, are you? Then I can only cripple your other arm." Zhongdao Daxiang's eyes widened in shock. He was truly scared. His face showed his terror as he quickly said, "Don't. I'll give you the 10,000 accumulation points. Isn't that enough?" The two allies of Zhongdao Daxiang both looked at him in panic. The crew cut guy next to him was just as panicked and said, "Don't hit him anymore. We'll pay too." Lin Kai crossed his arms, his voice nonchalant. "You guys are smart. Now tell me, how do I transfer the points?" Zhongdao Daxiang held up his pass card, his eyes still moist with tears. He quickly said in a frightened voice, "Press the button on the side. The front of the point card will turn into a screen." He continued, "What's your ID?" After entering the ID, you could transfer the points. Lin Kai read it out in one breath, 981 for 126. But Dao Daxiang gritted his teeth and pressed hard on the card, his eyes still defiant as he said, "It's transferred." Lin Kai stood looking at them, hands on his hips, and broke into a brilliant smile. His attitude was extremely dismissive as he laughed and said, "Haha, 30,000 accumulation points received." Then he turned and left, waving at the three of them, and even said, "Thanks for the accumulation points. Bye." Damn it, that bastard. I'll definitely not let him go. Zhong Dao Daxiang suppressed his anger and spat out each word, his eyes fixed on that back, filled with hatred. That kid clearly gave me a very weak feeling, but why is he so strong? Is he intentionally pretending to be weak to devour the tiger? The crew cut guy asked, his face full of doubt. The long-haired one in the group of three rolled his eyes upwards, silently recalling. He also had his doubts. The murderous aura he just showed was too terrifying. That kid is a 10-star student. Zhong Dao Daxiang snorted and said coldly, I'll have to spend 5,000 accumulation points to invite a third-year senior to cripple both of that guy's arms. He stared at Lin Kai's retreating figure, clutching his own arm, his eyes cold. His companions also chimed in, each with their own opinion. Just crippling his arms is too easy for him. The two of us together have 5,000 accumulation points. Let's cripple his legs too. Back at the villa, Lin Kai called out, Luo Yu, time to train. Let's go out for dinner. In the training room, Luo Yu sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. A faint aura enveloped her body. It took a while before Luo Yu came out. She took a few deep breaths, and as soon as she stepped out, she pointed in a direction, her eyes still closed, and said, the screen in the living room has a fast food delivery service. Lin Kai held the remote and pointed it at the TV screen, pressing buttons. He glanced at her and said, Luo Yu, you can take a shower first later. I'll order the food. By the way, just tell me what you want to eat. My treat. After a while, Luo Yu stepped out of the bathroom. She brought with her a warm, moist steam, her hair neatly tied up. Luo Yu looked up and asked, that was fast. She was immediately startled. Luo Yu was a little dazed. Before her was a sumptuous meal of about 8 savory dishes and 2 soups. Lin Kai, on the other side, had already sat down at the table and started eating. He enjoyed it happily and said to her cheerfully, come, eat your fill. From the road of death, every day it's either bland food or hard-to-eat evolved beast meat. I'm about to puke. Luo Yu's eyes widened, a little surprised. She estimated and then asked, this whole table must have cost at least 100 accumulation points, right? Where did you get so many accumulation points? Lin Kai nearly choked. He quickly composed himself, his face brightening. He pointed to his cheek. Lin Kai's face was a little red, the corners of his mouth lifted. He said smugly, give me a kiss, and I'll tell you. Luo Yu immediately drew her sword and held it to Lin Kai's neck, saying coldly, say that again if you dare. Lin Kai was instantly so frightened he felt like his guts would burst. He broke out in a cold sweat and screamed, ah, big sister, I was just kidding. Why do you bring your sword with you even when you're eating? Luo Yu frowned, her face darkening, and asked in a dangerous tone, who are you calling sister? Lin Kai quickly jumped off his chair, knelt down, and hugged Luo Yu's leg, crying and begging, all right, I won't call you big sister. How about I call you little Yu? After all, in the eyes of outsiders, we can be considered to have started living together. Luo Yu, hearing him talk, kicked him far away and shouted, get lost. A moment later, in the training room, Luo Yu held her sword, and opposite her was Lin Kai holding a long spear. Luo Yu swung the tip of her sword and said, come on, let's have a little spar. Let me see what your current strength is. Lin Kai got into a stance and asked a question that had been on his mind. You just took a shower. Why do you still want to practice with your sword? He had to recall some not-so-pleasant memories, and he thought to himself, this girl isn't like that violent little Lolita, is she? Does she want to use a spar to beat me up? Why are all the beautiful girls around me so violent? Luo Yu frowned coldly, interrupting his thoughts. How dare you get distracted during a spar? Let's go. She pointed her sword and charged, letting out a soft shout. You're asking for a beating. Lin Kai wasn't prepared, and with the earlier exchange, he was already somewhat injured. Now, this one-sword strike from Luo Yu directly made him cough heavily, spitting up fresh blood. Luo Yu stopped, startled. She looked at him clutching his chest, breathing heavily. Luo Yu was a little panicked. Ah, when were you injured? Lin Kai supported himself with the spear in his hand. He forced a smile and said, it's nothing. Yesterday, I went to the exchange station to trade evolved beast materials for accumulation points. As a result, I was targeted by Zhongdao Daxiang, a second-year student. We fought halfway, and I got slightly injured, but those guys also suffered. They even obediently compensated me with 30,000 accumulation points. After saying that, he could still smile. Getting beaten to this extent, what's there to be proud of? Luo Yu turned and walked away. At the same time, she tossed him a bottle of medicine and said, "This is healing medicine. Twice a day, 2 pills each time." Lin Kai picked up the medicine bottle and looked at it. He squinted and said, "I'm not sick. Why do I need to take medicine for such a small wound?" Luo Yu affirmed, "No, you are sick." She gestured by tapping her finger on her forehead, and with a glance, she said, "Right here." Lin Kai was speechless, then walked away without looking back. Luo Yu said coldly, "No more training today. You rest and get better." Lin Kai watched her back, thinking to himself, "Does this girl really like me? She's so worried now that I'm injured." In his own room, in the dark space, the ruby-like stone emitted a faint blue flame in the darkness. The stone floated in front of his chest. Lin Kai sat cross-legged and cultivated. The same aura that enveloped the beast core also enveloped his body. Lin Kai silently assessed in his mind, this feeling of power continuously entering my body is amazing. Moreover, with this absorption, my experience points are also increasing rapidly. What an unexpected discovery. I need to absorb a lot more high-level beast cores to increase my experience in the future. But the energy contained in a 6th-level beast core is too powerful. It feels like it wants to tear my body apart. The beast core shattered, breaking into large and small, uneven fragments. Lin Kai silently affirmed, "A warrior's body is a vessel. Only when it becomes larger can it contain more primal energy, and its strength will become more and more powerful." Simultaneously, with a pop, the beast cores fell, and the aura surrounding his body gradually dissipated. Lin Kai came to a conclusion. To become a warrior, one must constantly train their body. Lin Kai's eyes snapped open. He walked to the window and saw Luo Yu's figure in a long coat, seeming to be going somewhere. He thought to himself, "Hey, it's so late. What's she sneaking out for?" He rested his chin on his hand and sighed, his thoughts wandering. Could she be going on a date? No. Doesn't she have me already? Forget it. Stop thinking nonsense. Cultivating quickly is what's important. In a strange place, Zhongdao Daxiang's face was angry, his hand in a cast. He couldn't contain his emotions, venting his anger on everyone around him. "Did Huang Benhai agree to help us vent our anger?" he asked. The one leaning against the wall with his arms crossed replied, "I've already told Xiao Chuan to find Huang Benhai. For 10,000 accumulated points, he will definitely agree to help." Just then, at the door, another person forcefully pushed it open. Xiao Chuan's face was bruised, and he clenched his fists tightly, saying, "Zhongdao, I've invited Huang Benhai over." Zhongdao Daxiang heard this and smiled triumphantly. A heavy snort was heard. The person hadn't even fully stepped inside before saying, to actually be beaten to such a state by a first-year student. So pathetic. Huang Benhai's forehead veins bulged as he softly shouted. But before he could even establish his presence, he was kicked by someone who suddenly appeared. The voice was very familiar and loud. "Don't block the way." Huang Benhai hit the floor with a thud, his spiked club slipping from his hand. He snapped his head around, eyes wide, and shouted, "Who the hell ambushed me?" Luo Yu calmly looked down at the fat man from above, her tone cold as she replied, "A new student." Huang Benhai was a little surprised, shouting loudly as if he couldn't believe it. "A new student? Why is it a new student?" He picked up his large spiked club and dragged his fat body towards her, saying angrily, "I don't care if you're a new student or an old student. You dared to ambush me. Now I'm going to cripple you." Luo Yu drew her sword and swung it with a whoosh, directly sending the fat man's weapon flying. She said, "You're too slow." The sword pointed at the opponent. Huang Benhai's body froze. Luo Yu's eyes became ice cold. She hissed through her teeth, "Dare to move again, and you die." Zhongdao Daxiang, watching from the side, couldn't help but burst out laughing, sneering. Die? Ha ha! Beautiful little sister. Are you joking? Killing is forbidden in the Sacred Academy. Luo Yu glanced at him, frowned, and replied, You can try and see if I dare. Suddenly, Huang Benhai was startled. He pointed at her, stammering, You're Luo Yu, the genius new student of the academy this year. His eyes widened, and sweat suddenly appeared on his cheeks, repeating her name in terror. Luo Yu. Zhong Daoxiang looked at the senior he had just brought, repeating doubtfully, Luo Yu. I don't know who shouted, Luo. Luo family from Sky City. All eyes were on Luo Yu. She showed no reaction, still holding her sword to the fat man's neck. Zhong Daoxiang stammered, Luo family. Huang Benhai also had to shrink back. His legs couldn't hold him up, and he trembled, collapsing to his knees. Zhong Daoxiang knelt down, his body trembling, his eyes red. He gritted his teeth and thought, so this girl is really from the Luo family. Then she really would dare to kill people in the Sacred Academy. Zhong Daoxiang trembled, breathing with difficulty, his face pale as he said, Miss Luo, this lowly one was blind and offended your friend. I hope you, in your magnanimity, will forgive us. We will never dare to provoke your friend again in the future. Miss Luo. Luo, you looked at him, trembling and kneeling at her feet, just looking without saying a word. Luo, you snorted, sheathed her sword, and turned to leave. Behind her, Huang Benhai also naturally lost all his strength and sat down with a plop, along with Zhong Daoxiang, watching her back gradually disappear. He let out a sigh of relief and said, Phew, she's finally gone. That girl's aura is too terrifying. Suddenly, he turned to curse the one who invited him. You bastards, why did you have to provoke her? Zhong Daoxiang explained fearfully. How was I supposed to know? I just randomly blocked a new student. Who would have thought he actually knew such a powerful figure? Regardless of everything, the darkness passed quickly. The gentle morning sun shone on a corner of the roof. At this time, first-year students like Lin Kai had finally been issued their uniforms. He wore it while yawning and calling Luo Yu's name. But he didn't see her reply. He was startled. On the table was only a small breakfast that had been prepared. And me? A little surprised, he thought. She even prepared breakfast for me. Lin Kai picked it up with his bare hands and took a bite, his eyes looking towards her room door. He mumbled while chewing, Did that girl go to school so early? Then he thought again, although she usually acts like an iceberg, she actually cares about me a lot. Lin Kai stepped out the door and saw Lay's group waiting for him. The two girls both waved and called him Big Brother Lin. Jiang Li and Qin Feng suddenly ambushed him, whispering in a spooky tone. How was it, class president? Did you sleep well last night? Lin Kai just felt annoyed. He softly shouted, Get lost, all of you. Arriving at the Class 10 teaching building, the teacher's steady voice rang out. This concludes today's theory class. After this is free study and training time. The learning atmosphere at the Sacred Academy is very free. Nan Zhenghui rested both hands on the desk and said seriously, You can come to the theory class or not. You won't lose points for not coming. The students were immediately happy, as if they had hit the jackpot. Some even asked, Wow, is it really that relaxed? Teacher Nan Zhenghui gave a wicked smile and said, But I have to say this first. The Sacred Academy has a small test every month. Anyone who fails, don't blame me for being harsh with the punishment then. The students immediately pouted. There are still tests? I knew there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. There are a gym and a gravity room on the upper floor, which can meet everyone's daily training needs. Nan Jinghui held a card in his hand and continued, Lin Kai, I'm giving you this key card. He handed the card to him and continued gently. The gym is open from 6 to 12 every day. Remember to clean up after use. Lin Kai took the card and replied, Yes, Teacher Nan. But the teacher didn't let him go just yet. Nan Zhenghui seemed to remember something, then held out his hand to him and said, Oh, right, give me your ID card. I'll send you 500 accumulation points. Teacher Nan took the card and inserted it into a slot on the desk. Immediately, a transparent orange screen appeared in front of the teacher. Looking at the number on it, Nan Jinghui was shocked. His voice couldn't help but get louder. 640, 200 accumulation points? He looked at him, truly finding it hard to believe, and asked, Lin Kai, how do you have so many accumulation points? Because his voice wasn't hidden at all, the whole class was in an uproar like a disturbed beehive. A student was stunned. Teacher Nan, are you sure you're not seeing things? 640,200 accumulation points. Another student couldn't help but sigh. Oh my God, so the class president is a rich man. Lin Kai looked at them and said nothing. But Li Ping was like he had been injected with chicken blood. Veins popped on his forehead as he angrily questioned, how is that possible? Teacher Nan, yesterday he had the same amount of accumulation points as us. How could he suddenly have 640,000 more today? He pointed at Lin Kai and shouted, he must have hacked into the school system to get those points. Someone agreed. That's right. Teacher Nan, you must investigate this carefully. Nan Jinghui's expression darkened, and he frowned, his voice stern. All of you, shut up. What do you take the Sacred Academy for? Do you think the school system is so easily hacked? Why don't you try hacking it and show me? The system shows that all these accumulation points were obtained by Lin Kai from exchanging evolved beast materials at the school's exchange station. Leo had a dumbfounded look on his face. There's an exchange station? How come I didn't know about that? He asked. I've got some stuff to trade too. Another student exclaimed happily. Me too. Let's all go trade together later. Ryder looked at the group of clueless idiots and chuckled, muttering under his breath, a bunch of morons, his tone dripping with disdain. Instructor Drake reviewed the transaction history and couldn't help but praise him. Kid, you've got some serious skills. To come all the way from the path of demise and still manage to get your hands on so much loot is impressive. Suddenly, the instructor noticed something unusual. He squinted and said, Hey, this transfer. Do you have a friend who's second year at Saints Crest Academy? Ryder scratched his chin sheepishly. My brother. He ruffled his own hair and said with a grin, That's right. On my way back from the exchange station, I ran into 3 acquaintances. They were worried that since I was new, I wouldn't have enough points, so they were really generous. I told them I didn't want it, but they were so insistent. Ryder said this without a hint of shame. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the academy, the guys he scammed sneezed uncontrollably. Instructor Drake knew the kid was lying through his teeth, but he just smiled and gave him a simple warning, Kid, be careful. Then he let him go, turning to the class. All right, I have a meeting to attend. The Rookie Grand Tournament is in 1 week, so everyone needs to train hard. I will select the top 5 martial artists to compete against the other classes for the #1 spot. The students roared, banging on their desks. Leo shouted, Don't worry, sir. We'll definitely train our hearts out. The student next to him chimed in, Yeah, we won't bring shame to our class. In the training hall, the students of Class 10 were scattered about, each practicing on their own. Ryder was practicing earnestly with a long spear. Suddenly, Leo approached him, a wooden sword slung over his shoulder. With a cocky smirk, he said, Hey, Ryder, how about a little spar? Before Ryder could answer, Jenna spoke up for him, her face serious as she stepped forward defensively. Leo, what's your problem? Leo raised an eyebrow, a smug look on his face. No problem at all. I just want to spar with our class president. Don't tell me you're scared, Prez. Leo frowned, thinking to himself, Asterisk, this kid must have cheated somehow yesterday when he smashed the force-measuring device with 1 punch. I can feel his aura is weak. How could he possibly shatter that device with a single fist? Asterisk. Ryder said nonchalantly, You're so weak, of course I wouldn't dare fight you. I'm afraid I might accidentally beat you to a pulp. His words made a vein throb on Leo's forehead. He flew into a rage, gritting his teeth. You cocky bastard, he roared, swinging his sword. The clash of weapons echoed through the hall as Ryder swiftly parried the attack. He scoffed, Too slow. Watch this. Ryder executed a skill, and the spear in his hand multiplied into a blur, countless afterimages stabbing toward Leo. Leo gritted his teeth, struggling to block the hundreds of spear strikes. Ultimately, he couldn't hold on and was sent flying backward by Ryder, crying out in pain. A few of Leo's cronies saw this and rushed forward. "Leo, we're here to help." Ryder just sneered. Jenna turned her head, annoyed. "Damn, ganging up on one guy. How shameless." "Kenji, let's go help Ryder." Kenji got into a fighting stance. Fane wouldn't just stand by either. "Right," he said. Suddenly, Ryder stopped them. "Jenna, you guys stay back," he said arrogantly. "To deal with these small fries, I'm more than enough." He thought to himself, "This is the perfect chance to use these guys to establish my position as class president." Leo and his lackeys charged forward simultaneously. He roared in anger. "You arrogant brat. You'll regret this. Go!" Leo gritted his teeth and lunged forward. But he was suddenly blocked by a kick that sent him and his cronies flying back with a yell. Then Ryder rushed in, executing a series of kicks that landed squarely on Leo's face. It sent him sprawling to the ground, crying out in pain. With a smile, Ryder dragged his spear on the ground as he walked over to them. "Have you had enough?" he asked. Leo remained silent, his face grim. A lump formed on his forehead. Wiping the corner of his mouth, Leo's eyes filled with resentment as he grunted. Leo stood up to face him. Ryder stared back, saying nothing. As if giving up, Leo bowed his head. "I'm sorry, class president," he said through gritted teeth. "I lost. You have my respect." Off to the side, Jenna let out a small, satisfied smile. "I knew Ryder could handle them on his own." Fane gave her a helpless look, chuckled, and said, "You were the one who was most worried just a second ago." Ryder spoke up again, his sharp gaze sweeping across the room. "Anyone else not convinced?" Standing in the center, surrounded by his classmates, he declared with neither arrogance nor false modesty, "Our combat scores were the lowest on the entrance exam, so we were put in class 10. But are you guys just going to accept that? If you don't want to be humiliated in the rookie grand tournament, then start training harder." Next, they moved to the gravity chamber. Jenna was puzzled. "This is the gravity chamber." She fiddled with the console. "Looks like you have to swipe a card." Ryder stared at the chamber door, deep in thought. He mused, although a martial artist training can strengthen the body, delicate internal organs can't be exercised effectively. But training in a gravity chamber is different. The body cells are in a state of intense consumption, and the load on the internal organs is immense. Therefore, using cultivation techniques inside the gravity chamber to absorb primal energy or doing other exercises is extremely beneficial for strengthening the body. With that thought, he stepped forward and opened the door. Seeing the layout inside, everyone gasped in astonishment. "So this is the gravity chamber." Fane walked in, his surprise evident. "This is my first time seeing one." Jenna seemed to have discovered something. "Hey guys, look at this," she exclaimed in shock. "Holy crap. Using the gravity chamber costs points." The screen clearly displayed the rates. Double gravity costs 2 points per minute. Triple gravity costs 3 points per minute. Fane frantically calculated on his fingers. Double gravity for 1 hour is 120 points. We only get 500 points a month, and we still have to pay for lodging and food. There's no way we can afford to train in here. Just then, Ryder spoke up unexpectedly. "Jenna, don't you guys have the meat from the Hexavine demon beast? That stuff is worth a lot of points." Fane suddenly remembered Ryder's trade and cheered up. "That's right." With one hand in his pocket, Ryder turned to them. "Besides the exchange station, the school network also has a ton of missions that reward you with points." He smiled at everyone, holding up his card. "Today's on me. Anyone who wants to train in the gravity chamber can stay. Let's try the easiest one, double gravity." Hearing this, everyone jumped for joy, thanking him profusely. "Thanks, class president. The president's rich. Long live the class president." Beep, card swiped. The gravity bar immediately lit up, and a cold, mechanical voice announced, "Double gravity training initiated." A huge machine on the ceiling whirred to life, its engine humming loudly. Everyone looked up in surprise. Less than a minute later, Fane was already down on one knee. He gasped, "Holy this is..." Rai immediately sat down on the floor, panting with difficulty. This is double gravity? Ryder felt a bit uncomfortable. He gritted his teeth, squinting one eye, thinking, under this gravity, the body's cells are constantly being depleted, but at the same time, they're dividing and creating new, stronger cells. He clutched a jade core crystal in his hand, determined. Using a cultivation technique to absorb the primal energy inside this crystal now will have an even greater effect. Time passed, and all the Class 10 students eventually settled down, sitting cross-legged to cultivate. After an hour, people started to complain. I can't take it anymore. Leo was also feeling the strain. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and glanced over at Ryder, who was still cultivating calmly. He was shocked. Asterisk, it's been an hour, but Ryder still looks so relaxed. Is he really that strong? Asterisk. People started leaving, faint among them. I can't, he panted. If I keep this up, I feel like I'm going to break. Jenna looked at Ryder, still at ease, and praised him with admiration. Ryder is so incredible. He looks so comfortable. She sighed. We're all new students. Why is the gap between us so huge? After 2 hours, Ryder finally opened his eyes. He looked around, surprised. Huh, am I the only one left? If it's just me, I might as well try triple gravity. With that, he swiped his card again. The mechanical voice chimed. Triple gravity training initiated. Now, immediately, Ryder felt like he'd been hit by a truck. He collapsed to the floor, groaning, "Oh man, what now?" Shaking, he struggled to push himself up, gritting his teeth. Damn, this is intense. He grinned with excitement and sat cross-legged, taking out another jade core crystal. He thought, Asterisk, my body is aching all over. It feels like all my organs and bones are about to collapse and explode. But the system shows my experience points are skyrocketing. This is way faster than the experience I get from killing beasts. Asterisk, back in the training hall, everyone else was training comfortably, chatting in small groups. Bye for now. Jenna was a bit worried. Ryder's been in the gravity chamber for 5 hours. I hope nothing happened to him. I was only in there for an hour, and I already felt like I couldn't breathe. My brain was starved for oxygen. Rye, standing beside her, whispered with a teasing look, if you're so worried about your dear Ryder, why don't you go check on him? Don't worry, the gravity chamber has an intelligent system. If a trainee can't handle it, the system will automatically shut down and send an alert. See you in the next video. Just then, a student came in from the entrance and dropped a bombshell on everyone. The class president is training under triple gravity right now. Jenna's jaw dropped in horror. Triple gravity? Fane's reaction was no different. Triple gravity? He stammered. He's been in there for 5 hours. Is he even human? Or is he some kind of evolved beast? Back in the gravity chamber, Ryder looked surprisingly normal. He frowned at the now-gray jade core crystal in his hand and muttered, the primal energy from this crystal was absorbed so quickly. Looks like I'll have to go to the exchange station for more after class. Ryder clenched his fist and threw a punch into the air. He thought, Asterisk under triple gravity, my reflexes and speed are so slow. The power of my burst fist is also incredibly weak. However, if I can unleash a full power strike under triple gravity, wouldn't the force of my burst fist be 3 times stronger? Asterisk. He glanced at the system display. Gravity State Training System. Select difficulty 1 to 99. Ryder pondered for a moment. Gravity State Training System. What does that mean? Although he didn't quite understand, he decided to give a shot. Select difficulty 1. Let's see what happens. The cold mechanical voice spoke just 2 words, initiating. Instantly, a machine gun emerged from a small compartment in the chamber. Zing! A sound of something slicing through the air. It was a laser gun. Ryder reacted instantly and dodged. He was shocked. Asterisk, holy crap, that's powerful. I'm not wearing my combat uniform. If I get hit by that laser, I could die. Asterisk, this was unexpected. He shouldn't have started the training so recklessly. The laser gun swiveled, firing 2 more beams. Full auto. Ryder quickly dropped to the ground to avoid them. The laser beams were like afterimages, 4 or 5 of them firing at him simultaneously, forcing Ryder to use his martial skills to evade. After a while, The cold mechanical voice sounded again. 30 minutes have passed. Training complete. By now, Ryder was exhausted, kneeling on the ground and panting like a dog. As he caught his breath, he thought, 3 hours of double gravity cost 360 points, 2 hours of triple gravity cost another 360, and 1 round of reflex training cost 100. He quickly recovered, picked up his card, and walked out of the gravity chamber, still thinking, asterisk less than 6 hours, and I've already spent 820 points. But these 6 hours of training are worth more than 10 days of training on my own. Asterisk, he concluded, having money really is the best. As soon as he stepped out, Jenna rushed over. She seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Ryder, she asked urgently, you're finally out. Are you okay? You were in there for 5 hours straight. Ryder slung his gear over his shoulder and smiled at them. Relax, what could happen to me? You guys keep training. I have something to take care of. I'll be back later. Let's go. Watching him walk away, Fane could only give a thumbs up in admiration. The class president spent 5 hours in the gravity chamber and came out completely fine. What a beast! Jenna also praised him. Ryder never disappoints. After leaving the exchange station, Ryder sighed in frustration. 80,000 points for 1 jade core crystal. Even with over 600,000 points, I can't buy that many. He calculated quietly. Asterisk, I can't just wait for handouts. I need to find a way to earn some points. Asterisk. Looking at the tall tower in front of him, an idea struck Ryder. Asterisk, that's the competition tower mentioned on the school map. As long as I can get on the tower's ranking board, I can receive a corresponding amount of points every day. Asterisk, he grinned. Haha, what a great place to earn points. I'll go check it out. Bathed in the beautiful light, the tower seemed even more magnificent. The competition tower has a total of 100 floors. The academy selects the top 100 students based on their strength to be the masters of each floor. Therefore, defeating the master of the first floor means you've entered the academy's top 100. The academy ranks the floors based on the tower challenges each week. Every match is broadcast on the big screen in the hall. To motivate the floor masters and challengers, the academy awards different point rewards for holding different floors. Ranking list. Rank 1, Victor Kane, floor 20. Rank 2, Orion, floor 19. Rank 3, Violet, floor 18. Rank 4, Luna, floor 17. There's also a weekly ranking board for challengers. The top challenger also gets rewarded with points. Ryder looked at the list in amazement. Asterisk, no way. Luna is here too? And she even beat the master of floor 17. Asterisk, in front of him, 2 students were talking. One with bright yellow hair said with a look of surprise, this year's freshmen are really strong. Someone challenged up to floor 20 on the first day. The guy next to him with an eye patch added, I heard some of this year's freshmen are geniuses from the Celestial Academy, from some of the great families. It's not surprising they can make it into the top 100. But when they saw Ryder walk up to the registration board, they looked down on him. The yellow-haired guy noticed first. Look, another freshman. The guy with the eye patch immediately judged. Kid doesn't know his own limits. Does he think the top 100 is that easy to challenge? The yellow-haired guy replied, I don't think he's anything special. He'll probably get knocked out on the first floor. The eye patch guy sighed. It's the same every year. A few freshmen who aren't afraid of the tiger because they're newborn calves. Just another idiot who needs to be taught a lesson. The arena opened, and Ryder ignored the 2 guys' banter and walked in. At the same time, a match was just ending. With a heavy thud, the challenger was thrown from the ring. The referee's voice announced, Yuri, Year 2 wins. He looked at his tablet and continued, Ryder, Year 1 versus Yuri, Year 2. Next match, please prepare. Ryder, standing below the ring, was a bit startled. Asterisk, that was fast. Is it my turn already? Was there no one else challenging? Asterisk. He stepped into the ring. A murmur went through the crowd. It's another freshman challenger. Someone laughed loudly, saying disdainfully, I wonder if he's going to get beaten until he cries. The referee suddenly answered the murmuring crowd. He definitely will. The card information shows this freshman is only a Tier 3 martial artist, and the martial artist who just lost was already Tier 4. Suddenly, the man paused, looking at the computer in his hand with some doubt. That's strange. Why does my combat level scanner show that his combat power doesn't even reach tier 3? Yuri was a tall young man with very dark green, spiky hair. He walked up to Ryder and asked mockingly, "Freshman, are you planning to use a weapon or your fist against me? Let's get this over with." Ryder smiled and said, "It's just the first floor of the competition tower. No need for weapons." These words made Yuri's blood boil. He glared at him and roared, "Arrogant brat." Yuri unleashed a burst fist straight at Ryder's face, growling, "You're asking for death." Ryder leaned to the side, looking at the fist with some surprise. Thinking he knows burst fist too? Yuri cackled, his face menacing, though he offered a backhanded compliment. "Kid knows how to dodge. What about this? Focus." Instantly, Yuri used the martial skill, Traceless Snow Step. A rain of countless fists appeared, their afterimages flying toward Ryder like an endless barrage of bullets. At the same time, Ryder activated his own movement skill, Traceless Snow Step, swiftly dodging the incoming fists. Yuri was shocked. Asterisk, how can he be so agile with such a big frame? Damn it. Asterisk, as Yuri threw punches, he taunted, "Come on, stop running." Ryder replied with a relaxed smile, "If you say so. I happen to know burst fist too." With that, he used the burst fist skill. A deep blue aura enveloped his fist, and Ryder's face broke into an arrogant grin. The students watching the match were all astonished. Someone exclaimed, "Whoa, this freshman also cultivated burst fist." Another scoffed, "A tier 3 versus a tier 4. It's obvious who's stronger." Only the referee, wearing a pair of analytical glasses, saw the truth. He said in shock, "No, that freshman's burst fist is different." But it was too late. In a flash, Ryder combined it with Tiger's Roar Fist. A red flame erupted from his hand. The two fists collided. The fiery aura of the Tiger's Roar Fist seemed to explode, engulfing him. Yuri cried out in pain, his arm feeling as if it were being crushed by an immense force. "What about next time?" As the announcer shouted, "Ryder, year 1 wins." Yuri was sent flying out of the ring. Ryder looked at his defeated opponent, flexed his hand, and commented with a faint smile, "Yeah, you really are weak." The audience erupted. What was that? He sent Yuri flying with his bare hands. Even the referee was stunned. He pushed up his glasses in disbelief. "No way, this freshman is that strong? Is my level scanner broken?" But Ryder didn't stop there. He continued his climb. Floor 2, Mako. Ryder, year 1 wins. Floor 3 was the same story. One flying kick, and the announcement continued, "Ryder, year 1 wins." The spectators watching on the live screen could only say, "Holy crap. That kid made it to the 4th floor with just his bare hands. What now?" The referee's voice was filled with disbelief as he looked at Ryder. The level scanner must be broken. Floor 5. Ryder was ready. His opponent was an upperclassman with a strong, well-built physique. She smiled and said, "Stupid little freshman, you want to fight me barehanded? What's that weapon you have on your back? Put it down. You won't beat me even with it. Let's go." Ryder was surprisingly obedient. He took off his gear, pulled out his long spear, and said with a smile, "I use a spear. Be careful, senior. My spear is very sharp." With that, he leaped forward. "Here I come." Ryder used his ultimate skill, Phoenix Call. A vortex of fire erupted from the spear's tip and engulfed the entire weapon. With one strike, the senior was sent flying. She cried out in fear, "Oh my God." After that, it was a string of crushing victories. Floor 6, Ryder, year 1 wins. Floor 7, Ryder, year 1 wins as he leaped back. The second-year student acting as the referee was so mad, he almost smashed the tablet in his hands. He yelled, "Holy crap, is this really a freshman?" He went straight to floor 20. The person next to him quickly grabbed him. Hey, calm down. That scanner costs 1,000 points. If you break it, you pay for it. Next match, please prepare. Cade, year 2, versus Ryder, year 1. As the referee's voice echoed, the two stood facing each other. Ryder looked at the person in front of him, thinking quietly, "Asterisk, this guy is a tier 5 martial artist." This is going to be a tough fight. On the freshman ranking list, even Zane from the Celestial Academy, like Luna, lost to him. Cade looked at him with a smirk, his hand tightening on the hilt of his sword. You're full of surprises. A Tier 3 martial artist who can fight his way to the 20th floor. This year's freshmen are not to be underestimated. I just defeated a freshman today. I heard he was a prodigy from the Celestial Academy. His skills were decent, but unfortunately, he didn't even last 10 minutes against me. He drew his sword, his eyes dark, but his face held a strange excitement. I wonder how many minutes you can last. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel to get notifications. Ryder just smiled and said, I've got all the time in the world. Clang. The two weapons collided with immense force, a clash of sharp sword intent. Elsewhere, in a villa, a young man's energetic voice called out, Zane, quick, check the live stream from the competition tower. There's another guy who's fought his way to the 20th floor. Zane typed on his keyboard, casually asking, Oh, is he one of our classmates? The young man next to him corrected, No, he's from Class 10. Zane was surprised. Class 10? No way. Seeing the person on the screen, Zane's voice couldn't help but rise. It's him. He thought to himself. Asterisk, he was placed in Class 10, which should mean he has the weakest combat power in the school. How could he fight his way to the 20th floor on the second day? Asterisk, at the same time, the person next to him asked, Do you know him? Zane's face darkened slightly, remembering the interaction between Luna and him. His voice dropped. He's a friend of a friend. Back in the arena, Ryder wiped a bead of sweat from his chin. He was panting, thinking, Asterisk is a Tier 5 martial artist really beyond what I can challenge right now. He looks so relaxed while I'm struggling to keep up. Asterisk. But I figure out the pattern of his movement skill. Ryder charged forward again, activating his Wind Rider Swarm technique. But Cade seemed to split into multiple copies, using his own movement skill, Phantom Step. It's useless, he said coolly. Your attacks can't touch me. Please subscribe to La La School channel to not miss any exciting videos. Just as expected, Ryder immediately used the traceless snow step skill to stick close to Cade's real body. He grinned. Don't think you're the only one with a movement skill. Cade's eyes widened in shock. Asterisk WTF? How could he predict my hidden position? Asterisk. Before he could react, a spear glowing with intense fire was already at his bicep. Cade cried out in shock. He quickly retreated, a heavy grunt escaping his throat. A gash had appeared on his right bicep, revealing the flesh beneath. Cade's face was ferocious as he cursed silently. Asterisk, damn it. A Tier 5 martial artist like me got injured by a Tier 3 rookie, and in front of so many people. Asterisk, he raised his sword, gathering a powerful, punishing force. You damn bastard. You're asking for death. With that, Cade lunged forward. Ryder held his spear horizontally in front of him to block the blow, gritting his teeth. Remember to subscribe to the channel to get more new videos. But he couldn't hold for long. Ryder was knocked backward. He crouched low to the ground, panting in amazement. This power, it's too strong. The crowd below watched the battle intently. A question was voiced twice. Am I seeing things? He actually managed to hit Cade. Another person said, I can't believe it. Cade, a peak Tier 5 martial artist, was injured by a Tier 3 freshman. Cade advanced step by step, the sword in his hand emitting an invasive, humming aura. He growled, What's wrong with me today? Am I off my game? Freshman, you've successfully pissed me off. From now on, I'll be fighting you seriously. With that, countless sword intents appeared, like a torrent of 1,000 blades, rushing forward. Cade closed in, relentlessly attacking with a flurry of strikes. Asterisk clang, 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 asterisk. Faced with the storm-like assault, Ryder could only grit his teeth and passively defend. The attacks became more and more dense. He clenched his jaw so hard it felt like it would break. Cade's face was ferocious, with only one thought for Ryder. I'm going to poke 5 bloody holes in you. Ryder's face was tense. He could barely see clearly, thinking to himself, Asterisk so strong. Is this what a Tier 5 martial artist is like? Asterisk. The force of his weapon could already injure people from distance. Cade's eyes were filled with malice as he swung his sword even harder. He seethed, "Let's see how many of these you can dodge." Strangely, Ryder felt a thrill of excitement. Though the situation was dire, he smiled. "It's been a long time since I've faced such a strong opponent." The endless clash of spear and sword created a symphony of battle, with streaks of sword energy flying through the air. The fight was incredibly fierce. For the spectators, it was like watching an epic movie. Ryder fought and defended simultaneously, his thoughts racing faster than the wind. This feeling of fighting on the edge, it's exhilarating. Cade also had his own thoughts. This kid's power is clearly much lower than mine, but why can he fight so fearlessly? He squinted at him, a flicker of annoyance in his heart. Asterisk, and I feel like the more he fights, the more ferocious he gets. This is getting tricky, asterisk. At this point, Cade activated his golden tier martial skill, 3-inch frost seal. Thousands of ice shards appeared like swords, all at once. But just then, Ryder roared, "Ice? Watch me shatter it." He activated Phoenix Call on his spear, and a scorching fire exploded. But what surprised Ryder was that Phoenix Call couldn't break through his opponent's 3-inch frost seal. Hundreds of ice shards flew towards him like a myriad of returning swords. Ryder retreated in shock. Asterisk, this is bad. Phoenix Call can't stop this move. Asterisk. Boom! With a massive shockwave, white smoke enveloped half of the arena. Ryder was instantly frozen into a solid block of ice. Seeing this sight, the crowd erupted in discussion. He actually froze a person solid. So powerful. Is this the strength of a Tier 5 martial artist? Looks like the freshman has lost. Inside the block of ice, Ryder's eyes flickered. He had to make a decision. Asterisk, so cold. I can't stay frozen like this. I have to use my trump card. Asterisk. At that moment, Cade turned to the referee. "Senior, why haven't you declared my victory yet?" The senior appointed as the referee said, "If he can't fight back within 10 seconds or leaves the ring, then you'll be considered the winner." Hearing this, Cade's eyes turned red and he walked towards Ryder. "That's easy," he said. "I'll just kick this block of ice off the stage." Crack, crack. The sound of ice breaking suddenly echoed. Cade's eyes widened in shock. The fiery image of a phoenix suddenly emerged. Phoenix Call once again lit up the entire arena. The flames this time much more powerful. Everyone in the crowd was shocked. Holy crap, he was frozen solid like that, and he can still use a martial skill. Look, he's using his own skill to melt the ice on his body. What a beast. You can use martial skills like that. After the Phoenix successfully broke free, Ryder's face was full of pride. He smiled and thought, "Luckily, right when I was frozen, I used my rage skill, and the flames of Phoenix Call allowed me to break free easily. Now, I'll defeat him in one blow." Ryder spun his spear, unleashing 3 Phoenix Call strikes. 3 sword auras, refined with fire, shot towards Cade at the same time. Cade gritted his teeth and desperately fought back. He couldn't help but say, How? How could that brat escape the frozen state so quickly?" The next moment, Ryder had already appeared in front of him. He smiled, the tip of his spear gathering power. "See you later," he said. Cade could only get out the word, "Yeah." Ryder thrust his spear forward. Cade blocked with his sword, clenching his jaw tightly. Ryder's eyes turned sharp as ice. He focused his power and, with a single strike, sent Cade flying out of the ring. The referee's voice rang out, "Ryder wins." He retracted his sword intent and slung his spear over his shoulder as the crowd erupted in a frenzy. "Oh my God, I'm speechless. A Tier 3 challenging a Tier 5, and he actually won. This year's freshmen are insane. Each one is stronger than the last." As Ryder walked down, the senior who was also the referee behind him asked quietly, "Freshman, do you want to continue and challenge the 21st floor?" Ryder didn't look back, just waved his hand and said, "Nah, I'll come back another day." Before leaving, Ryder glanced at the freshman challenger ranking board. All the previous positions had dropped by 1 rank, making way for the new number 1, Ryder, floor 21. He was a little surprised. Asterisk, I'm ranked number 1. Because I defeated the master of the 20th floor, I'm qualified to enter the 21st. Does that mean Zane didn't beat Cade? It seems the top spot on the challenger ranking gets 1,000 points every day. Asterisk Ryder grinned. Haha, nice. At Zane's villa, his friend's face was filled with disbelief. Holy crap, he actually beat a tier 5 martial artist. A guy like that, how did he end up in class 10? Zane, he's ranked above you now. Zane was looking at his computer with both hands, his expression serious. This guy is interesting. It seems I need to pay special attention to him. Back with Ryder, he was walking and panting heavily, looking like he was on his last legs. Ryder couldn't help but complain, this damn side effect of rage. Why am I still not back at the villa yet? I'm about to collapse. Haha, looks like your stamina is almost gone. A sarcastic voice suddenly came from behind. Ryder leaned against a lamppost and wearily turned his head. It was 3 second-year students. The one in the lead, with yellow hair, spoke up. You were so impressive on the stage just now. Why do you look like a dead dog now? He sniffed and continued, a mere tier 3 martial artist taking on a tier 5. It'd be strange if you weren't exhausted. Cade only won because he had to fight 2 freshmen in a row, which drained his stamina. You just got lucky. Ryder looked at them, breathing heavily, his face pale. If I'm not mistaken, that guy Cade wasn't an easy fight for you either. But after the battle, when my stamina was depleted, you guys just happened to find me, right? So what if we did? This year's freshmen are quite something. On the second day, someone already fought their way up to the 20th floor. As upperclassmen, we have to put you arrogant punks in your place. The yellow-haired guy continued as if he was delivering a righteous speech. I've also investigated. Some of the freshmen on the ranking list have powerful backgrounds. Only you came from some no-name academy. Ryder said wearily. So, because I don't have a background, I've become your target to vent your frustrations on? Tell me, how did you know I don't have a background? The dark-skinned guy with the yellow-haired one immediately grabbed his collar, threateningly raising his fist. Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Let's just beat him up first. I bet on Cade to win, and because of you, I lost 5,000 points. But before his fist could land, it was stopped in midair. The dark-skinned guy glared and shouted, Who are you? Luna didn't answer him. She said coldly, her face stern, Let him go. Ryder, looking as haggard as someone who hadn't eaten in years, could still manage a joke. Well, speak of the devil. My backup has arrived. Luna repeated angrily. Are you deaf? I told you to let him go. As she spoke, she twisted the man's arm. With a sickening crack, he let go. The other two saw this and immediately charged forward. The yellow-haired guy shouted, You rotten brat, you're asking for death. You're the ones asking for death. With that, Luna kicked the dark-skinned guy so hard a tooth flew out. Watching Luna's flurry of punches and kicks, Ryder couldn't help but shudder. He thought, I never knew Luna was so skilled even without a weapon. She charged up and activated Burst Fist. She sent the 2 second years flying with a punch, making them cry for their mothers. Ryder's eyes widened in shock, his heart pounding. He muttered, So this girl knows Burst Fist too, and the power of her Burst Fist is even stronger than mine. After dealing with them in a flash, Luna stood with her hands on her hips, watching the 2 second years scramble away. Then she glanced at him. Ryder quickly put on a flattering smile. Thanks. How did you know I was here? I saw you in the video from the competition tower. So, I came looking, Luna explained, then snorted. 5 hours in the gravity chamber, then running off to the competition tower to challenge people. Aren't you afraid of getting yourself killed? Luna then asked quietly. Can you walk on your own? Ryder was startled, thinking he'd misheard. He quickly put a hand to his forehead and said weakly, I'm completely out of energy, but if I rest for a bit, I should be able to recover. As he said this, Ryder thought to himself, this girl, she acts tough on the outside, but she's actually worried about me. What a pain. I'll carry you, Luna said. Not even 2 seconds after complaining, she had already hoisted him onto her back, regardless of whether he agreed or not. Ryder felt this wasn't right. How can a guy like me let a girl carry him? Luna glanced at him. She seemed fine with it. Don't overthink it. This is me paying you back. Ryder was a bit stunned. He remembered carrying her, and his face flushed slightly. Under the setting sun, on the school path, people turned their heads to look at them, whispering, "Isn't that? Hey, look, that beautiful girl is carrying a guy. Are they a couple?" Luna carried him through the crowd, ignoring their words. Only Ryder's cheeks were still flushed red. The whispers grew louder. "That guy is so shameless, making a girl carry him. I'm so jealous. Why isn't she carrying me?" "Because you're ugly," someone else chimed in. She carried him on her back all the way home. By now, the road was empty, and the teasing voices were gone. Only then did Ryder lift his head. As he did, he froze, mesmerized by her face. He thought, this girl is so beautiful from the side, and her hair is a faint, sweet scent. It smells so good. In a daze, he kissed her on the cheek. Instantly snapping out of his trance, Ryder felt a sense of doom. His face turned pale. He thought in a panic, "Oh my God, what did I just do? Why did I just kiss her without thinking? Damn it, I'm so dead this time." Ryder broke out in a cold sweat. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that just now." But all he heard was Luna's calm voice saying 2 words, "You dare." Then she threw him off and yelled angrily, "Kiss me." Luna walked towards him, her face radiating a murderous aura. Ryder scrambled up, waving his hands frantically. "Luna, my dear Luna, I was wrong. Please spare me." Time quickly passed after that life-or-death moment. At the dinner table, Ryder looked at Luna and thought, "What's up with this girl? I did something so outrageous, but she didn't beat me up. I thought I was a dead man for sure. Could it be she actually likes me? Asterisk." At this thought, Ryder's face couldn't help but turn an unusual shade of red. Luna noticed. She wiped her mouth with a napkin and asked, "Are you feeling any better now?" Ryder, his cheeks stuffed with food, was startled and replied, Yeah, much better." Luna immediately set a schedule. "Stop eating. Let's go. Time to train." Ryder was shocked. "Hey, exercising right after a meal will give me a stomach ache." Ryder watched her leave, thinking miserably, "Is this little Spitfire trying to find an excuse to beat me up? It seems she's still holding a grudge about what happened." In the training room, the two of them sparred back and forth. Luna fought seriously, assessing him. The strength this guy is showing is much greater than it was yesterday. She thrust her sword, thinking resolutely, the higher a martial artist level, the harder it is to cultivate. But I don't see any difficulty for this guy. His progress is a bit exaggerated. Ryder held his spear horizontally to block her sword. What kind of cultivation technique does he use? Ryder quickly created some distance, exclaiming in alarm, Hey, calm down. Are you trying to murder me?" Luna flicked her sword and snapped, "Shut up." The spear was knocked out of his hands. Ryder immediately surrendered, his hands empty. Luna complimented him. "Your current spear technique is good." Ryder grinned. "Of course it is. You know who you're talking to." Suddenly, Luna let go of her sword hilt. "I remember you used to practice burst fist too. Let's try that." She clenched her fist and said forcefully, "Let's see whose burst fist is stronger." With that, Luna threw a burst fist punch. Ryder yelped and dodged. "Hey, you can't just attack like that." Just as he dodged, Luna's figure vanished. Ryder thought, in surprise, so fast. She suddenly appeared behind him, unleashing another burst fist. Ryder was immediately sent flying. From behind him, Luna's voice came, "Don't be bound by what you see. Release your primal energy to feel." Ryder scrambled to his feet, groaning in pain. They continued to exchange blows. Ryder thought, is this really a girl's punch? It's as hard as steel. Feel with my primal energy, he repeated. Ryder used his traceless snow step skill, retreating to avoid her strike. Luna's eyes widened in surprise. This guy is so smart. No wonder he improves so quickly. When I first met him in Sector 820, he hadn't even reached Tier 1. In just a few short months, he became a Tier 3 and successfully entered Saint's Crest Academy. On his second day, he defeated a Tier 5 in the competition tower. Asterisk Rider suddenly saw an opening and cheered inwardly. My turn to attack. Rider crouched low and took a step forward. Behold my authentic burst fist, he said. But Luna seemed distracted. Rider was startled. Asterisk, why is she zoning out at a time like this? What is she thinking? Asterisk, he shouted in alarm. Hey, what are you spacing out for? Be careful, or I'll hit you. Rider gritted his teeth and slammed on the brakes, holding his hand back. Screech. Luckily, there was still some distance. But, oh crap, his hand still made contact. The atmosphere instantly became as awkward as a silent film. Rider quickly pulled his hand back, shouting, I didn't mean to. Why didn't you dodge? Why didn't you dodge? What followed was a brutal beatdown. The jade core crystal in his hand could only watch in horror as its owner was pummeled. Rider's screams echoed through the room. I didn't mean it. Don't hit me. Ow. Not the face. Help me. Domestic violence. Domestic violence. Let me go. The next morning, in the Class 10 teaching building, Jenna looked at his bruised face with concern. Rider, what happened to you? Rider looked at him and guessed. Don't tell me Miss Luna beat you up? Did you two fight? Kenji, standing next to him, whispered mischievously. Class president, you can't use force on a girl. Need me to share some of my experience? Rai twisted Kenji's arm upwards, smiling sweetly. Oh, you have a lot of experience, do you? Kenji immediately looked pathetic. Ow, I don't. I was just joking with the class president. Suddenly, Leo excitedly congratulated him. Class president, congratulations on taking the top spot for freshmen in the competition tower. You're so strong. How could I have been so blind before? Someone else was shocked. The competition tower at Saints Crest Academy? Another replied. That's right. The class president fought his way straight to the 21st floor. Even the genius Zane from Class 1 only made it to the 20th. Praise and admiration came one after another, all centered on him. Wow, the class president is so amazing. He even beat Zane. That's insane. Class president, how do you train? Teach us. Please teach us, class president. Ryder held his point card in his hand and casually agreed. All right, first, go train in the double gravity chamber for 5 hours, then I'll tell you. In the gravity chamber, all the Class 10 students had come to train. They sat upright, but their bodies couldn't stop shaking as if they had Parkinson's. Leo grimaced, enduring the pressure. Even his voice was a strained whisper. The double gravity is so intense, I can't even move my fingers. How does the class president do it? Then, when he looked up, he saw a rider practicing with his spear. Leo exclaimed in shock. He can move so freely? This is the difference between us. After 5 hours, everyone groaned in unison. I can't take it anymore. The 5 hours are up. Ryder heard everyone complaining and said, this is too uncomfortable. Then he walked to the control panel and announced, next up is triple gravity. Anyone want to continue? Instantly, the whole group scattered like a broken beehive. Class president, I left my pants hanging outside the dorm. I haven't brought them in yet. Class president, my stomach hurts. I can't play with you anymore. Class president, my mom's calling me home for dinner. I have to go to the bathroom. Welcome to this video. In record time, only Ryder was left. He turned his head back, bored. He decided, asterisk, these guys can run like the wind. They're clearly not tired at all. Tomorrow, I'll definitely make them do triple gravity training. No wonder they're so weak, asterisk. Just then, Kenji came back, bringing a girl with him. Class president, the beautiful Miss Luna is here to see you. Ryder turned his head. Luna? What are you doing here? Luna said calmly, my card is out of points. Ryder was speechless. He sized her up, thinking, asterisk, you're out of points, so you come to me? It's not like I'm your husband, asterisk. Suddenly, a few more people peeked in from the doorway, whispering nosily. Class president, is that your wife? Their question was followed by a burst of laughter. Ryder looked at them and said sternly, shut up. Are you guys that bored? How about you come in here and train under triple gravity? No need, no need. Class president, we won't disturb you two anymore. With that, they ran off. Ryder felt exhausted inside. These guys, suddenly, an announcement startled him. Initiating quintuple gravity training. Holy crap, quintuple gravity. Luna, are you trying to kill me? With that, he face-planted on the ground. Luna stood firm, looking down at him with her arms crossed. It's just quintuple gravity. You can't handle this. At another building, Year 1, Class 1. In a classroom, the students of Class 1 were sitting attentively. Zane suddenly asked, Sev, have you seen Luna? Sev replied, I think she went to the new class. Zane was suspicious. To Class 10? Is she going to find that kid again? Sev added, Zane, should I go teach that brat a lesson for you? No, don't bother with him for now, Zane said. Find an opportunity, take a few people, and teach those failures from Class 10 a lesson. Back in the gravity chamber, Ryder was kneeling on the floor, panting heavily. He said, quadruple gravity is manageable, but quintuple gravity is over the limit. But Luna just said, too weak. Get up. The system's voice rang out, 10,000-volt training, initiated. From the ceiling, two chains crackling with high-voltage electricity appeared. Ryder's face turned pale as he screamed, Holy crap, quadruple gravity, and now you're adding two 10,000-volt electric chains? Are you even human? Luna grabbed the two chains, dragging them across the floor towards him. My family has this kind of gravity chamber too, she said. I've been training like this since I was a child. Suddenly, her face turned dark. Did you just say I'm not human? Ryder shrank back, his voice trembling as he denied it. I didn't. Luna swung the chains at him like a whip. Ryder couldn't dodge in time. He was entangled by the two chains, and the high-voltage current surged through his body. Ryder screamed in agony. Outside, Jenna looked at the gravity chamber and said, They're fighting in the gravity chamber again. Kenji also felt a sense of fear for him. That scream is too horrifying. It's true what they say. The more beautiful a woman is, the scarier she is. Rai, standing beside him with a fiery glint in her eyes, suddenly asked, So, am I scary? Kenji jumped. You? Not scary at all, he said quickly. Rai twisted Kenji's arm, her tone extremely menacing. Are you saying I'm not beautiful? Kenji cried out in pain. I was wrong. Our Rai is the scariest. Rai's voice dropped to a growl. What did you say? Say that again. What's so scary about me? This time, Kenji couldn't speak. He was trapped in this loop, able to do nothing but cry out in pain, while the other Class 10 students watched, petrified by the scene. In the gravity chamber, Ryder was finally free from the torture. He lay there, exhausted, whispering, I'm electrocuted to death. I can smell my own cooked flesh. Luna once again looked at him with disgust for his weakness. She snorted, It was only 10,000 volts. Ryder lay on the floor in pain, thinking, this stinging sensation. My whole body is weak. Looks like I can't do the laser avoidance training today. However, that electric shock just now increased my system's experience bar by a lot. It's not as good as absorbing Yi Jing, different crystal, but it's much better than killing beasts. It seems getting electrocuted once in a while is a good thing. Suddenly, Luna said, This is for you. Consider it a reward for using your point card information. She then tossed him a vial. Ryder immediately perked up. How could I be so formal? My dear Luna can use my points every month, no questions asked. How can I accept such a precious reward from you? Luna held out her hand coolly. If you don't want it, give it back. Ryder immediately put it away, grinning. I want it, of course I want it. How could I not want a gift from my dear Luna? Hearing this, Luna could only remain silent. 2 hours later in the gravity chamber, Ryder was holding the two high-voltage chains himself, cultivating on his own. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully leveled up to level 20, gaining 20 attribute points. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a new skill, Devour. Can absorb all energy and convert it into experience. Congratulations, host. You have successfully become a Tier 4 martial artist, gaining the title Tier 4 martial artist. A series of system notifications popped up. Ryder was ecstatic. The Tier 4 martial artist title increases physical attributes by 50 points. This is great. I finally reached level 20. All that daily electrocution was worth it. Asterisk Rider clenched his fist, encouraging himself. Asterisk every day, I absorb a tier 6 crystal under quadruple gravity, enduring 10,000 volts. My experience gain is 666. The system added 20 potential points to my physique, and changing my title to tier 4 martial artist will increase my physique to 228. Asterisk. System summary. Host Rider. Level 20. Strength 400. Physique 158.20 178.50. Speed 101. Composite combat power 4020-4520. Title Tier 4 Martial Artist. Physique attribute plus 50 points. Skills: Eye of Analysis, Rage, Disguise, Devour. Stepping out of the gravity chamber, he thought, asterisk the rookie grand tournament is almost here. I have to be fully prepared. Tonight, I must learn the galactic downpour martial skill, then go to the exchange station to see if there are any golden tier fist or kick techniques. Asterisk. Elsewhere, under the setting sun, cries of pain echoed. Leo, covered in bruises, growled, "Stop hitting me." Titus, what's your problem? Titus said nonchalantly, "No problem at all. Just letting you know, from today on, you Class 10 kids are not allowed to use this road." Leo wiped a wound on his cheek. "This road doesn't belong to your family. What right do you have to stop us? This is the road to the exchange station. We need to go trade our stuff too." Titus's attitude was disdainful. He pointed between his legs and said, "You can use this road, but only if you crawl through my legs. From now on, this is how Class 10 will pass." The guys around him immediately burst out laughing. "I'll use my feet to pass." Just as he finished speaking, Titus was hit with a powerful kick. Titus cried out as his family jewels were shattered. Ryder smiled and continued, "You don't mind, do you?" A powerful crunching sound echoed. Titus's heart-wrenching screams filled the air. Please watch the next video. Cries of "Class President" came from the Class 10 students. Ryder stood there, looking down at Titus, who was now writhing on the ground. A hot-headed fool charged at him, yelling, "You're asking for death." The guy unleashed a golden tier martial skill, Rending Palm. Ryder smiled and countered with his own burst palm. The two palms collided, creating a moderately sized shockwave. The fool cried out in pain, clutching his arm. He roared, questioning, "What the hell is that palm technique of yours?" Ryder showed him his fist and said with a grin, "Mine is the bronze tier martial skill, Burst Palm. Not bad, huh? Want to try again?" His voice was laced with a challenge. "Wait!" Titus suddenly raised his hand, stopping him. Ryder looked at him, his eyes wide. Titus said with difficulty, "I'm Titus from Class 3. This was just a misunderstanding. Can we stop here?" He looked at Ryder, thinking, asterisk, although this guy's aura seems weak, his burst palm is incredibly strong. He's mastered a bronze tier skill to this level, which is impressive. It's not necessary to mess with him further, asterisk. Ryder didn't care what he was thinking. He casually agreed, "Sure." Ryder smiled and said, "As long as you all kneel down and apologize to him, this matter is over." As he spoke, he pointed at Leo. The crowd immediately erupted, all of them criticizing Ryder. "You damn brat, you're taking it too far." Ryder didn't waste words. He directly used a flurry of kicks and his fire claw hand to teach these self-righteous pricks a lesson. Titus appeared behind Ryder with incredible speed. He laughed wickedly. "Humph. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." Class President. Amidst the desperate cry, Titus used his golden tier martial skill, Tyrant's Palm, on Ryder's body. A surge of energy, like an electric shock, coursed through him. Titus laughed maniacally. "Haha, this one palm of mine can kill a tier 3 evolved beast. Enjoy it." But contrary to Titus's expectations, Ryder found the energy quite pleasant. He was secretly amazed. "This feels so good." At that moment, the system screen displayed, detecting attack energy. Use Devour skill. Ryder didn't hesitate. Use it. Asterisk beginning to devour energy. Gained 1,000 experience points. Asterisk the system's experience bar shot up by 10%. Ryder's eyes widened. Wow, the Devour skill gave me that many points? The system's voice chimed in at the right time. Host, it's not that the Devour skill is trash. It's that your opponent is trash. Ryder calmly turned to look at the person behind him. What was that? He asked nonchalantly. Titus's jaw dropped in astonishment. He shouted in disbelief. How are you unharmed? Because your skill is trash, Ryder said, and then punched him in the face. Due to the force of the punch, Titus tumbled head over heels. Just as Ryder was about to deal with Titus further, a stern voice called out, Stop! No fighting in the academy. Titus, his face swollen, saw who had arrived and was overjoyed as if he had just been thrown a lifeline. He shouted, Instructor! The Class 3 instructor stood among the students and said solemnly, I know you started this, but you've paid the price. Let's end this here, student. Since the teacher had spoken, Ryder didn't want to complicate things further. He stood up and stepped back. The Class 3 students quickly went to help Titus up. The Class 3 head instructor frowned at them and said, Quickly, take them to the infirmary. The Class 3 students quickly replied, Yes, sir. Ryder watched them go. Behind him, Leo suddenly stepped closer and said, Thank you, class president. Ryder looked at him, crossing his arms. How did you guys get into this mess? With one cheek swollen, Leo's speech was a bit slurred. He didn't really understand either. He honestly recounted, We're not sure either. We just wanted to go to the exchange center, and then we ran into them. They just started attacking us for no reason. Ryder's mouth twitched when he heard that. He looked thoughtful, but said nothing. Something's not right here. In the infirmary, the head instructor of Class 3 looked at Titus, whose arm was being bandaged by the doctor on the bed. He was gritting his teeth one moment and grinding them the next. The instructor asked, Who told you to go and provoke the Class 10 students? Titus's eyes darted around. He hesitated. I just didn't like the look of them. Their instructor obviously didn't believe them, but he couldn't press too hard. He just said, You guys have been targeted. The young man you fought just now is Ryder. Although he's in Class 10, he's the number 1 freshman. Now they were all wide-eyed with shock. Titus was horrified, his voice uncontrollably high. His body trembled as if it would collapse. He's Ryder? The one who broke through to the 21st floor, ranked even above Zane. Titus gritted his teeth in resentment. His hands clenched so tight they trembled. He cursed silently. Asterisk damn you, Sev. You dared to trick me into offending him. What now? Asterisk. The Class 3 head instructor said no more. He turned to leave, but before he stepped out completely, he paused to remind them, the Rookie Grand Tournament is in 2 days. Remember, you are Class 3. If you lose to Class 10, then be prepared for punishment. Elsewhere, the exchange station was still bustling with people. The professor in charge of the exchange spoke first. Young man, you're here again. The professor leaned on the counter and asked directly, What are you looking to trade this time? Ryder stated his purpose frankly. This time, I want to buy golden tier martial skill cards. Spear arts, palm arts, and kick arts. The professor in charge typed something on the screen and then pointed. They're all here. Take a look and see if you find anything you like. The professor was quite surprised. Silver Storm Lightning Palm. On the screen was a golden tier martial skill card. Silver Storm Lightning Palm. The professor asked again with a serious face. Are you sure you want this one? This martial skill is very difficult to learn. As far as I know, all the martial artists who have tried to learn it have been seriously injured. He explained clearly. Have you heard of a very powerful bronze tier palm technique called Burst Palm? Burst Palm first harms the user before it can harm others. The professor continued, and Silver Storm Lightning Palm is an upgraded version of Burst Palm. In addition to the explosive force, it can also use primal energy to generate electric currents, enhancing the power of the palm technique. But not only does the martial artist have to endure the backlash of Burst Palm, they also have to withstand an extremely large electric current during cultivation to avoid injuring themselves. Ryder smiled, snapped his fingers, and said confidently, I'll take that one. And give me the Cyclone Kick card too. He then selected another card. The professor said nothing, turning to prepare the cards for him. Ryder was in a particularly good mood, thinking happily. Asterisk, I've been practicing with electric shocks every day recently, and I already know burst palm. This palm technique is definitely suitable for me. Asterisk. Stepping out of the exchange station, the late afternoon sun was peeking from behind the mountains, casting a warm glow over the Saints Crest Academy. Ryder looked at the card in his hand, walking and smiling to himself. He couldn't help but think, asterisk, the rookie grand tournament is in 2 days. Tonight, I have to master Silverstorm Lightning Palm, Cyclone Kick, and Galactic Downpour. Asterisk. Hey, are you Ryder? A voice suddenly called his name. Zane was standing on a wall, hands in his pockets, as if he'd been waiting for a long time. Ryder wasn't very interested. What's up? Zane said coolly. Being able to defeat Cade proves you're not weak. But that doesn't mean you can be with Luna. The two of you belong to 2 different worlds. He turned his head. If you understand, then I advise you to leave on your own. Ryder felt like he had just heard a joke. He smirked. Are you threatening me? That guy Titus I beat up? You probably sent him, didn't you? Zane closed his eyes, calmly refuting. It's not a threat, just a little negotiation. I've already investigated your background. Your parents are gone. You come from a poor background. Unless you can reach the level of a Tier 9 martial artist, you will never be worthy of Luna. Ryder didn't pay him any more attention. This guy wasn't even anything to Luna. He walked away, saying, My business is none of your concern. You'd better mind your own business. The Rookie Grand Tournament is in 2 days. If you have time to find me, you should be training. And if you dare to mess with Class 10, I will definitely make you regret it. Another student following Zane was dumbfounded. Young Master Zane, is he asking for a beating? Zane's face was shrouded in the shadow of the trees. His scholarly demeanor was gone, replaced by a domineering look. Zane let out a few sharp breaths, clenching his hand until the fiery aura of burst fist appeared. He said darkly, just a few more days. In the Rookie Grand Tournament, I will humiliate you. Ryder walked home leisurely, deep in thought, hands in his pockets. Asterisk, a family that can nurture such a powerful martial artist is definitely not ordinary. Luna is from the Luo family in the Sky City branch. Just how powerful is the Luo family? Asterisk. But on second thought, Ryder realized there was no point in worrying about it. He muttered 2 words, so what? And pinched his nose, telling himself, asterisk, why am I thinking so much? It's not like I'm proposing to her. Asterisk. As soon as he stepped into the house, a delicious spread of food on the table immediately caught his eye. Just then, Luna walked out of her room. It seemed she had just finished practicing, still holding a small sword in her hand. Seeing Ryder had returned, she said, I've already eaten. The food on the table is for you. Ryder sat down and casually asked another question. By the way, the Rookie Grand Tournament is in 2 days. I heard we can choose between 2 training zones. Ryder, munching away, asked her, have you chosen a zone yet? Luna went straight to her room, not staying to chat with him. Hearing his question, she turned her head, a mysterious smile on her face. Her words were cryptic. You'll find out then. Ryder was probably very hungry. With his mouth full of food, he cursed her lovingly in his head. Asterisk, this little brat. Since when did she learn to be so suspenseful? Asterisk. Tick-tock, tick-tock. 2 days later, the much-anticipated freshman welcoming ceremony had arrived. The huge stadium was buzzing with laughter and announcements, like the flapping of a bee's wings. The atmosphere was dazzling and lively. After a period of free mingling, an announcement rang out. Attention everyone, the Rookie Grand Tournament is about to begin. Please enter the field in order. And so, the crowd quickly gathered by class. Jenna waved her hand, calling out, Ryder, over here, over here. Ryder politely responded with a gentle smile and raised his hand to signal he'd seen her. Ryder was busy looking for something, his head turning from side to side, scratching his head and wondering, asterisk, I don't see her in the class lineup. Where on earth did that brat run off to? Luna was gone early this morning. Asterisk, it turned out he was looking for an escape route. Just then, Instructor Drake's voice rang out, and everyone immediately focused their attention on him. All right, let me introduce you all to someone. Instructor Drake smiled and gestured, announcing to Class 10, "This student is Luna. She just transferred to our class. Actually, she was originally." But before he could finish, Luna cut him off, reminding him, "Instructor, you don't need to explain my class transfer." Instructor Drake understood and agreed, all right. Then he turned back to the class, smiled, and instructed them, "In short, everyone must get along. No bullying her, you hear?" But the instructor had no idea that no one in the class was a stranger to her. Ryder was surprised, and Luna was followed by excited cries of "Sister Luna! Sister Luna!" Ryder scratched his head, wondering, "Why are you here?" Luna just replied with a soft smile. Only then did the instructor realize that everyone already knew each other. Kenji, standing next to Ryder, seized the opportunity to joke, "Sister Luna is the class president's girlfriend, our sister-in-law. How could we not know her?" Ryder, probably embarrassed, quickly cut Kenji off with another question. "Weren't you in class 1? Why did you suddenly transfer to my class?" Kenji wouldn't let it go, teasing again, this time even more shockingly. "Class president, you don't know? Sister Luna obviously did it for love." Luna remained silent through Kenji's teasing. And then, for his troubles, Kenji got a swift kick in the butt from both of them. Not only was he kicked, but he was also rudely told to get lost. Only then did Luna answer coolly, with a proud attitude, "Because you guys are too weak. Getting crushed by the other classes won't be fun." Ryder was stunned by her reason for transferring. After hearing her answer, his face fell. "Can't you say anything without putting people down?" But even as he said it, Ryder was secretly happy. He looked at Luna with a gentle gaze, a light smile on his face. He watched Luna laughing and chatting carefree with their classmates, a sense of relief in his heart. He had thought he might have to compete against Luna in this rookie grand tournament, but now there was no need. Ryder's cheeks flushed red as a thought suddenly jumped into his head. "This little brat doesn't actually like me. Does she? On second thought, that would be pretty great." After a few minutes of joking around, the headmaster on stage began his speech. "New students, welcome. You have passed through many trials to enter Saints Crest Academy. I believe that in these past few days, you have all come to understand our academy." After the greetings, he introduced himself. "My surname is Bai. You can call me Headmaster Bai. I won't say much today. According to the old traditions of Saints Crest Academy, we will now begin the Rookie Grand Tournament. You could also call it the Freshman Assessment. Just by looking at him, one could see a terrifying seriousness. His reddish-brown hair, glasses, harsh gaze, and a thick beard that covered his mouth made it impossible to tell if he was smiling or angry. Ryder looked at him and suddenly remembered, could he be from the same family as that master of mine? Feeling the invisible flames radiating from Bai, Ryder couldn't help but marvel. Even from this distance, I can still feel the pressure from him, as expected of a Tier 9 martial artist. Headmaster Bai calmly snapped his fingers. "Please look at the big screen." 2 different scenes appeared on the screen. He explained in detail, "For this assessment, you can choose between 2 venues. The class that collects the most Jing, different crystals, will win. The winners will not only be rewarded with points, but also a special martial skill card that cannot be bought on the market." Bai pointed to the screen on the left, which showed a dense forest, a lush green color. First is the verdant jungle, south of Saints Crest Academy. Although there are high-level evolved beasts, the danger level is not high. All of you can go to this area. Moving to the second image, Bai's gaze suddenly became much more serious. Though he was explaining, it sounded like a warning. Second is the G17 ruins, north of Saints Crest Academy. It's an abandoned city occupied by high-level zombies and terrifying high-level evolved beasts. This place is very dangerous. Not everyone has to go to the G17 ruins, but each class must send 7 people. Leo heard this and broke out in a cold sweat, his brows furrowing. "The G17 ruins again?" he stammered. "People die there." Ryder crossed his arms, looking at his classmate's expression. "You know that place?" he inquired. Leo immediately answered, his eyes filled with panic and fear, the image of a hideous zombie flashing in his mind. "A terrifying virus broke out on that land back in the day. Some martial artists went on a mission to eliminate it, but they all got infected and turned into high-level zombies. Plus, almost all the evolved beasts are tier 4 or higher. I heard there are even tier 7s. The classmates next to him who were eavesdropping were also terrified, buzzing with alarm. What? A tier 7 evolved beast? Instructor Drake calmly reminded him. Ryder, you assigned the people for the G17 ruins and the verdant jungle. He replied, got it. Ryder stood in the middle, clapping his hands to get everyone's attention. Everyone, quiet down. I'm going to assign the teams. Ryder looked at Luna's expression and had a pretty good guess. Huh, you want to go to the G17 ruins too? Luna closed her eyes, her demeanor unchanged. Is that even a question? She had always loved a challenge, and now there was a beautiful girl going with him. Ryder immediately added his own name to the list. Who else wants to go with me and Luna? Seeing everyone's hesitation, he encouraged them. Although the G17 ruins are dangerous, danger always comes with opportunity. I'm not forcing anyone. If you want to go, step forward. Jenna raised her hand, her attitude enthusiastic. Ryder, I'll go with you. Kenji then looked at the girl next to him, Rai, his gaze calm and gentle, a complete contrast to his usual playful self. And so, Kenji took Rai's hand. Fane, class president, I'm going. His little girlfriend readily agreed. Fane, I'm going with Kenji. Fane didn't hesitate either. Our team of 4, 3 of you are going, so of course you can't be missing me. Ryder counted again and then said, that's 6 people. We're still missing one. Someone's hand was trembling, clearly very hesitant. It was Leo. After a moment of internal struggle, he also volunteered. Class president, I'll go. Ryder smiled proudly, his head held high. All right. Finally, the member selection was over. Ryder clenched his fist and shouted, boosting the morale of the entire class. What a model and kind class president. All right, everyone, the 7 of us will go to the G17 ruins. The rest of you will go to the verdant jungle. Give me 120% of your spirit. This time, we must achieve a good result. In response, his classmates cheered excitedly. Don't worry, class president. Class president. Everyone be careful. And so, the selection was over. Everyone proceeded to their chosen location. The aircraft were flying in the sky. On the aircraft, Ryder crossed his arms, asking intently, Leo, what's wrong with you? He seemed afraid of something. He answered in a whisper, I'm fine. The classmates with him had extremely arrogant looks, teasing Leo maliciously. TSK, if you're scared, then don't go. Be careful, or you'll lose your life. Ha ha ha. People from class 10, if they're not weak, they're cowards. Jenna shouted angrily. What did you say? You want to fight? Leo, at this point, was still hemming and hawing, hesitating for a long time before he finally dared to confess. After hearing this, everyone had a surprised look on their face. Jenna asked, what? You've been there before. Leo was heartbroken when he remembered that incident. He bowed his head, holding it in his hands. I have a bit of a hot temper. I don't submit to anyone. Once, I made a bet with a classmate who said I wouldn't dare to go to the G17 ruins to train. His eyes suddenly darkened when he said the sentence. As a result, I won the bet and went there with a few friends. A clear sadness washed over him. In Leo's mind, the gruesome scene from that time replayed itself. Hundreds of zombies swarming like a broken dam, biting his classmates. Leo's tone was somewhat bitter as he recounted. On the first day we entered the G17 ruins, my friends were all bitten and injured by the evolved beasts there. Then they got infected and mutated. In the end, Leo recounted, among them, I was the only one who managed to escape. This was what made him feel more guilty and pain than anything else. Ryder carefully probed. Your friends were bitten by evolved beasts and mutated? The evolved beasts, they're all carry a mutation virus. Leo affirmed with certainty. That's right. If you're bitten by those evolved beasts, you'll turn into a zombie within 24 hours. And so, they fell into silence, wondering what the battle ahead would be like. The aircraft were flying over a forest. The flowers were in full bloom, brilliant with color, as if wishing them good luck for the upcoming battle. It was a forest covered in green, very pleasing to the eye. Finally, they landed. An announcement from the instructors rang out. "Dear students, we have arrived at the G-17 ruins. Please assemble below the airship." The 7 of them calmly stepped down, a look of worry and unease on each of their faces. An instructor with orange hair, tied in a high ponytail, gave everyone instructions before they set off. "There are a few things you need to be aware of. Besides the zombies in the G-17 area, the evolved beasts also carry the virus." He was giving very detailed instructions. If you're bitten by an evolved beast, you must receive treatment here within 24 hours. A large python was peeking out from nearby, eavesdropping, its expression curious. It looked more comical than scary. The instructor concluded with a sentence that couldn't have been more fitting. "If you don't get treatment in time, the only thing left to do is pray your ancestors can carry you." After hearing this, everyone complained. "Oh crap, the evolved beasts carry the virus too." That guy from Class 10 was telling the truth. What a jinx. Ryder pointed in one direction and announced, "We're going that way." Luna immediately agreed. All right. Fane's eyes held deep thoughts. Everyone's heart was filled with a sense of unease. Kenji walked closely beside Rai, never taking his eyes off her. Leo, who already knew the situation in the G-17 ruins, was also worried and restless. They slowly ventured deeper into the G-17 ruins, moving in groups. Time slowly ticked by as they ventured deeper into the forest. Before them now was an abandoned house, covered in a dense web of vines and flowers of all colors. But often, vibrant things hide many risks. Ryder's group was passing by this house, and everyone's face was extremely serious. From within the leaves, an entity appeared. It was stealthily creeping through the leaves, making a rustling sound. It seemed like something was about to happen. That entity was a Tier 4 zombie. Its characteristic is that it was originally a martial artist who was infected and mutated. Its movements are agile, and its strength is powerful. Once bitten by it, one will be infected and become one of them. As it leaped out, Rai screamed. Luna shot forward like a flash of lightning, her eyes carrying a spark of electricity, sharp and agile, as if she wanted to kill that hideous zombie with a single slash. As expected, with her swift movements and decisive strike, her power was enough to take down the zombie in the blink of an eye, protecting Rai from close call. Rai, seeing that she was safe, crouched down, patting her chest to calm herself. That scared me to death. Thank you, Luna. Kenji immediately checked on her. Although he hadn't been able to protect her in time, he was terrified. He quickly took her hand and gently asked, Rai, are you okay? Jenna, who was naturally straightforward and blunt, had to speak her mind immediately. This damn thing even knows how to hide in the bushes and ambush people. In his mind, Ryder was guessing, I wonder how many experience points a Tier 4 zombie can give me. Outwardly, he readily agreed with Jenna. Yeah, that's really unethical in a fight. Thinking about it, Ryder's expression suddenly turned into a shy smile, as if he was thinking about his lover. Luna turned her head and warned him coldly, be careful. See you again. After taking down one, the group continued deeper into the ruins. They had been alerted by the previous zombie. Now, everyone was on high alert, their eyes darting around. And then, another zombie rushed out from the bushes, its craving expression looking rather comical. Look at Ryder. It's clear he's not scared, but he's acting like he's about to cry. System notification. Asterisk ding. Killed a Tier 4 zombie. Gained 150,000 experience points. Asterisk is expected of Ryder. Neat and decisive. Looking at the zombie lying there, Ryder was a little disappointed. Asterisk damn it, system. It's a Tier 4 zombie. And you only give me this many experience points? And this thing was hiding around here to ambush us. I wonder if I, as the host, need to grind monsters to level up? Asterisk. One after another. The one on the ground failed, so this one appeared from above. Ryder was fed up. He slapped his face and sighed. Again? Isn't this annoying? Just like before, this zombie was also taken out by Ryder with one hit. Ryder seemed to be playing with it, not killing it outright, but just making it sway back and forth. It got so dizzy, its tongue lolled out and its eyes rolled back. Ryder controlled its head, making it nod up and down as if it were joking around. Leo rushed over anxiously, asking, "Class president, why? Why aren't you killing it? You can't let it keep making noise like that. It'll attract other zombies." Ryder, it turned out, had a plan all along. Contrary to the unease of Leo, who had witnessed the horrifying scene of these things, Ryder was very relaxed. Calmly, he said, "I wanted to scream to call all the other zombies out. It's too annoying having them hide and then ambush us. Might as well take care of them all at once and get it over with." Just as planned, the zombies followed the sound the zombie was making and came in droves. Each one had a different posture, though really there were only two, standing and crouching. They all looked equally hideous. Not just from the front, but zombies had also appeared all around them. Leo cried out, so many. "We're done for. We're done for. Class president, let's run." But running wouldn't be very Ryder-like. He was charging forward, his expression screaming for a fight. "Whoa, class president, don't joke around like that. These are all my experience points." Luna quickly caught up, running alongside Ryder. Seeing her just as eager, he was a little surprised. "Hey, Luna, why are you even more excited than me? I really don't understand why you always rush headfirst into danger like this." Even at a time like this, they were still bantering. "Oh, my dear Luna is worried about me." Luna said coolly, "Shut up." Seeing the two of them charge forward so bravely, how could the remaining members just stand by and wait? They got into their stances, weapons ready. Kenji spoke first. "Brothers, let's go too." Rai also chimed in. "These two are completely insane." Fane was even more humorous, still casually strolling with his hands in his pockets. "The class president and our sister-in-law, truly a match made in heaven." Jenna warned him, "Be careful. If Luna hears you, she'll shut that mouth of yours." On one side, Ryder was using the Phoenix Call technique, while on the other, Luna was using her own inner power. The notifications rang out continuously. Asterisk ding. Killed a Tier 4 zombie. Gain 150,000 experience points. Ding. Killed a Tier 4 zombie. Gain 130,000 experience points. Ding. Killed a Tier 4 zombie. Gained 150,000 experience points. Asterisk. Jenna watched from a distance in awe. Ryder's martial skill seems to have improved a lot. Fane also nodded. "Yeah, the first time I saw the class president use this skill, it wasn't this powerful. Now it's probably been upgraded to a golden tier martial skill, right?" Luna was moving like a speeding arrow. Kenji had a look of admiration on his face, marveling. "But I feel like our sister-in-law is even stronger than the class president. What kind of divine couple are these two? Their strength is insanely monstrous." At this moment, Leo was attacked by a zombie rushing towards him, but he made no move to retaliate, nor had he even noticed the zombie charging at him. Seeing it lunge right in front of him, Leo finally screamed, "Ah, it's coming." It was immediately punched so hard its mouth was twisted. Ryder had arrived in time to save him, but he scolded Leo harshly. "If you want to die, then get out of here. I don't need a deadweight teammate holding me back." He fell silent, feeling ashamed, blaming himself for being so cowardly. And so, he psyched himself up and charged forward. "I, Leo, don't want to be looked down on by anyone anymore. Kill! Kill!" After wiping out the zombies, the group moved to another location. Seeing the surrounding silence, they were curious and uneasy. This isn't right. According to the data online, this area should have the most evolved beasts, right? But why isn't there a single one? Ryder keenly realized, then there's only one possibility. He stared intently at the large hollow in the rock wall and commented, "There's a powerful and ferocious evolved beast here, so the other evolved beasts don't dare to enter this area." Ryder looked in another direction and calmly announced, "Look, it's coming." The ground suddenly began to shake. Frightened birds scattered in all directions. The air momentarily became hazy. Luna rushed forward and quickly said, "It's right ahead." Ryder excitedly went with her. Let's go see. That roar is full of power. I guess it's a tier 4 evolved beast. Jenna, seeing this pair moving so quickly, had to call out, "Hey, wait for us." It was a monstrous beast with 2 long horns like a water buffalo and thick black fur. It had a tuft of yellowish fur that ran from the top of its head all the way down its back to its tail. Its cloudy eyes and 2 protruding fangs were truly terrifying. All the monsters here have their own names. The real name of this monster is the Golden Mane Mad Bull, a tier 5 evolved beast. Characteristics: an ordinary bull that mutated after being infected, turning into a golden-maned mad bull. Its body is like a statue, with golden fur on its back, possessing a metallic-like defensive power. Only then did Ryder panic. It's a tier 5 evolved beast. Luna, be careful. Look to him. I'm fine. I used my primal energy to displace 90% of the force. From a distance, a bull with a very angry expression appeared, chasing after them. Suddenly, the bull charged very quickly towards the 2 of them. Immediately, Luna pushed Ryder aside, drew her sword, and shouted, "Get out of the way! Don't stand in my way!" The Mad Bull was about to gore Luna. She was already in a ready stance, but instead, the dark-skinned young man said, "Luna is still the most formidable. However, it has now entered a frenzied state. How can we get close to it?" Ryder smiled and said, "No need to get close. Everyone, use your ranged martial skills together." Instantly, he unleashed the power of Phoenix Call and said, "Hee, watch me roast this bull for everyone." Seeing this, the group of people shouted with great excitement, "Whoa, nice!" Instantly, the dark-skinned man flew out and said, "Then watch us." These people also quickly unleashed their individual powers: earth-shattering landslide, crescent moon slash, 5-hit combo, piercing fire. These powers were launched continuously at the bull, causing it immense pain. The powers kept hitting the bull directly. They struck the bull's body hard, leaving it covered in scratches. Suddenly, the bull's eyes began to glow, looking incredibly terrifying. It started charging like crazy at the group. Seeing this, Ryder said to everyone, "Be careful. This beast is coming at us. Is it trying to take us down with it?" Immediately, he jumped straight into the air, swung his spear, and shouted, "Your back is too tough to pierce, so I'll just smash you flat." Right after that, he brought his spear down on its head with a devastating blow. Its neck was already cooked through by you. Hearing that, he felt embarrassed, scratching his head and saying, "Oh, so the skin was already crispy." Suddenly, someone approached and said, "I didn't expect someone to beat us to it." It was Jackson and his cronies. Jackson continued, "The monster we were hunting has been killed by you." Then, he glanced at Ryder and introduced himself. "I am Jackson from Class 4 of the North Campus. This Golden Mane Mad Bull was chased here by us." He touched the bull's horn, a sinister look on his face. "Thank you for your help. We'll take the Yi Jing, different crystal. The rest of the Golden Mane Mad Bull belongs to you. Its hard back can be forged into a good weapon." Hearing this, the dark-skinned young man became furious. "What do you mean? Isn't this just robbery?" Jackson, however, shamelessly said, No. It should be said that we are only taking our own spoils of war. This was originally our prey." Hearing that, the dark-skinned man said angrily, "What proof do you have that this was your prey? Look, there's a piece missing from its hoof. My friend Talon broke it with his axe." At this point, the bald man named Horace sneered, "Humph, a bunch of trash from the South Campus." His words prompted Ryder to speak up. 5 tier 4 martial artists ganging up on a Golden Mane Mad Bull, and all you managed to do was break a piece of its hoof? Anyone who didn't know better would think you were giving it a pedicure. Ryder's voice was filled with contempt as he continued, "So who's the real trash here? I'm guessing if you died here in the G17 ruins, Saints Crest Academy wouldn't even bother to ask, right?" At that moment, Luna drew her sword and pointed it straight at Jackson. Seeing this, Jackson quickly dodged and said, "What are you doing? You dare to attack and kill us." Ryder also quickly replied, holding his spear and flying towards Jackson. "This isn't Saints Crest Academy. What's there to be afraid of when killing a few robbers? He quickly struck, but luckily, Jackson managed to block it with his sword. This infuriated Ryder, who cursed, "Damn it!" Ryder's group, including the red-haired guy and the dark-skinned guy, also charged at them, shouting kill. Seeing that Ryder had no intention of stopping, Jackson said in a panic, "You crazy people! You dare to rob us?" Ryder was momentarily stunned, unable to see him. Huh, he's gone. From behind, Jackson lunged, intending to stab him, and shouted, "Brat, you were right. The Academy won't investigate the deaths of a few pieces of trash during training. Now, die." Just then, Ryder turned his head and said to him, "Your speed is much slower than the laser guns in the gravity chamber." This stunned Jackson, who exclaimed, "Oh, damn." Ryder instantly flew towards him, leaving Jackson shocked. "Wait, how did you know I was behind you?" At that moment, Ryder used his Silverstorm Lightning Palm and said, "There's a lot you don't know. Now try this new move of mine." This left Jackson stunned, unsure what to do, and he cried out, "Holy!" Instantly, he took the full force of Ryder's punch and was sent flying far away. Ryder then laughed triumphantly and said, "Ah, the paralyzing effect is great. I am now the Thunder God." On the other side, Luna was still fiercely fighting two other opponents. One of them was sent flying and cried out, "Ouch," while Jackson struggled to sit up and said, "Damn, this woman is too strong." Right after that, Luna had a sword at his throat and said coldly, "Try to move." Her face was ice cold as she said, "And you die." Elsewhere, the two sides were still fighting fiercely. The bald Horus was furious, drawing his sword and shouting, "A Tier 3 martial artist against us Tier 4s is like an egg hitting a rock." He swung his sword and laughed loudly. "You dare to mock my warhammer, saying it's for pedicures? Now I'll give your brain a wash." But just then, a spear flew towards him. It went straight through the bald Horus, causing him to fall backward. In his confusion, he dropped his axe, which landed right on his foot, making him scream, "Ah!" Ryder stood in front of his red-haired friend and said calmly, "Using your own axe to give you a pedicure." Ryder looked at him provocatively and asked, "How does it taste?" The other guy looked up with a terrifying expression and said, "Are you asking to die?" He immediately unleashed his power and charged towards Ryder. Instantly, he unleashed his Silverstorm Lightning Palm and said, "You dare to trade punches with me? You're the one asking for death." The two of them clashed fists with great force. But with Ryder's strength, Horus was sent flying far away, crying out, "Ah!" Jackson's group was extremely worried. The pink-haired guy said in a panic, "How is this possible?" Jackson and Talon were both defeated. The one standing next to him gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it." Just then, the dark-skinned young man shouted, "Good opportunity." He unleashed a series of explosions, catching the other group off guard, and they cried out, "Ouch." "Ah, nice shot." Jackson's group of 8 was now covered in injuries, sitting on the ground and groaning in pain. Ryder stood before Jackson, who pleaded in fear, "We were wrong. Please spare us." Ryder looked at him with contempt and said calmly, "Sparing you is possible. Just hand over all the Yijing different crystals you have on you, and also the point cards." Hearing this, Jackson was terrified. He stammered, "We can give you the point cards, but if we give you the Yijing different crystals, we'll be done for in the next trial." Seeing his hesitation, Ryder's face turned terrifying. "Not giving them up, are you? Then we'll just kill all of you and take them ourselves." Seeing him point his spear at them, Jackson's group was terrified and stammered, "Ah, we'll give them. We'll give them. Just don't kill us." A moment later, the dark-skinned young man spoke up. "I can't believe those guys from Class 4 of the North Campus had 2 Tier 5 Yijing different crystals. Ha! Now we have 3 Tier 5 Yijing different crystals. We definitely won't be at a disadvantage." Hearing that, Luna said, "Not necessarily. Those who dare to come to the abandoned G17 area are no pushovers." Ryder added, "And we still have a week left. We can't afford to be complacent. We have to go all out and continue collecting the Yijing different crystals." At this moment, Ryder turned to look at Luna and asked, Luna, what's wrong? She then said, I have a feeling someone is watching us. Suddenly, a flash of light came from the abandoned building. Instantly, Luna shouted, Scatter! The purple beam shot out with terrifying power. It grazed past Ryder, tearing his pants. The system immediately displayed a notification. External energy detected. Activating Devour skill. Energy absorbed, 2%. Gained 2,000 experience. Seeing this, Ryder exclaimed in alarm. WTF? What kind of skill is this? How did I absorb so much energy from that? Good thing my uniform is combat gear. Otherwise, this leg would have been a goner. Instantly, he used his movement martial skill, Traceless Snow Step, to protect everyone. At that moment, Luna ran straight into the building and said, The snipers are in that building. We have to go kill them. Seeing this, Ryder shouted, Luna, be careful. The sniper saw her run in and immediately reported to his teammates. Attention! Someone is entering the building. Team 1, prepare for close combat. Team 2, continue to engage the target. At that moment, the dark-skinned young man worriedly asked him, Ryder, are you okay? He replied, I'm fine. Instantly, he grabbed his spear and said to his teammates, You guys hide here. I'm going to help Luna. Ryder had to dodge the sniper's shots and exclaimed, Damn, there's a sniper in the next building too? He then rushed to the building's entrance and shouted, Damn it, I'll kill you guys first. His teammates saw this and said, The guy in the black team said those two, they're really a pair. They just went off like that. The person standing next to him added, So what do we do now? Should we go help? Hearing this, the dark-skinned young man said, Ryder can use his movement skill to dodge laser bullets under triple gravity, but we don't have that ability. Going out there is just asking to die. The man in the black hat said, Damn it, why is someone ambushing us? The dark-skinned young man explained, Do you think we're the only ones from Saints Crest Academy training here? This place has all sorts of people, including those who specialize in killing and robbing. At this time, the group in green was also hiding here. Hearing the noise, the dark-skinned man turned and shouted, Who's there? The short-haired man in green stood up in fear and explained, One of us. We're from Class 10 of the North Campus. You guys are from the South Campus, right? Hearing the other guy say that, the man in the black hat said helplessly, Class 10 North Campus, we're Class 10 South Campus. Why do I suddenly feel like I'm also someone who fell from the sky? At this moment, the dark-skinned young man looked at them and asked, Why are you guys here? At this moment, the short-haired guy said with a terrified voice, We just got here too. We saw someone shooting a laser gun everywhere, so we quickly hid here. Right? I just saw two people run into the building. Are they on your team? Hearing that, the man in the black hat confirmed, That's right. It's our class president and the class president's wife going to teach that ambushing bunch a lesson. Hearing that, the other guy was so surprised he shouted in shock, What? Just the two of them are going to deal with a group of people armed with laser weapons? Are you guys from Class 10 South Campus that strong? Suddenly, at this moment, someone was pushed from the building, causing him to cry out, Hey! It turned out to be the sniper, who was now falling. Seeing this, the short-haired guy shouted, It's the sniper from before. Seeing this, the dark-skinned young man said, That's right. We from the South Campus's Class 10 are that strong, that tough. Elsewhere, the green-haired man had a ferocious expression, squeezing the trigger of his gun, sending out a torrent of light bullets. Luna's face was tense as she ran through the terrifying rain of bullets. The sniper was furious, gritting his teeth and spitting out each word. Damn it! Why can't I hit her? Luna leaped right next to him, her sword glowing with a powerful aura, like a hellfire that had burned for 1,000 years. In a blur, the green-haired man was sent flying, crying out in pain. Ryder, watching from the roof of another building, couldn't help but praise, Another one bites the dust. Our little Luna is so strong. Zing! With the sound of something slicing through the air, Ryder quickly dodged a laser beam. Ugh again. A rain of bullets came at him. Ryder dodged left and right, cursing silently in his heart. Asterisk, damn it. I wanted to play around a bit, but I didn't expect there to be so many of them, all firing at once. I can't do anything. Asterisk. Looking up at the 4 or 5 figures aiming down at him from above, Ryder had to think. Asterisk, these guys are well-equipped and well-trained. They're probably bounty hunters. Asterisk, he paused for a moment, an idea forming in his mind. Are they here to kill me? Ryder flashed a sly grin, a wicked plan forming in his mind. I've got an idea. He thrust his fist forward, sparks of electricity shooting from his hand as he activated his palm technique, Silver Storm, Lightning Palm. Now, then, the high-voltage current in his hand was like a fish in water, spreading at top speed to the surrounding conductive materials. The group of snipers on the scaffolding were shocked, their bodies jolting as they cried out in fear. What's happening? A long, drawn-out scream echoed. Ryder seemed to teleport, appearing right in front of them. He held his long spear, channeling his internal energy into the weapon. He said with a grin, "My title of Thunder God is well-deserved, after all." He unleashed a phoenix call. The afterimage of a fire phoenix appeared, charging towards the group of snipers. It sent them flying far away. They even fell from the rooftop to the ground. Thud! This story is not a mistake. The young man in the North Campus uniform, hiding on the side, was dumbfounded, his mouth agape as he stammered. This is the strength of Class 10? It's terrifying. The sniper knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with terror, and pleaded, Don't kill me. You can have all the Yi Jing, different crystals, in my bag. Please don't kill me." Ryder didn't answer him. He swung his spear, and the man's life came to an abrupt end. Glancing at the man's expression, frozen at the moment of death, Ryder sneered, "Once I kill you, all those Yi different crystals will be mine anyway. Trading my life for your head? How foolish." Noticing the man's phone, its screen half smashed, he knew his guess was correct. These people were indeed bounty hunters from the web. Ryder squatted in front of the man's black bag, rummaging through it. He exclaimed happily, "Oh, there are 2 Tier 5 Yi different crystals, 3 Tier 4s, and more than 10 Tier 3s. Not bad at all. Just what I need to soothe my wounded soul." After a while, Ryder finally found Luna. He ran over to her and asked, "All taken care of?" Luna grunted in affirmation. She handed him a dark green backpack and said, "This is their bag. There are 2 Tier 5 Yi different crystals inside and a few Tier 4s and 3s. Ryder was surprised. Oh, nice. This guy was rich. Another 2 Tier 5s. Haha. Now we have a total of 8 Tier 5 Yi different crystals. We're guaranteed to win this trial." At that moment, Jenna's group came out. Jenna spoke first. "Ryder, are you two okay?" Ryder smiled brightly, holding up his loot to show everyone. "We're fine," he said. "We took care of everything and even got a lot of Yi Jing different crystals, including a few Tier 5s. Then Ryder's eyes narrowed. "And who are these people behind you?" The young man with the crew cut grinned and spoke up. "Hello, Ryder. We're from Class 10 of the North Campus." Ryder raised an eyebrow, his tone neutral. "Oh, so you're also from Class 10? The other person hesitated. Ryder, can we make a trade?" The young man with the crew cut asked. Ryder's eyes narrowed slightly, a look of curiosity on his face. A trade? What kind of trade?" The young man said, "I want to trade an important piece of information for your Yi Jing different crystals." Ryder seemed interested. "Oh, let's hear it. What information is so important that it's worth Yi Jing different crystals?" The young man rubbed the back of his head, trying to appear calm. "A spatial rift. I know the location of a spatial rift. If you can give us 2 Tier 5 Yi Jing different crystals, I'll tell you where it is." Ryder was surprised. "A spatial rift?" he repeated doubtfully. "That's a good thing. We might even find rare creatures or treasures from another dimension there." But his pupils suddenly sharpened. "How can I trust you?" Ryder asked. The young man, though nervous, seemed to be an honest person. He offered, "I'll give you my information card to hold. After you find the spatial rift and confirm that what I said is true, you can return it to me." He then held out his card in front of Ryder, adding shyly, "We're both from Class 10, but you guys are much stronger. We don't want to be weak either. We have to surpass those other good-for-nothing classes in this trial. Besides, I feel that with your strength, you can definitely reach the spatial rift. Ryder stared at the card as the young man continued. If you can get stronger, we, as fellow Class 10 students, will also be proud of you. Well said. That damn feeling of camaraderie. Ryder suddenly clapped the young man on the shoulder and asked a completely unrelated question. Are you the class president of Class 10, North Campus? The young man replied, Yes, I am. Ryder smiled faintly and suddenly said, You don't need to give me your information card. In fact, I'll give you 3-tier, 5 Yijing different crystals. The young man was so surprised he became flustered. Hey, you're really giving me 3-tier, 5 Yijing different crystals? You trust me that much? His voice rose uncontrollably, and he even stammered a little. Yes, because you're also from Class 10. Also a rookie who's considered the biggest piece of trash in everyone's eyes. Ryder said with a smile, a hint of pride on his face, as he held out a bag of different crystals to the person opposite him. He continued, If you's the class president, then let's make Class 10 stronger together and slap all those who look down on us in the face. The young man was truly overjoyed. He took the bag Ryder threw at him with both hands. Thank you for trusting me. Ryder, he said, I will definitely learn from you and lead Class 10 to become stronger. Let me give you my information card. Huge, vine-covered urban structure loomed before them. Ryder's group arrived at its base. According to the location marked on the map, the spatial rift should be here, he said. Jenna glanced around, asking doubtfully, Ryder, there isn't a single evolved beast around here. Could it be because there's a terrifyingly powerful spatial beast in the mall? Ryder didn't deny it. Very possible, he observed. That's why opportunity and danger always go hand in hand. Ryder led the way. Luna, following closely behind him, suddenly asked, Do you feel anything? He immediately replied, I feel it. The primal energy is so dense. Only in a place with a spatial rift could the surrounding energy reach such a concentration. He exclaimed, This is the right place. Let's go. Entering the urban complex, Ryder checked the map. He said seriously, The spatial rift is in the center of the plaza. Everyone be careful. Such dense energy definitely means there are powerful beings here. Suddenly, he looked up, startled. The place was covered in spider webs and strange, transparent fluids. Rai said with some trepidation, Looking at this sticky fluid makes me feel sick. Why does it feel like we've walked into an insect's lair? Suddenly, a hand grabbed Rai's ankle. The young woman screamed, Ah, a zombie! Kenji quickly shielded her from behind. He smashed it with his hammer, cursing, Damn it, another ambush. But when he calmed down, Kenji looked surprised. Oh, it's just a corpse? Jenna was speechless, her tone a bit reproachful. You screamed like that over nothing? But Rai seemed to see the muscles of the corpse twitching. The young woman quickly said, No, that's not right. Everyone look, the corpse is moving. The wrinkled skin squirmed. Rai said, It looks like there's something under the skin. Suddenly, a strange creature crawled out. Rai screamed, It's an insect. There are insects in the corpse. The creature that had just emerged was a Tier 2 beetle larva. Characteristics: a creature from a different dimension with strong reproductive abilities, parasitic in the bodies of living organisms, devouring the host's flesh and blood. Jenna looked at the corpse not far away and said with disgust, Are all these corpses on the ground filled with these disgusting insects? These are probably parasitic bugs. Everyone be careful. Don't step on these corpses. With that, Ryder raised his spear and killed the beetle larva. The system's voice rang out. Asterisk ding. Killed a Tier 2 beetle larva. Gained 10,000 experience points. Asterisk in his heart. Ryder also felt disgusted. Too little experience. The group continued to move. Rai clung tightly to Kenji's arm, unable to help but complain, so gross. Ryder walked in front, observing and thinking, asterisk if there are larvae, then there must be adults around here too, right? Could it be the adult beetles that are keeping the evolved beasts away? Asterisk. And then they arrived. On the ceiling was a huge crack, with waves of aurora-like energy twisting and turning from it. And within the crack was the sight of tens of thousands of stars in the galaxy. Jenna was amazed. This is the first time I've seen a spatial rift. It's magnificent. Rai's eyes were wide with fascination. So beautiful. But Ryder's expression was a little apprehensive and grim. He looked up at the ceiling and sensed something inside. Ryder remained silent, calmly activating the analysis system in his eyes. It was the form of a giant beetle. The system displayed adult green beetle, tier 6. Characteristics: a creature from another dimension with an incredible bite force, capable of easily tearing an adult human to shreds. Ryder was secretly shocked. Asterisk an adult green beetle, and it's even tier 6. That's terrifying. However, it seems to be in a deep sleep and hasn't noticed us. Asterisk. He didn't dare to disturb it any further and change the subject. The creature from my imagination doesn't seem to be here at the moment, Ryder said. Let's be quiet. After we're done exploring, we'll leave quickly. Jenna suddenly made a discovery. Pointing at the object in front of her, Jenna said, "Everyone, look at this rock. This rock is so strange. Did it fall out of the spatial rift?" Luna said, doubtfully, "It's probably some kind of metal, and it's also extremely hard." She struck it once. Ryder also poked the stone with his spear. He added, "It's also very resilient. If we took it back to forge weapons, it would probably be okay." Jenna glanced around and guessed. Maybe the spatial rift only dropped this rock. Ryder pointed to one side and suggested, "Let's go over there and see. The flame energy in my body can feel a burning energy over there." Everyone moved closer to the cliff face, murmuring, "Why is it suddenly so hot?" There really was something there. Everyone looked down and was amazed. It was a flower made of fire. Luna exclaimed excitedly, "Crimson lotus flame. It's actually a crimson lotus flame." Ryder looked dumbfounded. He didn't understand. He looked at her and asked, "What's a crimson lotus flame?" Luna composed herself and explained, "It's an extremely rare type of energy. It looks like a lotus of fire, and the energy contained within it far exceeds that of a normal agent, different crystal." Ryder scratched his chin and asked quietly, "Can this thing be absorbed?" He thought to himself, "Asterisk, the energy of this thing seems very powerful. If I can use a cultivation technique to absorb it, then I've struck gold." Asterisk, but Luna quickly cut off this line of thought in his head. She said sternly, "No, this thing is very dangerous. Although its fire attribute is very beneficial to you, its energy is too powerful and violent. If you're not careful, you'll be turned to dust." Ryder looked at it and suggested, "Then can we cut it down? We can take it back first and then slowly figure out how to absorb it." Luna immediately retorted, "That might work, but you'd need special tools and equipment." Ryder's head was spinning. He cried out in frustration, "This won't work, that won't work. Are we just going to leave empty-handed? Such a good treasure. By the time we come back with the right tools, someone else will have taken it." Suddenly, a strange voice came from behind. "Found it. It's here." Ryder glanced over. The group behind them was wearing the uniforms of the North Campus. They seemed very surprised. "Oh, someone got here before us. How'd they find this place?" Everyone turned to look. Jenna reminded him, "They're from Class 2 of the North Campus." The leader of their group seemed to ignore Ryder's group and said with a laugh, "Great. It's still here, just as expected." He waved his hand and ordered, "Liamo, Hua Ming, prepare the tools. Let's take it." Ryder looked at the tool they brought and thought, these guys even brought their own tools. He raised his hand to stop them, his face serious. "Wait, we discovered this first." The leader looked at him contemptuously, the corner of his mouth curling up. "Ridiculous. Don't you see our tools? We came here prepared. Besides, even if I gave it to you, could you even take it?" He laughed arrogantly. "Humph. A bunch of failures from Class 10 to South Campus, right? How about I give you a few tier 4 each different crystals as charity? That way, your ranking in the discussion won't be too low." Instantly, the people beside him lost control and burst out laughing. Someone flattered him, saying, "The class president is so kind." Ryder closed his eyes and smiled. He said softly, "A few tier 4 Yijing different crystals, and you want to send us away? Are you trying to rob us in broad daylight?" The class president leaned his face close to his and said arrogantly, "So what if I am? What can you do about it? Then I'll just kill you all." Luna suddenly appeared, her long sword glowing with a powerful aura as she thrust it forward. The class president, with an angry expression, blocked the opponent's attack with his sword and exclaimed, "This crazy woman! How could she be so ruthless?" Then he roared in anger, "If that's the case, brothers, kill them all." Jenna, seeing the group advancing, reached behind her, gripped her sword, and said, "I'll chop all of you up." On the class president's side, he was fighting with Luna. She relentlessly attacked him. He was surprised by this and thought, "Asterisk, she's beautiful, but she's so vicious. She uses a long sword. Could this little girl be? Is her strength really that great?" Asterisk, please leave a comment below the video. He asked, "Are you Luna? Weren't you in class 1 of the South Campus? Why are you with those damn class 10 losers from the South Campus?" Seeing the opponent keep talking, Luna unleashed a strike straight at him, shouting, "Less talk." The guy was immediately sent flying. The class president's gaze shifted to someone who was fighting. In his mind, he thought, "Asterisk, he's also very strong. I miscalculated. If we fight them head-on, even if we win, we'll probably be in bad shape too. Asterisk." The class president looked back and shouted to his teammates, "Hua Ming, go hold off Li Mo's opponent. Li Mo, get the Crimson Lotus Flame quickly." Hearing the order, the two of them, who were in the middle of a fight, replied, "Got it, class president." Okay. He was surprised by this. Ryder suddenly appeared, shouting, "You idiot! If I were you, I would absolutely not touch the Crimson Lotus Flame." As he spoke, he thought to himself, "Aren't the green beetles on the ceiling guarding the Crimson Lotus Flame and will attack anyone who takes it immediately?" Hearing him, the red-haired guy arrogantly stuck out his claws and said, Do you think we're idiots? Didn't we come here for the Crimson Lotus Flame?" Li Mo approached the Crimson Lotus Flame. He opened a box, his voice filled with triumph. "Okay, this time we've hit the jackpot." Above them, on the ceiling, more and more green lights appeared. Li Mo's face was filled with triumph as he held up the iron box in his hand. Seeing this, Ryder was horrified. He thought, "Asterisk, this is bad. The green beetles have woken up." Asterisk. Li Mo excitedly turned to the class president and shouted, "Class president, I got it." Before he could finish his sentence, a green beetle swooped down from the ceiling towards Li Mo. Slash! It attacked him, and blood splattered everywhere. Seeing this, his teammates were horrified and shouted, "Li Mo, damn it! What kind of monster is this? Could it be a spatial beast that came out of the time rift?" It killed Li Mo, a tier 4 martial artist, in 1 second. Could this monster be tier 6? Damn, there are so many of them. The monsters relentlessly charged towards the people present. Seeing this, the class president was somewhat frightened. He was sweating profusely and thought, "Asterisk 5 or 6 tier 6 spatial beasts. Even if all of us teamed up, we wouldn't be able to defeat them. It seems we have to give up the Crimson Lotus Flame. My life is more important." Asterisk. He turned and ran, shouting over his shoulder, "Run! We can't handle these spatial beasts. Let's get out of here. Forget the Crimson Lotus Flame." His teammates immediately fled the scene, each one shouting in panic, "Run! Get out of here! Run!" Ryder's group, however, stood their ground. He turned to face the swarm of beetles, his voice grave. "We're going to. It's too dangerous here." Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed, and large rocks fell, blocking the exit and trapping Ryder's group inside. The class president burst out, laughing triumphantly. "You useless bums from Class 10 South Campus wanted to kill us? I'll use you as bait for the beetles." Ha ha ha. Seeing what was happening before her, Jenna was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. She cursed, "Damn, these bastards. They actually blocked the exit, cutting off our escape route." Seeing this, Rai said worriedly, What do we do? Are we going to die here?" Ryder and Luna just stood there silently, not saying a word. He immediately ran in one direction and shouted, "I'll lure those beetles away. You guys find another way out, and be quick about it." Seeing him run, Luna's group called out worriedly, "Ryder!" Jenna shouted, "Ryder!" The monsters on the ceiling swooped down towards Ryder. He quickly jumped up to dodge their attacks. The monsters immediately chased after Ryder. He clutched the crimson lotus flame to his chest, running while looking back at the swarm of monsters chasing him. He thought anxiously, "These beetles have been protecting the crimson lotus flame, so I can use this to lure them away." Ryder immediately used the traceless snow step technique to move with incredible speed. He shot forward like a rocket, shouting, "Come on, you bastards, follow me." Thump! Suddenly, one of them burst out from under the ground, causing Ryder to shout in surprise, "Whoa, there's another one here." Clack, clack. It snapped its huge pincers at him. He quickly jumped high into the air, but the attack from the green beetle still hit him, knocking the box from his hands. A red flame appeared in front of Ryder. Seeing this, Ryder was horrified. "This is bad." The hot flame quickly burned through Ryder's armor. It engulfed his entire body, and he couldn't believe what was happening. His agonizing screams echoed, "Ah!" Luna's group, from a distance, immediately ran towards him. They called out worriedly, "Ryder! Ryder! Class President!" The powerful flames completely enveloped Ryder's body inside. System notification. Asterisk detecting external energy. Initiating devour skill. Absorption 1%, 2%, 3%. Asterisk his entire body was engulfed in flames. Ryder screamed in agony. "Ah!" Luna slashed at the monsters in front of her with her sword. Luna turned to look at Ryder and asked, "Ryder, are you okay?" Ryder, in agony in the sea of flames, screamed loudly, "It's so hot, so hot. I feel like I'm about to explode." Luna immediately ran to him, holding him tightly. The two of them were engulfed in a vast sea of flames. Luna then said, "My primal energy is of the ice attribute. It can help you suppress it a little." Seeing Luna's action, Ryder was horrified and shouted, "Luna, you!" The people around them, seeing this scene, worriedly shouted, "Class President! Sister Luna!" Luna held Ryder tightly in the flames and said resolutely, "Ryder, I'll use my frost primal energy to help you suppress it." You quickly absorb the power of the crimson lotus flame. Ryder gritted his teeth, enduring the intense heat. At this point, the absorption progress bar was slowly inching up. 10%, 15%, 20%. He thought happily, asterisk it's working. Under the suppression of Luna's frost primal energy, the devouring speed is even faster. Asterisk. Jenna, standing on the defensive line, glanced behind her and thought with admiration. Luna didn't even care about the fire on Ryder and still rushed to help him. She decisively charged towards the monsters. "Oomph. Luna, don't think you're the only one who can die for Ryder." She directly slashed at the back of a giant beetle. In her heart, she had long since decided, asterisk Ryder has saved me several times. My life has long been his, asterisk. She swung her sword wide, managing to slash several of the surrounding monsters at once, then quickly ran off. "Even if I have to die, I will buy enough time for Ryder." Jenna ran quickly, luring the monsters that were relentlessly chasing her. She shouted provocatively, "Come on, you bastards! Chase me!" Bauhi sweated, asking the person next to him in bewilderment, "What is Jenna doing?" Fane replied with a frown. "She seems to be drawing the aggro of the green beetles. She's buying time for the class president." Fane also decided to run up and help. He shouted to his teammates, "Quick, let's go help. Jenna can't handle them alone." Bauhi was still a bit hesitant, "But those space beasts are tier 6. Fane quickly replied, "I know. That's why we have to go together. Otherwise, we're sure to die here." On this side, the progress bar showed it was almost complete. 85%, 90%, 95%. Ryder's eyes and mouth were wide open as the orange light entered, and veins bulged on his forehead. He thought in pain, asterisk I'm almost done absorbing it. The crimson lotus flame is constantly destroying my body my internal organs, and my bones. It's only because the system is crazily restoring them that I'm okay. Asterisk. Plus Luna's ice attribute primal energy. My body is like a weapon being forged over and over. My physical strength is also gradually increasing, not lacking at all. Not long after, the system displayed a notification. Asterisk devour successful. Gained 310 million experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have leveled up to level 21, gaining 21 potential points. Asterisk. Ryder, still in the flames, moved his hands with delight, feeling the surging power. Damn! In the blink of an eye, I gained 310 million experience points. How many evolved beasts would I have to kill to get this many points? He focused on the virtual screen, silently giving the system a command. System, add all 21 potential points to strength. Asterisk host, Ryder. Level, 21. Strength, 400 plus 21. Physique, 178 plus 50. Speed, 101. Composite combat power, 4520-4650. Title, Tier 4 Martial Artist. Physique attribute plus 50 points. Asterisk. Luna collapsed into Ryder's arms, exhausted. Ryder asked worriedly, Luna, what's wrong? Luna replied weakly, I just used too much primal energy, that's all. I'm fine. Ryder took out a small, dark vial and gave it to her. Drink this nutrient solution to replenish your stamina. Then quickly absorb the primal energy of a Tier 5 Yijing, different crystal. I'm going to help Jenna and the others. Luna couldn't help but worry. Alone? You can't. Those are Tier 6 space beasts. The noise from the fierce battle on the other side reached them. Jenna, get out of there. Stop it. Ryder calmly looked towards the battle and said, Although I've temporarily absorbed the power of the Crimson Lotus Flame, I still haven't been able to fully digest it. I feel like I could be blown up by the violent power in my body at any moment, so I have to fight to release some of that primal energy. Jenna, after fighting for so long, was starting to get tired. She carelessly tripped and fell to the ground. The swarm of green beetles gathered around her, relentlessly eyeing their plump prey. Her teammates outside shouted worriedly, Jenna, run, run, but she didn't seem to hear them at all. A phantom image carrying an orange glow flew in and kicked the green beetle closest to Jenna. Ryder stood before his teammate in a ready stance, asking with concern, Are you guys okay? Jenna, who had just been saved by him, quickly asked worriedly, Ryder, are you okay? Ryder replied without turning his head, I'm fine. You guys fall back. I'll take care of these beetles. The flames hidden deep within his body engulfed his entire being. He tried to get used to the strange and new sensation. Phew, this burning power of the Crimson Lotus Flame. It's so fierce and violent, it's hard to control. The swarm of giant green beetles gathered towards him. Ryder's teammates called out worriedly, Ryder, be careful. Class President, watch out. Ryder, under attack, remained steadfastly focused on his opponent. He used the staff in his hand to sweep a path, creating a large purple and orange vortex. He thought confidently, this flame can almost burn the spirit. I'll call this move Star-Refining Inferno. The immense power formed a pillar of orange light that shot straight into the sky. His entire body was suspended within the pillar of light. Below the pillar, the swirling power took on the sharp shape of an arrow. The green beetles, unable to dodge in time, were quickly hit by the attack. Each beetle that was destroyed created a massive, blinding explosion. The system continuously displayed notifications. Killed a Tier 6 green beetle, gained 10 million experience points. Fane was dumbfounded. What kind of martial skill is that? I remember the class president's fire attribute martial skill was Great Fireball. Jenna stammered, her voice high with confirmation. One move killed 2 Tier 6s. Bauhi cried out in frustration. Class president, are you trying to not let anyone else live? This is too monstrous. Ryder leaped up, easily dodging the attack of a beetle. He quickly calculated. Asterisk just now, the light flashed, and I borrowed the fierce power of the Crimson Lotus Flame in my body to randomly use my own star-refining Inferno technique. It's like an ultimate skill, hard to use twice in a short period. I'll have to wait until I'm more familiar with it to have a firm grasp. Asterisk. Ryder used his saber to sweep a wide purple arc, facing and blocking the attacks of countless monsters. He thought with frustration, I can only use Phoenix Call as a last resort for now. The sound of explosions echoed continuously. White smoke filled the air everywhere. It seemed a few beetles had been hit. He continued to use Phoenix Call, telling himself, after being enhanced by the energy in my body, Phoenix Call still can't burn them to death, but it can break their wings, making them lose their advantage in the air. He decisively used his staff to attack the monsters. He thought to himself, asterisk after using star-refining Inferno, and then continuously using Phoenix Call, the fierce feeling in my body has also reduced a lot. As expected, only by constantly fighting and releasing the violent primal energy can I quickly digest it. Asterisk, he continuously struck the monster's wings with his staff, but they only cracked and didn't break. He couldn't help but curse loudly. Damn. The shells of these bastards are too hard. The flames of Phoenix Call cause some damage to their shells, but my black mangrove long spear can only poke a small hole in them. He decisively used his staff to attack the monsters. The fierce feeling in his body also reduced a lot. As expected, only by constantly fighting, Ryder didn't waver. He wiped his mouth with his hand and laughed loudly. If that's the case, then I'll just poke you full of holes. After all, I have an endless supply of primal energy now. He continuously unleashed attacks on the monsters. Phoenix Call twice, Storm of Pear Blossoms twice. Fane watched in awe. The class president is so powerful, fighting so many Tier 6 space beasts by himself. Bao Huang stammered in amazement. Is this the combat power a Tier 6 martial artist should have? Jenna noticed something unusual. Ryder's condition isn't right. She quietly analyzed. Ryder is basically not defending at all. He's just recklessly attacking, as if he's been injected with adrenaline, extremely excited. Luna, holding one arm behind her back, spoke sparingly. Moreover, the flame aura on him is not his own primal energy. Jenna, realizing Luna's presence, was stunned. What? Class president? He could be in danger at any moment? Then what should we do? Luna, do you have any good ideas? Luna drew her sword, channeling a pale, pink spiritual energy into it. We need to deal with these space beasts first, then we'll see. She then leaped up and with a single sweep of her sword, froze the monster. Ryder tacitly ran to attack the monster. He used his staff to shatter the ice. The system displayed a notification. Killed a Tier 6 green beetle. Gained 10 million experience. He exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, this can be pierced through." Realizing their weakness, he attacked with even more ferocity. Luna, standing next to him, explained, "The beetle's outer shell was burned by you, then frozen by my ice, so it became weaker." Ryder understood. So that's how it is. Ryder excitedly stood back to back with Luna and shouted, "All right, then let's the two of us, husband and wife, combine our swords and wipe out their nest." Remember to subscribe to the channel to get the latest information. Luna frowned and knocked Ryder on the head, making him cry out in pain with a lump on his head. She warned him sternly, "If you talk nonsense again, I'll sew your mouth shut." Fane shouted in admiration. The class president is so cool. He can even flirt at a time like this. Jenna remained silent, her face full of jealousy. Ryder dashed forward, using the Phoenix Call technique. A green beetle was hit in the stomach and flipped over backward. Luna was no slouch either, slashing several times to freeze the monster in front of her. The monster she froze was unable to move, its mouth still open as if it wanted to attack. He tacitly used his staff to stab straight into the ice, using Storm of Pear Blossoms. The system displayed another notification, asterisk ding, killed a Tier 6 green beetle, gained 10 million experience. Asterisk countless small green beetles crawled out from the corpse of the mother beetle. The system explained, Tier 2 beetle larva. Characteristics: creature from another dimension with strong reproductive abilities, parasitic in the bodies of living organisms, devouring the host's blood and flesh. Ryder looked at the swarm of baby beetles and shouted in fear, "Holy crap! That was just the mother. Everyone be careful. These beetles may only be Tier 2, but there are a lot of them." Fane quickly ran over with his teammates. "Ryder, leave this small matter to us." Ryder agreed. "All right, I'll let you and Luna handle the big ones." Fane, Chunyong, and Bao He charged towards the swarm of Tier 2 beetles with their weapons. Ryder was attacking the mother beetles when he suddenly remembered his teammates. He shouted a warning, "Leo, be careful." By the time Leo stammered a reply, it was too late. Class President. Ryder quickly dashed forward with his spear, stabbing it straight into the monster's open mouth. His entire body was suspended in the air, the spear stuck firmly in the monster. Leo worriedly advised, "This is bad. Class President, let go of the spear." Ryder was determined not to follow his advice. "As a martial artist, how can I let go of my weapon? Go ahead and bite my black mangrove, but be careful not to poke your mouth." He exerted so much force that the whites of his eyes showed, and a red-orange power enveloped the entire spear. He used the Phoenix Call technique. The beast, in pain, finally opened its mouth and released his spear. She opened her mouth wide, hoping the fire in her mouth would disappear, but it was no use. Its scorched body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Ryder laughed triumphantly. "I didn't expect this to work either. If your shell is hard, I'll just burn you from the inside out until you're dead." Ryder, fired up, rallied everyone. "There are 3 adult beetles left. Let's all charge and finish them off." Jenna raised her hand and shouted, "Kill!" A short while later, the swarm of baby beetles lay scattered on the ground, having fled. Jenna, panting heavily, finally felt a sense of relief. "Phew, we finally killed them all." Jenna stuck her sword in the ground and sat on the corpse of a monster, sighing, "To face so many Tier 6 space beasts and still survive." Rai added, "Luckily, we have the class president and Luna." Ryder called out in dissatisfaction, "Hey, why are you guys staying so far away from me? I don't eat people." Fane, standing at a distance, stuck out his tongue, sweat pouring down his face like rain. "Class president, you're like a furnace right now. Being near you feels like we're being roasted." Ryder, raising a flask to his lips for a sip, grumbled, "Humph, why didn't you say that when I was saving you?" Ryder lowered the flask, breathing out a puff of fire and hot air. Luna, with her arms crossed, looked at him and reminded him, "Stop wasting the nutrient potion. I'll continue to use my ice attribute primal energy to help you suppress the crimson lotus flame. We've rested enough. Let's keep going." Ryder stood up and slung his spear over his shoulder, a faint flame surrounding his body. "All right, let's continue to the city center. I need to fight. I need to fight stronger enemies." The group stared at him dumbfounded, as if he were a madman. The group moved together to a strange city. Someone spoke up, asking, "Why is the fog so thick here?" Ryder couldn't help but raise his guard, reminding the whole team, "Everyone stay alert. Be careful of evolved beasts hiding in the fog." Just as he finished speaking, a sinewy red tentacle appeared in the fog. It silently approached and wrapped around Jenna's thigh. She froze for a moment. "Ah, damn it!" Jenna was caught by a tentacle and lifted high into the air, screaming, What is this? Help!" Ryder called out worriedly. "Jenna." Ryder quickly gripped his hands together. Ryder leaped up and sliced the tentacle. He asked with concern, "Jenna, are you okay?" Jenna, still in shock, replied, "I'm fine, but what is this disgusting thing?" Rai exclaimed in disgust, "Ew, gross." The tentacle he just cut is lying limply on the ground, oozing a green liquid. The dense shadows and a squelching sound caught his attention. Ryder saw an army of the living dead heading this way. "It's zombies. So many zombies." Ryder warned, "They're Tier 4 tentacle zombies. Everyone be careful." The system explained, "Tier 4 tentacle zombie. Characteristics. Tentacles can be adjusted in length and size, specializing in bondage play. The zombies extended their long tentacles and attacked Ryder's group. He shouted to his teammates, "Be careful. Don't get separated." He leaped into the air and swept his spear horizontally, attacking the charging monsters. Phoenix Call. The fire, heat, and thick dust and smoke seemed unable to stop the advance of the zombie horde, which was as numerous as ants. Ryder complained in frustration. "Just how many zombies are there? Damn it, is it over yet?" He turned his head and asked his teammates, "Hey Luna, how are things on your end?" He froze, staring at the empty space behind him. "Huh, where did everyone go?" He spun around, calling out his teammates' names, Luna, Jenna, Kenji. The monsters took advantage of his distraction and charged, forcing him to struggle to dodge. Asterisk, damn it. There's something wrong with this fog. It separated us without me even realizing. If everyone is alone, this is dangerous. Asterisk, he then braced himself and used Phoenix Call, the flames incinerating everything around him. Rocks and living dead all fell to the ground. His face gradually calmed, and the surrounding flames quickly died down. He frowned, pursing his lips and looking around. Then he looked at the dead monsters lying scattered on the ground amidst the dust and smoke and made an assessment, finally dealt with the last of them. Then Ryder calmly took out his phone. As he fiddled with it, he realized no signal. His face became extremely serious, and he frowned as he walked, his weapon still slung over his shoulder, muttering, "Although I saved a map of the G17 area before, there's no way to determine my position now." Soon after, seeing no hope from his phone, he put it back in his pocket. Holding his weapon, he glanced at the surrounding dust and smoke, frowned again, and decided, "Well then, I'll have to find them myself." Next, a surge of electric power shot towards him. Ryder sensed it and stood still. After the power surge hit the spot where he stood, he jumped back, dodging while shouting cautiously, "Who's there?" On the other side, a man covered in bandages, holding dual swords, along with his group, stepped out of the smoke and greeted him with a sneer. "We meet again, you bastard from the South Campus's Class 10. He added, "I didn't expect you to not be killed by the space beasts." And you. Seeing him, he also frowned and sneered, extending his hand forward and saying contemptuously, "Hee hee. So it's the dogs from Class 2 of the North Campus. I was just about to find you for revenge. I didn't expect you to deliver yourselves to my doorstep." After he finished speaking, the other side was still laughing smugly. He raised his hand to cover his forehead and, glancing around him, asked, "Huh? Why are you alone? Where are your companions?" Then he added, "Don't tell me they're all dead." On the other side, he held his spear and looked at him, his other hand casually in his pocket. Next, the one with the matted yellow hair spoke again, sighing, "What a pity. I remember there were 3 beauties." Hearing this, Ryder couldn't hold back anymore. He frowned and glared at the long, greasy-haired guy, sneering, "Sorry to disappoint you. We're doing just fine, just temporarily separated in the fog." Then he made a good-natured announcement to the other guy. "Your space beasts were killed by me, and I even managed to get a bunch of Tier 6 in different crystals." Hearing him, the greasy-haired guy didn't believe it. His face darkened, and he squinted his eyes, his brows furrowed in a mocking sneer as he pointed at him and asked. Looking at him as if he realized something, he stammered, "Humph, the aura on you is..." His body radiated a powerful, fiery energy. He still held his spear, smiling confidently at him. The greasy-haired guy shouted as if he couldn't believe his eyes, "This is the aura of the Crimson Lotus Flame." Immediately after, his eyes filled with horror. He stared, his brows furrowed, and pointed at him, stammering, You devoured the Crimson Lotus Flame?" He held his sword and shouted repeatedly, "But how are you still alive? Shouldn't you have exploded and died? This isn't scientific." Seeing this, he also looked at them with a fierce sneer and mocked them. "Don't compare me to you useless bunch." Then he added, "Humph, it's just one Crimson Lotus Flame. What can it do to me?" On the other side, the group saw this and were horrified and angry, frowning and gritting their teeth as they looked at him. The greasy-haired one frowned and stared at him, his teeth gritted in anger as he growled each word. You! They fanned out, surrounding him from all four sides. The greasy-haired leader approached him, and the others also drew their weapons. He held his dual swords and said to him with a dark face, I can feel it. You haven't fully digested the energy of the Crimson Lotus Flame. That's right. How could a useless person like you digest it so quickly? He asked with a sneer. That's great. Now, after I kill you, I can still absorb the undigested energy of the Crimson Lotus Flame in your body. Hearing that, Ryder also sneered and looked around with a dark face. He asked contemptuously, I even killed a tier 6 space beast. You think a tier for like you can deal with me? At that, the other guy also charged with his dual blades, followed by the rest of his group. His face was contorted as he looked at him and shouted with a mad grin, There are many of us. Are you telling me you're not afraid? Then he gave the order, Kill him. The others also shouted in unison, Kill. In this situation, he was surrounded in the middle, still calmly looking at them. Immediately after, he perfectly dodged the storm-like attacks of the group. One of them had just swung his weapon, and he had already retreated behind him with his spear. He shouted in frustration, Damn it, this guy's as slippery as an eel. Next to him, a large, fat man jumped up and swung his saber at him, using the mountain-splitting saber technique and shouting triumphantly, If you've got the guts, then don't run. Take a slash from my saber. Seeing this, he also looked up at him. Then, Ryder also raised his spear and used Storm of Pear Blossoms. He sneered, and as he looked at him, he shot forward and confirmed, All right, just as you wished. Immediately after, his spear attacked like a storm, leaving the fat guy with no time to react but to raise his sword to block. His body was also pushed back by the force, and he shouted in helplessness, Such powerful strength. On the other side, his eyes flashed with fire, and his body began to emit flames as he squinted his eyes mockingly. Don't be in a hurry. There's still more fun to come. Next, Ryder swung his spear in a wide arc, creating a fire phoenix in the air. He used Phoenix Call, and the fiery red bird charged forward. It then struck the fat guy, who stared wide-eyed in astonishment and shouted, Damn. Next, his body was sent flying by the flames, and he cried out, Ouch! Finally, he fell to the ground, writhing in pain. Seeing this, the group was horrified and shouted in fear and astonishment. He took out Baldy in just 2 moves. The temperature of this flame is so high that it can burn a person to ashes in the blink of an eye. The area around them was thick with dust and smoke. Seeing this, the greasy-haired guy also began to worry, gritting his teeth and staring at him, his face drenched in sweat, thinking to himself, This is the energy of the Crimson Lotus Flame. Damn it, how much energy has he absorbed to make his martial skill this effective? Immediately after, unable to fight back, he began to panic and resorted to a cowardly tactic, shouting for backup, Senior Horus, please deal with them. Senior Horus. Hearing that, in the cloud of dust, the group of people stepped out, one of them saying, What's all the shouting for? So pathetic. Then he asked mockingly, So many of you can't even beat one person? This new batch of students is really useless, he commented. Next to him were 2 other people. Seeing them, he also frowned in surprise and muttered, Tier 5 martial artists. You guys are 4th-year students? Do 4th-year students also have to participate in the trial? Ryder asked himself, puzzled. Outside, the one with hair like a broom was picking his teeth and staring at him with a grin as he answered, What? We're participating in the trial too. However, the man paused. He is Horus, a Tier 5 martial artist. Sorry. Immediately after, Horus chewed on his toothpick, stared at him, and laughed maniacally, adding, However, our mission is to hunt and kill you guys. Ha ha ha. Seeing that, Ryder on the other side was still calmly holding his spear, his other hand in his pocket, as he looked at him and made a statement. The university forum said that every year during the freshman trial, some students don't die from being killed by evolved beasts or zombies. Everyone guessed that these people died from fighting among the new students or encountered other dangers. I didn't expect it to be you, the so-called seniors, who killed them. He questioned the man, who listened silently. Faced with his question, the man sneered, still chewing on a blade of grass as he looked at his hand. Horace, with a sense of accomplishment, boasted of his achievements. That's right. Every year at this time, it's a good opportunity to go hunting. Then he added, the trial is full of dangers. No one knows that the freshmen were killed by us. Actually, we're just weeding out the weak for the academy. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, he also frowned in annoyance and looked at the surrounding dust and smoke, asking, this fog was also created by you guys? Hearing that, the other guy propped himself up with his hand and sneered, still holding the grass in his mouth as he raised an index finger and wagged it, his other hand on his hip as he answered, no, no, no. This fog was released by a high-level evolved beast sleeping soundly in the G17 area. Hee, this environment is perfect for hunting, he remarked. Seeing that, Ryder was also dissatisfied. He frowned and questioned the group. I didn't expect the freshmen of Class 2 from the North Campus to collude with a bunch of hooligans like this. Finally, he gripped his spear tightly and confirmed with the group. Then I will kill you all and clean up the school in place of the academy. Hearing this, the greasy-haired one, both angry and frowning, glared at him and shouted a reminder. You're about to die, and you're still talking tough. Senior Horace, all the good stuff in his bag is yours. Please, make him die the most painful death possible. At this, Horace quickly sneered, baring his teeth and chewing on the blade of grass as he laughed mockingly. Since you've entrusted me with such a heartfelt request, then I will grant your wish. Immediately after, Ryder also charged forward with his spear. On this side, Horace also shouted to the two lackeys behind him, brothers, kill him. Chop that brat into 8 pieces for me. He began to draw his sword. Elsewhere in the training area, the fog was thick and the buildings were old and covered in moss. Leo looked around uncomfortably and shouted in his heart, damn it, where is it? He held the hammer in both hands and scanned the thick fog, nervously biting his lip and frowning cautiously as he asked himself, there's movement behind me. Is it a tentacle zombie? Next, Leo turned and swung the hammer in his hand towards the smoke, his face contorted as he shouted, die, you disgusting zombie. Suddenly, a sword blocked his hammer. It sent him flying back, and the other person as well. In the fog, a warning shout rang out. Leo, look carefully who it is. Jenna and the group with Rai and Kenji emerged from the smoke. They frowned at Leo. Jenna held her sword in front of her and reminded him, are you trying to stab us? Seeing that, Leo awkwardly wiped the sweat from his forehead, then looked at them and sighed in relief. Damn, you scared me to death. I thought it was some damn tentacle zombie. You don't know, I just killed so many zombies by myself. There were so many of them, I couldn't kill them all. Hearing that, Jenna also put her sword away and slung it over her shoulder, her brow furrowed as she seriously asked him, are you alone? Have you seen Luna and Ryder? Hearing that, Leo's expression was calm as he confirmed, no. Hearing the answer, Jenna also clenched her fist, her sword slung over her shoulder as she shouted in frustration, damn it, the phone has no signal. This fog is making us as blind as bats. Next to her, seeing this, she crossed her arms and confirmed, there's no other way. We'll have to search for them bit by bit. Everyone, stick together. We absolutely cannot get separated. It's to talking in the fog. As for Ryder, he unleashed a move that sent Horace's men flying, all of them screaming in pain. Then he retrieved his spear and with a fiery hand, used his fire claw hand. His hand touched one of them on the head, causing him to spurt blood. Seeing that, Horace frowned in frustration and shouted at the greasy-haired guy, damn it, there are so many of us, and he still managed to kill 2 of our men. Seeing that the situation was not good, he asked further, is he really tier 4? Or did you lie to me? This level of strategy is at least tier 5. Seeing that, the greasy-haired guy also looked over, both surprised and horrified. Hearing that, The greasy-haired man stared wide-eyed in horror, his body frozen as he confirmed, "Senior, he really is tier 4. He devoured the crimson lotus flame. That's why his fire attribute martial skills are so powerful." Next, he added, "It's just that the power contained in the crimson lotus flame is extremely strong. He can't digest it in a short period of time. So, now I'll talk about the greasy-haired man." Hearing that, Horace's face was filled with mockery. He squinted his eyes and laughed with an open mouth. "Oh, so if we kill him now, we can still absorb the undigested energy in his body. Let's go." Next, in the fire, a man was being burned. He was terrified, his eyes wide as he stretched out his hand and screamed, "Ah, help me. I don't want to die." Then he collapsed in front of the greasy-haired man and Horace, and the fire began to consume him. Seeing this, Horace's face also contorted, his brows furrowed. Below, the greasy-haired man's face was filled with horror and fear. Next, he turned back and shouted to the blindfolded girl who was his teammate, his eyes wide as he shouted a reminder to her, "Stop fighting. This brat is fighting to consume the undigested energy of the crimson lotus flame. We're helping him by doing this." Then he looked at his body absorbing the power, his whole body glowing as he glanced around. Horace gritted his teeth and frowned as he shouted his assessment. "See, that brat is actually struggling to hold on." Then he gritted his teeth and made another assessment. With his current body, if there is no external suppression or if he doesn't release it through combat, he will quickly explode. Finally, he charged towards Ryder, and he also gritted his teeth and thrust his spear at him. Horace, however, jumped up to dodge the move and ordered the lackeys around him, "Brothers, don't fight him head-on anymore. We'll just surround him without attacking and let him exhaust himself." Then he added, "Wait for him to explode and die." The surrounding people listened silently in the dust and smoke. Then, with an excited expression, he stared at him, smiling and giving Horace the signal. "Then we'll absorb the energy of the crimson lotus flame that overflows from his body." Following his order, the remaining men quickly surrounded him. Ryder, seeing this, also darkened his face and looked at them, holding his spear speechlessly. The surrounding fog was still thick. Next, he frowned, biting his lip uncomfortably and shouting in his heart, "Damn it! These guys have seen through my current situation. This is not good. My body is about to give out. I have to end this quickly, then find Luna to use her ice attribute primal energy to help me suppress it." Fire emanated from his body, and the spear was brought up to his waist. Behind him, Horace swung his sword, which crackled with electricity. He gritted his teeth, still holding the blade of grass in his mouth, his eyes wide and triumphant as he looked at Ryder. As he was building up momentum to attack, he shouted, "You idiot! Do you think I really wouldn't dare to attack? What?" Then he added, "Surrounding you without attacking was just to make you let your guard down." Seeing his action, he was horrified, his face contorted as he looked up, sweating and unable to react in time. Immediately after, an invisible hand pushed into his stomach, carrying a familiar blue aura. It was Luna. She wrapped her arms around his stomach and pulled him away, her face contorted as she moved quickly. After that, Horace's sword slashed through empty air. Seeing that, Ryder also regained his composure and looked down at the person who was holding him by the stomach and pulling him away. He frowned, his face filled with confusion as he sweated and exclaimed, "Luna?" Her body was still radiating a blue aura. Immediately after, they stopped. Luna's arm was still on his waist, and the aura began to recede. As for him, having escaped danger, he smiled awkwardly. Then he raised his hand and scratched his face in confusion, saying, "Damn, this is so embarrassing. Why does it feel like a damsel in distress saving the hero?" Immediately after, Luna looked at him in the fog and made an assessment. "You're not a hero. You're a chicken." Hearing that, Ryder was speechless, unable to refute. Then Ryder pouted and turned, looking at her and propping his hands on his hips. He frowned, pouted, and complained, "Why do you always have to pick on me, you brat? Am I that much of a chicken?" Behind him, Luna silently stared at the group in front of them, as if silently agreeing. In front of them, Horus, itching for a fight, held the sword in one hand and had the other in his pocket as he walked towards the two of them, with his group following behind. He sighed, "Oh, so this guy's backup has arrived. And it's a beauty, too." The other two silently watched him. Next to him, the long, greasy-haired guy stared at Horus, his expression serious as he frowned and reminded him, "Sorry, Senior. This girl is the one who used her primal energy to suppress the energy of the Crimson Lotus Flame." Hearing that, he also glanced at the greasy-haired man. Then he took the toothpick from his mouth and picked his teeth, smiling contemptuously and cursing. "Shut up. I'm not blind. I saw it long ago." His eyes were wide with interest as he made an assessment. "I didn't expect her to be a beauty who cultivates isotribute primal energy. No wonder she's so cold." Immediately after, he couldn't hold back any longer and quickly sneered as he charged towards Ryder and Luna. He didn't forget to shout in confirmation, "Hee, but I, on the other hand, am as passionate as fire. Let me neutralize this cold beauty for you." The other two looked at him as if he were a joke. Immediately after, Horus ordered his subordinates, "Kill them." Immediately after, the crazy group quickly charged out of the fog towards them. Ryder, holding his spear, struggled to defend himself, his face contorted. Behind him, Luna was not idle either, drawing her sword and slashing at them. Next, Horus's sword was easily blocked by Luna. The man was knocked back, gritting his teeth in anger, his eyes wide as he shouted in his heart, "Damn it, they're both monsters. This girl is even tougher than that guy." On this side, Luna had already shot off, her expression determined. Her sword strike quickly hit one of Horus's men, sending him flying. Seeing that, Horus turned pale with fear and stopped, looking at Luna with apprehension, his eyes filled with horror. Luna, on the other hand, stepped over the corpse of Horus's subordinate with ease, startling him. Next, his eyes narrowed, and he growled at her, shouting, "Hey, this girl is at least at the peak of Tier 4. Too strong." Next, he ordered, "Focus our strength first and kill this girl. Otherwise, we're all dead." Hearing that, the lackeys also quickly surrounded Luna. They ran while shouting, "Kill her! Kill her!" But she just charged forward calmly. Next, one of them holding a kite charged at Luna, but she just glanced at it and dodged. He didn't forget to shout for effect, "Die for me." Immediately after, a dense volley of spears was launched. Behind him, Ryder used Storm of Pear Blossoms to attack the man with the axe who was about to strike Luna, sending him flying. She saw this and looked up in surprise. Next, the two of them stood back to back in the fog, their expressions cautious. Ryder smiled and spun his spear while she gripped her sword tightly. Then they glanced at each other. One smiled cheerfully, the other frowned calmly. On the other side, Horus, seeing them like this, was also extremely panicked, gritting his teeth and biting on the toothpick, his brow furrowed, his eyes clearly showing his panic as he shouted in his heart, "Damn it! This girl was just pretending to be weak to lure us to that guy. I didn't expect them to coordinate so well." Immediately after, Ryder jumped up, holding his spear with the power of fire and shouting a reminder, "This weapon technique is something I just learned. Let me use you guys to test its power." Seeing that, Horus was also startled and looked up at him. Immediately after, Ryder thrust his spear forward and used the golden tier martial skill, Galactic Downpour, his face full of pride as he smiled. The spear tip also quickly shot down. Immediately after, a huge explosion occurred with dust and smoke and tremors. Seeing that, Horus also turned pale, the toothpick falling from his mouth. His face contorted like a monkey's, but as he shouted in horror, "The power of this golden tier martial skill is so great." Next to him, the greasy-haired guy was also horrified. His jaw dropped and his eyes narrowed in disbelief. As for Ryder, he bent down, his foot on the ground, and sneered. He swung his spear behind him and reminded them, "Next, it's your turn." I didn't expect that with the enhancement of the Crimson Lotus Flame, the power of Galactic Downpour would be so great. Right after, he jumped and threw his spear towards Horus. Ryder used his full strength, Phoenix Call. Flames swirled around him and his spear, while Horus just stood there and watched. Immediately after, he stared wide-eyed, gritting his teeth in fear as he raised his hand to block. Then he struggled and shouted in his heart, "Why is the power of this chapter so much stronger than before?" Next, Horus grabbed the greasy-haired guy by the collar from behind and placed him in front. He looked at his subordinate with a wicked grin, his brows furrowed as he shouted despicably, "I don't want to die yet. I'm counting on you." The greasy-haired guy with the bandage on his face, seeing this, was also horrified and glanced at him, his body stiff, his eyes filled with fear as he stammered, "Yes, Senior." Immediately after, his spear stabbed towards him, sending him flying back in pain as he screamed, "Ah!" Horus, on the other hand, had sneered and jumped to the side to hide, not forgetting to look back. Immediately after, Horus ran towards Luna, who was slashing her sword at one of his henchmen. Her expression was cold, while he froze in his tracks, startled. Before this scene, Horus's expression was panicked, and he stretched out his hand in fear, his brow furrowed and sweating profusely as he shouted in his heart, "It's over. We're done for. There are so many of us, and yet we were all killed by these two. Oh my God, I don't want to die here." Horus cried out. Behind him, Ryder quickly charged forward, interrupting his thoughts. He smiled proudly and cheerfully, extending his fiery hand as he used his fire claw hand on Horus. He confirmed, "Did I say you could go?" Hearing his voice, he also turned his head, his face filled with horror, his eyes wide, and his teeth gritted, unable to react in time. Next, Ryder touched Horus's arm, causing him to tremble in pain and grit his teeth, pulling back. Ryder, on the other hand, gripped him tighter and laughed, shouting at the other man, "Didn't you want my crimson lotus flame energy? Take it. Hee hee. I'm giving you a chance. You don't want it." The other man held his sword and trembled, screaming, "Ah!" Immediately after, he was so scared he lost his composure and screamed in pain, "Ah, I am a member of the Mooning Legion." Horus's hand was still on fire. He threatened him, his face contorted in fear. "You dare to kill me. You will have to die." Hearing that, his hand on Luna's shoulder still wouldn't stop burning. Ryder squinted at him and sneered, frowning and shouting mockingly, "Mooning Legion, what the hell? Never heard of it." Seeing that, Horus also became even angrier. He held his sword and pointed it at his fiery arm that was gripping his shoulder and cursed, "Are you stupid? Die for me." His expression also showed fear, while Ryder's arm still held on tight. Immediately after, Horus unhesitatingly slashed down, and the arm was severed in two after the slash. Then he quickly ran away and disappeared into the forest. Ryder took his severed arm and watched him run away, speechless. Then, as if regaining his composure, he couldn't help but sigh, staring with admiration and offering a compliment. "Wow, he runs so fast. He claims to be the strongest, but he does the most cowardly things." The area in front of him was empty, with only dust and smoke remaining. Next, his eyes narrowed as if he had realized something, and he muttered contemptuously, "No, he's not that cowardly. That guy even dared to chop off his own hand." Then, Ryder ignored him. He walked through the dust and fog to Luna and asked her calmly, "Luna, have you ever heard of the Mooning Legion?" Hearing that, she sheathed her sword while standing in front of a corpse and answered, "I've heard of it." Then she added, "The Mooning Legion is one of the most powerful legions in this world. It accepts all kinds of missions, including assassinations and attacks on small countries." Hearing this, Ryder's eyes widened in disbelief, and he exclaimed, "Oh, damn, they can even attack small countries? How strong are they?" His face was covered in sweat, and he was horrified. On the other side, Luna, while sheathing her sword, closed her eyes calmly and added, "Not that strong. They just have a Tier 9 martial artist as their legion commander. This legion is very vengeful. If any of their members are killed, they will definitely not let the person rest in peace." Then she added, "I heard that a king in a small African kingdom once killed a member of the Mooning Legion. A war broke out with piles of corpses and fires. Luna confirmed. As a result, in just 1 week, that small kingdom was razed to the ground. Hearing this, Ryder also held his head in horror and stared wide-eyed, shouting, "I casually messed with a Tier 9 martial artist. Holy crap, I'm really not just unlucky, am I?" Immediately after, he squinted and looked at Luna, questioning her. "However, Luna, when I said those things, what was with that calm expression of yours?" Seeing that, her expression was still calm, with a hint of disgust as she muttered, "Humph, a chicken is a chicken after all." But she didn't answer his question. As she turned to look at him, her eyes flashed with contempt as she said, "You coward. If they dare to come, then just kill them." What? Her words were calm. Seeing that, Ryder on this side couldn't help but let go of his head, his eyes looking at her with a hint of admiration as he raised a question. "Little Luna, who gave you the courage to challenge a Tier 9 martial artist?" Next to him, the spear was stuck in the ground. Seeing his question, she changed the subject. "Humph, with your current state, you'll be dead before the Mooning Legion even arrives." Hearing that, Ryder also looked at his bruised and swollen body and frowned in disgust. Next, she reminded him, "The energy of the Crimson Lotus Flame is much stronger than I imagined. My ice attribute primal energy is also about to be unable to suppress it anymore." After hearing this, Ryder also fell to his knees like a wronged maiden, his tears welling up as he trembled weakly, his spear also lying on the ground as he asked Luna, "So what should I do now? Am I really going to explode and die?" Next, she put her hand on her chin and looked at him, thinking seriously. Then she made a judgment. If we can find an evolved beast of the ice or water attribute and absorb its sitting different crystal, then we might still be able to suppress it. Hearing that, Ryder also frowned in frustration and replied to her, "Just now, I heard that bunch of trash from the Mooning Legion say that this fog was created by a high-level evolved beast." Then he asked again, "An evolved beast that can create this fog is probably of the water or ice attribute, right?" The area around them was thick with dust and fog. After he finished speaking, Luna also calmly confirmed, "Then let's go to the center of the fog and see." Immediately after, Ryder also sensed someone moving in the thick fog. Finally, he raised his spear and, while communicating with it, frowned and looked up, announcing to Luna, "Be careful, something is coming." A pack of monsters with the name Mutated Red-Eye Dogs, Tier 5 evolved beasts, walked towards them with their crimson eyes glowing. Immediately after, he also frowned cautiously and glared, reminding them, "Be careful. It's a Tier 5 evolved beast, a mutated red-eye dog." Immediately after, Ryder and Luna charged towards the long line of monsters in front of them, giving the order, "Kill." In another corner of the forest, curses echoed incessantly, "Damn it, damn it. I didn't expect that brat to be so strong." Horace, who had escaped, was sitting by an airship on the ground, complaining. Next, Horace, holding the medicine bottle, frowned in frustration and looked at his severed arm, which had been bandaged, and the bleeding stopped, and made an assessment. "Looks like I'll have to get a prosthetic hand after this." Next, he threw the medicine bottle, which rolled into a bush, and shouted arrogantly, "You want to kill me? Not a chance." Next, as he tried to climb into the airship, he fumbled and made a decision. "Humph, I'll give you a big gift." Next, Horace muttered, "As long as it awakens." Immediately after, his pupils contracted. He sneered with a sense of triumph and said, "Everyone here will have to die. Ha ha ha." Finally, he laughed maniacally. Next, the airship was also controlled from within the forest and shot up into the sky. Below, he saw it streak past and was startled, frowning and letting out a humph. Then Ryder turned, his hand still on his spear, and asked Luna, "What was that?" Then he wondered to himself, "It looks like some kind of small aircraft." She was also holding her sword and looking up at his question. At that moment, immediately after, his expression was full of confusion as he stared wide-eyed and made an assessment. The aircraft is attacking something in the center of the fog. Bright bullets from the aircraft in the sky rained down on the ground, filling the surroundings with dust and smoke and a large fire. Immediately after, in the smoke and fire, embers began to glow. Then there was a big fire, and the airship, as if it had completed its mission, turned and left. Finally, a blue wing appeared. Then a sharp beak was formed. Finally, a large blue bird, spreading its wings, let out a cry in the dust, wind, and fog. This is the ice crystal phoenix, a Tier 8 evolved beast. The bird kept calling out, and a red glow appeared around it, a cold aura constantly emanating from it. Ryder and Luna tried to raise their hands to withstand the bird's pressure. Next, he contorted his face and gritted his teeth, his eyes fixed on the bird as he painstakingly assessed. A Tier 8 evolved beast, an ice crystal phoenix. How can there be such a powerful evolved beast here? Next to him, Luna also looked up, her brow furrowed as she looked around. She made an assessment. The fog is gone now. It seems this fog was created when this ice crystal phoenix was sleeping. Next, she concluded someone intentionally attacked it, forcing it to wake up. Next, she sneered and glanced at him with an excited confirmation. Flying in the sky and scattering the fog in front of this stammering person, he confirmed again, "You're not planning to kill this Tier 8 evolved beast, are you?" In another direction, a person was standing on the roof of a building. A question came from behind. "Young Master Zhang, what level is this evolved beast?" On the rooftop, Zane looked up and answered them, "A Tier 8 evolved beast, an ice crystal phoenix." Behind him, the whole group also looked up. As soon as they heard the answer, the scene gradually descended into chaos. A blue-haired person shouted in horror, "Tier 8. Behind him, a blue-haired person said with fear, looking ahead, Maybe we should run." The person closest to Zane was still staring at him in horror and made an assessment. A Tier 8 evolved beast is not something we can deal with. On the other side, he had already stepped down from the edge of the rooftop. Then he smiled, one hand in his pocket and the other hanging loose, as he looked at the surrounding people and made an assessment. "I've already sent the news to the Hunters Guild. It won't be long before someone comes to hunt it down. At that time, we'll still have a chance to reap the benefits." Below, the bird was still hunting the surrounding animals, causing them to scatter in panic with the angry cries of the bird and the running and screaming of the animals below. Ryder, seeing this, was also horrified. He frowned and turned his head, shouting a reminder to Luna. "Damn it, it's a beast tide." The zombies and evolved beasts around the ice crystal phoenix are quickly converging here. She saw this, but remained calm, looking at the beasts behind her. Then she frowned and, while running back, confirmed, "The number is too large. We can't possibly kill them all. Let's just avoid them for now." Then the two of them, while fleeing toward a nearby building, heard Ryder confirm, "Get to high ground. Avoid the beast tide." Behind them, the beasts followed one another, fleeing from the claws of the bluebird. After that, the two of them ran for their lives to the rooftop. Ryder leaned over, his hands on his knees, panting heavily. Next to him, Zane was calmer, standing straight with his sword, wiping away sweat and frowning. Immediately after, Ryder also held his spear and looked down. He made an assessment, based on what we're seeing now. He paused. Next to him, Luna also gradually approached with her sword and looked down at the tide of monsters and large animals on the ground below. Then, Ryder regained his composure. His eyes narrowed as he frowned and wondered, "The people in the center of the fog are probably dead. I don't know if Jenna and the others can survive this." Below, some of the houses were gradually collapsing and shaking. Suddenly, some airships appeared in the sky. Ryder, seeing this, also looked up and couldn't help but praise, "Someone's here. That was fast." Next to him, Luna, seeing this, also made a calm assessment. They're probably here to hunt the ice crystal phoenix. Then an airship landed on the roof of the building they were standing on. Then a group of people stepped out, led by an old man. Behind him, a man with a beard on his chin also looked at the two of them, frowning and asking, There are students here?" The state of the people in this place is strange. Further behind was a bald man with a sullen expression, his eyes narrowed. They were well equipped with gear. Above, the old man with a white beard and hair looked at the two of them calmly. Next, he made an assessment. These days are when the new students of Saint's Crest Academy are training. The news of the Ice Crystal Phoenix awakening was also posted online by a student. On the other side, Ryder and Zane also looked back at him. Next, his eyes narrowed, his brow furrowed, and he made an assessment. It seems this kid has gone crazy. On the other side, Ryder also pointed at him, frowning in astonishment as he stammered, "This old man must be a Tier 7 martial artist." In his heart, he had already screamed, *analyze. But I can't analyze it. He must be at least Tier 7. Next to him, Luna's expression was cautious, her brows furrowed as she stared at them. Seeing the hostility of the two, the old man quickly put his hands behind his back and said with a friendly smile, "You don't need to be so defensive of this old man." He slowly approached the two and added, "My purpose is only that white bird. I have no interest in you kids. I want to ask you, how long has this Ice Crystal Phoenix been here?" Then he asked, "Has anyone fought it before?" Behind him, the group was still looking at them. Hearing that, Ryder also slung his spear over his shoulder. He frowned and looked at him cautiously as he answered. Before, it was almost always in a deep sleep. Someone just used an airplane to attack it, so it woke up. Behind him, the bird had already flown towards them. Seeing this, he also looked up at it and made an assessment. "You mean someone intentionally woke it up?" Immediately after, he put his hands together and flew up, ordering the people behind him to also fly up. "Everyone up with me." The five of them faced the blue bird head-on and were charging towards it. Ryder, seeing this, also narrowed his eyes and muttered, "So many people." Immediately after, the bird also went berserk, glaring at them. Immediately after, it turned towards them and let out a powerful roar, the sound echoing all around. From it, shards of ice also flew towards the five people in a dense barrage. Seeing that, the old man also raised his hand in front of his face, which was now dark and serious, and shouted, "Photon burst! Attack!" Immediately after, a cannon was set up below, its barrel beginning to charge an energy bullet. Immediately after, a shot was fired straight at the bird's head, causing it to stagger. Below, Ryder was observing, his brows furrowed and his eyes wide with astonishment. His body flinched slightly, and he asked, "They're using the military's K-17 photon burst cannon? That's overkill." Next, shots from all four directions rained down on the bird, creating a massive explosion in the air. The old man, seeing this, also frowned and pointed at the bird, then confirmed, "The white bird is seriously injured. Brothers kill." Next to him, the man wearing sunglasses, who had been there before, also got excited and frowned, shouting, "Kill." Immediately after, below, Ryder was so astonished his jaw dropped. His eyes were wide with disbelief as he asked, "No way. A Tier 8 evolved beast was dealt with so easily." Now you can get more of our information in the comments section. Next to him, Luna, holding her sword, explained, to be able to deploy a K-17 photon burst cannon, they must be from the military alliance. A bunch of people who only rely on high-tech. Before them was a massive explosion amidst the smoke and dust. But the bird above was unharmed. It squinted its eyes and looked at the surrounding people as the smoke cleared. Immediately after, the bird roared again, shooting shards of ice all around. Immediately after, under this pressure, the other five also quickly spun around and tumbled backward. One of them screamed, "Ah!" Another was also knocked back by a lightning bolt and his face darkened. "Ah!" Finally, another stared wide-eyed in astonishment and stammered, "How is this possible?" Above, the old man, while shooting a ball of energy, also made an assessment. "Hateful beast. It even knows how to feign weakness." Next to him, the man wearing sunglasses, holding a long sword, also contorted his face and looked down at the chaos below. Then he looked at the airship and glared, ordering, "Photon burst. Continue the attack." Hearing that, The cannon barrel also began to accumulate another electric bullet. Next, it raised its barrel, and the bird on the other side also quickly used its wings to fan out gusts of wind towards them. Next, the tornadoes directly attacked the surrounding infrastructure. Immediately after, the buildings were also destroyed by the fan-like wings into tornadoes. On top of the tower was also where the airship was docked. Immediately after, Luna, who was observing, calmly crossed her arms and assessed the situation. The military's weapons have all been destroyed. The second act is just beginning now. Seeing this, Ryder also frowned in confusion and looked at her, wondering, besides the military, are there other martial artists who are this fast? In another area, on another rooftop, a man leaped into the sky, shouting triumphantly, "Ha ha ha, a good opportunity." A butcher with a contorted face laughed smugly with his muscular fists, 3 tufts of hair, and 3 tufts of beard as he leaped from the rooftop and shouted an order. "Begin the attack." Immediately after, the men under his command also quickly charged up after him. Immediately after, they stood before the bird, which was fiercely flapping its wings. Before the pressure and wind power of the bird, a man holding a saber in front couldn't help but cry out, "Ouch!" Immediately after, a man holding dual hammers laughed as he jumped up. He attacked from behind, shouting, "Don't be afraid. Keep attacking." Then he added, "As long as we get it, the ice crystal feathers on its body are already extremely rare." Immediately after, the bird squinted its eyes and turned to look at him, while the other guy slashed at its body with a blow, but it had no effect. Faced with the hostile attack, the bird also became angry, gritting its teeth and glaring as it used its power. Another tornado was formed and swept away the man with the dual hammers. Finally, the tornado slammed him into a wall. On Ryder's side, he was observing with astonishment. His pupils contracted, his brows furrowed as he praised, as expected of a Tier 8 evolved beast. The power of a single blow is so immense. Next to him, Luna sat down, placed her sword on the ground, and took out a spirit stone. She closed her eyes and said calmly, "There's still a long way to go. We can rest a bit first." Then she added, "A peak Tier 8 evolved beast is extremely large. Even if those people besieged it, it would probably take more than 3 days to finish." Seeing that, he was also surprised and asked, "It takes that long?" In front, the battle was still raging with fire and smoke. Hearing his question, Luna also remembered the battles of others. As for her at that time, she was just watching, drinking water, and eating popcorn, enjoying the show. Luna closed her eyes and lowered her head calmly, confirming with him, "When I was 10, I dealt with a Tier 9 Golden Flame Earth Dragon with my family. It took a full week to win." Seeing that, Ryder also stared at her with his mouth agape, his eyes wide as he shouted, "What?" Then he pointed at her and asked again, "When you were 10, you were already fighting and killing Tier 9 evolved beasts?" On the other side, Luna was still calmly sitting in meditation and confirmed with him again, "I was young then. Only my family fought. I stood on the side and observed to gain combat experience." Seeing that, Ryder's expression also calmed down a bit. He slung his spear over his shoulder, his eyes narrowed, his brow furrowed as he muttered, "Hundreds of martial artists struggling to fight a Tier 8 evolved beast. Your family can even attack a Tier 9 evolved beast, and even bring a child like you to watch. What kind of divine family is that?" Then he shouted in his heart with excitement, "It seems I've accidentally become acquainted with a rich young lady." Next, they took out spirit stones of various colors and placed them on the ground. Ryder stretched and yawned, then closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the ground. Then he looked at the fierce battle before him that still had no end in sight and muttered, "They've really been fighting for a day and a night." Next to him, Luna was still sitting in meditation. Below, the bird landed on the ground, its eyes looking down to search for the fallen humans. Someone's voice still echoed, urging, "Quick, continue the attack. This ice crystal phoenix is at the end of its rope." As for him, he was on top, scratching his head and frowning. His eyes narrowed as he looked at them and commented, "They're really fighting with their blood boiling." Then he also made an assessment. Even an idiot can see that this ice crystal phoenix is not losing strength at all. Suddenly, an energy bullet shot towards the top of the bird's head. Along with it, a series of airships were flying towards the battle scene. Ryder, seeing this, also looked up, his brow furrowed as he made an assessment. "Oh, the people from the military alliance are here. It seems they brought a lot more equipment," he commented. Immediately after, the airships, while flying, opened fire on the bird, causing an even larger explosion. As for Ryder on top, he had sat down and leaned back, his eyelids drooping and his brow furrowed in boredom as he wondered to himself, can high-tech weapons combined with high-level martial artists speed up the killing of this white bird? What do we make our move? Next to him, Luna heard this and had a slight reaction, but still sat meditating with her eyes closed. Finally, she also frowned and closed her eyes calmly, saying, "No hurry. The early bird gets the worm." Next, she looked at a nearby building and confirmed, "Wait for the guy hiding in the dark to make his move first." The bird, having been electrocuted, cried out. Immediately after, it fell to the ground, creating a large cloud of mist. Seeing this, the group, like the butcher, also rejoiced and laughed smugly. Their eyes narrowed as they cheered. "Ha ha ha, we finally killed it." The one furthest away raised his weapon and shouted, "Great, we finally won." Another one cheered, "Ha ha, great." Immediately after, the group all landed on the ground. The bird lay on the ground, its body electrified, not moving at all. The leader with the 3 tufts of hair and 3 tufts of beard turned his head and looked at the group below with a smug frown, a narrow-eyed smile, and made an assessment. "As agreed, I'll only take the Yi Jing, different crystal. The rest of the ice crystal phoenix belongs to you." Immediately after, he approached and chopped off the bird's head in front of the group. Next, the cut was deep enough to reach the Yi Jing, different crystal, inside the bird's body. A 6-pointed star-shaped stone. Outside, someone couldn't help but shout in excitement. "And Yi Jing, different crystal. A tier 8 Yi Jing, different crystal." Then he shouted again in excitement. "I've never seen an Yi Jing, different crystal of this level in my life." Immediately after, the 3-beard, 3-hair man contorted his face and laughed smugly, reaching for the Yi Jing, different crystal. The lackeys behind him also sneered and shouted, "With this Yi Jing, different crystal, we'll save at least 10 years of effort." Suddenly, a man holding a sword from the old man's team charged forward, full of dissatisfaction, and shouted, "My brothers are all dead. What right do you have to take the Yi Jing, different crystal?" Then he confirmed, "The Yi Jing, different crystal, is mine." The 3-tufted, 3-bearded butcher, seeing this, also sneered and looked at him, asking, "Just you?" Immediately after, a sound like a whip crack echoed. The body of the person in the old man's team was shot by the airship, killing him instantly. The 3-tufted, 3-bearded butcher, seeing this, was also startled and looked up. Immediately after, he gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with horror, as he shouted, "What? What was that?" Immediately after, a notification came from the airship. "All martial artists who dare to rob the Alliance's property will be killed without question. Put down the Yi Jing, different crystal. Otherwise, don't blame us." The cannons on the ship were also quickly activated and aimed down at the group next to the bird's corpse. The 3-tufted, 3-bearded butcher, seeing this, was also extremely surprised. Immediately after, he gripped his weapon tightly. From the airship above, a notification came, "You ungrateful fool." Immediately after, it prepared to open fire. Finally, it fired a shot down, creating a huge explosion with smoke and fire flying everywhere. The 3-tufted, 3-bearded butcher, however, still managed to hold his weapon and slash a path, while blocking in front of the bird's corpse and shouting, "Damn you, military alliance. You dare to covet my Yi Jing, different crystal? Die for me." Immediately after, the airships continuously fired down, and the people below also attacked with unceasing shouts. Kill! 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 The group fought fiercely amidst the dust and smoke. Seeing that, Ryder, who was observing from above, also held a spear in one hand and had the other in his pocket as he sneered, "Ha ha! As expected, they're fighting." Next to him, Luna also held her weapon and looked down, making an assessment. Be ready to strike at any moment. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Ryder, class president, Luna. The two of them were still standing there, enjoying the fiery battle between the airships and the group on the ground. Hearing the familiar call, Ryder also turned his head to look at them and smiled, his brow furrowed as he called out, "Jenna." Then he sighed in relief. "Great. You guys are all okay." Jenna's group was also running towards him. Leo looked up at him, his brow furrowed in worry as he recounted, "We were looking for you guys in the fog, but we ended up wandering into the territory of a giant bird. We almost died." Next to him, she also looked at him and smiled. Next to Jenna, she was so excited her eyes were wide and her brow furrowed as she looked up at him and began to recount her achievements, hoping for praise. Luckily, Rai was sharp-eyed and saw you guys on the roof of the building, so he ran straight here. Seeing that they were all okay, he also frowned, his eyes narrowed in a happy smile. He slung his spear over his shoulder and looked at them, confirming, "It's good that you're okay. The other students from Saints Crest Academy have probably all left, right? You guys go too." He looked at them and confirmed. Hearing him say that, Jenna was also very confused, her eyes wide as she looked at him and asked, "Ryder, aren't you and Luna going?" Hearing that, he also honestly turned around, his brow furrowed as he looked at them and confirmed, "We're not going now." Seeing that, Jenna couldn't help but look at them and ask again, "You guys aren't planning to steal the Tier 80 Jing different crystal, are you?" The other two were silent, not answering. In front of them was still dust and smoke. She added a reminder to them. Those people are all Tier 6 and Tier 7 masters. Next, Luna looked at them, her expression calm as she frowned and confirmed, "I'll definitely get it. Otherwise, I'm afraid Ryder won't be able to hold on until he gets back to Saint Crest Academy. That Yi Jing, different crystal, is of the ice attribute. It can fuse with the energy of the crimson lotus flame in Ryder's body." Hearing that, Jenna was also disgusted, her brow furrowed as she looked at him and stammered, "Ryder, is this true?" Next to her, Rai also peeked her head in, her brow furrowed as she asked, "I thought the class president had already digested all the energy of the crimson lotus flame?" Next to her, Leo, seeing this, also contorted his face, his brow furrowed in helplessness as he blamed himself. "The class president got hit by the crimson lotus flame because he was saving us, but we can't do anything to help him." Seeing that, he also waved his hand and smiled at them, giving an order, all right, you guys get out of here quickly." Then he confirmed again, "Don't interfere with us stealing from the tiger's mouth." Hearing that, Jenna and the group also quickly turned and left. They looked back at him with reluctance. Jenna's face was contorted as she reminded them, "All right, we won't hold you back anymore. You guys have to be careful." Next to her, Rai also frowned worriedly and instructed, "Class president, Luna, you two be careful." Ryder, on the other hand, stood on the rooftop with Luna. He waved back at the group. Immediately after they left, the area below was also in ruins, the remnants of the recent battle. Piles of corpses and wrecked machines were strewn about amidst the smoke and fire. Next, a round hammer appeared. It was the man with the dual hammers, his eyes shining brightly, still standing firm. Below him, his subordinates lay scattered. Seeing that, on the other side, Zane also stood on the wall holding his weapon, his other hand holding his sword as he confirmed, "It's time for us to make our move." Below him, the people in his team also looked down. Immediately after, Zane took out a grenade with excitement and smiled, then confirmed, "Use this." As for in another underground pipe, Ryder's question rang out, "It seems those big shots aren't chasing us." Then he smiled, so wide his eyes crinkled, raising his hand to hold the back of his head as he confirmed, "Hee hee, luckily those unlucky guys threw a smoke bomb." Not only did it help us create an atmosphere, but it also blocked the pain for us. Above, Luna, who was walking ahead, also looked at him and smiled in agreement. Next, Ryder fumbled in his bag, then let out a happy sigh, closing his eyes and confirming, "I can't believe I got a tear-eating different crystal so easily." Next to him, Luna also glanced at him. Finally, Ryder's face darkened in horror, his eyes wide open. Then he pulled out a huge egg, his expression filled with horror as he looked at the egg in his hand and shouted, "Oh, damn! What is this? Where's my tear-eating different crystal?" Seeing that, Luna was also helpless. Her eyes narrowed as she sighed and asked him, "Are you blind? Why did you steal the Ice Crystal Phoenix's egg?" Seeing that, Ryder's expression was still shocked as he stared at the egg like a dazed fool and confirmed repeatedly with his eyes. He stood there, frozen, his eyes wide for several seconds. Then, Ryder also turned his head in horror and gloom and shouted his confirmation to Luna, "No way. I clearly stole the Yi Jing different crystal." Next, he frowned and looked at the egg in his hand and asked again, "What's the use of this thing? Making fried rice with it, I guess." Seeing that, Luna also crossed her arms and approached him, frowning and reminding him, "This is the egg of a Tier 9 Ice Crystal Phoenix. It's very likely to hatch into an Ice Crystal Phoenix." Seeing that, Ryder was also a little startled and understood, his eyes looking at the egg as if he had discovered something interesting. Luna added, "You could try to train it to be your mount." Then, Ryder began to imagine himself riding the bird's head majestically, pointing with 5 fingers while the bird below flapped its wings, and he stroked his chin with interest, muttering, That's true. It looks pretty cool." Luna, next to him, quickly threw the different crystal to him, its aura radiating around them. She looked at him and reminded him, "Take it. Absorb it now." Seeing that, Ryder also stood there in disgust, still holding the egg in his hand. Next, his expression was like an idiot's as he held the different crystal in his hand, his brow furrowed in joy as he shouted and asked her, "Haha, I can't believe you managed to steal it. What did you make your move? How come I didn't know it all?" Next to him, Luna, seeing his flattery, also closed her eyes and urged him, "Less noise, absorb it." As for his expression, "I can't believe you managed to steal it. What did you make your move? How come I didn't know it all? When did you make your move? How come I didn't know it at all?" In the area outside, where dust and smoke still lingered and houses were in ruins, a voice rang out. "Young Master Zhang, how is it? Did you get it?" Hearing the other person ask, Zane became even angrier and clenched his fist, his face darkening as if he had stepped in something unpleasant as he shouted in frustration, "Damn it! Someone else stole it." The person with the messy hair and the ring in his mouth, hearing that, also contorted his face in surprise and shouted back, "What? It was stolen." Immediately after, he regained his composure, opened his backpack, and took something out, his face contorting into a smile as he continued, But finding them is easy. I have this." Next to him, the other person saw this and frowned, pointing and asking, "This is..." He placed the electronic tablet in front of him and explained, "This is the latest Yi Jing different crystal detection device. It can even detect them in the bodies of evolved beasts or stolen Yi Jing different crystals." Next, Zane added, "Look, the dense red dots are the Yi Jing different crystals behind us. These are the residual Yi Jing different crystals in the bodies of the evolved beasts around here." He raised his sword and held the tablet, baring his teeth and sneering. Next to him, the messy-haired guy with the lip ring also laughed excitedly and looked at the tablet for fun. Next, a red dot lit up on the tablet. Zane, seeing this, also darkened his face and shouted in horror, his eyes wide, "I found it. The brightest red dot is the Tier Yi Jing different crystal." So they didn't run far. Immediately after, his face darkened and he gritted his teeth as he charged off, not forgetting to shout to his teammates behind him, "Let's go." Returning to Ryder's side, his body felt like it was being burned on one half of his face. Then the other half of his face was being frozen solid. Next, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. Damn it. This feeling of hot and cold is so intense, it's making me feel like I'm going to explode on the spot. His body was absorbing the Yi Jing, different crystal, one side burning with fire, the other freezing cold. Only Ryder in the middle was still trying to hold on, his face contorted and his brow furrowed. Gritting his teeth, his spear still in front of him, Ryder assessed in his heart. However, the energy of the crimson lotus flame in my body is constantly neutralizing the isotribute energy of the tier aging different crystal, which in turn is increasing my devouring speed. Immediately after, the system's voice rang out. Congratulations, host, for successfully leveling up. Your current level is 22. Hearing that, Ryder also sneered, his brow furrowed in satisfaction. His body, still one side hot and one side cold, shouted with joy in his heart, "Great! I've leveled up again so quickly." Next, Luna, on the outside, seemed to detect some movement and turned her head to look cautiously, while he in front was still trying to absorb and neutralize the heat and cold. A group of living dead monsters were standing at the entrance. Seeing this, she also shouted at them with disgust. Damn it! The ice crystal phoenix exploded in anger and died, attracting these zombies over here. Immediately after, they charged forward, and Luna didn't hesitate to draw her sword and fly towards them. She confirmed with him, "You just focus on absorbing the Yi Jing, different crystal. I'll take care of these zombies." Then, the living dead were quickly cut into many pieces and lay flat on the ground. As for Luna, she also rested her sword on the ground and leaned on it, closing her eyes and frowning as she panted. Phew! Finally dealt with them all. I didn't expect there to be so many of them. The tip of her sword was stuck in a living dead person, and behind her, he was still continuously absorbing the Yi Jing, different crystal. Next, she turned to look at him, wiping her sweat as she wondered to herself, "I wonder how much he's absorbed." However, it feels like the energy of the crimson lotus flame in his body has stabilized. On the other side, he was still sitting and absorbing. Suddenly, Zane's voice rang out. "I didn't expect it to be you guys who stole the tier 8 eating different crystal." Seeing that, Luna also became cautious, her brow furrowed as she turned her head to look over. Seeing them, she also shouted, "Zane!" and he, along with his teammates, was walking towards them with a map, smiling. Then he stretched out his hand, his eyes narrowed as he smiled, baring his teeth, and requested of Luna, "Luna, for the sake of the friendship between our two families, as long as you give me the tier 8 different crystal, I will spare you." Behind him, the messy-haired guy with the lip ring, both horrified and frowning, pointed at him and announced, "Young Master Zhang, that brat is absorbing the tier 8 He Jing, different crystal." Seeing that, Zane also contorted his face and glanced at him, listening. Then he also looked at him absorbing the Yi Jing, different crystal, and shouted, "What? You dare to absorb my tier 8 He Jing, different crystal?" Next to him, Luna looked at them and bit her lip worriedly. Next, he raised his hand to block his teammate, and while squinting his eyes and sneering, he drew his sword and confirmed, "I'll stop Luna. Sev, you guys go get the tier 8 Yi Jing, different crystal back." As for her, she still held the hilt of her sword and looked at them. Sev, hearing this, also obediently confirmed, "All right." Immediately after, he and his teammates quickly split up and charged towards Ryder. Seeing that, Luna was also a little startled and looked at them, raising her sword. On this side, Zane had also prepared his fighting stance. Immediately after, Luna charged at Sev's position, and he also ran while looking at her. Luna shouted, threatening them, "Whoever touches him dies." Seeing that, Zane also quickly flew with his sword to block. On the other side, Sev also quickly ran past. Luna shouted with certainty, "Oomph. With me here, you won't get past." He pressed his sword against hers, sneering and frowning as he confirmed, "That tier different crystal is mine for the taking, Zane." The two lackeys quickly charged towards him. Sev sneered and shouted with contempt, "Humph. A tier 8 Ye Jing, different crystal, can't be absorbed by trash like you. Give it back." He reached out his hand, along with a teammate behind him. Suddenly, an ice hand of his grabbed Sev, and a fire hand of his grabbed the other's arm. Immediately after, Ryder opened his eyes, one of each color, and pulled them in. His eyes were determined as they shot out fire that burned and ice that froze, and he made an assessment. Just, you guys want to steal my Yi Jing, different crystal? Sev quickly grimaced in pain and gritted his teeth, looking up and shouting, "Ah, my hand!" Next to him, the person also cried out in pain, "My hand! My hand!" One of their hands was frozen, the other burned. Immediately after, both of them pulled their hands back and stumbled backward, struggling to get up. Please subscribe to Ginmi GoS channel to not miss any exciting videos. Then Ryder, with one fiery hand, picked up a spear and wrapped it in a cloth. To continue, he spun his spear, creating a vortex with Ryder standing in the middle. He used Phoenix Call. Immediately after, a fire phoenix shot forward. Thank you all. The other two quickly jumped to dodge. Sev, seeing this, also asked in confusion, "Why is this fire attribute martial skill so hot?" Then he advanced with a spear and sharp shards of ice around him, swinging the spear in a circle and using Icebone Storm of Pear Blossoms. Finally, the spear tip struck the top of his head, causing a crack to open in the ground. Immediately after, he pulled Luna in his backpack and jumped over from the crack, also shouting to her, "Go," leaving the three of them under the pipe. Immediately after, the two of them also disappeared. Below, Sev and his teammate were beaten so badly they couldn't react in time, and their faces darkened as they shouted, "Damn it, they got away." The person next to them was just getting up and wiping his face. Next, Zane opened the map again. He held it with both hands, his face dark with anger as he shouted, "Damn it, why is the red dot so bright without the tier 8 Yi Jing, different crystal? Could it be because the primal energy of the tier 8 Yi Jing, different crystal, was absorbed? How could it be absorbed so quickly?" Next to him, Sev, seeing him like this, also looked over with a frown, his face unsightly. Finally, his face also darkened, and he turned to ask Zane in horror, "Young Master Zhang, the tracking device has lost them. What do we do?" As for him, he was so angry he gritted his teeth and held the control panel. Immediately after, the control panel was also thrown to the ground and shattered. Finally, Zane walked out towards the hole in the ceiling, gritting his teeth in anger and clenching his fist as he shouted, "Luna, Ryder, you guys just wait for me at a wooden house in the forest." Ryder, while absorbing the Yi Jing, different crystal, in his hand, sat in meditation. Auras appeared around him, and then the system's voice rang out. "Congratulations, host, for successfully leveling up. Current level is 23. Congratulations, host, for successfully leveling up. Current level is 24. Congratulations, host, for successfully leveling up. Current level is 25. Congratulations, host, for winning a total of 4 lucky draws. Congratulations, host, for gaining 94 potential points." Immediately after, Ryder also opened his eyes in astonishment and looked down at the Yi Jing different crystal, making an assessment in his heart. "I didn't expect that absorbing a tier Yi Jing different crystal and the Crimson Lotus Flame would bring me so many experience points, allowing me to level up 3 times in one night. System, add 42 potential points to strength, 30 potential points to physique, and 22 potential points to speed." Immediately after, the stat sheet appeared again. Host, Ryder, level 25, strength 421-463, physique 178.50 and 208.50, speed 101-123, composite combat power 4650-5124, title tier 4 martial artist, physique attribute plus 50 points, skills Eye of Analysis, Rage, Disguise, Devour. Finally, the system's reward panel. Asterisk, congratulations, host, for entering the tier 5 martial artist stage. Gain the title tier 5 martial artist. When attacked, the tier 5 martial artist title has a 30% chance to reduce damage by 50%. Congratulations, host, for successfully unlocking the Tier 2 gene. Congratulations, host, for gaining the new skill, Mirror Image. When using Mirror Image, it can output 30% of the main body's combat power. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 12 hours, asterisk. Seeing this, Ryder couldn't help but get excited and stroked his chin. He frowned and smiled as he assessed in his thoughts. My composite combat power has finally surpassed 5,000. I'm now a Tier 5 martial artist. And I've even unlocked the Tier 2 gene and gained a new skill. Next, he scrolled through his own stat screen, which displayed asterisk host, Ryder. Level, 25. Strength, 463. Physique, 208. Speed, 123. Composite combat power, 5,124. Title, Tier 5 martial artist. 30% chance to reduce damage by 50% when attacked. Skills, Eye of Analysis, Rage, Disguise, Devour, Mirror Image. Asterisk, then his eyes couldn't hide his joy as he smiled and confirmed in his heart, switching to the Tier 5 martial artist title. Although I'm still 50 points short, the 30% chance to reduce damage by 50% is a life-saving key. Next, Luna's voice rang out again, asking him, "Are you done absorbing?" Hearing that, he also slowly closed the window and looked at her behind him, not knowing how to reply. At the same time, he also didn't know how to reply. Luna, on the other hand, was looking at him with astonishment and horror, her eyes wide as she assessed. A Tier 8 different crystal would take someone else 3 days and 3 nights to absorb, but you finished in just 1 day and 1 night. Hearing her say that, he also puffed out his chest and pointed a thumb at himself. His face was arrogant as he laughed with an open mouth and said conceitedly, "Hee, because my talent is extraordinary." Seeing this action, Luna also didn't pay it any mind and turned her head, urging him calmly, "What? If you're done absorbing, then let's go. Today is the last day." Seeing that he was being ignored, Ryder also darkened his face and stood there frozen for 5 seconds. Next, they left, and he still kept following her, his expression full of hurt as he placed his hand on his chest, pointed at himself, and frowned, asking her, "Little Luna, can't you compliment me a little? I worked hard too." Above, Luna was not very happy either and frowned, chasing him away. "Get lost." After that, the two of them stood at the foot of the city gate. A man with a spear and Jenna's group were arguing heatedly. On Jenna's side, she had already clenched her fist in anger. Seeing that, Ryder also quickly ran over to them, his expression full of worry as he extended his hand and asked, "Jenna, what's wrong with you guys?" Seeing that, the whole group also looked at him, their faces contorted, their bodies covered in wounds and surprise. Next, she showed a joyful expression and smiled at him. Immediately after, Jenna began to point at the person holding the spear blocking them, her eyes wide with indignation as she complained to him, "Ryder, these guys from class 1 of the North Campus stole our Jing, different crystals." Seeing that, the other guy also looked at him. Next, he seemed to realize something and was a little startled. Ryder and Luna, however, calmly walked towards him, their faces contorted with a hint of annoyance. Next, he crossed his arms and put away his spear, sneering and frowning as he looked at him and asked, "You're Ryder, the top student on the freshman competition tower list of the South Campus?" Next, he introduced himself, frowning and smiling with self-satisfaction. "I am Orion from class 1 of the North Campus. She is Violet from class 1 of the North Campus." Next, he looked over at the girl with the short, shoulder-length hair next to him, who was frowning with an annoyed expression, holding dual sabers in her hands. Then, in Ryder's mind, he also quickly reordered the list. Second was Zane, then third was Orion, and fourth was Violet. Then he put his hand on his chin, pouted, and frowned because he remembered he was ranked first. Then he muttered, "I remember now. You guys were originally ranked second and third on the freshman competition tower list." Then Ryder also honestly frowned and sneered, nodding at him and confirming, "Now, you're all under my feet." Seeing that, Orion also darkened his face and gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with anger as he looked at him, speechless at this confidence. Next, he pointed at Ryder's face and challenged him. You were able to get to the top of the list purely by luck. Let's have a match now and see who's really number one. His face was contorted like a monkey's butt, and he frowned, adding, if you win, we'll return the eating different crystals we took from your friends to you. Next to him, Violet also frowned, not looking friendly at them. Immediately after, he also radiated a pressure, his face contorted with certainty as he held his spear horizontally in front of him, holding it with both hands and confirming, if you lose, all of your eating different crystals will belong to us. Next to him, Violet said nothing, just stood there and watched silently. Remember to subscribe to the channel to get information. Immediately after, Ryder and Luna also began to draw a circle with their weapons, one of fire, one of ice, and looked at them confidently, making an assessment. If you don't give them back, then I'll just have to kill you and take them. Hearing that, Orion couldn't hold back any longer and quickly became angry, his face darkening as he charged towards him with his spear and shouted, You think you can kill me with just that? Next, the two spear tips clashed, and the pressure from both sides shot out. Seeing that, Ryder also became excited and smiled. You also use a spear. Congratulations, you successfully piqued my interest. Next, Violet also quickly walked towards Luna, holding her sword in both hands with confidence and asking her, I heard you were in Class 1 of the South Campus. Why did you voluntarily move to Class 10 of the South Campus? Do you really want to be teammates with a bunch of trash? Luna, on the other hand, also walked over calmly with her sword. Immediately after, she shot forward, her face dark as she swung her sword at her and shouted, You've pissed me off. You only have one way out, death. On the other side, Violet also extended her sword in an X shape in front of her, preparing to block. On the other side, he was thrusting like a storm at Orion, leaving him with no time to react. Seeing this, he also drew back his spear and struggled, shouting his assessment. I remember you were only Tier 4 when you challenged the competition tower before, but now your strength is almost at Tier 5. How is that possible? Hearing that, he also didn't hide it and sneered at him, his hands still attacking relentlessly, his mouth shouting, That's right. What do you think? Is my leveling speed fast? Next, Ryder made another assessment. A bunch of trash like you can't compare. Hearing his provocation, Orion's face darkened like a banana leaf, and he shouted in anger, Damn it! He contorted his face and tried to block with his spear. Next, he jumped up and roared, his brow furrowed as he thrust his spear at him and used the Golden Tier martial skill, Earth-Shattering Heavenly Strike. Ryder, on the other hand, just watched him silently. Immediately after, he also thrust his spear upward in a single motion. The two spear tips clashed in midair, creating a massive amount of energy. Next, Ryder was sent flying, his body crashing through several stone walls. Immediately after, in the dust and smoke, Ryder's voice rang out with a reminder. If you're already a Tier 5 martial artist, the difference in strength will be very large. Next, he stood up in the smoke, holding his spear and tilting his head as he looked at him and confirmed. So this is your strength? Even with a chance, you couldn't do it. Next, he also swung his spear forward and shouted in confirmation, It's my turn. Immediately after, his body radiated a freezing heat and he used Storm of Pear Blossoms. Before the power in front of him, Orion's face also turned pale as a banana leaf. His pupils contracted, his brow furrowed in disbelief. Next, he also quickly dodged the spear in front of him. His face darkened as he gritted his teeth and blocked, shouting in his heart, How can he launch so many spears in just 1 minute? Next, his spear tip hit his shoulder, causing a cloud of cold smoke to fly out. Orion's face also contorted from the cold burn, and he cried out in pain, Ah! He lay on the ground. Finally, he was so angry his eyes turned red and veins popped out on his face. He gritted his teeth and shouted in anger, Damn it! A piece of trash like you dare to injure me. Immediately after, his body lit up with an intense golden light, his hand still gripping his spear tightly as his face darkened, and he shouted, I will send you to hell. Immediately after, he accelerated, using the earth-shattering heavenly strike and charging with his spear. Ryder, on this side, also pointed his spear forward and used Storm of Pear Blossoms without any hesitation. Immediately after, he spun his spear to block his attack. His face contorted as he confirmed, "The same move won't work on me again." Hearing that, Ryder also smiled with excitement and looked at him. He frowned and sneered, his hand still holding his spear as he confirmed, "Then I'll switch to a different move for you." Immediately after, he thrust a large spear forward, carrying a flower, and shouted the name of the move, "Frost Storm of Pear Blossoms." Seeing that, Orion's expression was also filled with fear. His hand holding the spear was electrocuted and contorted as he gritted his teeth and shouted in his thoughts, "I attribute primal energy. I remember he always used fire attribute." Next, the cold began to eat into Orion's flesh, causing him to tremble. Immediately after, he fell to one knee, his face contorted in pain as his foot froze. He shouted in his heart in confusion, "Such strong ice attribute power. After my right foot was hit, it feels like it's frozen." On the other side, he sneered and slung his spear over his shoulder, tilting his head and looking at him as he asked, "How does it taste? I'll let you taste a double dose of ice and fire." He swept his spear in a circle, creating a phoenix call, and jumped into the air. Next, he contorted his face in frustration and gritted his teeth, his eyes wide as he looked up at Ryder and shouted in his thoughts, "Damn it, my right foot is frozen. I can't dodge at all." Immediately after, he planted the tip of his spear on the ground. His face contorted as he gripped his spear tightly and shouted, "Damn it, I can only use this move." A surge of yellow and red aura quickly emanated from around him. Immediately after, a sphere enveloped Orion, while his phoenix and spear continued to charge towards him fiercely. In the back, Ryder tilted his head and pointed at him, his face contorted in a sneer as he affirmed, "Hee hee, you think you can avoid my flames by covering yourself completely? I'll turn you into a clay-baked chicken." Next, the move dissipated, revealing Orion's struggling figure. He contorted his face and looked up at him, his eyes wide with anger as he shouted, "Damn you, Ryder! I'll chop you into 100 pieces," while Orion's body was still steaming hot, his feet frozen. Next, he charged at him with his spear, his face contorted as he shouted. This move was originally meant to deal with Zane from Class 1 of the South Campus. However, using you as a test subject first is also fine. Immediately after, Orion threw his spear forward, shouting the name of the move, Ultimate Art, Diamond Fire Slash. A pillar of fire shot toward Ryder. Seeing that, he was also a little startled. Then, Ryder's face contorted, and he gritted his teeth, shouting in his heart, "This aura, how can it be an ultimate martial skill?" Then he added, "If I use retribution, I might not be able to reflect it." Finally, he confirmed in his thoughts, "I can only use this move." With that thought, he quickly jumped up. He spun his spear in a circle, combining ice and fire, and aimed it at Orion's attack, which was charging towards him, and thought, "Let's see," after absorbing a Tier 8 isotropic different crystal and the Crimson Lotus Flame, how much stronger has this move become? Then he shouted the name of the move, Galactic Downpour. The two spear tips clashed with immense power. Finally, a spark flashed between them, one side red and blue, the other yellow, as they collided violently. Next, Orion coughed up blood and fell backward. Ryder was no exception, also spitting up blood and being thrown back. Then, Orion rolled down the slope. His classmates ran over shouting, Class President, in worry. Next, Orion still managed to sit up, his clothes stained with blood, and his brow furrowed as he stubbornly gritted his teeth and looked at him, confirming, "I'm fine." Behind him, the group also looked worried, their faces contorted. In the dust and smoke, Orion assessed, "This brat has some skills." Next, he looked over at Violet and Luna. Luna was continuously attacking, while Violet could only defend, and he made an assessment. Violet is no match for Luna. These two are really tough to deal with. Immediately after, Orion pointed at the two of them and said with urgency, his face contorted as he roared, "You guys ignore me. Go help Violet. Take down that girl first." Immediately after, the other students also charged towards Luna with their weapons, startling her. At this moment, Jenna and her group also began to grab their weapons, their faces contorted with anger as they blocked the way, shouting, "You want to bully the weak with numbers? Not a chance." Seeing them, the group from Class 1 was still itching for a fight and charged forward, taunting, "You bunch of trash from Class 10 of the South Campus." Jenna, not to be outdone, also charged forward, shouting, "I'll fight you to the death." Immediately after, Orion continued to assume a fighting stance and gritted his teeth, his face contorted as he looked at Ryder and urged him, "Forget about them. Our fight isn't over yet." Then he added, "I have to make you realize that even without a weapon, a piece of trash like you is no match for me." Immediately after, Orion swung his fist, straining every muscle in his face, and punched out. Golden martial skill, earth-shattering fist. He leaped up and charged at him. Seeing that, Ryder also looked up at him. Then he also raised his electric fist, his eyes on him as he sneered and shouted, "You think you're the only one with a fist martial skill?" He used his Silver Storm lightning palm. Finally, their two punches collided with world-shaking force, with electricity and lightning shooting everywhere. As soon as they clashed, the other side also let out a crackling sound of electricity. Orion quickly pulled his hand back and cried out in pain, "Ah, my hand!" His face was contorted like a monkey's, and his eyes were wide and white. Immediately after, his body was electrocuted and sent flying into the air, screaming in pain, "Ouch!" As for him, he dashed past below, looking arrogant. Finally, Orion lay paralyzed on the ground amidst the dust and smoke, while he stood proudly looking down at him. On the other side, Violet was also surprised as Luna pressed her sword to her neck. She looked down at it, her pupils contracting in fear. Immediately after, Violet trembled in fear. Her pupils contracted as she looked at Luna, her sword at her neck. Luna's face was still cold as she looked at Violet. She admitted defeat. "Luna, don't kill me. I surrender." On the other side, the students were sitting around Orion in embarrassment, while he lay motionless on the ground. Ryder looked back at them and sneered, confirming, "Humph, you guys lost." In front of him was Violet, with Luna's sword at her neck. Immediately after, Orion also woke up and was helped to his feet, kneeling on one knee in a struggling manner, his brow furrowed in resignation. "We lost." The two classmates on either side also looked worried, their faces contorted as they supported him. Next, he also looked at them happily and pointed, reminding them, "A deal's a deal. Bring out all the Yi Jing different crystals." His face was furrowed, his eyes narrowed in a happy, toothy grin. Hearing that, Orion was still stubborn, his eyes glaring and his brow furrowed as he looked at Ryder and shouted in dissatisfaction, "Impossible! We can only give you 1/3 of the Yi Jing different crystals." Hearing that, his eyes also narrowed, and his face darkened as he confirmed, "If that's the case, then I'll just have to kill all of you." Next, Orion also looked at him and put his hand on the ground, preparing to get into a fighting stance as he shouted in confirmation, "I can only give you 1/3. Otherwise, even if we have to die, we will fight you to the end." Violet and the rest of the Class 1 group also darkened their faces and looked at him with annoyance and determination. Orion threatened further, "You and Luna might be fine, but what about the others? When it comes to a fight, they will surely die." After a period of thought, the sun was also beating down on their heads. Ryder also reluctantly rested his spear and waved his hand at them in agreement. "All right, 1/3 then." On the other side, the group of people looked at him with dark faces. Next, he stared at them, seriously considering in his thoughts, these guys' strength is not low. If they really fight to the death, Jenna's group will surely die. Immediately after the agreement was made, Violet quickly threw a backpack at him. Her face was contorted as she shouted the announcement, "This is 1/3. Take it." Then she asked, "Can we go now?" On this side, Fane also took the backpack and looked at them seriously without answering, while Ryder nodded, his brow furrowed as he looked at them and confirmed, "Go." Immediately after the injured group was escorted away, Ryder couldn't say anything more. He watched their departing figures. After confirming they had left, he also quickly knelt down on the ground, leaning on his spear and coughing up black blood with a phut sound. Then he assessed in his heart, Orion's strength is indeed very strong, as expected of a peak tier 5 martial artist. Seeing his condition, Jenna also quickly ran over to ask with concern, "Ryder, are you okay?" As for him, he stood up and looked at them, wiping his face with his hand. His other hand still held the spear. Rai looked at him with worry and horror and shouted, "Class President, you!" Before these questions, he only confirmed, "I'm fine, just a minor injury." Next, Ryder, while leading the way, took a sip of water and confirmed, "Let's go. We have to hurry." Behind him, the group also followed. Outside the city walls, on the school's warship, a loudspeaker announced, Class 1 North Campus has obtained a total of 208 tier 5 different crystals and 10 tier 6 different crystals. Total score is 258 points. Inside, Violet waved her hand and called for the people behind her to help her, saying, "You guys take the class president to the treatment bay. I'll take care of things here." She stood next to the appraiser. Immediately after, Zane also entered with a bag of loot on his back and 2 bags in his hands, sneering at Violet. "Oh, even Orion got beaten so badly? Violet, it seems you guys met a strong enemy." Hearing that, she was also startled and looked at him. Immediately after, he threw 3 bags down in front of the appraiser, one hand throwing and the other on his hip, closing his eyes with an arrogant expression and making an assessment. Only 258 points. A pathetic performance. Hearing that, Violet also glanced at him with a wary look, while the appraiser was startled when he saw the 3 bags in front of him. Immediately after, another announcement came. Class 1 South Campus has obtained a total of 222 tier 5 different crystals and 12 tier 6 different crystals. Total score is 280 points. The appraiser held the spirit stones and placed them in categories on the table, still holding a red one in his hand. Before this announcement, Zane, with his face turned to the sky and his arms crossed, looked at the angry Violet and said sarcastically, "Sorry. In this freshman competition, the first place belongs to our Class 1 South Campus." His eyes narrowed in a sneer, while Violet clenched her fists, probably unable to punch him to death, and shouted in her heart with dissatisfaction, "Damn it. If we hadn't given 1/3 of the Yi Jing different crystals to Ryder's group, we would be number 1 right now." Immediately after, Violet glanced at Ryder's team as they walked in. Then she turned her face to look at him and smiled with mockery and joy, her hand on her hip as she reminded Zane, "Don't celebrate too early. You guys might not be first." Seeing Ryder, he also crossed his arms, his face darkening, while he just walked forward calmly. Next, Zane frowned and sneered at him, answering Violet, "Is that so? You don't think that the Yi Jing different crystals that the useless bunch from Class 10 South Campus got will be more than ours, do you?" Then he assessed in his heart, "These brats stole a tier Yi different crystal. If you count that, they could definitely win." Then he added, "However, what idiot would be stupid enough to give the Yi Jing different crystal to the school?" Immediately after, Ryder also went to the appraisal table and poured out the contents of his bag, surprising both the appraiser and Zane. He crossed his arms and stared wide-eyed, while he sneered with satisfaction, still pouring. Immediately after, the appraiser looked at the meter with wide-eyed horror, and the surrounding people began to shout, "How can there be so many different crystals? Aren't they from Class 10 of the South Campus? I heard they're the weakest class." The table was piled high with different crystals, and the chatter grew louder. Looking at this, it seems they have even more Yi Jing different crystals than Class 1 of the South Campus. Immediately after, the systems panel rang out with an announcement. Class 1 South Campus has obtained 280 points, ranking first. Class 10 South Campus has obtained 280 points, ranking first. Class 1 North Campus has obtained 258 points, ranking second. Then another announcement came. Class 10 South Campus has obtained a total of 205 Tier 5 Ijing different crystals and 15 Tier 6 Ijing different crystals. Total score is 280 points. Hearing that, Zane was also extremely horrified, shouting in disbelief, his brow furrowed, and losing his composure. 280 points. With their strength, how could they kill so many evolved beasts? They must have just picked them up by chance. This score doesn't count. Seeing his rival's embarrassment, Violet also put her hands on her hips with a nonchalant expression and mocked him. Oh, then you guys will try to pick some up too. Seeing that, Zane also quickly went to the appraiser and asked, Sir, now that there's a tie for first place, how will the rewards be divided? He shouted in his heart with anger. Damn it, the prize for first place in this freshman competition is very rich. I was sure I had it in the bag. You damn trash class. The teacher, seeing this, also turned to look at Zane calmly. Finally, he put his hand on his chin and lowered his head, frowning as he sank into thought. A tie for first place has never happened in recent years. I'll have to ask the headmaster for his opinion. Hearing this, Zane's face also darkened with anger as he stared at him and shouted in his heart. If they don't bring out the Tier different crystal, they'll just have the same score as us. How can this be? In contrast to Zane's anger, the members of Class 10 were celebrating with glee around Ryder. In this situation, he was so angry he gritted his teeth and glared, shouting in his heart. That's right. Where's their Tier 8 Yi Jing different crystal? That was originally mine. I will definitely get it back. As for him, he put his hand on his forehead in frustration and glanced over, sighing and assessing. Ugh, we're tied for first place. If I had known, I wouldn't have absorbed so many different crystals on the way back. Then, at a lush green area, above which was the school's airship. Time had passed. In a short week, of the more than 100 new students who had trained in the abandoned G17 area, only over 60 remained. The death rate was as high as 40%. Ryder and his Class 10 classmates had just disembarked from the airship, their faces confident and beaming with smiles. In Class 10, Instructor Drake pointed at them excitedly and smiled. Great, they're all back. Seeing that, another student also looked over and said with a smile, the class president's group is back. That's great. I was so worried. Another student cheered. I told you, as long as the class president is leading the team, they'll definitely be fine. Instructor Drake excitedly went forward to greet them, smiling and confirming, the abandoned G17 area is extremely dangerous. Hunting Tier 5 evolved beasts for each different crystals is even more difficult. Your performance doesn't matter, as long as you're back alive. Then he added, this time, our class performed very well in the verdant jungle. We ranked 16th. All the students in the class will receive a reward of 10,000 points. Seeing his excitement, Ryder's group also smiled with a confident and inscrutable expression, not answering him. Then, he also pouted in dissatisfaction and questioned him. Sir, in your eyes, are we really that weak? You didn't even ask how we did. Next to him, Jenna also looked at him with dissatisfaction. Hearing this and seeing their expressions, Instructor Drake was also a little curious and looked at him in surprise. Immediately after, he clenched his fist happily and laughed, baring his teeth as he asked Ryder, Oh, so what place did you get? In the teens. Hearing that, he also proudly closed his eyes, then smiled with self-satisfaction and denied it. No, sir. Try to guess a little bolder. Hearing that, Instructor Drake became even more excited. His cheeks flushed and his nose slightly flared as he looked at him. His brow furrowed and his eyes narrowed in excitement, shouting, Don't tell me you made it into the top 10? Seeing that he was getting further and further from the right answer, Ryder raised his index finger to the sky with confidence, his hand in his pocket as he confirmed, Number 1, total of 280 points. This firm affirmation hit the whole class like a bolt from the blue. Everyone's face was horrified, their jaws dropped, and they were speechless, especially Instructor Drake, who stammered, asking again, Number 1. Next, his eyes lit up, and he hugged him, losing his composure and shouting, "Great! Great! Number 1. Then he added, "This achievement will go down in the history of Saints Crest Academy." The whole class also started shouting and cheering. Ryder, seeing this, was a little embarrassed and smiled at him, but still let himself be hugged. Then he raised his hand and scratched his face, looking away with a hint of disappointment as he added, "Well, it's a tie for first place. That damn Class 1 South Campus got the same score as us." Not paying much attention to his words, Instructor Drake put his arm around his shoulder and laughed so hard his eyes crinkled as he shouted, "A tie for first is still first place. Ha ha ha." Seeing this, Ryder also leaned back and looked at him in surprise. Then, at the stadium, Bai stood on the podium and concluded the training session. The first place in the verdant jungle this time is Class 1 North Campus. Each person will be rewarded with 50,000 points and 1 golden tier martial skill card. Second place, Class 1 South Campus. Each person will be rewarded with 40,000 points and 1 golden tier martial skill card. Third place, 16th place, Class 10 South Campus. Each person will be rewarded with 10,000 points. 17th place. Hearing the announcement, the crowd below was shocked and couldn't stop talking. This time, Class 10 South Campus isn't at the bottom. Aren't they the weakest? I heard that Class 10 South Campus's performance in the abandoned G17 area was very good. Next, Dean Miles, standing above, held up a scoreboard with a kindly smile and announced loudly, "Next, I will declare the results for the training in the G17 abandoned zone." He then commented to himself, interesting. This year's freshman tournament has a lot of talented individuals. He declared, Number 1, Class 1 of the South Institute and Class 10 of the South Institute have both earned the same score, tying for first place. Hearing this, the students of Class 10 threw their hands in the air and cheered wildly. "Yeah, first place. Long live Class 10. Long live the class president." Faced with this result, the crowd erupted in shocked murmurs. How is that possible? How could Class 10 be in first place? Getting 16th in the Verdant Forest training was one thing, but to take first in the most dangerous area, the G17 abandoned zone. Someone then raised a question. 280 points? Just how many evolved beasts did they have to kill? Since when did level 5 evolved beasts become so easy to take down? In this situation, a helpless Dean Miles turned to the headmaster beside him. Still holding the results, he asked, "We only prepared 1 prize for first place. Now that there are 2, how should we divide the reward?" He added, "Ugh, what a headache." The headmaster was also frowning, looking troubled. Well, then what? Suddenly, Kai Sterling from below stepped forward. He frowned and made a request. "Headmaster, I, Kai Sterling of Class 1 South Institute, wish to challenge run of Class 10 South Institute." The guys around him stood with their hands on their hips, their faces serious as they encouraged him. Kai then declared, "Only the winner can be the true number 1. Hearing his words, the students of Class 1 South Institute roared in agreement. "That's right, we support a duel. Otherwise, who knows if some class cheated? Yeah, support the class president. Class 10's results are just too unbelievable. Support the class president. Support the duel." Kai Sterling shot a confident smirk at Ren on the other side. Seeing their enthusiasm, Ren spoke up to confirm. "You want to fight? Then let's fight. I'm afraid you're not up to it." Over on their side, Class 10 shouted with equal fervor. "Class president, beat him. Class 1 is bullying us. Cripple them. Class president, we support you." Seeing this, Dean Miles on the stage looked at Ren and Kai facing off and thought with a troubled expression, "A duel between Class 1 and Class 10? This is the first time this has happened since the school was founded." He then leaned over and looked down at the teachers of the 2 classes below, asking for their opinion. "What do you 2 think?" The teacher for Class 1 quickly crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and calmly stated, "I have no objections." Beside him, Mr. Nash remained silent. The Class 1 teacher then opened his eyes and taunted him. "Afraid you'll lose, Teacher Nash?" With his arms still crossed and a smug, provocative smile, he continued, Don't worry, I'll tell Kai Sterling to go easy on him and not cripple Run. Hearing this, Mr. Nash just calmly closed his eyes and smiled nonchalantly. Then, Mr. Nash pointed a finger at Kai Sterling on the stage, tilted his head with a confident smile, and declared, I will tell Run to use his full power to trample the so-called geniuses of Class 1 South Institute under his feet. As soon as he got the approval from both teachers, D. Miles quickly announced, All right, no time like the present. I'll give this stage to you two. Who takes first place will depend on your own abilities. Next, Kai Sterling swiftly drew his sword, smirking triumphantly at Run, and called out, Come on, Run. Hearing this, Run turned to Luna with a teasing smile and asked, Hey, little Luna, do you think I can beat him? She closed her eyes and replied bluntly, If you can't win after absorbing a level 8 anomaly crystal, you might as well go back to your old academy. Hearing these words, a wounded Rin picked up his spear and walked onto the stage, pouting with a dark expression. You arrogant devil. Can't you say something nice for once? From below, the cheers roared on. Go, class president. Go, big bro Rin. Class president. Wipe the floor with that pretentious jerk. In the back, Zane squinted with a smirk, his arms crossed as he commented. A fool who doesn't know his place, daring to challenge Kai Sterling. Beside him, Orion, whose arm was still in a cast, had a serious expression as he added, In this battle, it's not yet certain who will win and who will lose. Soon, the two faced each other on the stage. Kai Sterling looked at him with dissatisfaction and said, My level 8 anomaly crystal? You even stole my technique? Run, I'm going to teach you a lesson in front of the entire school. But Rin just casually walked toward him, spear in hand. He then scratched his arm and casually leaned on his spear, retorting, So many people were fighting for it back then. How did that anomaly crystal suddenly become yours? He then added, Bro, even if it really was yours. Rin paused, then shot Kai a provocative look, a smirk playing on his lips as he confirmed, This old man saw it. So how could I just let it go? God tier. Enraged, Kai charged at him, swinging his sword and yelling, You arrogant bastard, die for me. Rin, however, remained calm. Next, Kai parried Ren's spear with his sword, gritting his teeth and sneering, A commoner who just broke through to level 5. Is this all the strength you have? He then declared, You want to defeat me? In your dreams. At this moment, Ren still held his spear steady, not saying a word in response. Soon after, Run retreated, swinging his spear in a wide arc to unleash the 100 birds to Phoenix technique. A massive burst of flame erupted around him, flying towards Kai Sterling. It then coalesced into a giant fire phoenix and charged forward. Seeing this, Kai raised his hands to defend himself, stammering in confusion. This flame, why is it so hot? Shaken, Kai Sterling regained his senses, his mind reeling in shock as he screamed internally. I remember he used this move in the tower before, but the temperature wasn't this high. Soon, Kai Sterling burst out of the flames, looking bewildered, his body still licked by fire. Then, his clothes and hair began to burn. Kai yelled, If I get hit by this high temperature, I'll definitely suffer widespread burns. Oh! His face filled with panic. In the end, his hair was burnt to a crisp like exploded popcorn, and he glared in astonishment, smoke rising from his body as he struggled and gritted his teeth. Rin taunted him. How's the taste of roasted pork? Not bad, right? Enraged, Kai Sterling's face darkened as he swung his sword forward and roared. You dare play me? Go to hell. He unleashed a sword technique, Starlight Flash. Immediately, Rin frowned, slightly startled, and shouted, How can it be so fast? I can't dodge it. I can only use this move. With that thought, he quickly swung his spear in an arc. On the other side, Kai Sterling was still rushing towards him at incredible speed. When they collided, a small explosion erupted. Both were thrown back in opposite directions amidst the dust and smoke. Seeing this, Kai Sterling looked up at Run in astonishment and asked, What martial art was that? How could it repel my Starlight Flash? His eyes narrowed, and he raised his sword defensively. Again. He then smugly glided forward, smirking and squinting as he declared, "Impossible. You only got lucky just now and managed to block my attack's rhythm. Once I use my movement technique, that little trick of yours will be useless." Up from the sidelines, Dean Miles observed the two while reading their profiles. He noted, Kai Sterling comes from a prestigious family with abundant resources, which is how they cultivated a genius like him. He then added, but Ren's background is too simple, and he was just an average student back at the Starfall Academy. Then he squinted, making his own judgment as he watched the fight. How could he possibly become a level 5 martial artist in less than a year? He listed off the possibilities. He didn't use forbidden drugs, nor did he practice any forbidden arts. It's confirmed that Ren relied on his own abilities to level up. Then, watching Ren fight and parry blows with a serious expression, Dean Miles concluded, if that's the case, then this kid's talent isn't just ordinary. He's a peerless genius. He just needs special conditions to fully unleash his potential. Suddenly realizing something, he gasped, "Wait, that spear is—" At this thought, Dean Miles's eyes widened in shock as he pictured the spear and screamed internally, "Obsidian Fong." Then, confused, he wondered, what is this kid's relationship with Liana Miles? Why would she give him the Obsidian Fong? Just then, Ren pointed his spear at Kai Sterling and unleashed the Storming Pear Blossom Spear, a move filled with ice and snow that shot towards Kai. But Kai simply leaped up, dodging the attack, and commented, "Too slow, your spear." He then swung his sword, scowling at Ren as he shouted, "You can't even touch me." His sword began to glow as he used the starlight flash. Watching him, Ren frowned and pulled back his spear, thinking to himself, I don't know what kind of movement technique he's practicing, but his speed is incredible. I can't hit him at all. He then made a decision. The only way is to slow him down. As he thought this, ice began to form on his hand. Immediately after, Ren unleashed a Frostbone Storming Pear Blossom Spear, causing the charging Kai Sterling to flinch at the sudden attack. Now what do you think will happen, folks? On the sidelines, Dean Miles watched with his jaw agape, his face frozen in shock as he stared and shouted internally. That kid knows how to use Frostbone elemental energy too. What a talent, he concluded. On the stage, Kai Sterling was equally panicked as he recoiled, his leg frozen solid as he yelled, "This is the Frostbone, a tribute." He then landed awkwardly, breaking out in a cold sweat. He still gripped his sword tightly as he yelled at Ren, "Isn't your martial skill a fire attribute?" Kai Sterling's legs were frozen, unable to move. Ren squinted, his brow furrowed as he swept his spear, now wreathed in fire. As a result, next, he shouted the name of the technique, 100 Birds to Phoenix. He swung his spear in a circle, creating a fire phoenix that attacked Kai Sterling. Kai quickly jumped up to dodge the bird, but was still partially hit. He curled up, using his sword to defend himself as he escaped the fiery phoenix. It seemed his life was flashing before his eyes. In the end, Kai Sterling was thrown back, landing hard on the ground. To be continued. Then, he trembled with rage, his face dark as he glared at Ren, gritting his teeth and spitting out each word. The Frostbone attribute. Don't tell me you're... But before he could finish his sentence, Ren confirmed, "You guessed right." He raised a hand to wipe his lip, smirking as he added, "I've already absorbed your level 8 anomaly crystal. Truly terrifying." Hearing this, Kai Sterling was filled with rage. His face darkened as he gritted his teeth and muttered, "A piece of trash like you dares to absorb a level 8 anomaly crystal? Unforgivable." He then entered a state of fury, dark veins appearing on his face as he roared, "You wasteful scum! I'm going to kill you." His eyes turned red as he gripped his sword, using an energy amplification technique. Seeing this, Ren looked at Kai and frowned in alarm. How did his strength suddenly increase so much? Could it be that he also practiced a rage-type martial art? Before him, Kai's power levels were still rising, surging with a purple aura. Soon, Ren understood. His face grew grim as he thought in alarm. This is the hidden energy art. He then imagined someone practicing this technique, their body glowing purple, and realized it suppresses a massive amount of energy within the body and then unleashes it during battle, which is equivalent to a source of power that surpasses one's own limits. Ren added, the more energy suppressed, the stronger the burst of power when it's released. On the other side, Kai Sterling was still clenching his fists, which were emitting smoke. One eye was closed, the other open, and his entire body radiated a dense purple aura. Ren shouted his realization. This training method is incredibly harsh. Ordinary people could never cultivate it. I can't believe this Kai Sterling actually succeeded. And Ren was up next. Then, Kai Sterling, now prepared, looked like a madman as he gripped his sword, gritted his teeth, his face covered in veins, and charged at Ren, roaring with certainty. Run! This time, you're dead for sure. He used the soul-slaying slash. Originally, the fight between Kai Sterling and Ren was an even match, but thanks to the hidden energy art, Kai's strength had skyrocketed. Kai Sterling poured all his strength into his sword, delivering a powerful slash across Ren's body, sending him flying. Blood spewed from his body as he collapsed on the spot. Everyone watching was horrified to see Ren fall. They screamed in panic, "Run! Big bro, run! Class president! Is he dead?" Luna, who had been observing the match, saw everyone's panic and frowned in annoyance. "What are you shouting about? Look closely, he's not dead yet." The students from Class 1 who were watching were also quite surprised by the situation. Zane asked, bewildered, "That guy, he's not going to die just like that, is he?" Orion said irritably, "How could he? Can't you feel it? His presence is still clearly here. What a tough bastard." Seeing that he had knocked down Ren, Kai Sterling let out a sigh of relief, and his immense power began to dissipate. Suddenly, a puff of white smoke erupted, obscuring Kai Sterling's vision and putting him on high alert. By the time he could see clearly again, Ren was gone. He frantically looked around. "He's gone." But it was a clone. At that moment, Ren appeared from behind, thinking this mirror clone technique really is useful. Ren leaped up, pouring all his strength into his spear, and unleashed the storming pear blossom spear. The attack was so fast and precise that Kai Sterling had no time to defend. His face paled as he turned to raise his sword, but Ren swiftly plunged the spear into Kai's shoulder. Kai grimaced in pain, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The audience below erupted in commentary. Kai Sterling was stabbed through the left shoulder. This time, victory is within Ren's grasp. I can't believe the obscure class president of Class 10 could defeat the genius class president of Class 1. It's still too early to say that for sure. It's just a shoulder wound. The match isn't over yet. Kai Sterling fiercely gripped the spear in Ren's hand, determined to defeat the class president once more. Please subscribe to our channel to support us. Kai Sterling's face twisted into a vicious grin. Don't think you've won just because of this. As you can see, a poisonous gas began to spread rapidly up Ren's arm. He set an alarm. "Poison. You dare use poison." Kai Sterling still held the spear tightly as the poisonous gas intensified, and he gave a sinister smile. "As long as I can beat you, it doesn't matter how." Ren, now infected by the poison, lost his strength to resist and collapsed, unconscious. The long spear was still embedded in Kai Sterling's shoulder. "What did you do?" Seeing Ren had fallen, he slammed his sword into the ground and used all his strength to rip the long spear out of his body. He gritted his teeth and pulled hard. Finally, the long spear was wrenched free, followed by a spray of blood. After pulling out the spear, Kai Sterling tossed it aside and said cheerfully, "Well, since you no longer have a weapon, I don't need to bully you. Next, I'll use my fist to shatter every bone in your body." Kai Sterling used his ultimate technique, Black Dragon Annihilation Fist. The punch Kai Sterling threw transformed into a powerful black dragon that slammed straight into Ren. Poisoned, Ren could only lie there and take the hit. In an instant, he endured nearly a dozen lethal punches. As he took the blows, Ren thought, "Damn it, The poison in my body isn't fatal, but it's making me exhausted and weak. I can't dodge his attacks at all. Rin was like a fish on a chopping block. He spat out a mouthful of blood, weakly trying to defend himself. So, with Rin on the verge of collapse, Kai Sterling lifted him high into the air, preparing for the finishing blow. He said forcefully, "This punch will end you." Black Dragon Annihilation Fist. The punch Kai Sterling threw transformed into a massive black dragon, like a tornado that crashed down on Rin. The ground around them caved in and shattered. The students of Class 10 South Institute saw the tornado and despaired. Is it over? What kind of fist technique is that? How can it be so powerful? We only knew Kai Sterling's swordsmanship was formidable. We never expected his fist technique to be this strong as well. It's probably over. Kai Sterling stood high above, looking down at the pile of rubble, and said confidently, "If my punch hits, even if you don't die, you'll be severely injured. I reckon you'll be bedridden for half a year." Rin, beaten to the point of breathlessness, struggled to get up. He remembered the faith his classmates had placed in him. He didn't want to let them down like this. "I can't lose. I'm representing the entire Class 10 South Institute. If I lose, they'll be ridiculed as rejects like before." Rin decided to risk it all. System, unlock Gene Lock Level 2. The system immediately displayed a notification in front of him. Gene Lock. Do you wish to unlock Level 2? Rin thought recklessly. Although there's a certain chance of death during the unlocking process, I have to risk it. He shouted, "Unlock!" Instantly, his body was assaulted by a terrifying force, causing excruciating pain. His muscles and blood vessels bulged, but Rin gritted his teeth and endured. Writhing in agony, he thought, no wonder the system said there was a chance of death. This level of pain could really kill a living person. Seeing Rin screaming in agony, Kai Sterling was confused. What's going on? He looks like he's going mad from the pain. My poison isn't that strong, is it? Outside the ring, the head teacher of Class 10 South Institute quickly stood up and said, "Dean, does Rin need immediate medical attention?" Dean Miles observed the situation and stopped him. "No need, he's fine." He thought to himself, this much pain, it's like he's breaking through some kind of bottleneck. This strange kid, no matter what cultivation method he's using, no wonder even that girl gave him the obsidian Fong spear. After struggling with the pain for a while, a notification finally appeared for Rin. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully unlocking Gene Lock Level 2. After the gene upgrade, Rin could feel a surging current of energy within his body, and his wounds were healing. With this new power, Rin happily walked up to Kai Sterling and said cheerfully, "You had a lot of fun hitting me just now, didn't you? Now it's my turn." After upgrading his gene lock to Level 2, Rin was now at 100% strength. He quickly accelerated and launched a counterattack against Kai Sterling. Rin forcefully threw a silver lightning tyrant fist. "Goodbye," Kai Sterling shouted angrily. "Playing tricks. Witness my Black Dragon Annihilation Fist." He then quickly threw his own Black Dragon Annihilation Fist. Stay tuned for the next episode. The two immense forces collided. They were evenly matched, exchanging 100 blows at a speed the naked eye couldn't follow. The clash of their powers created countless explosions. But then, Kai Sterling quickly lost his advantage. He was sent flying by Rin. The impact shattered the ground around him, kicking up a cloud of smoke. Amidst the dust, he asked in horrified disbelief, "Impossible! How could this be?" Kai Sterling struggled to his feet, refusing to accept it. He said angrily, "I can't possibly lose to you. Come on, keep fighting me. The battle isn't over yet." Rin also rushed forward, saying, "That's right. The battle won't end until I've beaten you into a pulp." Rin leaped up and used the Divine Wind Kick, smashing it into Kai Sterling's head and knocking him down. Before he could even retaliate, he was grabbed by Rin, unable to fight back. Rin held him with one hand and used the Tiger Terror Fist with the other, repeatedly punching Kai Sterling in the stomach. Rin then quickly ended the match with a Silver Lightning Tyrant Fist. The punch, combining immense strength and a powerful electric current, pierced through Kai Sterling, sending him flying. The ground around him cracked from the impact. Rin stood his ground and said cheerfully, "I win." The audience was still stunned by Rin's swift victory. After a moment of silence, they erupted in cheers. He won. Big bro, Rin won. People stood up, dancing and shouting. The class president won. Our class 10 is number 1. Long live the class president. Long live. The head teacher of the class was also filled with joy, praising Run. Run, you are now the top freshman of Saints Sanctum Academy. Class 10 is honored because of you. D. Miles also stepped down from the stage to praise him. Good, good. This battle was truly spectacular. That girl was right. No, as expected of a young hero. A supporter of Kai Sterling, seeing the result, gritted his teeth in anger. He rushed down to the arena and shouted, "D. Miles, I suspect Rin used a forbidden drug. This match doesn't count." He and the other Class 1 South Institute students protested the result. That's right. He must have used a forbidden drug. Otherwise, how could he have defeated Kai Sterling? The more they talked, the angrier they got, standing up and shouting chaotically. Exactly. He was clearly about to lose. How did he suddenly become so strong? We Class 1 South Institute do not accept this. Test him. We demand that Ren be tested. Ren, seeing the entire Class 1 protesting, crossed his arms and laughed mockingly. What? A bunch of sore losers. I don't mind. Test me all you want. Dean Miles, remembering the image of Kai Sterling's power bursting forth, said, "Oh? So according to you, what Kai Sterling used wasn't the hidden energy art, but a forbidden drug." The student leading the protest said, "Kai Sterling used the hidden energy art. We all know that. But I have no idea how Ren managed to increase his strength. I suspect he didn't use a martial skill at all. He used a forbidden drug." Dean Miles, seeing the student's arrogance in front of him, unleashed his own level 9 power, silencing him instantly. The world of martial arts is vast and profound. There are many things we don't know. The fact that you can't recognize it only proves that your knowledge is lacking. The power of a level 9 martial artist erupted like a monstrous beast that could crush him at any moment, forcing him to shut his mouth and back down. As he walked past the Class 10 South Institute area, he was bombarded with insults from students. To think this is the dignified Class 1 South Institute. Such sore losers. A loss is a loss. Don't give us those dirty looks. Go home and wipe your tears. He turned dark with anger, but couldn't do anything. He turned to his own class and ordered, all right, stop arguing. Hurry up and take Kai Sterling to the infirmary." Dean Miles announced, "I now declare that for the G-17 Abandoned Zone Training Mission, Class 10 South Institute takes first place. Every student in Class 10 South Institute will be rewarded with 50,000 points. Additionally, the 7 students who participated in the G-17 training will each receive a gold-tier martial arts card from the Martial Arts Pavilion." The entire Class 10 South Institute jumped up and cheered. Their teacher was once again beaming with pride over his class's achievements. Yeah, another 50,000 points. And a gold-tier martial arts card. We're rich. We're rich. The students of Class 1 South Institute could only stand by and watch angrily, their eyes filled with hatred as they watched them receive their rewards. If looks could kill, the students of Class 10 would have been sliced into a million pieces. At the Martial Arts Pavilion, a place containing countless martial arts cards, Ren's group entered to choose their prize. Each person could pick one gold-tier card of their choice. As they stepped inside, they were all in awe of the Academy's wealth. Countless precious martial arts cards were neatly arranged. "Quick, look! There's so many diamond-tier martial arts cards." Leo asked curiously, "With so many gold and diamond cards, are they just left out like this? Aren't they afraid someone will steal them?" Ren replied, "Take a look at the masters guarding this place. Who would dare to steal anything? Besides, this place is covered in alarms and surveillance. The security is extremely tight." Luna said impatiently, "Let's not waste any more time. The diamond tier cards have nothing to do with you guys. Hurry up and pick a gold card that suits you. Let's go." While browsing around the martial arts pavilion, Ren suddenly saw a gold tier martial arts card covered in cobwebs. He was quite surprised and said, "Holy crap, this gold card even has cobwebs on it. Just how despised is this thing?" Rin quickly dusted off the card to see what skill had been so neglected. After wiping the card clean, he could see it clearly. Heavenly Dragon Fortress Breaker, a spear technique card. The card depicted a dragon emitting a blue light, looking quite powerful. Luna came up from behind, startling Rin. She then stepped forward to explain the card. This card is very strange. It's said that in the history of Saints Sanctum Academy, only 20 people have chosen this card to cultivate, but none have succeeded. Rin looked closely at the card in his hand and wondered, is it that hard to learn? Luna, standing behind him, was looking at another card and didn't say anything. A moment later, she pulled out a different card and said, "To cultivate Heavenly Dragon Fortress Breaker, you need to practice it in conjunction with this card to unleash its greatest power." Rin looked at the card Luna held up and was stunned. Overlord Spear Arts. Suddenly, a martial artist approached from a distance, praising her. "Hee, you're quite knowledgeable, little girl." The martial artist slowly walked over and said, "You're not wrong. A few years ago, many students wanted to learn this martial arts card, but they couldn't even read the information on it." Hearing the martial artist, Rin became quite curious. Is it that exaggerated? They couldn't even read the information on the card. The martial artist said seriously, "If you can read the information of Heavenly Dragon Fortress Breaker, learn it smoothly, and combine these two cards, you can indeed unleash its greatest power." He added regretfully, "However, today you can only choose one of the two." Rin thought to himself, "When I first chose the Tyrant Fist, people also said I couldn't learn it. But I still did. Just because others can't learn it doesn't mean I can't. I'm a variable here." After thinking, Rin made his decision. He firmly held the card and said, "Sir, I've thought it through. I choose this Heavenly Dragon Fortress Breaker card." After leaving the martial arts pavilion, Rin returned to the house he rented with Luna. Entering his room, he excitedly looked at the martial arts card in his hand and said, "Let's give it a try. Maybe I can actually learn this." Suddenly, the door to his room opened. A gold-tier martial arts card was thrown, hitting Rin squarely in the head with a thwack. He picked up the card and saw that it was the Overlord's Spear Arts. Rin turned his head in surprise to look at Luna and asked, "This is—" Luna stood in the doorway with her arms crossed and said flatly, "It's for you." Rin felt a bit awkward and asked, "You chose this card for me, but what about you?" Luna turned away and said casually, "The martial arts cards and they were no good. I didn't see anything I liked." Rin was speechless at this domineering CO act. He thought with his jaw agape, what the heck? What kind of background does this girl have to look down on the martial arts cards in the Saint's Sanctum Pavilion? Seeing this, Rin comfortably accepted it. He held the card and said cheerfully, "All right then, thanks a lot." As Luna was about to leave, she didn't forget to throw a few jabs at him. "Don't get any funny ideas. I just think it would be very embarrassing for me if you were too weak." Seeing Luna acting so cold, Rin thought to himself, "This tsundere, would it kill her not to insult me?" After Luna left, Rin focused on learning the martial art. He picked up the card from Luna and decided, "I'll learn this one first." Rin quickly placed the card on his forehead and sank into a training illusion. In the illusion, Rin learned several new skills. Gold-tier martial art, Overlord Spear Arts. In a short amount of time, Rin had finished learning it. He was amazed by the power it brought. What an overbearing spear technique. The spear skills I learned before were all a mix of offense and defense. But the Overlord Spear Arts uses offense as defense. There are no defensive moves at all. It's all about attacking. Rin quickly grabbed his long spear and began practicing the techniques he had just learned, repeating them over and over until they were second nature. Simply put, it was a spear art where either the enemy dies or you do. Finally, he had completely mastered the Overlord Spear Arts. Rin looked at the Heavenly Dragon Fortress Breaker card on the table and said, "Luna said the Overlord Spear Arts can be combined with Heavenly Dragon Fortress Breaker. I've just finished learning the Overlord Spear Arts. Now I'll try the Heavenly Dragon Fortress Breaker and see if it's as mysterious as the old man at the martial arts pavilion said." Rin slapped the card onto his forehead and shouted, "Gold-tier martial art, Heavenly Dragon Fortress Breaker, open. He then held the pose, hand on his forehead, face tilted towards the sky. A minute later, Rin said in frustration, no reaction. That's when we have to do this. 10 minutes later, he lost all patience and cursed under his breath. Damn it, still no reaction. Rin scratched his head and stared at the card. Not a single response. Am I not opening it the right way? Rin then did a handstand and placed the card on his forehead. He wondered, like this. The card still had no reaction. He then switched to another pose, doing a split. Or like this. Finally, the image changed to Rin kneeling before the card. He told himself, maybe this should work, right? Look how sincere my posture is. Despite trying many methods, the card showed no reaction at all. The call is... Rin angrily slammed the card onto the table, his eyes blazing with fury. Damn it, this is such a scam. I risked my life to get first place, and they give me this. The card, having been thrown on the table and cursed at, angrily retorted, weren't you the one who chose it? Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Discovered unknown energy. Devour. Rin was about to give up when the system notification appeared. He was surprised. Discovered unknown energy? This card has unknown energy. Rin immediately placed the card on his forehead and said to the system, Devour. The system activated. Ding. Devour skill activated. Beginning Devour process. 1%, 10%, 45%. During the devouring process, Rin fell into an illusion. He appeared on a battlefield. All around him were the smoke of battle and piles of bodies. Rin was startled. This is... Just then, a general on a war horse charged powerfully into the fray. In his hand was a long spear of immense destructive power. Together with his war horse, he charged onto the battlefield, slaughtering his way through the enemy lines. The general roared, Fortress Breaker! The horse and the general coordinated perfectly, shattering the enemy forces and causing them to scream in terror and flee in chaos. Rin was jolted out of the illusion, covered in sweat. He let out a sigh of relief. So I was just in an illusion. Rin subconsciously looked down at the martial arts card in his hand. This card has turned gray. That means I've successfully absorbed the martial arts information inside. Rin, filled with energy, cheerfully picked up his long spear and said excitedly, a martial arts card with mysterious energy. I bet even a diamond tier card can't do this. That illusion just now must have been the essence of the martial art. Rin gathered his strength and unleashed the technique. Heavenly Dragon Fortress Breaker. The energy began to coalesce, gradually forming the shape of a dragon. But the destructive power of this move was too great, and Rin was immediately hit by the backlash, sending him flying backward. The long spear also fell and cracked, while he himself was severely injured, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Rin struggled to withstand the force of the vortex. Damn, the recoil of this martial skill is so strong. The dragon hasn't even fully formed yet, and I feel like I'm about to be torn apart. As he was struggling, exhausted, the doorbell suddenly rang. Ding dong. Rin stopped his training, confused. It's so late. Who could it be? Rin, looking disheveled with messy clothes and a trace of blood on his lip, opened the door and asked, Who is it? Marco stood at the door with a serious expression and his arms crossed, asking, Are you Rin? Before Rin could even answer, he noticed the wound on Rin's face and asked with concern, Hey, you're injured. He then put a hand to his chin and said seriously, Domestic violence? I heard from the guys in Class 1 South Institute that although Luna is very beautiful, she has a hot temper. She'll hit you if you say one wrong thing. Rin looked confusedly at the person in front of him, who was rambling on. Living with her, you must get beaten up quite a bit, right? Rin's face darkened in exasperation as he said, What the hell are you talking about? You crazy person, knocking on my door in the middle of the night. You're not here representing the neighborhood committee to mediate a family dispute, are you? Marco came knocking on Rin's door in the middle of the night. After a long-winded speech, he finally introduced himself. I am Marco, a second-year student, ranked 25th in the competition tower. I heard you're the number 1 freshman, so I came to ask if you dare to enter the competition tower for a one-on-one challenge with me. Rin quickly refused Marco. Are you nuts? Why should I go? Ranked 25th? I think you're more like ranked 250th. Marco righteously delivered a lecture. As a martial artist, as the number 1 freshman, you shouldn't refuse someone's challenge. Only the weak are afraid to fight. After Marco's grand speech, Rin couldn't be bothered. He waved his hand and turned back into his house, saying tiredly, "All right, say whatever you want. I was always the weakling of class 10 anyway." Rin thought to himself, such a cheap taunt is useless on me. Marco, seeing that his words were useless, was a bit surprised. But then he smiled slyly and said, "You have no reason to refuse. Win. If you beat me, this Diamond Tier Body Technique martial arts card will be yours." He pulled a Diamond Tier martial arts card from his pocket and dangled it in front of Rin. Seeing the diamond card, Rin's eyes lit up. His mouth spouted righteous words, but his eyes were glued to the card. As a martial artist, one should constantly seek challenges to cultivate one's skills. I accept your challenge. Of course, this has absolutely nothing to do with that Diamond Tier Body Technique card. Marco, seeing Rin's suddenly energized demeanor, thought in fear, "Damn, tone it down, dude." Seeing that Rin had finally agreed, Marco put the card away and said cheerfully, "All right, I'll be waiting for you at the competition tower next Monday." Rin watched him put the card away, standing there dumbfounded. My God! After taking a few steps, Marco turned back to remind Rin, "All right, I forgot to tell you, the competition tower resets every week. Your previous rank doesn't count anymore. Tomorrow, you'll have to fight your way up from the first floor again. If you can't make it up, you won't even see my shadow." After saying that, he casually left, leaving Rin staring after him in a daze. Recalling Marco's words, Rin thought to himself, "There's a mechanism like that?" Rin turned and walked back into the house, sighing in frustration. Whatever. For a Diamond Tier Body Technique card delivered right to my door, a little exhaustion is worth it. On his way back, Marco ran into Orion, who was standing in a dark corner. He immediately asked, "Well, Senior Marco, did that guy agree?" Marco smugly recounted the moment he saw the Diamond Tier Body Technique card. He was practically drooling. He agreed instantly. Orion said with simmering rage, "That country bumpkin, Senior Marco, when the time comes, please hit him hard. For daring to offend me. Orion, I will make him wish he were dead." In Rin's room, he opened the system and saw a notification. 5 spins remaining. Rin thought happily, "I've already gotten 2 gold tier martial arts cards, plus a diamond tier 1 delivered to my door. I've been so lucky lately, I have to give this a try." Rin started the prize wheel, shouting, "Stop." The system announced, "Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a gold tier martial arts card." Rin smiled happily and said, "Yeah, a gold tier martial arts card. My luck has been really good these past few days." On the next spin, Rin got a staff technique card. Ugh, another staff technique. Useless. The system announced, 4 spins remaining. He thought to himself, "All right, even though I can't use it, at least I can sell it for money." He looked forward to the next spin, shouting to the system, "System, keep spinning." The system displayed 3 spins remaining. This time, holding the card in his hand, Rin sighed in frustration. "Another gold tier martial arts card that's useless to me." He spun again. The system displayed 2 spins remaining. "Let's go." This time, Rin was furious when he saw the silver card. He gritted his teeth and cursed internally. "Damn it, one is worse than the last. It dropped the silver card for me." Rin, mad with rage, spun again. This time it was 1 million alliance currency. The system announced, 1 spin remaining. At this point, Rin completely lost it, cursing the system wildly. "You dog system, this is too much. You keep giving me junk. This is the last spin. I have to get something big. Something big. It's the last spin." This time, not disappointing Rin's expectations, the system displayed a notification. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a mysterious gift bag." Open the gift bag. Rin shouted with joy, "Damn, A mysterious gift bag. I'm so excited. Open it. Open it now. The system activated. Opening the mysterious gift bag. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a healing gift. Rin held the 2 vials of medicine in his hands, so angry he could spit blood, speechless with rage. He thrashed on the floor, wailing and crying, cursing the inhuman system. Healing medicine is a big prize. You dog system, do you enjoy seeing me get hurt like this? It doesn't even have a description. A 3-no product. After rolling around for a while, Rin had to accept this big prize. He curiously opened a vial to take a look. It smells pretty good. I'll try one, since I'm injured anyway. Rin casually popped the pill into his mouth, thinking, even though the system is a dog, it wouldn't go so far as to kill its host, right? As soon as he took it, the effect was immediate. All his injured organs and body parts recovered rapidly. Ren felt full of energy, and his strength even seemed to have increased slightly. After taking the medicine, Ren decided to try the Heavenly Dragon Fortress Breaker technique again. He excitedly held the long spear in his hand and exclaimed, "Wow, the effect is pretty good. The injuries from practicing Heavenly Dragon Fortress Breaker are already healing. Just like that, I feel okay again. Time to continue practicing Heavenly Dragon Fortress Breaker." Rin began to use his power again to form a fire dragon from a vortex, but just as it was about to take shape, it failed again. Unable to withstand the backlash, Rin was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Swoosh! He sat down to rest. As expected, it still doesn't work. Damn it! With so many healing pills, I refuse to believe I can't master Heavenly Dragon Fortress Breaker tonight. Rin practiced desperately. Whenever he got injured, he would take a pill and then stubbornly continue practicing. Luna, stepping out of the bathroom, saw Rin still relentlessly practicing. Heavenly Dragon Fortress Breaker, spurt. Heavenly Dragon Fortress Breaker, spurt. Luna, while drying her hair, sighed, "Is this idiot trying to wreck the house again?" Despite that, she could hear Rin continue to practice. Heavenly Dragon, spurt. Luna decided to ignore him and walk straight ahead. But he is working hard. I'll give him that. Entering her bedroom, Luna noticed a message. Ding! Luna. Luna quickly clicked to view it. On the computer screen appeared a picture of a girl with someone else in a forest. At the bottom of the picture was the text. The person you're looking for has appeared. Come to the Darkwood Forest. Luna stared at the picture, her face dark as she said, "I've finally found you." Early morning at the apartment. Rin woke up exhausted, his face still covered in numerous wounds. A trace of blood lingered at the corner of his mouth. He sighed, "Damn, I fell asleep. Probably from exhaustion." Rin had fallen asleep right on the floor, his spear and an empty medicine vial beside him. Rin sat up, stretched, and moved a bit. Yawn. I practiced all night yesterday. I finished all the blue pills and threw up a few more mouthfuls of blood, but I finally learned Heavenly Dragon Fortress Breaker. Rin went to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face to wake up. Rin remembered last night's challenge with Marco and said excitedly, "I have to go to the competition tower today. I'll use Marco as a warm-up." Stepping out to the dining table, Rin saw that Luna had prepared a delicious and beautifully presented breakfast for him. Rin smiled to himself. Hee, breakfast is already made. It's great to have a wife. Floating on cloud 9, Rin's face suddenly turned pale with horror as he thought, "Crap, I said that out loud. If that feisty girl heard me, I'm done for." He frantically looked around, but didn't see Luna anywhere, and only then did he dare to breathe a sigh of relief. Maybe she went to school early like she always does. This film is registered to our channel. Morning at Saints Sanctum Academy, in Class 10 South Institute. As Rin stepped into the classroom, he was warmly welcomed by everyone. "Morning, class president." "Hey there, big bro Rin." Rin felt a bit uneasy and asked Dana and the others, "Have you seen Luna?" He then looked around, searching for her, which made Dana's group a little confused. Rin poked his head into the classroom to search, but still didn't see her. "Huh, she's not in the classroom." Kenji, standing to the side, teased, "Class president, You two were just separated for a little while, and you already miss each other? Seeing that Kenji seemed to be asking for a beating, Rin punched him. Mind your own business. Seeing Kenji clutching his head in pain, Dana crossed her arms and threatened. If Luna heard that, you'd be dead for sure. Lily also didn't care about him and said with a look of disgust, Yeah. If you want to die, leave us out of it. At noon after class, Rin rested his chin on his hand and wondered aloud. Where did that girl Luna run off to? I haven't seen her all morning. Rin felt a sense of unease. He was used to training with Luna, and not seeing her around felt strangely empty. Kenji, who still hadn't learned his lesson from the morning's beating, ran up to tease him again. Poor class president. That resentful look of being abandoned by your little wife. Before he could finish, an angry Rin pushed him away. Get lost. Rin turned back to Dana and the others and said, I'm going to the competition tower to issue a challenge now. Are you guys coming? Let go of me. They were excited to go and cheer him on. Dana jumped up and shouted, The class president is going to beat up a senior again? Of course we're going. Kenji's eyes also lit up with excitement. Class president, we'll cheer for you. The whole group headed to the Saints Sanctum Academy's competition tower. When they saw Rin enter, everyone made way for him and whispered among themselves. Look, that's Rin from Class 10 South Institute. I heard he even defeated Kai Sterling in the freshman trial match. He's a number 1 freshman now. Since when did Class 10 get so strong? Today he's here to challenge Marco, who's ranked 25th in the competition tower. Even though he's the number 1 freshman, does he really have the ability to challenge a second-year senior? This kid is too arrogant. Seeing the large crowd gathered around the competition tower, Rin asked, Why are there so many people at the competition tower today? Leo picked up his phone to check the school forum and said, Class president, I just saw on the school forum that the entire school now knows you want to challenge Marco, who is ranked 25th. Tan Fong said angrily, That's right, some people deliberately spread the news to make a big deal out of this. Rin immediately understood the situation. Someone was playing dirty with him. He sneered. Are they trying to make me a laughingstock for others? Behind him, Dana heard this and said unhappily, What? It's not yet certain who will be laughing at home. Big Bro Run will definitely win. Thank you. Rin's group entered the competition tower, first floor. At this time, the entire gallery was packed with people who came to watch the show. When they saw Rin enter, they mocked him. Rin is here. He actually dared to come. Some people laughed gleefully and gossiped. How many floors do you think he can clear today? I bet he won't even get to see Marco before he's beaten and sent packing. Rin cracked his knuckles, ready to fight. Last time it took me over 2 hours to get to the 20th floor. I wonder how long it will take to get to the 25th this time. The students of Class 10 cheered enthusiastically from below. Go, class president. Go, Big Bro Rin. As soon as Rin stepped onto the martial arts stage, he was like a fish in water, directly knocking out his opponent in one move, ending it quickly. First floor, Rin wins. Second floor, Rin wins. Rin wins. Third floor, fourth floor, fifth floor. In the blink of an eye, Rin had already passed the 14th floor and was preparing to challenge the 15th. Everyone in the audience was dumbfounded by this astonishing speed. Dana exclaimed, Big Bro Run at this speed. Not even an airplane could keep up. Rin turned around and said calmly, From the 15th floor down, all the challengers are level 4. Now that I'm level 5, of course it's going to be easier. Starting from the 15th floor, all the students will be level 5. As his opponent stepped onto the stage, he immediately looked down on Rin, eyeing him with disgust and saying, So you're challenging the competition tower today, huh? Looking pretty arrogant, aren't you? Your senior, can't stand people like you. He swung his sword and charged at Rin. Rin didn't hesitate to unleash his own technique, Silver Lightning Tyrant Fist. One punch was enough to send a guy flying. He collapsed from a single blow, unable to get back up. Rin calmly walked over and gently pressed a shoe print right in the middle of his face. Rin turned away contemptuously. Sorry, my time is precious. Seeing Rin defeat a level 5 student with just one punch, the entire gallery was almost silent. Dana and the others were terrified. He defeated him? Is that what a level 5 class president is like? Kai Sterling, watching from the stands, saw Ren effortlessly defeat his opponent and gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, a bunch of useless fools. Not a single one of them can stop him. That's right, letting a brand new freshman rock it up like this is too humiliating. Stop him. You have to stop him. Ren then ran into a familiar face, a level 5 named Brock. He swung his sword in greeting. Oh, we meet again, Ren. Ren provoked him. That's right, we meet again, my defeated foe. Remember to subscribe to the channel for more new videos. Hearing Ren mock him, Brock charged forward angrily. Damn it, don't think you're so great just because you beat Kai Sterling. I've beaten that little brat before too. At the same time, Kai Sterling, standing in the audience, sneezed nonstop. Why are you fighting? Why drag me into this? Ren also unleashed a move. You and I are not the same. You've only beaten Kai Sterling, but I've beaten both Kai, Sterling, and you. Brock angrily swung his sword and charged, but Ren quickly parried. You little brat, don't push it. He thought to himself. Last time, my ice skill made him suffer quite a bit. This time, I'll let him taste what it's like to be frozen. Brock then unleashed his technique, a gold-tier martial art. Ice Seal 3 inches. Ren smiled smugly. Another ice attribute technique? I have one too. Frostbone Storming Pear Blossom Spear. The technique combined ice and the speed of the spear to create a powerful ice vortex that shattered Brock's ice rain. The two ice forces collided, creating an explosion, easily neutralizing Brock's technique. He was stunned when he saw Ren's move. He exclaimed, "This is the Frostbone attribute. Impossible. Your martial art is supposed to be fire-based, right?" Ren, with victory in his grasp, showed him what true strength was. You mean this move? 100 Birds to Phoenix. A massive ring of fire formed around Brock, following the spear's path. Brock was sent flying by the 100 Birds to Phoenix attack. The fiery vortex lifted him high into the air before slamming him back down to the ground, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and pain. Brock trembled in pain as he struggled to sit up. Damn it, he can use both fire and ice attributes at the same time. What monster! Last time, I could fight him back and forth, but this time I was defeated so quickly. I guess I can't beat him. The referee declared Ren the winner. Brock's classmates, who were watching the match from the side, immediately started criticizing him. That fast. You really are useless. Seeing his friends mock him, Brock's face darkened with anger. He turned his head and shouted, "Shut up." But then he thought, I'm only on the 20th floor. To get to the 25th, he still has to fight 4 more people. From the 20th floor onwards, every floor is a master. It's not that simple. Truly terrifying. As Ren prepared to start the 21st floor, Brock was confident that Ren would definitely get a beating. The upper floors were not simple. But just a moment later, Ren had already reached the 25th floor, to Brock's utter shock and disbelief. He shouted incredulously, "Damn, he got to the 25th floor that fast?" The key point is that from the 21st to the 24th, they're all guys. How could he be so fast? Brock's friends, seeing his jaw dropped astonishment, pursed their lips in disdain. And you have a nerve to criticize others? No matter how fast he is, he's not as fast as you at losing. At this moment, Ren was standing opposite Marco. He looked at Ren and thought to himself, in just one night, this kid seems to have gotten a lot stronger. I might have underestimated him. Marco tossed out the Diamond Tier Martial Arts card and said, I'll let you hold on to this card first. Marco tossed the diamond card to the match referee, causing the entire audience to gasp in surprise. Holy crap, it's a real diamond card. The referee held the card up high and accepted. All right, the students below whispered among themselves. What a bully, using a diamond card as a bet. No wonder Ren came to the competition tower to challenge him. Who could resist the allure of a diamond card? Marco shouted. All right, let the game begin. Marco lifted his hammer and charged towards Ren, smashing it down hard. Ren quickly dodged. Seeing Marco's speed and reaction time, Ren thought to himself, even though this guy is huge, his speed is incredible. Marco's hammer strike was also immensely powerful. The unpredictable nature of his moves made Rin a bit worried. His techniques were both expansive and focused, powerful and domineering. Marco raised the hammer in his hand and smiled viciously. Hee, don't think you can use your agility to escape my attacks. Rin immediately launched a counterattack. Who said I wanted to escape? He then used the technique, Overlord's Spear Arts. The technique was mystical, like thousands of spear points thrusting at once. It was both offensive and defensive, incredibly versatile. Marco raised his hammer, struggling to block the blows. The spear thrusts then changed, resembling a rain of arrows, forcing Marco into a defensive stance. Rin's technique grew faster and faster, and Marco's defense quickened as well. Marco thought to himself, I've watched him fight before. His spear technique wasn't this overbearing and ferocious. This is a completely reckless fighting style. Suddenly, a spear tip whistled past. Marco quickly dodged it, but still got a cut on his face. He shouted angrily, Damn it, you want to compete with me in raw power? Marco swung the hammer in his hand, unleashing his ultimate technique, a gold-tier martial art, and said forcefully, I'll show you what true power is. Mountain-shaking tiger strike. Welcome to this video. The moment the technique was unleashed, it carried an immense wave of power. Rin quickly dodged. He felt the power of that last move, and his face paled. The power is too terrifying. Rin quickly used his technique, the Overlord's Spear Arts, to block Marco's mountain-shaking tiger strike. The moment the long spear clashed forcefully with the hammer in Marco's hand, it created a shocking explosion. The sheer force of the impact astonished everyone in the audience. Unbelievable. Rin is only a level 5 martial artist, but his explosive power is so immense. After blocking one of Marco's blows, Rin was pushed back several steps by the force, struggling to keep his footing. Seeing that Rin could withstand such a blow, the crowd was full of praise. A level 5 martial artist going toe-to-toe with a level 6? As expected of the number 1 freshman. Rin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression dark as he laughed loudly. That felt good. Again, he secretly channeled his internal energy. The 100 birds to Phoenix technique was unleashed, and flames erupted, surrounding Marco. The intense heat of the flames washed over Marco, causing him to break out in a sweat and cry out. How is this possible? Why is the temperature of this flame so high? Unable to face the flames directly, Marco created a protective barrier around himself. The spectators were stunned when they saw Marco's protective barrier. What is that? Only a level 6 martial artist can use this kind of defense. Aegis. Thanks to the protective Aegis barrier, Marco was almost completely unharmed by Rin's scorching flames. The crowd was amazed. He actually blocked Rin's Firebird. Rin smiled mockingly and said, Well, your turtle shell's defense is pretty strong, huh? Marco said proudly. See, this is the difference between level 5 and level 6. If you can't break through my Aegis, I'd like to see how you defeat me. Moreover, I can compress the Aegis and attach it to my body without affecting my combat power. Marco then executed a technique that made the Aegis wrap around him like a suit of armor, even covering his weapon. Marco said confidently, You've already lost. Run, with the image of a general going into battle, charged forward powerfully. That turtle shell consumes a lot of energy, especially under constant attack. It will soon shatter due to lack of energy. Rin gripped the spear in his hand, determined not to back down. Rin perfectly combined 2 techniques at once. The Overlord Spear Arts and the Frostbone Storming Pear Blossom Spear. The technique was a combination of the spear's lethal speed and the enemy's slowing effect of ice. Attacking with a continuous barrage of freezing strikes, he wore down Marco's defenses. Despite the Aegis, he was struggling. At this point, parts of Marco's body were frozen, making him less agile. Marco thought to himself, What a monster! This kid's fire temperature is already high, and his ice temperature is extremely low too. Damn it! Even with the defensive layer, My speed has clearly slowed down. Seeing that Marco was starting to weaken and unable to fight back, Rin quickly gathered all his strength for one final blow, the storming pear blossom spear. The speed of the spear's strikes, combined with the frost, caused cracks to gradually appear on Marco's aegis. Finally, it shattered completely, causing Marco to panic. He broke through my aegis. Seeing that Marco's aegis had finally broken, Rin decided to add another blow, the ultimate storming pear blossom spear. A powerful stream of frost erupted from the tip of the spear, splitting into multiple directions like the tentacles of an octopus, enveloping Marco as it surged forward. Marco's face turned pale with fear, sweat pouring down like rain. Damn, do you have to like this storming pear blossom spear technique so much? Marco was knocked out by Rin's finishing move, lying sprawled on the ground, his hammer flying far away. The spectators exclaimed in fear, "Oh my god!" Rin even broke through Marco's aegis defense. Marco's weapon had already fallen out of the arena. How could he continue fighting now? He had lost miserably this time, and the platinum card was gone too. Zane from Class 1, watching the match, saw the situation and crossed his arms in anger, saying a bunch of idiots. Orion, seeing that Marco had lost his weapon, wasn't angry at all. Instead, he said confidently, "Marco's best weapon isn't that hammer." Run, seeing that Marco had lost his weapon, said confidently, "You don't have a weapon anymore. You lose." Unexpectedly, Marco stood up and laughed sinisterly, revealing a vicious face. Careful now. That big hammer is not my specialty weapon at all." Rin was surprised and became vigilant. Marco turned his face, pulling out a pair of shiny metal gauntlets, his expression twisted and deranged. "Compared to this hammer, I much prefer the satisfying feeling of using my fists." Marco put on the gauntlets and said excitedly, "Now, the game truly begins." Stay tuned for the next episode. He unleashed the savage ape's fury, transforming into a raging ape, his power and strength increasing rapidly. Once his anger erupted, his strength could destroy anything. Zane, observing this technique, was impressed. Not relying on external drugs, and yet he can rapidly increase his own strength. "This is the first time I've ever seen a martial art like this." Orion said seriously, "That's because this type of martial art is extremely rare, something you can encounter but not seek out. But Marco's family has only passed down this one type of martial art." Run, seeing Marco's power suddenly surge, thought to himself, "This guy's martial art is quite similar to my rage, but I don't know if it has time limits and side effects." Lost in thought, Marco had already lunged forward with a punch. Rin quickly raised his spear to block. His fist met Rin's spear head-on without any damage, their strengths evenly matched, 9-10. Rin's eyes widened in shock. He can actually block my obsidian Fong spear with his bare fist. It seemed Marco's fist strength had the upper hand, as Run was knocked backward. Without giving Rin a chance to recover, Marco quickly leaped high into the air for momentum and then shot down, delivering a powerful punch that nearly embedded Run into the arena floor. Marco unleashed his ultimate fist technique, fist to the flesh, like a madman, raining down more than a dozen blows on Rin. Each punch that landed drove Rin a little deeper into the ground, shattering the surrounding rock. Rin's classmates watching this scene were terrified. They all screamed in horror, "Big bro Run, class president." Rin was lifted up by Marco like a frog and thrown far away. Rin's body was now covered in wounds, his clothes stained with blood. Marco once again used his technique, Fist of Fury, and a raging ape of destructive power appeared. He used all his strength to deliver a finishing blow that pierced through Ren's chest, causing him to spurt blood and pass out on the spot, a large hole in the middle of his chest. Leo screamed. His chest was pierced. "Big bro run, he's..." Dana still had a bit of reason left. She said firmly, "Impossible. Big bro run won't be killed like this." Then she suddenly remembered. "Have you forgotten that he has a special martial art?" As soon as Dana finished speaking, Ren's body on the martial arts stage vanished. Marco, not seeing Ren anywhere, shouted angrily, he's gone. Marco cautiously looked around and realized from behind, was that just a clone? He can create a clone? I've never seen such a strange martial art before. As he said this, he quickly blocked Ren's attack. Ren thought to himself, with my current strength, I can't deal with Marco at his full power like this. It seems I can only use rage for a quick victory. Ren quickly activated his rage skill, and his strength also increased rapidly. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. This is truly an eye-opener. Let's go, Zane said sarcastically to Orion. Didn't you say that martial arts that can instantly increase one's strength are something you can encounter but not seek out? Orion also said awkwardly, when did such rare martial arts become so common? Ren used the technique, Galaxy Falls from the Nine Heavens. The beautiful technique looked like a sparkling galaxy, each spear thrust like a meteor shower crashing down. Marco was hit by quite a few of the thrusts, causing him to cry out in pain. Yet he was still able to stand up. Marco praised him, not bad. This level of strength makes the fight more fun. Thank you for watching. Marco then shouted, come on, let's have a good fight. Bloodthirsty Berserk. At this moment, Marco's strength increased another level. His muscles bulged and swelled, tearing his shirt. His eyes became cloudy with a bloodthirsty expression. Seeing the situation before him, Ren thought in confusion, what kind of martial art is this? He's clearly injured, yet his strength is increasing. My rage has a time limit. Once it's up,